Human hearts release boundless light and create infinite darkness. Light and darkness intertwine and clash, embodying the world we cherish yet find utterly helpless. Investigating, guessing, exploring emotions. Oh, you know what is the most challenging aspect of life? It is not the encounters, but the long-awaited reunions. Chapter 1. Dream of the Past. Chu Nan. A girl stood in the rain, holding an umbrella, gazing at her from a distance of 3 to 5 steps, the rain and mist obscuring her features. Lin Yan's heart tightened. She feared it was yet another dream. Hesitantly, she extended her hand, tinged with uncertainty. Lin Yan, why are you dazed? Come on, let's go to my house for dinner. The crowd began to surge, pushing her forward. The girl grasped her wrist, pulling her under her umbrella, adjusting the slipping strap of her bag with a slightly reproachful tone. I've told you countless times, remember to bring an umbrella on rainy days. Why can't you shake off this habit of enjoying the rain? Midterms are approaching. What if you catch a cold? The girl chattered on, her words flowing endlessly. Lin Yan should have felt annoyed. Yet inexplicably, her eyes warmed, and she grasped the girl's slender wrist. Dressed in a pristine school uniform, the girl looked down at her, her face unchanged, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, her eyes, which should have sparkled like a sky full of stars, were now hollow, dark pits with blood trickling from them. Against her excessively pale face, the smile appeared increasingly eerie, and the skin she touched was cold and slick, reminiscent of the countless corpses she had dissected. A chill surged from her feet. Lin Yan gasped. Chu Nan. She awoke with a start, catching her breath, her gaze lowering as she pressed her hand to her forehead, sighing inwardly. Another nightmare. The bedside clock emitted a faint glow in the darkness, the hour hand just passing 4 in the morning. Lin Yan stretched her arm, fumbling for a glass on the table, pulling open the drawer, but her force caused everything to clatter to the floor. She picked up a white pill bottle, poured 2 pills into her palm, and washed them down with lukewarm water that had cooled overnight in the air-conditioned room. Drinking hastily, as if to quell some restless agitation. Water droplets trickled down her slender neck, dampening her fitted camisole. She reached to wipe her lips, only to find a handkerchief pressed into her palm. Use this to wipe. The voice was achingly familiar. Goosebumps prickled Lin Yan's skin. Half nervous, half cautious, she looked at her, fearing to disturb something. Chu Nan. The moment their eyes met, Lin Yan's heart leaped to her throat, yet the other smiled gently as usual, even as she remained still, taking the handkerchief back to carefully wipe away the water stains at the corners of her lips. Another nightmare? No. She instinctively wanted to refute, yet her hand reached out as if to prove something. The girl, understanding, offered her hand, and Lin Yan entwined her pinky with hers, the touch warm and soft, alive with vitality. Desperately grasping her hand as if it were a lifeline, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled beautifully, her brows slightly arched, her long, slender eyes exuding an enchanting allure. Especially now as they brimmed with tears and a voice perpetually gentle and indulgent, the girl said, She furrowed her brow, a pained expression surfacing on her face, and though they were indoors, her clothes began to dampen. I don't know. It hurts so much. Lin Yan. Help me. Pleased, a chilling sensation grazed her neck, the girl's sobs tugging at Lin Yan's heartstrings, causing her to clench her fists, a frenzied look crossing her face. Those usually indifferent eyes turned crimson. Who is it? Chu Nan, tell me. Who harmed you? It's. Lin Yan shook her shoulders, but the girl fell silent, her voice hoarse and strained, tinged with an eerie quality, like a radio abruptly cutting off at midnight. Gently, Lin Yan caressed her cheek, her fingertips cool. She thought she was crying, her heart swelling with compassion. Chu Nan, don't be afraid. Tell me, whoever it is, I won't let them go. And no sooner had she spoken than the girl suddenly erupted into a shrill laughter, her voice sharp and cruel, akin to nails scratching a chalkboard. A chill crawled up Lin Yan's spine. She suddenly felt breathless. Outside, the night was thick and dark as ink, tree shadows swaying like phantoms. A fierce wind swept the curtains into the room, extinguishing the dim nightlight. She saw the girl's hands mottled with corpse-like stains, the cold, slick sensation akin to greasy flesh slipping away, with rotting green veins emerging. Lin Yan's eyes widened in panic, reaching futilely toward her. Chu Nan. It's you. Accompanied by her hoarse, sharp voice, the skin on her face began to peel away, revealing white bone beneath, her eyeballs falling from their sockets, leaving behind 2 deep, dark cavities that locked onto Lin Yan. A nauseating stench assaulted her senses. No! Lin Yan screamed, wrenching her hand away, and in that instant, her hand passed through the girl's body, leaving it suspended in midair, the sheets stained with a mass of shredded flesh. Thick, foul blood streamed down the sheets, soaking into the luxurious wool carpet. The alarm clock rang like a death knell, and Lin Yan, drenched in sweat, shot up, the morning light already bright outside. Gentle morning breezes lifted the window drapes, and the hour hand on the bedside clock ticked quietly and slowly, the aroma of toast wafting from downstairs. Lin Yan silenced the alarm, surveying her surroundings. All was calm, a typical workday morning. She threw off the covers, slipped into her shoes, and felt the carpet yield slightly beneath her feet. Looking down, she noticed dark stains on the edge of the carpet, crimson as blood. Her throat tightened imperceptibly. Lin Yan closed her eyes, as if to steady her breathing. Before long, the butler knocked at her door. "Miss, breakfast is ready." After washing up, Lin Yan descended in a bathrobe, the trace of panic from her nightmare having vanished, replaced by her habitual languid expression, exuding a sense of indifference to "Where's the driver?" Waiting outside. Even so, he dared not exhibit a hint of slackness and answered respectfully. Lin Yan was satisfied her assistant was also waiting downstairs, and upon seeing her, he stood up quickly from the sofa, bowing slightly. "Forensic Dr. Lin." Lin Yan cast a glance at him. The diligent young man had a large stack of materials prepared for court beside him. She felt a deep-seated annoyance, thus neither nodding nor acknowledging him, nor inviting him to join her for breakfast. The chef had long prepared the meal, and although labeled as an assistant, he was merely a servant. Without a nod from Lin Yan, the others in the house treated him as if he were invisible. The young man, awkward and at a loss, caught sight of a graceful figure passing through the hall and into the elegantly decorated dining room, not a sound made by the chair. The chef had excellent culinary skills, crafting both Western and Chinese dishes, though few, each uniquely exquisite, bursting with flavor and aroma. Yet, after a couple of bites, Lin Yan set down her spoon, her appetite extinguished. She dabbed at the corners of her lips with a napkin and then rose to head towards the cloakroom. She possessed a tall and slender figure, certainly not short among women, yet her leanness gave her an air of delicate fragility, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze. Her gait was light and graceful, akin to a Persian cat elegantly strolling upon an opulent carpet. Suddenly, Lin Yan seemed to recall something and halted her steps. "Ah, right," she declared. The elderly butler, wary of neglecting her wishes, promptly responded, "Miss, please instruct me. Dispose of the carpet in my room." Without a moment's hesitation, she commanded, her eyelids not even flickering. "No need." A cool voice emerged from the dressing room, which, despite its designation, was nearly as spacious as the bedroom above, cluttered with garments, shoes, and accessories. Lin Yan had amassed from around the globe. The occupant of the dressing room appeared somewhat disinterested, casually selecting a shirt from the display and fastening its buttons in front of the mirror, leaving the top two undone, and adjusting the collar to reveal a hint of collarbone and the enchanting allure of spring. She twisted open her lipstick, gently pressing her lips together, then deftly brushed off the excess color with her pinky finger, raising her chin slightly as she gazed at her reflection. Her complexion bore a pallor indicative of prolonged absence from sunlight, yet her lips were a striking crimson, her brows elegantly arched, and a slight smirk graced the corners of her mouth, embodying a beauty that could rival models on the Fashion Week runway, tinged with a hint of arrogance, yet softened by the gentle ripple of her gaze, exuding a captivating charm. She was indeed striking, yet also exuded an air of coldness. Lin Yan offered a thin smile, picking up her blazer as she stepped outside. The driver held the car door open for her, and as she settled inside, her assistant followed closely, carrying an armful of documents. "Forensic Dr. Lin, here are the death certificates and other examination materials prepared for today's court appearance." A distinct male scent of sweat mingled with a hint of foot odor filled the air, a reminder of the heightened sensitivity of a forensic expert's nose. Leaning against the leather seat, Lin Yan initially closed her eyes in repose, but suddenly opened them wide. "Move to the back." The spacious Mercedes-Benz momentarily stunned her assistant, who glanced at her pristine high-heeled shoes, contrasting sharply with the stains on his trousers and his fragile sense of dignity. The young man slowly retreated to the rear of the vehicle, perspiring profusely as he took his seat, rendered mute. "Butler." "Yes, miss? Please arrange for another vehicle to pick me up this afternoon. Let this one be used by Lu Ma to go grocery shopping." "Understood, Mississippi, and as for you." She tapped her expensive quartz watch, her words dripping with acerbic sarcasm. "Did you arrive so early to rush to your rebirth? If so, the autopsy room would be more suitable. Do you not fear the lawyer accusing you of murder, dressed like that for court?" As the car began to move, the silence was fortunately interrupted. "Miss, would you like to hear the news?" The driver switched on the radio, and the sweet voice of the female anchor filled the space. "The prosecution has charged defendant Jean with the murder of employee Lee, committed on the night of April 18, 2007, at his KTV establishment, disposing of the body in the wilderness. The evidence is substantial, leading to accusations of multiple crimes, including sexual assault and intentional homicide, resulting in severe societal repercussions." The first trial sentenced him to death with a 2-year reprieve. Jean has appealed the verdict, with the second trial set for 10 o'clock this morning at the High Court of Banhai Province, where Lin Yan, a young forensic scientist from the Judicial Institute, will testify as a defense witness, presenting new findings. The anchor delivered the news with fervor, her voice rising and falling dramatically. After succinctly summarizing the case, she transitioned to recounting the scientist's biography and sensational gossip. Lin Yan, on the verge of dozing off, caught snippets of information, such as, speaking of forensic experts, Professor Lin is a leading figure among the younger generation, having graduated from Fudan University's School of Medicine and pursued her master's and doctorate at Boston University's forensic program. It has said that she has performed over 5,000 autopsies in her 10 years of practice, amassing considerable judicial experience. And further, as the only daughter of the Lin family, Professor Lin's worth exceeds 10 million. Recently, she has been romantically linked with director Zhang of Zhongqing Group, with the media capturing their affectionate moments on the street. Could there be a wedding in the near future? Zhang? Which Zhang? Lin Yan furrowed her brow, her mind racing through the faces of countless men she had kissed in public, struggling to match a name to any of them. The haughty young lady nodded. Which television station is this from? Daily News. The butler noted quietly. The towering skyscrapers outside sped past, quickly leading them into a verdant grove, with the Supreme Court just ahead, adjacent to the square. A sizable crowd had gathered in the square with today's public trial. Numerous media outlets and members of the public were present. As the Lin family vehicle approached, camera flashes erupted from the roadside. Lin Yan maintained her languid demeanor, appearing as if she had just awakened. Inform them that my recent paramour is not that Director Zhang from Zhongqing. Director Zhang, the butler seamlessly interjected. Oh right, the media truly lacks professionalism, they should rename themselves Yesterday's News. She let out a soft scoff, laced with derision. The driver brought the car to a halt. Miss, we have arrived. The butler glanced outside, observing several individuals with banners gathered at the courthouse entrance, who noticeably stirred upon their arrival, rising in clusters. He hesitated. Miss, shall we enter through the back door? Lin Yan scoffed coldly, pushing open the car door. I am not the murderer, why should I hide? Chapter 2. Court Appearance. Miss Lin, may I inquire about your mindset in testifying for the defendant? Do you believe that your autopsy results will persuade the judge and subsequently influence the verdict? It has come to my attention that the defendant's father is the CEO of Shinya Company and that the Lin Group has business dealings with them. Is this true? Miss Lin, there are rumors suggesting your relationship with Director Zhang from Zhongqing Group is nearing a positive conclusion. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, she was immediately besieged by the media, with cameras flashing wildly and an array of microphones thrust toward her. Her butler shielded her as they progressed inside, with bodyguards clearing the path ahead. Yet, at the center of this storm, she maintained an expression of serene composure, unfazed by the barrage of peculiar inquiries. Until, at last, Lin Yan removed her sunglasses, a playful smile gracing her lips as she observed the banners and wreaths positioned at the foot of the Supreme Court steps. Unethical forensic experts who testify for the murderer deserve a wretched fate. Heartless forensic examiners, devoid of humanity, should exit the realm of justice. Her butler attempted to intervene, but the wreath bore a black and white photograph of a woman with high cheekbones and an arched brow, exuding an air of superiority. Her slight smile seemingly mocking the absurdity of the world. With preparations complete, her lawyer engaged her in conversation as they walked. The opposing side is well prepared. Do you possess sufficient evidence to exonerate him? Lin Yan shrugged, expressing her impotence. Whether he is acquitted is up to the judge. I am merely a paid provider of evidence favorable to him. The rest does not concern me. As the trial commenced, the extensive tug-of-war between the lawyers left Lin Yan in a stupor, yet when the judge called her name, her typically indifferent eyes briefly sparkled with sharpness. She rose slowly and approached the witness stand. The prosecutor's attorney involuntarily gasped, instinctively glancing at his witness, another seasoned forensic expert. Both attorneys regarded each other with a sense of impending confrontation. On the deceased's underwear, we found the defendant Jean Weishin's semen and DNA within the samples analyzed. What do you have to say about this? The prosecutor's attorney initiated. Lin Yan's brow remained unruffled. There is nothing of significance to discuss. The handcuffed suspect seated below appeared agitated, prompting the bailiff to restrain him. The reticent Miss Lin cast a glance at him, finally adding, however, this only indicates that he had sexual relations with the deceased. It does not prove he committed murder. The opposing attorney slightly curved his lips, according to police investigations. On the evening of April 18, 2007, around 10 o'clock, the deceased, the defendant, and the defendant's friends entered a KTV private room together. This is corroborated by hallway surveillance footage. The lawyer's assistant activated the computer and pressed play. Lin Yan's gaze fixed on the screen. where Jin Weixin was seen embracing the deceased, named Wang Li, in a drunken stupor, their steps unsteady. At that moment, they passed beneath a camera, capturing Wang Li's slightly impatient yet restrained expression. The suitcase served as the instrument for his heinous act, a fact that, under ordinary circumstances, would raise suspicions. However, as he was the proprietor, his employees dared not utter a word. Moreover, it was the early hours of the morning, and exhaustion clouded their judgment, allowing him to escape. Surveillance footage from the parking lot captured his vehicular movements, revealing both motive and evidence of his crime. The autopsy results provided irrefutable proof. Even in the absence of witness testimony, conviction was inevitable. Seated below, Jin Weixin, shackled, exhibited a fleeting expression of evasion, his hands instinctively entwined, a manifestation of his anxiety. Witness testimonies from that evening, when they had shared drinks in a private booth, indicated that the suspect had made unwelcome advances towards the deceased shortly after taking a seat. The deceased, feeling compelled to placate his employer, feigned compliance until the suspect, with a chilling gaze directed at Jin Weixin, commanded him to retrieve a fallen playing card from between his legs, using only his mouth. Retrieve it. Why aren't you doing it? Use your mouth and pick it up for me, and all this money will be yours. Jin Weixin struck the face of a girl kneeling beside him with the cash. Clad in revealing attire, she remained motionless, prompting the man to forcefully stuff money into her low-cut neckline. Pick it up. If you can't, then you need to continue, he said, pressing her head down, causing tears to brim in her eyes. A chorus of disapproving murmurs erupted from the audience. The judge rapped his gavel, demanding silence. Lin Yan shook his head with a derisive smile, abruptly interrupting the forthcoming grandiloquence. I am uninterested in the events that transpired between them, nor is it necessary for you to recount them to me. I shall only present my assessment. The prosecution's witness rose to speak. The deceased succumbed to massive hemorrhaging caused by a single-edged weapon. The murder weapon is this fruit knife. The attorney held up the evidence bag as the forensic expert elaborated. The weapon measures 10 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters at its widest point, matching the lacerations on the deceased's body. Blood from the deceased and the suspect's fingerprints were also found on this knife. Do you have any comments on this? This inquiry was directed at Lin Yan. Having stood for a considerable duration, the young lady casually leaned against the table. Counselor, please present Exhibit B4. Upon the court's approval, the lawyer activated the computer, projecting a PowerPoint presentation onto the screen. Displayed was a bruise found on the lower back of the deceased. I object. This evidence is irrelevant to the case. The lawyer interjected immediately. Objection overruled. Lin Yan slightly curled his lips. A second autopsy revealed that the deceased only bore this single bruise, approximately 3 centimeters in size. It is well known that contusions result from the rupture of blood vessels, necessitating blood flow to form. Once a person dies, the heart ceases to beat, blood circulation halts, and coagulation occurs within mere minutes, rendering the formation of a bruise impossible. This bruise, therefore, signifies little. It is non-lethal and could have been sustained during a struggle or collision. The opposing forensic expert concurred. Lin Yan snapped his fingers. That is correct. Next, let us present Exhibit B. 2. The screen illuminated with images of the KTV booth, captured by the police at the crime scene. The table lay in disarray, with beer bottles scattered haphazardly and a pool of blood staining the floor, accompanied by splattered traces of crimson on the sofa's legs. Upon closer inspection, the shape of the corner of the table became apparent. The crowd was engulfed in confusion. Lin Yan furrowed her brows and smiled slightly as she turned her gaze towards the seasoned forensic expert. Although she wore a smile, a glint of mockery was evident in her eyes. A bead of sweat trickled down the expert's forehead. While laypersons might struggle to comprehend, a forensic specialist would instantly discern the nature of the bruise. After all, the room was furnished with round tables, and it seemed implausible that such an injury could arise from a mere tussle between two individuals. The bruise, the size of a fingernail, was small yet profound, revealing hues of blue and purple from within. A round table could scarcely account for such an imprint. This suggested that the deceased had sustained the injury prior to death, and the murder weapon undoubtedly bore the fingerprints of the assailant, an undeniable truth. Lin Yan retorted with a sardonic twist of her lips, who claims that the cause of death was hypovolemic shock due to sharp force trauma. If the cause of death is unfounded, then the presence of Jin Weixin's fingerprints on the weapon presents a contradiction. A murmur of astonishment swept through the audience. The judge once again called for silence. Then what do you propose as the cause of death? It was poisoning induced by digitalis. Upon hearing her assertion, the opposing forensic expert visibly relaxed. In the course of the police investigation, it was revealed that the deceased had a history of heart disease and regularly used digitalis medications. We conducted a blood drug test, and the levels were within a normal range, thus not fatal. Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Her assistant understandingly opened the computer. During the second autopsy, we examined the liver tissue and bile of the deceased, allowing us to ascertain the peak concentration of the drug exactly 1 hour before death. The dosage. She paused, methodically continuing, was lethal. The opposing attorney's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and even the forensic expert appeared taken aback, nervously licking their lips. The room fell into a hushed silence, save for the suspect, who, handcuffed, slowly cradled his head. By this time, afternoon had settled in, and the twilight light stealthily slipped away from the tabletop, casting shadows upon the floor, leaving her standing in a patch of darkness. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Yan's lips. A smile that possessed an enchanting yet scathing quality. When she smiled, it exuded an unspoken sarcasm. The examination of the vitreous humor and other unconventional autopsy techniques would typically lead anyone witnessing a body with a knife embedded in the chest, blood spilling everywhere, to conclude death by exsanguination. Yet Lin Yan truly deviated from the norm. Her first instinct had been to think that she had applied too little lip balm that morning. As Jin Weixin, escorted by court police and handcuffed, passed by her side on his way down the steps, he swallowed hard and, with a hoarse voice, softly uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, her expression remaining inscrutable. No sooner had she taken a few steps than she was besieged by a throng of media reporters outside the courtroom. Miss Lin, did you testify on his behalf due to your father's influence? Miss Lin, even if the accusation of murder against the suspect Jin Weixin does not hold, he still violated the law against sexual assault. As a fellow woman, do you have anything to say? Miss Lin, you have testified for numerous criminal suspects in recent years, many of whom have successfully evaded conviction, such as in the case of the South City murder dismemberment trial, where the death penalty was commuted to life imprisonment. It is rumored that the judicial departments of Binhai province have marked you as public enemy number 1. Is this true? The questions posed were increasingly incisive, and the subject, amidst the throng of assistants, exited without a word, her gaze unwavering. Excuse me, Miss Lin, with your immense wealth, why have you chosen the profession of forensic doctor? A youthful journalist, seemingly fresh from university, perspired profusely as he squeezed his way to the forefront, microphone in hand. Although this inquiry appeared irrelevant to the case at hand, Lin Yan's stride momentarily faltered, her expression subtly shifting under the scrutiny of the cameras. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. She resumed her pace, her assistants and bodyguards parting the reporter from her path. As Lin Yan neared the courthouse exit, a surge of media personnel rushed forth once more. A voice rang out, "Miss Lin, what leads you to believe Jin Weixin is not the murderer?" Finally halting, Lin Yan curled her lips into a sardonic semblance of a smile, casually snatching a reporter's microphone. "And what basis do you have to assert that he is the murderer?" "According to the police investigation results," she retorted, her words sharp as the flashes of cameras illuminated the scene, leaving the crowd momentarily speechless. Her gaze met the myriad of eyes fixed upon her, unflinching. Ultimately, it was nothing more than a one-sided conjecture. In your eyes, the impoverished are deserving of sympathy, while the wealthy are portrayed as heartless, culpable villains. Women, it seems, ought not to be forensic doctors, while men are merely impulsive, driven by base instincts to kill. She raised her gaze to the camera, her strikingly beautiful eyes, dark and deep, glimmering ominously, with a hint of menace amidst their allure. Her voice, cold yet resonant, commanded attention. The reporters were momentarily taken aback, and even the cameraman took a moment to respond, frantically capturing the moment. At this juncture, Lin Yan was nearing the exit of the Supreme Court, pursued relentlessly by the press, while a crowd of onlookers surrounded her. Someone shouted, "Lin Yan, have you considered the plight of the victim's family while testifying for the murder? You are unworthy of being a forensic doctor. Go die." In an instant, a gap formed in the throng of reporters, and someone stumbled toward her. The bodyguards, momentarily dispersed, were unable to intervene in time, and Lin Yan, in her high heels, instinctively stepped back, grabbing her assistant's collar and pulling him in front of her. The tall man, taken by surprise, was doused from head to toe with filth. The reporters recoiled, pinching their noses, as law enforcement rushed in to subdue the instigator. Lin Yan grimaced in disgust, distancing herself, and her bodyguards quickly reassembled around her. "Miss, are you all right?" they inquired. "I'm fine," Lin Yan replied, shedding her white coat and handing it to an assistant. "Dispose of this." Indeed, thanks to the troublemaker, no one dared approach her again, fearful that they might be the next target of such an indignity. As she gradually receded from view, the man felt an overwhelming surge of sorrow, his eyes reddening, enveloped by an unbearable stench, appearing utterly disheveled. He was on the brink of tears, forensic Dr. Lin Lin Yan did not turn around, stating coldly, "You need not come to work starting tomorrow." A chill ran through him. Had that moment been akin to a sharp blade, would Lin Yan have pushed him towards its edge? Did a human life hold such insignificance in her eyes? If Lin Yan could hear the turmoil within him, she would likely retort, "Haven't I encountered enough corpses on the dissection table?" As night descended, a sleek black Mercedes glided silently down the road, Lin Yan seated in the back, seemingly in a state of repose. The city lights flowed past the car window, casting a somber hue upon her visage. She emitted a soft, nonchalant sound. Lin Yan opened her eyes, intent on meeting someone. Chapter 3. Past shadows. Lin Yan had changed into a new outfit, appearing at an upscale club in the city center, just as dusk fell. The ambience was still relatively sparse, with dim lighting illuminating the space where a young man in a tailcoat played the violin, his melody resonating beautifully. Following the attendant through winding corridors, her high heels made no sound upon the plush carpet until they paused before a door. The attendant bowed slightly, saying, "Miss Lin, please." Lin Yan entered, finding a man swinging a golf club, though the ball missed its hole. Upon noticing her, a natural smile graced his face, neither overly enthusiastic nor distant. "You've arrived," he said, wiping sweat with a towel and gesturing for her to take a seat. The attendant discreetly departed, leaving them in a small indoor golf arena. Lin Yan made herself comfortable. On the table lay an assortment of tea snacks, as if he had anticipated her arrival. She delicately pinched a candied fruit and placed it in her mouth, her brow furrowing slightly at its excessive sweetness. She wiped her hands with a napkin and remained still. The man, in his 40s, of average height and with a fair complexion, wore an unremarkable t-shirt. After finishing a round of golf, he was slightly out of breath as he settled across from her. "How did today's court session go?" Lin Yan was ever so relaxed, slouched in her chair. Her long, fair legs gracefully crossed, the straps of her delicate red high heels resting on her alabaster ankles. Dressed more seductively than during the day, she wore a well-fitted black sleeveless dress with a deep V neckline, exposing her collarbones and curves. The color and style were undeniably alluring, yet she wore it without a hint of promiscuity, exuding just the right amount of charm. Large earrings adorned her earlobes, and her wavy hair was elegantly styled, with a few strands framing her face. Her porcelain skin contrasted with the deep hue of her lipstick, lending her an air of chilling allure. Such a woman was a rare gem, a veritable quarry for men. Lin Yan smiled. It went smoothly. At that moment, as if in response to her words, his phone on the table lit up, revealing a substantial bank transfer notification from a company named New Industry. He raised his glass. "Congratulations, Miss Lin, on your continued success." "Not at all. I must also thank you for providing me with this opportunity." Their glasses clinked softly, and they shared a knowing smile. As she set her glass down, the corners of Lin Yan's lips had already faded. "Then, according to our agreement, rest assured, I have had someone search for the information you requested within the police internet." Lin Yan's pupils slightly constricted. "What did you find?" The man shook his head, taking another sip of champagne. "It is difficult. The case is quite old, and the internet only holds fragments of information. I have copied what I could, but I doubt it will be of significant assistance to you." The woman across from him quivered her lips momentarily before regaining her composure. "Such major cases should have physical files retained by the police department, shouldn't they?" The man candidly nodded. "Indeed, but curiously, last month during our relocation of the archives, a batch of old case files was entirely destroyed by water damage. There was not even a trace left. A fire in the archives is no trivial matter. Several cases of dereliction of duty have been investigated from above, yet these were all long-closed matters, and no one delved deeper, allowing it to fade away without resolution. There is another place where records might exist, the prosecutor's office. As the supervisory authority over the police, all evidence should be submitted to the prosecutor's office before being transferred to the court, so there should be backups. However, it has always been the case that the prosecutor's office requests files from the police. I have never heard of the police seeking archives from the prosecutor's office, which would implicitly admit to their own negligence. Moreover, this matter is not one to be exposed. It cannot follow normal procedures." Lin Yan understood the stakes well. Though she remained silent, she tightened her grip on the slender neck of her wine glass, her knuckles pale as bone, as if they could snap at any moment from the pressure. The man shook his head. "No, the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau, being the site of the incident, must have backups. If they do not..." He raised his gaze, shadows lurking in his eyes. "Lin Yan, you cannot pursue this case any further. Located in the southwestern coastal region, Binhai Province experiences frequent typhoons and heavy rains as summer approaches. The fierce winds swayed the branches, and rainwater swept in alongside the curtains." The woman stood barefoot on the ground. "You cannot pursue this case any further." Just chewing on that phrase, she shattered the pent-up hatred within her, raising her hand to plunge a knife forcefully into the wall. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, briefly revealing the wall covered in red paint, marked with large and small X's, tails trailing down like dried bloodstains. Above the bloodstains, several yellowed photographs and newspaper clippings were pinned up, covering a substantial portion of the wall. The images depicted skeletal remains and chunks of flesh, untouched by the passage of time or the decay of the paper, still emanating a foul odor that transcended time and space. The girl was surrounded, quietly smiling at her, her once delicate features now rendered somewhat eerie against this backdrop. Another bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the woman's somewhat sinister visage. She swallowed hard, tilting her head back to drain the liquid from her wine glass. Her arm fell, and the remaining drops from the glass splattered onto the floor, reminiscent of blood droplets at her feet. She hastily set down her teacup and stood up. "Good day, Director Zhao." Almost instinctively, she raised her hand in a salute. The woman was attired in formal spring and autumn attire, adorned with a light blue standard shirt. Her tie impeccably knotted, while her other hand rested neatly against the seam of her trousers, standing upright. The brimmed hat was placed quietly on the left side of the desk, in accordance with regulations. Observing her formality, Zhao, however, chuckled, stating that there were not so many formalities here, inviting her to sit. With that, Song Yuhang took her seat again, maintaining an upright posture, her back straight. "How have you been lately?" "Fairly well, though I have hypertension, a chronic issue. Thankfully, my master's wife ensures I take my medication regularly, so it's nothing serious." Zhao, in his 50s, slightly plump with strands of gray at his temples, still possessed a robust physique and a spirited demeanor. She held these sentiments close to her heart. This visit was a rare opportunity to pay homage to her former mentor while attending a conference at the provincial office. Unfortunately, both were burdened with trivial matters, and their limited time together was confined to the office. Nonetheless, this sufficed, for Zhao Junfeng was among the few who treated her exceptionally well. "Do take care of your health. Remember to take your medication on time. And do not wait for my master's wife to remind you that these are health supplements for you." She was not typically loquacious, and any additional words were lodged within her heart, unexpressed. Noticing the colorful gift boxes piled at her feet, some featuring the often advertised golden pairing on television, alongside dairy products and bird's nest, he appeared somewhat amused and exasperated. "Oh, you child. Why bring all this? If my wife sees it, she will scold you. Moreover, bringing such items into the precinct could lead to misunderstandings." Despite his words, it was evident he was genuinely pleased. Song Yuhang offered a slight smile but refrained from further comment. While Zhao Junfeng handled paperwork, he engaged in casual conversation, intending to share a couple of drinks with his disciple after work. Unexpectedly, an internal call interrupted, causing the old director's brow to furrow slightly. "What is it?" "A journalist seeking an interview." Zhao Junfeng, who had dedicated his life to criminal investigation, had faced countless life-threatening situations, yet he feared not the most heinous criminals, but rather the intellectuals who wielded words like weapons. After hanging up, Zhao appeared somewhat resigned. The 418 case has resurfaced. The prosecutor's office sends someone over every few days to supervise, and the court is pressuring us for additional evidence. The uproar online is overwhelming, with accusations of coercion. The brothers in the task force had been sleepless for days, yet capturing the suspect was no easy feat in Hai Province, a populous region, housed over a third of its population as migrant workers, making the investigation a laborious endeavor. Song Yuhang contemplated. "I am somewhat familiar with the case. I suggest we focus our investigation on those who had close contact with the deceased. After all, few knew the deceased suffered from heart disease, particularly those who interacted with him on the night of the incident, especially those who had visited the KTV. The deceased worked there, and his interpersonal relationships were quite complex." He lifted his teacup, taking a sip, his brow furrowed with concern. Due to this matter, the brothers at the headquarters have been tirelessly working for several consecutive nights. Although he, as a leader, does not need to personally visit each household to investigate, the burden on his shoulders is not light. He has not enjoyed a restful sleep for several days. Song Yuhang pondered for a moment, her thumb unconsciously caressing her index finger as she contemplated the issue. Despite this, her expression remained largely devoid of emotional fluctuation. Simultaneously, the investigation into Jean Weixin, clarifying the source of the drugs, brought them closer to the truth. "Have you seen the autopsy report?" Zhao Junfeng did not shy away from the question, placing the document on the table. Holding a teacup, the steam rose, moistening the lenses of his reading glasses as he gently stroked the cup's rim, his demeanor appearing somewhat enigmatic. "To mislead the police or to frame someone else?" She lightly pressed her lips together. Or perhaps it was merely a fear that the deceased might not be truly dead and could be stabbed again. The scientific profile of criminal psychology is built upon crime analysis, victim information, and logically consistent evidence, rather than being clouded in mystique like fortune-telling. Therefore, having not conducted a scene investigation or seen the body herself, she could only offer suggestions. It was possible that the perpetrator might appear in the KTV that night. The possibility of female involvement could not be ruled out. With scant information, the conclusions remained limited. After she finished speaking, Zhao Junfeng chuckled lightly, as if confident and yet unsurprised. By now, dusk had settled, and the sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting a patch of light onto his desk. A breeze lifted a corner of the autopsy report, revealing the name of the chief forensic pathologist, Lin Yan. At that moment, Song Yuhang did not comprehend the meaning behind his smile, only to later realize that her earlier remarks had been brought to his attention days prior. Was it a case of heroes sharing similar insights, or merely the fated rivalry of adversaries? She and Lin Yan were but two insignificant stars in the vast tide of this era. "Miss, dinner is ready," the butler gently knocked on the study door. Lin Yan placed the folded origami crane into a clear glass bottle, sealed it, and locked it in the cabinet. "Please bring it in." "Come, Xiao Song. It's not every day you visit, so do eat more." This evening, the mistress prepared a family feast with a plethora of hot dishes, including fish, shrimp, crab, and meat. Observing her bowl piled high, Song Yuhang reluctantly stuffed her mouth while attempting to ward off more food. "That's enough, mistress. There's still food in the bowl. You should eat too." Fine, you all sit tight. I still have soup simmering on the stove." With that, she hurried back into the kitchen to fetch the soup. Zhao Junfeng opened a bottle of wuliangya, filling his glass while only pouring half a cup for her. The two plastic cups clinked together, and upon taking a sip, Song Yuhang's face flushed bright red. Zhao Junfeng laughed heartily. "You still can't handle alcohol. I apologize for the embarrassment." "Oh, why are you urging her to drink?" "Xiao Song shouldn't tea if she can't. Don't listen to him. Here, have some soup." Song Yuhang quickly stood to take the bowl. "Thank you, mistress." "What are you thanking me for, dear child? We haven't had anyone visit in 10 days to half a month. Your presence brings joy to the mistress." Zhao Junfeng has traversed a remarkable journey. Rising from the position of a beat cop to the esteemed deputy director of the Criminal Investigation Department at the Banhai Provincial Public Security Bureau, his path has been fraught with tumult and strife. Yet, even in his twilight years, he remains childless. His only son was tragically murdered years ago, a victim of vengeance from criminals. Had he lived, he would have likely reached the age of establishing his own family by now. Although the case has been resolved, the scars left on the hearts of the elderly couple remain, and they have chosen not to have any more children over the years. Consequently, the Zhao household is perpetually shrouded in solitude. Zhao Junfeng poured himself another drink, shifting the topic. "Let us not dwell on this. I have heard that you are seeing someone? What is the age, background, and profession of your companion? What is their character like? Do they have a propensity for domestic violence?" Such inquiries are instinctual for someone in criminal investigation. Song Yuhang, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "Nothing escapes your notice. We are not officially together yet. I am merely following my mother's suggestion to go on a blind date." Zhao Junfeng, understanding her well, deduced that if she was being so candid, it likely meant she had found someone appealing. "We've met a few times, and he is a few years my senior, just under 40, single and unmarried, with no vices such as smoking or drinking. He resides locally in Jiangcheng and holds a doctorate in medicine," she elaborated. Song Yuhang's mentor, listening intently, found these qualifications commendable yet harbored some doubts. At such an age, still a first-time groom? One must wonder if there are undisclosed issues. It might be wise to observe carefully. Song Yuhang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we have merely dined together a few times, just as friends for now. I haven't given it much deeper thought." "Precisely," Zhao Junfeng concurred. "Marriage is not a matter to be rushed. With your commendable attributes, my dear Song, you need not worry about finding a suitable partner." Zhao Junfeng, slightly exasperated, shot her a few admonishing glances. "What do you know? It is inherently challenging for a criminal investigator to find a partner, especially for a woman in this profession, who is even rarer. If you do not seize the opportunity while you are young to find someone who captivates your heart, as you grow older, the tables will turn, and the selection will be mutual." His words echoed the sentiments of her mother. Song Yuhang sighed, "Director Zhao." Her mentor then playfully chided him. "You should be grateful I took a liking to you. It must be the result of 8 lifetimes of good fortune. You seem to grow more outspoken with age," Zhao Junfeng retorted, though the twinkle in his eyes belied his complaints, and laughter filled the room. As the city lights began to illuminate the evening, vehicles flowed through the elevated highways, and the aroma of the meal wafted through the air. For countless individuals, It was merely an ordinary weekend. Yet for Song Yuhang, many years later, she would fondly remember the rosy glow on her mentor's face, the playful banter of her mentoress wife, and the delightful spread of her favorite dishes laid before her. Chapter 4. Staged Accidents. 3 months later. On a Monday morning in Jiang City, the streets were still unregulated, allowing a vast influx of vehicles to converge onto the congested roads. Traffic lights blinked intermittently. Groups of electric bicycles and scooters darted through the gaps with reckless abandon. The cacophony of honking horns mingled with the sharp whistles of traffic officers, resembling a boiling pot of water. Pedestrians, eager to cross before the lights changed, surged forward in a chaotic throng. In the midst of the commotion, someone's meat bun was jostled from their grasp, rolling to the roadside, where a stray dog scavenging near a trash bin eagerly seized it. The driver's horn blared incessantly, yet pedestrians continued to cross the road in an unceasing stream. As the red light approached its inevitable transition to green, the sound of impatient newspaper rustling from the back seat grew louder. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he pressed down on the accelerator. Lin Yan held a freshly brewed cup of coffee, prepared before departure, but before she could savor more than a few sips, a thunderous crash resonated, jolting the vehicle violently, leaving her expensive, globally limited edition suit utterly soiled. The tension in her temples throbbed. Damn it, are we seeking death? A crowd had gathered at the intersection. In Jiangcheng, where luxury vehicles were a rarity, onlookers pointed and whispered amongst themselves. Song Yuhang helped the elderly man who had fallen, while a tricycle lay overturned, its basket of fruits and vegetables strewn across the ground, rendered inedible. Fortunately, she had spotted the impending danger just in time to rescue the old man from the tricycle. Her little electric scooter had been toppled, but the elderly gentleman had merely sustained a scrape. Are you all right? The elderly woman sat on the ground, shaken, her eyes welling up at the sight of the scattered vegetables, her mouth opening in silent anguish. And what of the driver? Do you not realize you have struck someone? Shouldn't you disembark and offer an explanation? Indeed, what of it? Driving a Mercedes does not place you above accountability. Come down, swiftly. Everyone, we were driving normally. It was this elderly woman who suddenly dashed out. Had we not braked in time, who knows what might have occurred? The butler interjected calmly with a smile. What does it matter that you were driving normally? You have still struck a person, have you not? It is astonishing how, despite driving such a fine vehicle, you exhibit no empathy whatsoever. Indeed, how pitiable the old woman is, venturing out early to sell her vegetables, and now she cannot even do that. What would it cost you to compensate her? By your reasoning, should I also pay for her medical examination and cover her medical expenses? Not to mention compensating her for this day's loss? A low, gravelly voice interjected suddenly. The woman's tone was not particularly melodious, carrying a raspy quality, as though years of smoking had taken their toll. Song Yuhang looked up, her gaze first landing on a pair of slender high heels, followed by wide-legged black trousers, and ultimately resting on a face that was strikingly memorable. She furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall from where. Finally, a voice of reason. You must be the vehicle owner, right? The large man who had spoken earlier chimed in again, clearly captivated by the beautiful Mercedes. Are you a traffic officer? Lin Yan draped her suit jacket over her arm, while the butler shielded her with an umbrella, her expression clearly marked with the words, "Do not approach." And no, not at all, stammered the man, momentarily taken aback by her imposing presence. Then why should I heed your words? Her lips curled into a scornful smile as she glanced at her watch. The traffic lights changed every 60 seconds. 3 minutes ago, it had been red. I adhered to the traffic laws, while it was that elderly woman who ran the red light. The elderly man nestled in Song Yuhang's embrace straightened his back, clad in tattered clothing with muddy shoes, his white hair unkempt, trembling lips murmuring, "I'm sorry, miss. I was in a rush to sell my vegetables. If I couldn't sell them today, all my efforts over the past month would have been in vain." As the elderly man choked back tears, Lin Yan found herself at the center of a whirlwind of accusations, inciting the onlookers to murmur discontentedly. Indeed, why should a woman driving a Mercedes engage in conflict with a humble vegetable vendor? Is it not arduous for her to earn a meager living through dawn to dusk toil? The youth of today seemed devoid of any empathy. Lin Yan rolled her eyes, thinking, is my wealth merely a gust of wind? Fine, you wish for compensation, do you? Lin Yan pointed towards the dented bumper and the scratches on the car's front. This vehicle, while not extravagant, is valued at around 2 million. Given the market repair rates, let us say a discounted estimate of 10,000 for the paintwork. Who shall compensate me, you or you? Her gaze swept over the most vociferous of the crowd, a sardonic smile gracing her lips, embodying an air of superiority. And what of my suit, which is bespoke and non-returnable? not to mention non-dry cleanable. Thanks to this abrupt halt, a cup of coffee has been spilled upon it, costing me 100,000. Shouldn't I also be compensated for that? The elderly woman, pale with fright, seemed on the verge of prostrating herself before her. I'm so sorry, my dear. It's truly my fault. I'm an old woman. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. It's just me and my little grandson at home. Please, I don't want you to be responsible. It's all my fault, she pleaded. Witnesses, moved by the elderly woman's plight, redirected their ire towards Lin Yan. The blame repeatedly fell upon her, accusing her of being unkind due to her wealth. Should I, because of my affluence, be obligated to alleviate the burdens of the less fortunate? Lin Yan, growing increasingly impatient, snapped. Would you all kindly shut up? Did I crash into you or you? It was none of your business. The robust man, incensed by her retort, lunged forward, fists clenched. Damn it, I'm intervening today. Lin Yan's driver stepped protectively in front of her. Before the fist could descend, it was intercepted by another young woman, tall but seemingly not very strong, who effortlessly neutralized his aggression with a gentle push, sending him stumbling back into the crowd. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Another meddler. I see. Song Yuhang shook his head. This isn't meddling. You were speeding. Both parties share half the responsibility, and you must compensate. However, beyond the law lies human sentiment. You ought to pay a little more. Lin Yan nearly choked on her indignation. No. Song Yuhang pointed to the sign above. In the city, the speed limit is 30. Beside a massive advertisement stood a solitary pole with a nondescript warning sign, where the number 30 was circled in red paint. The young lady's lips twitched, teetering on the edge of fury. Song Yuhang added, based on the time you passed the intersection and the distance, your speed was indeed over the limit. Her tone remained steady, devoid of any fluctuation, as she reiterated the calculation formula when she observed Lin Yan's confusion. Lin Yan, now overwhelmed, groaned. All right, enough. Just because you say I should compensate, does that mean I must? Truly. Song Yuhang hesitated momentarily. The traffic police had yet to arrive. Instinctively, she reached into her pocket, hoping to retrieve her officer's badge, only to be met with emptiness. Uncertain, she rummaged through her coat pocket once more. What was happening? A scam? A shakedown? Or perhaps a case of staged accidents? Miss Lin rolled her eyes dramatically, signaling her butler to hand over her wallet. She casually extracted a handful of bills without counting and tossed them into their arms dismissively, as though shooing away beggars. In this day and age, those who engage in staged accidents seem remarkably diligent. With such tenacity, what could they not accomplish? Consider this money as compensation for your troubles. Use it for your burial expenses. You've wasted my time, now be gone. Should there be any further issues, contact us through this number. He also offered her a business card, a thin piece embossed with the golden letters of Jingtai Group Company, Limited, with a series of phone numbers for the legal department on the reverse. Song Yuhang thought of returning the money. I truly am not. The butler shook his head and had already moved away, while the Mercedes-Benz slowly merged into the flow of traffic. Good sir, are you in any pain? Shall I assist you to the hospital? She inquired. No. Thank you, young lady. You are a kind-hearted person. The elderly man grasped her hand, tears welling in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude. The burly man she had just stopped handed a bottle of water to the elderly lady and casually offered her one as well. Hey, I must say, you possess quite the strength. I've never feared anyone in a fight, but with just a gentle push from you, I felt as though I might lose my footing. Honestly, you shouldn't have stopped me. That sort of unreasonable woman deserves a good thrashing to set things right. Song Yuhang smiled faintly, graciously declining the offered bottle of mineral water. It is fortunate that you did not resort to violence. The driver accompanying that woman was of average height, yet his broad shoulders and firm muscles suggested a robust physique. Callous fingers hinted at frequent boxing, while a flat nose bore scars indicative of combat experience. Most telling were his cauliflower ears. Only those seasoned in battle would carry such marks. A mere driver had reached the level of a champion in mixed martial arts. Who, then, was that woman? Miss, are we simply going to let this go? The driver queried, glancing back at her through the rearview mirror as the car progressed. Lin Yan did not even lift her brow, engrossed in the newspaper she held. Otherwise, do you think you could defeat that woman? The driver seemed momentarily taken aback, his pride slightly wounded. I'm headed to the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau. I'm exhausted after this morning, she said, stifling a small yawn with her hand. The driver, sensing the urgency, promptly tightened his grip on the steering wheel and accelerated towards the municipal police station. By now, it was past 9 in the morning, a bustling time as officers came and went. The vehicle halted abruptly at the entrance, and Miss Lin flung the door open. donned her sunglasses, and stepped out in her high heels with an air of grace and confidence, striding through the throngs. Officers exchanged hushed whispers. Could it be that another young lady of high stature has come to stir up trouble? One officer, chewing on half a sausage and balancing several bags of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns, was clad in a uniform that bulged slightly. He was of modest height, sported thick black-rimmed glasses, and had a somewhat tan complexion, with arms thicker than Lin Yan's thighs. A waft of pork and cabbage dumpling aroma drifted past Lin Yan. Miss Lin frowned and retched a couple of times, uncertain whether it was the stench of the dumplings or the appearance of those around her that revolted her. Goodness, what a grotesque assembly of figures. This place was not unfamiliar to Lin Yan. She raised her gaze to the national emblem towering in the hall of the municipal bureau and resolutely plunged into her work. Have you heard? Today our forensic team has a new medical examiner, the renowned Lin. What was her name again? Lin Yan. A book titled Analysis of Previous Civil Service Examination Papers in Binhai Province slipped from the speaker's nose, revealing a face that, amidst the bizarre assortment around, was relatively presentable. However, from the fallen book emerged a rather frivolous Japanese cartoon illustration. Greasy hands, akin to those that had just devoured a sausage, typed the name Lin Yan into the keyboard, resulting in a flurry of search results. Hey, come look. Several heads huddled together. Lin Yan, 32 years old, graduated with a bachelor's degree from Fudan University, known as one of the top forensic academies, and pursued her master's and doctoral studies at Boston University's Forensic Science Department. To date, she has performed dissections on over 5,000 corpses, setting a record among young scholars. The woman in the photo donned a white lab coat, her wavy hair neatly tied up, with wisps framing her face. Her arched eyebrows, slightly lifted eyes, and fair complexion contrasted with her deep lip color, giving her the appearance of a model with meticulously crafted makeup rather than that of a doctor or forensic expert. This must be last year's report. She just surpassed 6,000 autopsies this year. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, observing the woman lounging in a chair, crossing her legs while delicately attending to her exquisite manicure. Indeed, I wish that old codger would kick the bucket sooner. Lin Yan found the chairs in the police station rather uncomfortable, shifting restlessly until she finally sat upright. The chubby fellow polished his glasses on his shirt. Isn't this Lin Yan, often accused of defending suspects, now labeled as the #1 enemy by the Binhai Provincial Public Security Bureau? The woman acknowledged with a slight nod, exuding an air of irresistible charm. The boy who had just been reading swallowed hard, nervously caressing a piece of paper in his pocket. Is it true that Lin Yan has a chaotic personal life? Dating 3 boyfriends simultaneously? Uh-huh. Miss Lin raised her slender finger and waved it dismissively. It's 4. The only female officer in the forensic team, sporting blunt bangs and glasses thicker than a beer bottle's bottom, struggled to close her jaw in astonishment. Lin Yan, the heiress with immense wealth, spending money like water? The officer's eyes sparkled with admiration, viewing Lin Yan as a walking fortune and a money-printing machine. All right, enough with the questions.
Who'll show me to the changing room?
Where's the restroom? 3 people rushed forward simultaneously. Me? I'll take you. What do you mean you? Can you even enter the women's changing room? Miss, let me carry your bag. This table is unoccupied. I'll clean it for you. The chubby fellow, blushing and awkward, offered. Dr. Lin, are you hungry? This is the dumpling I didn't finish this morning. Before he could bask in such kindness, she parted her thin lips and coldly uttered a single word, roll. In the silence, the fragile heart of the overweight individual shattered into countless pieces. The young man patted his shoulder sympathetically and hurried to assist Lin Yan in gathering her belongings. What happened, Captain Song? Song Yuhang emerged from the changing room, still in the early days of spring when the air was stifling, without the air conditioning. He wore a light blue short-sleeved uniform that revealed a large bruise on his arm. From his elbow down to his forearm, dried blood mingled with dust and grit, creating a rather distressing sight. These were the wounds he had sustained while rescuing an elderly person from the ground. He casually grabbed a tissue to wipe it away, not even furrowing his brow. It's nothing, just a minor injury. A concerned colleague approached, offering him a wet wipe. Is there still someone brave enough to assault a police officer these days? Assaulting an officer? Song Yuhang recalled the arrogant demeanor of that woman, a hint of a smile curving his lips. Assaulting an officer is not something they would dare to do. It's merely that I encountered a deranged woman who collided with my vehicle. Let us not dwell on it. The traffic in Jiangcheng is truly unbearable. I ran into 2 lunatics recklessly crashing into my car early this morning. A somewhat familiar voice echoed from the entrance. Those engaged in criminal investigation are particularly sensitive. Given the small size of Jiangcheng, excitement flickered in their eyes. The deranged woman's song referred to strode in, her 7-centimeter heels clicking against the floor. clad in an ill-fitting police uniform that hung loosely on her frame, with a button left undone, revealing her fair skin and delicate collarbone, accented by a charming earring of indeterminate design. The leader of the criminal investigation team followed closely behind. Comrades, allow me to introduce our new arrival, Lin Yan, the forensic expert. I trust her name is already well known to you all. Someone nearly toppled from their chair in surprise. A fleeting expression of discomfort crossed Song Yuhang's face as she touched her nose. A junior officer nudged her arm. Hey, Captain Song. You don't mean that crazy woman is hurt, do you? Lin Yan glanced over with a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Raising an eyebrow. What a coincidence, a staged accident. Caught in the act of disparaging someone behind their back, Song Yuhang displayed little reaction. The awkwardness came swiftly and dissipated even faster, prompting her to extend her hand. It's not a staged accident. You were speeding. Hello, I'm Song Yuhang, deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. By introducing herself along with her title, she signaled her intention for cordiality. However, Lin Yan had no intention of shaking hands in reconciliation, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The head of the municipal criminal investigation team was a man in his 40s, slightly overweight, with a receding hairline, appearing more like a slick businessman than a police officer. He cleared his throat to ease the tension. Well then, let's all introduce ourselves. The overweight man was the first to step forward for a handshake. Hello, Lin Yan. I'm Zheng Qingrui, a graduate in computer science, currently a technician in the cybersecurity division of the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau's criminal investigation team. It was customary for the technical investigation and cybersecurity to be distinct departments. But due to a lack of personnel in cybersecurity, they had been merged into one, saving the need for an additional office. Lin Yan couldn't even muster the effort to raise an eyebrow at him. Recognizing the lack of interest, Zheng Qingrui dejectedly withdrew. At last, the female officer timidly approached and saluted, introducing herself as Fong Xian, a forensic investigator from the Technical Investigation Department. One by one, the others followed suit. But amidst the diverse assembly, Lin Yan scarcely remembered any names. It was the woman, the deputy team leader, who sat unobtrusively in a corner, exuding a tranquil demeanor reminiscent of the slowly drifting blue skies and white clouds outside. Had it not been for witnessing her exceptional skills, Lin Yan might have overlooked her entirely. Wait a moment. Am I the only forensic doctor in the technical investigation team? Lin Yan's gaze shifted to the motley crew surrounding her. Zhang Jinhai cleared his throat. There is also a chief forensic physician who recently passed away, and the organization is yet to replace him. Let it be, she mused. She shouldn't have asked. She had never encountered a municipal police bureau so meager, resembling a makeshift troop cobbled together in a remote town. Chapter 5. Confrontation. Song Yuhang gently tapped on the door, and upon hearing a robust voice beckoning her to enter, she pushed the door open and placed the case closure report on the desk. Feng Jiangwo was engrossed in paperwork. A large enamel mug emblazoned with the words "Serve the People" at his side, a memento from when he earned a third-class merit upon starting his career, which he had continued to use. Noticing her silence and stillness, he glanced up in mild surprise. What's the matter? Song Yuhang parted her lips slightly. It seemed he grasped her thoughts, as he capped his pen. I heard you had a bit of a conflict with the new forensic doctor, Lin, this morning? As Feng's gaze settled on her arm, she turned her head to glance. It's nothing, just a scrape. A few years back, during a cross-province manhunt, she had battled fiercely with criminals for half an hour, without sustaining such an injury. Feng, known for his gentle nature and bespectacled demeanor, even jested with her. Song Yuhang lowered her head in silence, yet Feng Jiangwo understood her unspoken thoughts. She was curious why someone like Lin Yan was allowed into their precinct. While others were bustling about, this young lady reclined in her office, sipping the coffee brewed by Fong Xian, with soothing music playing on her computer. She lay back in her chair, feet propped up on the desk, indulging in a facial mask, declaring it was her midday self-care time. A leisurely, amused voice emanated from the receiver. Lin Yan carefully pressed down the mask on her nose to keep it from lifting while speaking in a muffled tone. Come on, you're so busy. When would you have time to pick me up? The man on the other end, clad in a white coat, stood outside the examination room, chuckling softly. I do have time to pick you up. Lin Yan jolted in surprise. Ugh, how gross. Speak plainly. The man couldn't suppress his laughter, drawing glances from passing nurses. He cleared his throat, regaining his composure. All right, when will you come over for dinner? It was that old coot Lin Yuan who had you call me, wasn't he it? Don't say it like that, Uncle Lin, after all. Upon hearing that name, Lin Yan felt exasperated and pulled the phone away from her ear. Enough, if you're going to talk about that, we have nothing to discuss. Please, don't hang up. If you won't show respect to Uncle Lin, at least do it for my mother, who often thinks of you. From a genealogical perspective, Lin Ge is considered her cousin, yet due to their childhood camaraderie, they could never address each other properly, resorting instead to calling each other Lin Ge and Lin Yan. After her college entrance examinations, she severed all ties with the Lin family, maintaining only sporadic contact with Lin Ge. For many years, her relationship with her nominal father has been lukewarm at best. His presence in her life is likely only felt through the inexplicably increased funds in her bank account each month. She paused momentarily, exhaling subtly, "No. I want to be visiting your home. Let us arrange to have dinner together another time." "All right, but you must schedule it in advance. I cannot guarantee my availability." "To hell with that, is something going on?" Lin Yan retorted with a laugh. "Nothing much. Just following my mother's wishes. It's a matchmaking event. I suppose we ought to meet occasionally to foster some feelings." It seems you are serious this time, young lady," she teased, lightly whistling. This was indeed a time of flourishing success for him, coinciding with his mother's increasing desire for grandchildren. With a sigh, he replied, "Seriousness is a stretch. We're merely acquaintances for now. I suspect the other party feels similarly. And what about you? You're not getting any younger. Perhaps it's time to contemplate your own lifelong commitments." "Shut up. I'm not that old. I'm only 31. Lin Yan exclaimed indignantly, following her outburst. The atmosphere grew still for 2 seconds, and the music abruptly ceased. A gaze fell upon her. She looked up to see Officer Song standing at the door, backlit and unreadable, having likely been there for some time. Does this person even walk without making a sound? Lin Yan rolled her eyes. "All right, someone has arrived. I'll speak to you later." "Excuse me, do you have any gauze or alcohol?" Lin Yan inquired. Lin Yan was busy scrolling through her contact list for her evening date, her eyelids barely lifting. "I don't know. Fong Xian?" Fong Xian lifted her head from a mountain of paperwork, adjusting her glasses. "Huh? What's up, Lin Jia?" Song Yuhang repeated, "Alcohol, gauze." As if anticipating their confusion, he added, "I need to tend to a wound." Fong Xian quickly stood up. Yes, we have some in the cabinet in the autopsy room. I'll get it for you." Just a wall away was the forensic autopsy room. Fong Xian retrieved the items and handed them to him. "Let me assist you." "Officer Song." "That's not necessary," Song Yuhang replied casually, finding a chair to sit down. He rolled his sleeves above his shoulders and awkwardly used a cotton swab dipped in alcohol to extract small grains of sand embedded in his skin. Fong Xian, unable to bear the sight of such raw and bloody scenes, turned pale, while he remained silent and seemingly unfazed by the pain. Lin Yan, while typing to her evening date, remarked nonchalantly, "Some people just don't need to show off their heroics." This comment was rather excessive, causing Fong Xian to anxiously watch the two, fearing that a confrontation was imminent. Unexpectedly, Captain Song exhibited no extraneous actions, tending to her wound with remarkable composure. Disposing of the used cotton swabs and gauze into the trash, she neatly secured the cap of the alcohol bottle and handed it to her. "Thank you," Lin Yan replied, her face still adorned with a mask. Startled, she lifted her head abruptly, nearly letting out a yelp at the sight before her. Song Yuhang remained unperturbed, her demeanor suggesting a nonchalance that bordered on indifference, reminiscent of an ancient swordsman, cloaked in white, who transcended worldly desires. Yet, in this modern setting, such a stoic visage could be quite unsettling, especially when fixated upon by such an expressionless face. "Is there something on my face?" Lin Yan inquired, as Song Yuhang leaned closer. Being a head taller, their proximity enveloped Lin Yan in a subtle scent of laundry detergent. With a swift kick, Lin Yan propelled herself backward, her chair scraping against the floor. "Captain Song, it feels inappropriate for you to gaze at me so intently in the office." Standing upright, Song Yuhang, with her arm already bandaged, placed a hand in her pocket and gazed at Lin Yan. According to Article 7, Clause 3 of the regulations on the dress code for law enforcement officers, uniforms must not be worn loosely, nor should sleeves be rolled or pant legs be cuffed. Lin Yan glanced at the uniform jacket draped over a nearby chair, then at her own collar, where 2 buttons were undone, and her pant legs were rolled up, slowly forming a question mark with her expression. Fong Xian hastily adjusted his uniform and smoothed his hair to present a tidy appearance. Outside of work requirements and special circumstances, standard footwear must be worn, leather shoes, rubber shoes, or black leather footwear, with women's heels not exceeding 4 centimeters. Lin Yan's 7 centimeter stiletto heels, embellished with rhinestones, could certainly dazzle Fong Xian's eyes. With an incredulous expression, she gazed at Song Yuhang as though confronting an extraterrestrial being. Stepping back, Song Yuhang continued, "Moreover, nail polish, dyed hair, and jewelry are strictly prohibited." "Are you even human, Song Yuhang? Are you a woman?" It seemed that Captain Song adhered to her uniform year-round, never having dyed her hair, her shoulder-length locks always tied back, revealing her striking features. As for jewelry, one could surmise she found them excessively cumbersome. From both physiological and psychological perspectives, I am indeed a woman. As a forensic expert, your question lacks professionalism. Lin Yan nearly choked on her own words, taken aback by the audacity of someone who could render her speechless. Although she appeared only a few years older, her rigid demeanor was astonishingly antiquated. First and foremost, how I choose to dress is my prerogative. Even a police officer should not interfere. True, but within the police force, one must adhere to our regulations. Lin Yan scoffed, rising to face her, the mask slipping from her face. In a fit of defiance, she wadded it up and hurled it at Song Yuhang's shoulder, her eyes glinting with sardonic mockery. I simply want to comply. What will you do about it? Will you strike me or file a complaint? Let me remind you, the municipal government still owes my family money for projects. Do you have any idea how many public servants my family has supported in Binhai province? Test me. I dare you. The mask landed at Song Yuhang's feet, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. Fong Xian was so astonished that she scarcely dared to breathe. For a moment, only the sound of their quiet breaths and the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall could be heard. Song Yuhang took a gentle step forward. Lin Yan did not retreat, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Just as Song Yuhang planned to advance another step, someone firmly seized her arm. The naive young girl displayed a brave resolve, as if preparing for a noble sacrifice. Captain Song, don't.
Please stop.
Lin Yan discreetly swallowed hard. The person opposite her, however, slightly curved her lips, almost leading Lin to believe it was an illusion. Do not be anxious. I shall not harm you. I merely think that since you are disinterested, you should relinquish your position to someone more deserving. This statement sent Lin Yan into a fury. Who's anxious? Who's anxious? Which of your eyes saw me anxious? After her outburst, the room fell silent, the tension palpable. Even Fong Xian could not suppress a laugh. Quickly covering her mouth. You just swallowed, your right hand formed a fist, your toes pointed outward, your body tense, and your jaw slightly quivered. This is a defensive posture. If I were to strike, you would retaliate, yet you are uncertain of your ability to overcome me, hence you have not made the first move. Lin Yan was so infuriated that her eyes rolled back in exasperation, her frustration boiling over, almost leading her to froth at the mouth. And she directly grabbed a copy of Forensic Medicine and hurled it at her. Fong Xian held her tightly. Don't, Sister Lin, please. You cannot win against her. Captain Song has been first in the annual training exercises. Items scattered across the table as Song Yuhang stepped back and scathed. She retrieved a stack of cash, wrapped in A4 paper, from her pocket and placed it on the table. Here, this is for you. Please do not exceed the speed limit in the city again. Lin Yan, in a fit of rage, picked up another book and threw it at her. Song Yuhang tilted her head slightly, evading the projectile, and without further words, turned to leave. Lin Yan attempted to pursue but was firmly restrained by Fong Xian. She had never experienced such humiliation. As a child, she had once beaten Lin Cheng so badly at the age of 6 that he was left searching for his teeth. Although she faced punishment from her stepmother afterward, as a member of the Lin family, she naturally carried an air of superiority that discouraged any dissent. People either kept their distance out of respect or sought to ingratiate themselves with her. For the first time in her life, she felt a sense of defeat from a woman. The last time she had felt such a sensation was nearly 2 decades ago. After Song Yuhang left, Fong Xian cautiously brought her a cup of coffee. Sister Lin, please do not be angry at Captain Song. Although she can be a bit rigid at times, she is genuinely a good person. There is a reason for her demeanor. Though I have only recently joined the technical investigation team, I have heard that the late chief forensic pathologist was her longtime partner and a former classmate. He passed away on the job. Though she may not express it, she must be feeling more sorrow than anyone else. Lin Yan intended to respond, but her gaze fell upon the desk before her. A surface filled with traces of the deceased. Scattered forensic books, sticky notes on the computer screen, and a yellowed old photograph caught her attention. It was a Polaroid, not particularly clear in resolution, depicting 2 young individuals standing together, one of whom had just quarreled with her. At that time, she was still youthful, adorned in a pristine uniform, her features radiant and her lips graced by a subtle smile, with 2 4-pointed stars embellishing her shoulders. It was indeed a time of youthful exuberance. Lin Yan pressed her lips together. Never mind, I shall be magnanimous and not hold it against her. As Song Yuhang stepped outside, she exhaled a breath of stale air, recalling the words of Director Feng. Someone like Lin Yan, obstinate and lawless, would not have gained entry into our municipal bureau without possessing some genuine skills. She could merely be regarded as an external personnel. I realize you have an inherent intolerance for nonsense, but do not take it too much to heart. For some reason, She always sensed a hint of indulgence and helplessness in Director Feng's tone when he mentioned Lin Yan. Perhaps she was merely overthinking it. She shook her head and strode away. Chapter 6. Confrontation. After a monotonous day of routine work within the system, devoid of any significant cases, Lin Yan stepped out of her office and lit a cigarette, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she walked, her uniform jacket draped over her arm. Before she could finish her cigarette, a flashy Rolls-Royce halted at the entrance of the bureau. Lin, the forensic expert, discarded her cigarette and approached, as a slickly dressed young man with oiled hair emerged from the vehicle. While the two were engrossed in an affectionate embrace, Song Yuhang was preoccupied with her damaged little electric scooter, clad in a simple olive green t-shirt, a pure white towel draped around her neck, her hands smeared with grease. When she finally repaired her scooter, a chorus of gasps captured her attention. She looked up to see the two at the bureau's entrance, completely lost in a passionate kiss. Not far from her, from this angle, Lin Yan's slender waist was encircled by a single hand. With her height complementing his slightly lowered head, she bore an expression of engagement. A flash of a camera illuminated the scene, suggesting that it would undoubtedly make headlines in tomorrow's entertainment section. Song Yuhang shook her head slightly, removed her soiled gloves, and tossed them into the trunk before starting her vehicle and slowly exiting the bureau's gates. The couple and their car gradually diminished into a mere speck in the distance. In a brief moment, as she waited at a traffic light, that very car reappeared, stopping alongside her, and the window slowly descended. Her gaze passed over with unperturbed calm. A slender hand emerged from the window, and then, a middle finger was raised in her direction. This fellow still harbored resentment over the morning's incident. Officer Song chose to ignore it, and as soon as the light turned red, she made a swift turn and departed. In her rear-view mirror, the Rolls-Royce continued straight, growing increasingly distant. A rare day of respite for Lin Yan meant reveling in companionship, indulging in wine and debauchery, lost in a state of blissful oblivion. For Song Yuhang, it signified time spent in fitness and martial arts. She preferred to invest her hours in such pursuits. Having lived in this area for as long as she could remember, numerous family housing complexes had been built by the police bureau over the years, yet neither she nor her mother had ever moved away. The walls of the old neighborhood had begun to show signs of wear, with mischievous children etching various marks with ballpoint pens, while climbing vines adorned the higher portions, flourishing in the lushness of summer. The residential building is modest, only 6 stories high, thus lacking an elevator. Song Yuhang secured her small electric scooter at the entrance and carried the fruits she had purchased, ascending the narrow corridor. With each floor she traversed, a sensor light extinguished, recently replaced just days prior. Upon reaching the door of apartment 603, she retrieved her key and unlocked the door. Only in her mother's presence did her typically reserved smile reveal a hint of warmth. "I bought apples, your favorite. Let us enjoy them after dinner," she said. She took her toiletries into the bathroom, hearing a few murmurs of complaint from outside. "You child, we haven't finished the watermelon from yesterday." She raised her voice in response. "Summer fruits spoil quickly. If we haven't finished them, we might as well discard them. That's not acceptable." It didn't cost much. "Just eat a little less at dinner and finish it," her mother insisted. As Song Yuhang turned on the shower, a slight smile crept onto her lips, allowing the warm water to wash away the fatigue of the day. The apartment was compact, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, where the dining table occupied the majority of the space. An old color television sat opposite the table, with a small altar atop it, supported by a stand, displaying 2 portraits, one youthful, the other older. After finishing her shower, Song Yuhang lit an incense stick before taking a seat. The home-cooked dishes were light and modest in portion, with all the meat served in her bowl. As she shoveled rice into her mouth, she prompted, "Mom, if you have something to say, just say it." Her mother paused, a touch of embarrassment evident as she spoke. "I took the liberty of arranging dinner for you with Mr. Lin, whom you met last time." A grain of rice lodged in Song Yuhang's throat, prompting her to gulp down some tea. "Mom, I know you're reluctant, but over the years, you haven't found anyone you truly like. Your job is demanding, and when people learn you're a detective, they hesitate to introduce you to others. It's rare to find someone who doesn't mind, so please give it a chance. After all, relationships develop over time, don't they?" Song Yuhang understood that the genesis of emotion, be it love at first sight or a slow burn, is intrinsically linked to the secretion of dopamine and adrenaline. She had a multitude of scientific rebuttals ready, yet she could not voice them, especially in front of the portraits of her father and elder brother. "I understand, Mom. I'll reach out to him after dinner." Upon hearing this, her mother brightened, adding more braised pork to her bowl. This Mr. Lin was also introduced by Aunt Wang, who mentioned he had come to her dental clinic for a filling. He was quite handsome and possessed a good sense of humor. Most importantly, he was a returnee, single, and unmarried. Song Yuhang had only met him once or twice, hardly forming a strong impression. But she noted he lacked the typical flaws of ordinary men. At least he wouldn't smoke in front of women, and he seemed to possess a certain charm and thoughtfulness. Reflecting on their shared surname, she pondered how vastly different individuals could be. She recalled the arrogant forensic expert, Lin, and involuntarily frowned, finishing her meal.
Mom.
I'll go wash the dishes. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Lin Yan languidly awoke from her slumber. Gently pushing the man's hand away from her body, she sat up, reached for a cigarette on the bedside table, lit it, and inhaled deeply to alleviate the headache brought on by the previous night's revelry. Stay with me a little longer, the man murmured, attempting to wrap his arms around her shoulders. With a cigarette delicately pinched between her fingers, Lin Yan made a gesture to halt him, leaning against the bedside table to unlock her phone screen, revealing an overwhelming number of missed calls. Duan Cheng, sister? Are you coming to work today? Zheng Qingrui, Forensic Officer Lin, I've bought you breakfast and left it on your desk. Accompanying this was an image of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Lin Yan winced at the thought of her throbbing teeth. Finally, there was Fong Xian, his expression trembling. Sister Lin, Captain Song has been looking for you, for quite a while. The pain in her jaw intensified. Oblivious to the situation, the man drew closer, saying, What work? I can support you. In a swift motion, she nearly flicked the burning cigarette at his face, causing him to leap back with a yelp. What the hell is wrong with you this early in the morning? Lin Yan tossed aside the covers and stepped out of bed, the remnants of last night's passion still lingering, yet today they were strangers, uncertain of who had seduced whom. The young man's skills were commendable, but if he thought he could take care of her, he was sorely mistaken. With a calm demeanor, she stood before the mirror, adjusting her attire, ensuring her curves were pleasingly accentuated, her physique devoid of any excess flesh, her skin fair, and her petite bare feet tantalizingly gracing the floor. At this moment, without makeup, her long brown curls cascaded down, framing her face with defined features. The morning sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating her with an air of youthful elegance. Yet her form was decidedly not that of a mere girl. The man stared, entranced, swallowing hard as he rose from the floor. As Lin Yan meticulously applied her brow pencil, she caught sight of his approach in the mirror, a slight smirk curling her lips. She feigned ignorance to his stealthy advance, pivoting away just as he lunged at her, her hair brushing against his face, leaving a hint of sweet perfume in its wake. Before he could fully relish the moment, she delivered a swift kick to a sensitive area, eliciting a yelp as he doubled over, clutching himself, legs trembling. Lin Yan, ever opportunistic, followed up with another kick to his abdomen, her precision ensuring maximum impact without causing lasting harm. He collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, his throat constricted, unable to utter a sound. If it weren't for your decent looks and somewhat commendable skills, would I waste my time with you? She remarked, the cold blade of her brow pencil gliding across his face, her control impeccable, inflicting psychological torment rather than physical harm. He nearly knelt in desperation, pleading, Sister, sister. I'm sorry. Please be gentle. Don't hurt me. I rely on this face for a living. And what do you think you are? Besides the legacy of your parents, you are nothing but a waste. Support me? You aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes. With the commotion and playfulness concluded, his cowardice rendered her utterly disinterested. To prevent any further disturbances, Lin Yan secured him to the chair with a tie, ensuring a firm knot. Before stepping out the door, she extracted a stack of renminbi from her wallet and hurled it at his face, declaring, This is your payment for services rendered. From now on, do not dare to cross my path again, or I shall strike you each time we meet. If you choose this line of work, you must accept the consequences. It is worth noting that he was indeed a bona fide scion of wealth, having charmed countless women, yet he found himself humiliated by Lin Yan. In that fleeting moment when the money struck him, his eyes reddened with fury, and in a fit of rage, he expelled the foul sock that had silenced him. Lin Yan, just you wait, he shouted, only to be met with the chilling sound of the door slamming shut. Having dealt with the insufferable youth, Lin Yan felt rather pleased as she strolled into the city bureau with a cup of coffee in hand. She hung her uniform on a hook and reclined comfortably in her chair. Duan Cheng approached, placing a report before her. Sister, please sign here, he urged. Is this the injury assessment from yesterday? She inquired, flipping through the pages briefly. Noticing no significant issues, she retrieved a ballpoint pen from the holder on her desk and swiftly inscribed her name. However, Duan Cheng hesitated with the signed document, grinning sheepishly. You should take this to Captain Song. I thought it was something of consequence. It's merely a document, right? I'll have her review it. Then deposit it in the archives, yes? Lin Yan said, pulling the thin sheet of paper into a folder as she rose. Fong Xian inquired. Do you know where she is? Shall I accompany you? That won't be necessary. If I don't know, I can always ask. Lin Yan waved her hand dismissively, stepping out in her 7-centimeter heels. As she traversed the corridor, several officers passed by, casting curious glances her way. Lin Yan maintained her focus, appearing to walk casually while actually surveying the closed-circuit television cameras along the hall. 1, 2, 3. The third camera led to the offices of the chief and deputy chief, as well as the command center and political department. Ascending another floor, she noticed an increase in the number of cameras. Fixating on the pattern of the tiles beneath her feet, she counted to the fourth camera, signifying her arrival at the archives. Excuse me, young man. I just arrived yesterday and would like to take a look around. Forensic experts tend to be intrigued by peculiar cases. Would you be so kind as to grant me access? Though her demeanor was initially serious, a smile transformed her expression, lending her an alluring charm. Her voice, soft and slightly teasing, hinted at a beauty that was barely contained by her uniform. The young officer blushed instantly, stammering, well, that's fine. But you must leave your phone here. You can consult the files, but no photographs are allowed. Very well, Lin Yan replied, readily retrieving her phone from her pocket and placing it on the table, casting a flirtatious glance that left him even more flustered. The archives were relatively empty that morning, with several computers for indexing data at the entrance. Like a library, various files were meticulously categorized by criminal and civil matters, dates, and locations. The deeper one ventured, the older the records became, a fact she was aware of. Her high heels made no sound on the floor, and as others passed by to retrieve materials, she remained unperturbed, her hands casually tucked in her pockets, a document secured under her arm, exuding an air of calm confidence. Despite engaging in questionable activities, she displayed no signs of guilt, her demeanor forthright and unabashed. Fingers glided over the meticulously arranged boxes, tracing the years from 2008, 2007, 2006 all the way back to 1994. After all this time, her heart raced uncontrollably. She knew it was not the right moment. She had already discerned the positions of the CCTV cameras and planned to quietly infiltrate under the cover of night with her equipment. Yet, upon seeing that particular year, she instinctively reached out, and just as her fingers brushed the box, a shiver ran down her spine. Song Yuhang, too, instinctively braced herself. In a flash, the two had silently exchanged several moves, and leveraging her height advantage, she managed to pin her opponent against the shelves. The exit was far away, the curtains drawn, and the light dim. When their gazes locked, the usually composed officer slightly furrowed her brow. What are you doing here? They remained in a tense standoff, with Song Yuhang's elbow pressed against her neck while Lin Yan grasped her tie. Their bodies were uncomfortably close, and realizing the impropriety of the situation, Song Yuhang attempted to pull away. However, Lin Yan held onto her tie with a stubborn grip, entwining her arm with a determination that suggested she would not relent easily. I went to your office, but you weren't there, so I came here. TSK, why did you chase after me for this? She raised her voice slightly, just enough for an outsider to hear, but not clearly comprehend. Song Yuhang sensed someone approaching and took a deep breath, her tone growing cold.
I said, let go.
She lowered her voice, enunciating each word with a firmness that emanated an unyielding authority. Lin Yan could undoubtedly sense that Song Yuhang was on the brink of anger, yet she had long been accustomed to her own audacity and lack of limits. One of her everyday pleasures was provoking others, especially someone like Song Yuhang, whose irritation was palpable, yet whose strength was formidable. The thought of eliciting even a slight crack in her usually impassive facade was enough to make her giddy with delight. She leaned closer, slightly lifting herself onto her toes, as if naturally wrapping her arms around Song Yuhang's neck, whispering sweetly in her ear. Officer Song, why are you so angry? The fragrance of feminine perfume wafted into the air, her tone playfully teasing. Song Yuhang gently closed her eyes, noticing the faint movement of Lin Yan's jaw as she spoke. Lin Yan, with a sultry smile, leaned in closer. I want to let go.
What will you do about it?
The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Before Lin Yan could revel in her triumph, her smile froze, abruptly met with a loud crash as the back of her head collided with the metal frame, leaving her dazed and seeing stars. The nearby officer rushed over, hand poised on his holster. What happened? Song Yuhang extracted the documents from Lin Yan's grasp and pulled a pen from her uniform to sign. Her tone remained calm and composed. It's nothing. Forensic Officer Lin just had a little fall. You can return to your duties. Lin Yan, clutching her head, winced in pain, her eyes reddening. It had been many years since she had experienced such physical discomfort, and the suddenness of it left her momentarily stunned. Song Yuhang interjected at the opportune moment, effectively silencing her. Here are the documents for you. Please ensure they are properly stored. The young officer accepted the files she handed over, unable to shake the feeling that something was amiss between the two individuals. It appeared that forensic Dr. Lin had sustained quite a fall, yet Captain Song did not offer a hand to assist. Unbeknownst to him, the grievous tumble that left Lin in such distress was indeed instigated by the typically composed and dignified Captain Song. From now on, do not allow just anyone into the archive room. Strict adherence to protocol is essential. Any request for document retrieval must be signed by an officer of department level or higher. Do you understand? The young officer promptly stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Captain Song. After all, was she not the very officer of department level and above in the municipal bureau? It was said that on that fateful noon, forensic Dr. Lin's furious exclamations echoed throughout the corridor. Chapter 7. Blind Date. How dreadfully dull. When will a case arise? Lin Yan fidgeted restlessly in her chair, applying nail polish to her fingers. What significance did an injury assessment hold? I am a forensic expert, not a physician. As she blew on her freshly painted nails, she admired them in the glow of the setting sun. Her slender fingers and fair skin were beautifully complemented by the vibrant crimson polish, and she felt quite pleased. Zheng Qingrui, his face glistening, turned towards her. What, then, constitutes a case? His curiosity was apparent, and Fong Xian was too late to stifle his inquiry. As anticipated, Lin declared only serial murders, dismemberment, cannibalism, and family annihilations qualify as a case. After her pronouncement, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Several individuals regarded her in speechless astonishment. Fong Xian wore an expression of clear disapproval, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from voicing his dissent. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Nevertheless, Lin Yan had never been one to concern herself with the opinions of others. She welcomed the notion that everyone might perceive her as a lunatic or a monster, thereby keeping their distance. As the clock on the wall struck 6, this young lady sprang up, tossing her uniform onto the chair. Liberation at last. I'm off, farewell. Everyone. She departed with a carefree abandon, oblivious to the whispers that began to circulate behind her back. That Lin Yan, arriving late and leaving early, accomplishing nothing all day. And yet she speaks such words, she's truly a disgrace among public servants. Some murmured in indignation. Just yesterday, she had been seen kissing someone at the entrance of the municipal bureau, treating it as if it were her own front door. A tree without bark is destined to die. A person without shame is invincible. Who could blame her for her privileged background? I toiled for 3 years to enter the municipal bureau, while she, As the rumors intensified, Song Yuhang gently rose and hung her coat on the rack. The conversation halted abruptly, shifting focus to her. Captain Song, you are leaving rather early today. Yes, I have a matter to attend to. Just then, Zhang Jinhai entered, carrying a teacup. Going on a blind date, are we? She replied nonchalantly, indeed. After all, Captain Song was well into her 30s. It was time for her to consider marriage and children, setting an example for the younger generation, lest the Economic Investigation Division persist in labeling them as a squad of bachelors. The number of criminal investigation personnel is few, predominantly consisting of young men. Apart from Zhang Jinhai, who is married with children, the others remain single. Consequently, he seldom serves on duty and rarely engages in case investigations, let alone fieldwork. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Song Yuhang maintained his stoic demeanor, nodding to indicate he needed to pass, before stepping outside with the car keys in hand. As per her usual routine, Lin Yan intended to unwind after work with a few drinks and promptly open her phone to message Lin Ge. Are you seeing someone at 8? Blind date? Lin Yan inquired, her enthusiasm palpable. How about I accompany you to keep an eye on things? Please, for goodness sake. I still desire a pleasant dinner, came Lin Ji's response. Knowing Lin Yan's unpredictable nature, one could only wonder what antics she might conjure. Lin Yan typed a message, only to delete it moments later. All right then, wishing you success. She felt an undeniable weariness towards this lifestyle, yet found herself struggling to maintain her composure, akin to a madwoman. A cynical smile graced Lin Yan's lips as she drove quietly along the road, her gaze wandering amidst the kaleidoscope of lights, reliving the essence of the city she once knew. After a separation of 14 years, towering skyscrapers had emerged, with roads now wider than before. The evening rush hour traffic surged, the red and green lights flickering incessantly, while suited professionals hurriedly carried briefcases. Adolescents clad in blue and white uniforms frolicked across the streets, a girl with a ponytail playfully tugging at the braid of a girl ahead. Their laughter echoed, infused with the refreshing scent of early summer breezes. Lin Yan's attention was unwittingly drawn to them as they paused at the entrance of a Western restaurant, peering into the window. Are you hungry? One asked. A bit. The other replied. Then let's go eat. On second thought, it's too expensive here. In that moment, Lin Yan found herself caught between the past and the future. As the two children noticed her approach, they swiftly darted away, leaving no trace. She lifted her gaze to the restaurant sign, Nanshan, a name imbued with poetic charm, representing a long-established establishment in Jiangcheng. Despite its renovations, the old-fashioned sign remained, unchanged and unmoved over the years. For reasons unknown, a wave of melancholic solidarity surged within her, accompanied by a flicker of relief. It dawned on her that she was not the sole bearer of memories tied to the city, nor the only one reminiscing about the past. One sirloin steak, a Caesar salad, and the finest red wine, please, Lin Yan requested, closing the menu and handing it to the waiter. Miss, what sauce would you like for the steak? Black truffle butter sauce, she replied almost instinctively, only to furrow her brow in realization. The waiter, sensing her hesitation, hurriedly suggested alternatives, but Lin Yan merely gestured for him to leave. Mr. Lin, this way please. We have reserved a table for you. Shall we serve the dishes now? During the bustling dinner hour, the restaurant was packed, and a waiter led Lin Ge toward her. No need, my companion has yet to arrive. I will check the menu again to see what she wishes to order.
Lin Yan.
A man in a suit brightened upon spotting her, swiftly approaching and taking a seat across from her. What a remarkable coincidence. Indeed, quite serendipitous. After Lin Yan went abroad for her studies, the two had not seen each other for years. Upon their reunion, both had shed their youthful innocence. She recalled the Lin Ge of yesteryears, affectionately nicknamed Four-Eyed Toad, with his bowl-shaped haircut and thick glasses, who would sniffle after every sentence and would merely chuckle when bullied. Unlike her mischievous self, Lin Ge was the epitome of a diligent student. Years later, he had transformed into a figure resembling an elite of society. His glasses were gone, replaced by a neat crew cut, and he donned a well-fitted suit with a perfectly knotted tie. Lin Yan smirked. Did you go abroad to study or to undergo cosmetic surgery? She remained the same sharp-tongued Lin Yan. Your cousin is a paragon of charm and grace. Unmatched in his allure, he replied, his voice resonant, even in jest, evoking no annoyance. It was as if Lin Ge, in his essence, was meant to embody such poise and brilliance. And what does that have to do with anything? Money, of course. You know I have an affinity only for wealth. He realized the truth of the adage that money begets authority, a notion that seemed inherently justified. His phone vibrated in his hand, prompting Lin Ge to check the time and rise. All right, I won't waste your time. Have you finished eating? Lin Yan had barely touched her steak and had lost her appetite. I'm almost ready to leave. Let me order you a bottle of Lafite. Sit back and enjoy. Since you're here, don't rush off. Aren't you skilled at discerning people's worth? Help me gauge the situation. My mother warned that if this doesn't work out, she'll break my legs. Is discerning people's worth meant as a compliment? Lin Yan feigned a strike, and Lin Ge, startled, dodged, summoning a waiter to place the order, lamenting as he watched her select the most expensive wine. You are truly merciless. Just wait until your wedding. I'll make sure to extort you. Lin Yan leaned back on the sofa with a bottle of wine worth 48,000. Let us save that for the next life. Lin Ge, I regret this. Can I make you leave? Lin Yan took a sip of the wine and raised her glass at him. It's easy to summon spirits, but hard to send them away, Mr. Lin. At 7:55, Song Yuhang parked nearby and entered the restaurant precisely at 8 o'clock. Lin Ge stood and waved, Miss Song. Over here. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow at the mention of the surname Song, involuntarily reminded of a certain perpetually sour-faced officer, shivering slightly as she took another sip of wine to calm herself. The voice was pleasant, soothingly soft, yet increasingly familiar. I apologize. My mother tends to take matters into her own hands. I hope it hasn't caused you any inconvenience. Lin Ge smiled, aware of the potential pitfalls of coffee at night, and proactively poured her a glass of water. To be honest, my mother's quite similar. A hint of frustration flickered across the man's face, but as their eyes met, a shared understanding blossomed between them. It seemed they were both unwilling participants in this evening's arrangement. Song Yuhang exhaled quietly. Following the established pattern, they had previously exchanged details about their ages and professions. Perhaps it was now time to inquire about hobbies. Song Yuhang rummaged through her mind. Mr. Lin, what are your hobbies? Not much, just a bit of bowling, swimming, working out, or perhaps staying at home with a book. What about Miss Song? Free fighting and reading, perhaps? Free fighting. How intense. If domestic violence were to occur, could Lin Ge hold his own? Lin Yan mused silently. Even from behind a half-height sofa wall, she could sense the palpable awkwardness in the air. Lin Ge chuckled lightly and inquired, what kind of books does Miss Song usually read? Perhaps we share common interests. Song Yuhang hesitated for a moment before responding. The interpretation of dreams, crime and personality, criminal profiling, and a few other miscellaneous titles. These were already quite unprofessional reads for her daily exploration. Yet most people might not have even heard of them. Intending to shift the topic, she was taken aback when Lin Ge smiled and continued along her line of thought. No wonder, Miss Song is truly impressive. I've only managed to read half of Freud's introduction to psychoanalysis before succumbing to sleep. Song Yuhang was momentarily taken aback. She had been on blind dates before, and whenever she mentioned such topics, her counterparts either looked utterly confused or dismissed her, hastily correcting her that women ought to read more about relationships or parenting. Lin Ge was the first man outside her usual circle to commend her for her interests. Really? Managing to read half of Introduction to Psychoanalysis is quite an achievement in itself. Criminal profiling? What a hodgepodge of titles. Could he possibly be a deviant? Lin Yan perked up. Curiosity piqued. The atmosphere gradually warmed as Lin Ge, an inherently easygoing individual, relaxed significantly, aware that their encounter was not geared towards matrimony. Their conversation flowed more naturally. Speaking of which, when Aunt Wang visited me for dental filling, I had no idea she was a friend of your mother. Later. You found my mother's wallet. What a twist of fate. Song Yuhang smiled slightly, echoing his sentiment. Indeed, however, as a police officer, it is my duty to return any lost items to their rightful owner. Lin Yan raised her eyebrows in disbelief. How utterly unromantic. Where had Lin Ge found such an oddity? If it were her, she would have certainly continued the conversation in a more flirtatious direction, letting fate guide them to more intimate encounters. Wait, a police officer? With a surname Song? What a remarkable coincidence. Lin Yan felt a chill run down her spine, nearly choking on her drink in astonishment. The noise from the adjacent table grew louder, yet Lin Ge maintained his composure, slicing her steak. We've been chatting for quite some time. You must be hungry, do eat. Internally, Lin Yan thought, what on earth is happening? Cursed, she sneezed again, wiping her nose with a tissue, her expression one of determination as she shakily rose to take a seat on the sofa. As Song Yuhang continued to eat, she felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. She glanced up to see Lin Ge engrossed in his battle with the steak. It couldn't possibly be him. Furrowing her brow slightly, she slowly lifted her gaze. Lin Yan, inching up the sofa chair, gradually lowered her head. As their gazes locked, Song Yuhang's expression remained impassive. Lin Fai emitted a thunderous wail. Brother, I vehemently oppose your union. Lin Ge, inadvertently spilling a glass of red wine onto his expensive suit, coughed violently as though afflicted with tuberculosis. He glanced at Lin Yan beside him, then at the unflinching Song Yuhang across the table, pondering. You too? A question mark slowly materialized in his mind. Have you set your sights on our family's wealth? I can offer you 10 million to leave my brother, never to meet again. Lin Yan was utterly astonished that such melodramatic lines from a soap opera would escape her lips. Lin Ge opened his mouth, but Lin Yan shot him a fierce glance, raising her glass to take a sip, effectively sealing her lips with an invisible tape. Song Yuhang regarded her with a semblance of a smile, upon closer inspection, while Lin Yan and Lin Ge bore no resemblance. Both possessed an innate air of nobility emanating from their affluent lineage. Ordinarily, she would have dismissed the conversation and departed, yet for reasons unknown, she felt compelled to temper her haughty demeanor, hoping to impart the lesson that not all matters could be resolved with wealth. I do not covet your money. I have hands and feet to earn my own. I believe your brother is quite admirable, meticulous, gentle, and considerate. He would make a splendid husband. Lin Yan, exasperated, retorted, You haven't seen his other side. In the sweltering summer, he neglects to wash his socks or feet, running amok throughout the house, and once lifted the skirt of a little girl from the neighbor's house. Our home is filled with an abundance of yellow comics. Before she could finish, Lin Ge swiftly covered her mouth, apologizing. My apologies, Miss Song, for the embarrassment. He then turned towards Lin Yan with a smirk. You're finished. Just wait and see how I report this to Uncle Lin. Lin Yan forcefully pushed his hand away, declaring, Our family has many rules. You will regret marrying into it. Song Yuhang adjusted her position comfortably, responding, That's of no concern to me. I am marrying him, not your family, and certainly not you. The implication was clear. She had no interest in their familial squabbles. Lin Yan felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on her words, and exclaimed, You cannot marry him. He is a dead gay, and a marriage of convenience cannot bring happiness. Lin Ge, incensed, shouted, Lin Yan, have you had enough of this ruckus? Lin Yan, aware of her untenable position, pouted, It's not me, I swear. For reasons unknown, Song Yuhang found her somewhat aggrieved demeanor amusing, though she concealed it well, maintaining her composed facade. What if he is a straight man? What if he is gay? I am no longer a child, Lin Fai. I genuinely believe your brother will be a responsible, good man. Lin Yan took a deep breath, striving to suppress the expletives teetering on the edge of her tongue. turning her stiff face towards Lin Ge. Aren't you fond of clever, lively, and charming girls? How does Song Yuhang fit that description?
Lin Yan hesitated.
I think Miss Song is quite suitable. Marriage is not merely about romance. Song Yuhang lowered her head slightly, stifling a laugh, but regained her serious demeanor when met with Lin Yan's seething gaze. As a man who values success and reputation, Lin Ge could not disregard the compliments she had just showered upon him. Thus, regardless of what Lin Yan might say in her presence, Lin Ge would undoubtedly counter her remarks. She was particularly pedantic and conservative, and it was evident that she would impose strict regulations in the future. However, Miss Song was surely quite homely. She practiced free fighting. Did he not fear the prospect of domestic violence? Lin Ge gazed at her affectionately and replied, I trust she would not. Song Yuhang, lowering her head to drink, evaded the awkwardness of their gaze meeting. The mention of free fighting caused a dull ache in the back of Lin Yan's head. She still harbored resentment over the events of the morning. As she contemplated her next words, Song Yuhang set down her glass and met her with a calm gaze. Her light-colored eyes, illuminated by the warm lighting of the restaurant, possessed a translucent quality reminiscent of fine glass. Due to their date, she had not donned her uniform, instead opting for a simple white shirt that accentuated her slender shoulders and waist. She looked quite appealing when she was not in a teasing mood. Just as this thought crossed Lin Yan's mind, Song Yuhang spoke. Lin, do you truly despise me so? Chapter 8, The Corpse. Without hesitation, Lin Yan retorted. Your pretentiousness and feigned seriousness are simply irksome. Lin Ge pulled her back, his expression darkening. What nonsense are you spouting? It's one thing to speak of me, but why? Lin Yan shot back with a sharp retort. You have no idea how duplicitous she is. If you were to marry into the Lin family with your intellect, she would have you spinning in circles. Lin Ge was incensed, his face reddening with fury. Yet he could not strike her. Lin Yan, will you ever cease? This matter is merely a whisper of potential. I know not the misunderstanding between you and Miss Song, but to publicly accuse her is simply wrong. Let me put it this way, Lin Yan continued, her tongue growing weary. The Lin family possesses nothing but wealth.
Oh.
And I suppose they have me, an irritating little sister-in-law. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Do not regret your choice. Song Yuhang shook her head and took another sip of water. I believe you may be overly confident. I do not harbor any dislike for you.
What?
Lin Yan's mind momentarily faltered. The phrase I do not dislike you from Song Yuhang's lips sounded utterly unexpected. However, if it were not for her noble upbringing, Lin Yan would have leapt to her feet in protest. The words she wished to utter were stifled before they could escape her lips as both of their phones vibrated simultaneously. The person across from her answered and stood, while one hand rummaged through their wallet to place several bills on the table. Apologies, but I must trouble you to cover the bill today. If it's insufficient, I shall reimburse you later. Lin Ge quickly rose, insisting, no, it is unnecessary. It is I who owes you an apology. However, Song Yuhang paid him no mind. Her thoughts consumed by the voice from the command center, a nameless female corpse has been discovered in the northwest of Lianqi Park. The local police have arrived at the scene, and Director Zhao has instructed you to. I am on my way. Please provide me with the address. Duanchen was at a loss for words, feeling a deep sense of urgency. No, Sister Lin, something has happened. The case has arrived. Before Lin Ge could finish speaking, the two of them had already hurried out the door. He sighed heavily, surveying the disarray that cluttered the table. What on earth was happening? As she pinched her phone and pressed her lips together, preparing to call for her driver, a white domestic BYD suddenly halted in front of her. Song Yuhang rolled down the window, speaking sparingly. Let's go. Lin Yan rolled her eyes, uninterested in engaging. Noticing Lin Yan's lack of response, Song Yuhang decided not to waste any more time and prepared to shift into gear. Lin Yan glanced at the flow of traffic at the intersection and bit her lip. Fine, open the door. As she got into the car, Song Yuhang cast her a glance, seemingly on the verge of saying something. Lin Yan settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold back. You are quite self-aware. Song Yuhang remarked. Oh, look at you, taking advantage of your position as Team Song. The sole heir of the illustrious Lin Group would concern herself with such trivial fuel expenses? Of course. Even the smallest fly is still meat. I thought you would have more to say. Song Yuhang replied with a sidelong glance, but the rest of her words remained unspoken. More to say about what? Lin Yan inquired, but Song Yuhang merely shook her head and activated the car's Bluetooth speaker to focus on the case details. This left no room for Lin Yan to interject further. Lin Yan's attention was drawn to the case, and she felt an eagerness bubbling within her. After days of dissecting rats and rabbits, her hands were itching for action. Observing her expression, Song Yuhang's demeanor darkened slightly. However, She was known for her composure and said nothing, pressing down on the accelerator and careening between two large trucks amid Lin Yan's startled exclamations. Goodness, Song Yuhang. If you're seeking death, don't drag me with you. 5 minutes later, they arrived at Lianqi Park. Song Yuhang parked on the outskirts. The scene was already inundated with law enforcement, flashing lights illuminating the area, and police tape cordoning off the site. Several officers were maintaining order. Showing her credentials, she lifted the tape and entered, but Lin Yan, despite her exquisite dress and stilettos that made her resemble a model stepped out of a magazine, was halted by officers.
Hey, I say.
The officers exchanged glances before allowing her through. They could hardly be blamed. Lin Yan's appearance was in stark contrast to the forensic context. Officers from the district were already diligently at work. One was interviewing witnesses, while another took notes. Forensic and technical teams were also present. Song Yuhang cast a cursory glance around when a middle-aged man with a pointed face approached, offering her a cigarette. Team Song, what brings you here? Thanks. But I don't smoke. Let us discuss the case. Well, it was around 7 in the evening when the Municipal River Management's recovery team was at work. A shivering gentleman in his 50s, wearing a conical hat and drenched, recounted the events, still trembling at the memory. Following his pointed finger, Song Yuhang looked toward Lianqi Park, a scenic area known for its expansive lotus ponds blooming vibrantly in the summer. The location of the discovered body was precisely beneath a stone arch bridge. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered on the bridge, and the news of a body being retrieved from the river spread like wildfire, accompanied by a few unpixelated images that drew attention. Within the span of a meal, it became common knowledge. It is no wonder that Director Feng was so irate, calling her in for a special visit. I initially thought someone had dumped construction debris into the river again, which infuriated me. I poked at it with a pole, and it was surprisingly heavy. If we managed to pull it up, the raft might capsize, so I decided to wade in and drag it to the shore, planning to summon a few colleagues for assistance. To my astonishment, as I approached, a foul odor assailed my senses. I had noticed it while on the raft, but dismissed it, as summer tends to bring a plethora of refuse to the waterways. However, this particular stench was overwhelming. Lin Yan rolled her eyes, secretly pondering how the smell of decay could possibly be compared to that of garbage. Upon touching the plastic bag, I sensed something was amiss. It felt cold and slick. Yet, summoning my courage, I continued to drag it ashore. Halfway through, the bag tore open, revealing a foot, and I was left speechless. As I recounted the event, I trembled, sweat dripping down my brow in the sweltering summer night heat. Had it not been for my strong swimming skills, I might have struggled to resurface. Do you recall the exact time you discovered the body? The elderly man pondered for a moment before shaking his head in confusion. I don't remember. Only that it was around 7 o'clock. However, once I reached the shore, I immediately reported it to the police. At that moment, I glanced at my phone. It was approximately 8:30. All right, please provide your name and phone number. We may require your assistance in the investigation later. A police officer handed him a pen and paper, and the elder hurriedly scribbled his name along with a series of numbers. The forensic expert from the district bureau was conducting a preliminary autopsy on the body, and Lin Yan leaned in for a closer look. Duan Cheng, holding his instruments, did not take any photographs, while several uniformed officers surrounded the corpse. Lin Yan casually snapped a photo. Hey, have you discovered anything yet? Lin Yan chuckled. Seriously? After all this time, you still haven't figured out the cause? The male forensic expert's face flushed with embarrassment as he raised his voice. The cause of death is drowning. There are no visible injuries on the body, and it is highly likely a case of suicide. Tell me, which person contemplating suicide would encase themselves in a plastic bag before jumping into the river? Lin Yan could not suppress a laugh. Ha ha, Team Song, you are truly humorous. Just as her laughter began to fade, she noticed the serious expression on Song Yuhang's face and promptly silenced herself. The captain of the district's criminal investigation team, who had just offered her a cigarette, approached with an ingratiating demeanor. Oh, Team Song, please don't be angry. It was merely a thoughtless remark from a newcomer. We will certainly investigate this case thoroughly. She was well aware of the working style of the grassroots criminal investigation team. The municipal bureau imposed stringent annual standards for case resolution rates. What happens if these standards are not met? They either exert immense effort on public safety patrols to curb the occurrence of malevolent incidents at the source or resort to dubious tactics to reclassify criminal cases as public order cases. Particularly with cases like this, where the origin of the corpse is unknown, delays can lead to a plethora of wrongful convictions. Unfortunately for him, today he encountered the resolute Song Yuhang, who would not tolerate any obfuscation. Her gaze shifted, and Lin Yan had already tied up her long hair. She swiftly donned a pair of gloves taken from the investigation box. the mask obscuring much of her enchanting visage, her profile serious and focused. Song Yuhang gently pressed her lips together and squatted down beside her. The plastic bag had been opened, revealing the corpse in a grotesque state. The clothing remained intact. Yet much of the skin had begun to slough off, particularly the skin on the hands, which from a distance resembled a layer of rubber gloves. Lin Yan reached out, her fingers brushing against a layer of corpse grease, the pungent odor invading her nostrils without eliciting even a frown as she shone her flashlight to reveal the deceased's eyelids. Petechial hemorrhages were visible in the conjunctiva. Duan Chung hurried over to document the scene with photographs. The livor mortis displayed a faint reddish hue. The beam of the flashlight then shifted to the mouth and nose of the deceased, where clumps of white, cotton-like material obstructed the airways, scientifically recognized as frothy fluid. Lin Yan decisively concluded that the characteristics were consistent with drowning prior to death. Song Yuhang, gloved hands hastily examining the deceased's clothing, found nothing that could signify identity. Meanwhile, team leader Song Xian was extracting suspicious fingerprints from the plastic bag and, acknowledging the situation, rushed over with the investigation box. Song Yuhang lifted her gaze to the bustling crowd surrounding them. The area was open and frequented by many, suggesting that if a body had indeed been discarded, there should be witnesses. Lin, forensic expert, time of death. Duan Chung scampered off with a thermometer, while Lin Yan mused internally, aware that her hands, slick with corpse grease, were hardly suitable for retrieving her phone from her bag. Song Yuhang noted the average temperature was 30 degrees. In forensic science, deducing the time of death involves a complex calculation process based on the body's appearance, degree of decomposition, and environmental temperature. Yet Lin Yan hesitated, not a moment, articulating her assessment with precision. She was indeed meticulous. Song Yuhang took a step back, suggesting they first place the deceased in a body bag. Prolonging the spectacle for the onlookers would surely make headlines in Jiang City the next day. After transporting the body to the funeral home, they would embark on the laborious and meticulous process of canvassing and investigating. Zheng Qingrui began rubbing his eyes, scrutinizing the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, Song Yuhang strolled alone through the park. At least that was how it appeared. It was now past 10 at night. The summer heat had dissipated, and the park gradually grew desolate. Lianqi Park, a modest site, was a recent municipal project with no entrance fee, open 24 hours, leading to a significant influx of visitors, which complicated criminal investigations and simultaneously heightened the difficulty for the perpetrator to dispose of a body, as they would likely be seen. If it were her, she would undoubtedly avoid discarding a body here. It was far too easy to be exposed. With diligent police work, solving the case was merely a matter of time. Song Yuhang rested her hand on the railing of the stone arch bridge, looking down. Not far below lay the spot where the body had been discovered. Adjacent to it was a lush expanse of reeds, now trampled and disordered by both the river cleaning crew and the first responding officers. She descended the steps, and upon her first glance at the body, a singular question arose. Why was it so remarkably clean? In contemporary society, individuals no longer speak of carrying identification cards, driving licenses, wallets, or bank cards. Rather, it is almost obligatory to have a mobile phone at hand. Particularly for adult women, aside from those in unique professions like hers, most will possess a few personal adornments. Whether it be the extravagant luxury of Lin Yan flaunting a Rolex watch, or the modest simplicity of Fong Xian sporting a pair of earrings or a bracelet, this inclination towards beauty is innate, and only a few may be exceptions. She navigated through waist-high weeds, flashlight in hand, searching for any trace of evidence. Most robbers tend to abscond with the valuables of the deceased. Yet if the intention were merely theft, why would they go so far as to encase the body in a plastic bag and dispose of it? Such perpetrators are often driven by passion. The victim's struggles or cries for help invariably leave behind some mark. Was it the act of an acquaintance? What could their motive be? A profound question lingered in her mind. The evening dew soaked her clothing as Song Yuhang scanned the surroundings with her flashlight. This area was seldom frequented. Flower admirers typically remained on the stone bridge and did not venture down. The reeds where the deceased had lain bore the imprint of their weight. There were no surveillance cameras, and the low-hanging branches of the willow trees created a natural blind spot. She crouched down, stepping into the muddy bank of the river, donning gloves as she methodically searched. She firmly believed that no crime is flawless, and there certainly exists no perfect crime scene. If this was the site of the body's disposal, it must retain some remnant. Her diligence bore fruit when the phone rang, and from the half-foot deep mud, Song Yuhang unearthed a ring. She illuminated it with her flashlight. It was smooth, likely made of pure silver, devoid of embellishments, save for a small letter S engraved on the inner side. She placed it in an evidence bag, removed her gloves, and answered the call. Hello? Lin Yan cleared her throat. The victim's family has been located. Chapter 9. Autopsy. Jiang City Funeral Home. By now, it was past midnight, and two groups were embroiled in a heated dispute in the lobby. The moment Song Yuhang stepped inside, a piercing female voice erupted with expletives, accompanied by the sounds of shoes scraping against the floor and fabric tearing. Her heart raced, fearing that Lin Yan might clash with the family over the autopsy, prompting her to hasten inside. To her surprise, Lin Yan stood enscathed against the wall, even covering her ears with a hand. An elder woman among the disputants exclaimed, "I am the child's grandmother. The child should be with me. Don't you agree, young lady?" Fong Xian. What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter lies inside, her body barely cold. Who knows how she perished? Was it your family that harmed her? Yaya is my own granddaughter. She must stay with me. What do you mean we harmed her? Since she married into our family, have we ever denied her food or clothing? When she expressed a desire not to live with the elders, we promptly moved out. When she said she didn't want a second child, we respected her wishes. Speak with a conscience, will you? Who knows what kind of ruffian she entangled with outside that brought about her demise? Don't blame us for it. Despite her age, the elderly lady exhibited formidable fighting spirit, pointing a finger in accusation. Moreover, behind them surged the aunts and uncles, engaging in a fierce exchange of words, creating a raucous scene. Amidst the chaos, it was unclear who had pulled whose hair, leading to a physical altercation that escalated further. At the center of this storm sat a solitary man on a bench, his eyes rimmed with red, head bowed in silence. In his arms rested a little girl of about 3 or 4, who gazed with innocent bewilderment at the tumult surrounding her. Lin Yan's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he observed the farce, showing no inclination to intervene. After all this commotion, could you not utter a word, son-in-law? How did my daughter meet her demise? A middle-aged woman finally broke free from the circle, her eyes swollen and tear-streaked, her expression one of profound grief. I have raised my daughter for over 20 years. She cannot have died without reason. Your family must provide an explanation. Explanation? What explanation could be demanded? We did not take her life, did we, officer? Fong Xian responded with vague affirmations, fearful that a misstep in his words might invite retribution. I don't care. Return my daughter to me. The Ding family has only this one daughter. We are left without an heir. The woman lamented. Oh, Ding, forgive me in the afterlife. My daughter, your death is so unjust. The woman began to wail again, lunging towards the dazed man seated on the bench. The man's mother, upon witnessing the attack on her son, was even less pleased. She joined in, pulling legs and tugging hair, hurling every foul word imaginable. Do not entangle us. Your family is cursed. My son was blinded by foolishness to love her. After all these years, no son has been born from her, a hen that lays no eggs. Her death is a blessing, clean and simple. How dare you? Echoed another wave of profanities interspersed with blows. Lin Yan could hardly suppress a laugh. Song Yuhang shook his head, preparing to intervene. Suddenly, the man sprang up from the bench, fists clenched, and bellowed, "Silence." For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the scene. But as if awakening from a stupor, the deceased's family resumed their heart-wrenching wails, intensifying their assault on him. How dare you shout at me? You, oh my daughter, a life. A life. In the scuffle, the little girl seated on the bench tumbled to the ground, overlooked by all. She opened her mouth, bewildered, as she watched her grandmother push her maternal grandmother, who in turn slapped her father. Unable to contain herself any longer, she burst into tears. The man, pushed by an unseen hand, stumbled, nearly stepping on the girl's hand, when Song Yuhang swiftly lifted him away. It was then that he began to silently weep. What followed was a procedural affair. The family of the deceased entered one by one to bid their final farewell, and upon exiting, the mother of the deceased nearly collapsed, supported awkwardly by several officers. According to Article 130, of the Criminal Procedure Law, we have decided to conduct an autopsy on your wife's body. Please sign here. A notice of autopsy was slowly pushed across the table. Lin Yan sat across from the diminutive, somewhat taciturn man, her posture straight as she scrutinized him. You wish to uncover the truth, do you not? You would not want your wife to perish under mysterious circumstances, would you? Sign the document promptly. The sooner the autopsy is conducted, the nearer we shall be to the truth. As time progresses, certain characteristics of the corpse will gradually fade, which is precisely why she is so eager to proceed with the dissection. The man's child, incessantly crying and unable to be soothed, accompanied him to the police station. Just as Song Yuhang had managed to lull the child to sleep, he emerged from the adjacent duty room and entered, overhearing her words, casting a disapproving glance in her direction. Lin Yan opened her mouth, voicelessly questioning, "Am I mistaken?" Song Yuhang replied, "You might consider a more tactful approach." Duan Chung prodded Jing Qingruei, inquiring, what are they discussing? The IT technician lifted his gaze from the computer, asking, Who is speaking? Duan Chung replied, No one is speaking, it's all a matter of eye contact. Song Yuhang cleared his throat, stating, Thus, we will record the entire autopsy process through audio and video. According to regulations, you may also be present.
What?
Lin Yan shot him a piercing look. She had no inclination to allow irrelevant parties to witness her dissection. Upon hearing this, the man stirred, his lips moving, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. No, no. As he uttered those two words, tears welled in his eyes. Officer, I implore you. He pulled the paper towards him, removed the cap from the pen, and with trembling strokes, inscribed his name. All the while wiping away tears. Lin Yan stretched, rose, and took the document to change her attire, preparing for the autopsy. The forensic examination room was well lit, and the ventilation system whirred to life. Clad in a white protective suit, Lin Yan was fully equipped. Her expression devoid of emotion as she selected a scalpel from the tray. Duan Chung, eager for the opportunity on the autopsy table, reached for a scalpel himself. Allow me to assist. Let me handle the minor tasks of cutting skin and bone. What are you doing? Just as he was about to make a cut, Lin Yan seized his hand, her tone frosty. This autopsy table is not open for interference. Take the equipment and record the process. He opened his mouth to respond but halted upon seeing her position the scalpel vertically against her chest, her head bowed slightly. A silent tribute. The deceased, Ding Shui, was pronounced at 0:45 on May 17, 2008. The first autopsy commences now. It was the first time he witnessed a semblance of reverence on Lin Yan's face. Unlike a surgical operation, the autopsy was marked by a certain brutality, the act of incision being both visceral and bold. A clean cut was made from the head to the abdomen. Lin Yan's hands were steady as she wiped away the blood that seeped forth. Then, without glancing at her work, she deftly retrieved a pair of tissue scissors from the tray, separating the muscle along the ribs with remarkable precision. The other forensic experts observed her with a newfound seriousness in their gazes. Bone forceps. She requested the instrument, her hands remaining occupied. One of the forensic experts hastily handed it to her. As she exerted force to sever the deceased's ribs, Lin Yan slightly elevated herself on her toes. The sound of cracking echoing in the room. She placed the blood-stained instruments upon the sterile cloth. Come, help me retrieve the bones. One by one, the ribs were extracted from the thoracic cavity and placed upon the scale for weighing. The opened chest revealed, to the naked eye, 2 distended lungs. Lin Yan gently pressed with her fingertip, feeling a noticeable indentation, and with a fresh pair of straight-headed scissors, she meticulously began to dissect them. The swollen lungs were ultimately removed, weighing approximately twice that of normal lungs. In the airtight environment, despite the air conditioning being set to a low temperature, the weight of the protective gear, amounting to several dozen pounds, caused a profuse sweat to accumulate, exacerbated by the pungent odor of decay that intensified with each organ extracted. The stench, reminiscent of weeks-old rotten eggs, spoiled meat, and foul waste, was overwhelmingly repugnant. It was not merely nauseating, it was also a painful assault on the eyes. As the acrid scent invaded her eyes, a sharp sting compelled her to rub them with the clean part of her shoulder, reddening her skin. Without lifting her gaze, Lin Yan wielded the organ knife to slice lung tissue. Get out and vomit. Do not pollute the environment. Lin Yan maintained her composure as she stated the autopsy findings. Pulmonary edema. Pulmonary edema is a physiological response, indicating that the individual drowned prior to death, rather than being disposed of in water post-mortem. Could it be, as the officer suggested, a suicide with a plastic bag? She slightly shook her head, dismissing this notion. Meanwhile, Song Yuhang was halfway through his notes. The man was named Sun Xiangming, 32 years old, an employee of a local bank, married to the deceased, Ding Shui, for 7 years, with a daughter together. The deceased was 30 years old, an ordinary staff member at Jiangqing City No. 1 Middle School. Sun Xiangming retrieved a photograph from his phone, tears glistening in his eyes as he pushed it toward her. This is my wife. The woman in the photograph possessed an unremarkable appearance, clad in a modest checkered sweater, exuding an aura of gentleness and intellect. We have been married for nearly a decade. We rarely quarrel, and I have never heard her raise her voice at anyone. She holds no grudges against relatives or friends. I cannot fathom who would wish her harm. Song Yuhang steered the conversation away from this topic. Please recount the events of the day your wife went missing. There was nothing unusual. In the morning, she prepared breakfast. After I finished, I took Yaya to kindergarten while she got ready for work. Who usually takes the child? I do, always. She teaches a senior class and is quite busy. Song Yuhang signaled for the attending officers to take note. Do you recall what you had for breakfast? Sun Xiangming furrowed his brow in thought. I believe it was millet porridge, buns, and steamed bread. When did you realize she was missing? That evening. Upon mentioning his wife's disappearance, he visibly became agitated. Song Yuhang's gaze, seemingly gentle and calm, was fixed intently upon him, scrutinizing every subtle expression and minor gesture. Please provide the specifics. After dinner, I was washing the dishes when she said she needed to go out. Song Yuhang interrupted. About what time? I can't recall. I suppose it was around 8 or 9. Why go out so late? She mentioned there was an issue at school. A few children had gotten into a fight, and she needed to handle it. Sun Xiangming licked his lips, his voice trembling as he spoke, lowering his head slightly. The investigative officer beside him handed him a tissue. Did you manage to connect?
No.
Song Yuhang raised an eyebrow. However, after the call ended, she sent me a message asking me not to worry and to stay with Yaya while she sleeps. May we see the message? Sun Xiangming quickly retrieved his phone, flipping to his call log for their inspection. A seemingly ordinary reminder, perhaps the final words left by this teacher in the world. I'm sorry, but according to regulations, we must temporarily confiscate your phone for a detailed examination. The man forced a bitter smile, the string of consecutive blows rendering him utterly haggard. I understand. I must now be considered a suspect as well. Song Yuhang did not respond. It was indeed the case. The police would not overlook anyone with potential involvement, especially close relatives who are often the primary subjects of investigation. And then, did you not make any further calls to inquire? Another investigator interjected. Pain flickered across the man's face as he answered. It's my fault. Had I called her again or gone out to find her, perhaps this wouldn't have happened.
What were you doing at that time?
Sun Xiangming tugged at his hair, shame and regret etched upon his features. I had worked a full day and was exhausted, then had to accompany my daughter. My boss unexpectedly assigned me additional tasks, and I was working overtime at home. After a moment's pause, Sun Xiangming continued. It wasn't until the next morning when the school called to say she hadn't come to work that I realized something might have happened, and I immediately reported it to the police. Subsequently, he was classified as a missing person and DNA samples from close relatives were collected until 3 days later when her body was discovered in Lianqi Park. She is gone, leaving me and our child. How am I to live? The man covered his face with his hands, struggling to suppress his sobs before the police. Thank you, he said, receiving a tissue to dry his tears. Please. You must catch the murderer and bring justice for my wife. Song Yuhang nodded, retrieving an evidence bag from her pocket.
Take a look at this.
Is it your wife's? It was the ring she had pulled from the mud. The man's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing it. Yes. It's my wife's. This is our wedding ring. She never left it behind. She emphasized the word memento, yet the man showed no significant emotional fluctuation. His gaze vacant and hollow as he nodded in compliance with the police's inquiries. She had witnessed countless individuals who had lost loved ones in a single night. Sun Xiangming appeared remarkably composed, at least for now. As dawn broke, the weary investigators who had spent the night reviewing surveillance footage could no longer endure and laid their heads on the desk for a brief respite. The office filled with the sounds of their slumber. Song Yuhang opened a box of instant noodles, sitting at the desk facing the whiteboard, which displayed the clues she had just organized. Centered around the deceased Ding Shui, several arrows radiated outward. Was it a crime of passion, financial gain, or vengeance? Regarding a crime of passion, thus far, Sun Xiangming had exhibited normal behavior, yet he could not be ruled out as a suspect, necessitating further investigation. The possibility of financial motives remains the most plausible theory thus far. It is highly likely that the perpetrator, having acquired substantial wealth, will resort to selling the stolen goods in second-hand or flea markets. Further investigation is warranted, particularly regarding the deceased's interpersonal relationships. Additionally, an autopsy might yield new leads from Lin Yan's side. Song Yuhang finished his instant noodles and decided to check in with the forensic team. Chapter 10. Clouds of Suspicion. Lin Yan set down the scalpel, her back drenched with perspiration. Is it over? Have all the samples been collected? An assistant forensic pathologist nodded. Yes. They will be sent to the laboratory shortly. She slightly raised her chin in acknowledgement, turned, and discarded her gloves into the medical waste bin. At that moment, as she lowered her head, she momentarily lost her focus. From his vantage point, Lin Yan's profile appeared excessively pale under the harsh fluorescent lights. Duanqing observed her stillness. Forensic pathologist Lin? Fong Xian's expression was troubled. The diatom test needs to be sent to the provincial department. And how long will the results take? Approximately 2 days. Lin Yan inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to curse. Such a trivial diatom test, I could have done this back in my sophomore year. Yet, you still insist on sending it to the provincial office. Why not the central office? To be honest, the forensic budget is limited and personnel are scarce. In the past, during busier times, even the bodies had to be entrusted to third-party agencies for dissection. It's not that we are incapable, another forensic expert interjected. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Ultimately, it comes down to financial constraints, which is easily resolved. I shall take my leave now. Please tidy up here. With a dismissive motion of her chin, she stretched and walked away, her demeanor haughty. In quick succession, she discarded the garments imbued with the stench of decay and stepped into the shower. The water was quite cool, and as the stream cascaded over her, Lin Yan shivered, bracing herself against the wall as she gradually regulated her breathing. 5 minutes later, she emerged, drying her hair, and from her locker, she liberally sprayed on expensive perfume until the faintest hint of the putrid odor was entirely masked. Finally, she exhaled in relief and retrieved a box of chewing gum. The changing room was dimly lit, and Lin Yan smiled. Is there something you need? She closed the locker door and continued towards the exit, casually offering the bottle of gum. Gum, to invigorate the senses, care for a couple? Song Yuhang stepped aside. No, I came to inquire about the autopsy results. Lin Yan halted, yawning. Dear sister, could you kindly check the time? Is it permissible for the police to impose endless overtime? Song Yuhang glanced at her watch. It is currently 5:30 in the morning. I'll grant you an hour's rest. Be ready for the meeting at 6:30. Lin Yan nearly slipped, gritting her teeth. May I ask, are you even human? Song Yuhang replied with a sardonic smile.
No.
Lin Yan nodded in agreement. I concur. It's no wonder you remain single at over 30. Perhaps you should spare my brother from your mischief and remain unattached for everyone's benefit. What does being single have to do with it? Is happiness only found in companionship? She gently shook her head, seemingly disagreeing with such a notion. Lin Yan instinctively retorted. Of course, two are better than one. At least there is someone to listen to my words, even if they concern trivial matters. Yet, Lin Yan was precisely that kind of person, afraid of solitude, terrified of awakening in an empty room at midnight. She feared dreaming of Chu Nan and dreaded the idea of not dreaming of her at all. She yearned for someone to listen to her inconsequential musings. Even if that person were merely enamored with her body or her wealth, it mattered little, as she had nothing to offer but money. As for happiness, what was that? Since her 18th birthday, she had not laughed sincerely. I am nothing, but at least I am a police officer. Solving cases is my duty. Lin Yan smirked, disregarding her. Her gaunt figure fading into the lengthening corridor. This exchange, to any observer, would seem nebulous, yet two astute individuals need not speak extensively. Song Yuhang shifted her gaze to the dissecting room separated by a mere wall, perhaps unaware that she had also viewed the recording of the dissection process. She lowered her head in silent mourning. Her expression at that moment was decidedly uncharacteristic of Lin Yan. Lin Yan gulped down a generous mouthful of mineral water, reclined in her chair to catch her breath, and retrieve her phone to make a call. Hello? This is Lin Yan. I need 10 centrifuges delivered to the municipal police station by dawn. Lin, that's a tight schedule. Lin Yan chuckled coldly. If you can't deliver, there goes the next quarter's funding. Wait, Lin, let us talk this through. Lin Yan abruptly hung up, her gaze falling once more on the container of chewing gum on the table. After a moment's contemplation, she picked it up and placed it in the drawer. An hour later, Lin Yan was roused by the clattering of keyboard keys. She shot up, the uniform jacket that had covered her slipping off. Rubbing her hair, she deftly caught it, yet she could not recall whether she had draped it over herself the previous night. Her memory seemed fragmented. Zheng Qingrui, seeing her awaken, hurriedly approached with steaming buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a freshly boiled egg. Forensic Officer Lin, you're awake. Eat up. Team Song will call us for a meeting soon. Her stomach grumbled in timely response. Lin Yan waved her hand impatiently. I know, just step aside. Your presence makes it hard for me to eat. All right, take your time, he replied. The plump man appeared accustomed to being bossed around, exhibiting an overly agreeable demeanor in Lin Yan's presence. If you're still hungry, I have more. Lin Yan opened the plastic bag, took a small bite of a bun with a tissue, grimaced, and promptly spat it out, discarding the remainder into the trash. Is this fit for human consumption? It's fit for pigs. The man flushed crimson. That's what the cafeteria serves. The room's occupants turned their attention toward her as Lin Yan leaned back in her chair, a sardonic smile curling her lips. Only you lot could stomach this. Some displayed faint anger before being pulled away by their companions, while others rose to leave. Let us go, the meeting is starting. Once they departed, Lin Yan leaned back in her chair and called for takeout, taking the time to wash her face and rinse her mouth while awaiting its arrival. 3 exquisite delicacies, 2 steaming dishes, and 2 bowls of congee. This is certainly not mere takeout, but a nutritious breakfast crafted by the esteemed chef of the Lin family. Each meal is meticulously prepared to ensure a balance of nutrition without excessive caloric intake. Consequently, she seldom indulges in the unhealthy offerings of fast food, let alone street-side buns. However, with such an abundance, she surely cannot consume it all. Like a cat, she savors just a taste of each dish before feeling satisfied, discarding the remainder into the trash. With a delicate dab at the corner of her mouth using a tissue, she leisurely makes her way to the training room. As for the forensic expert Lin, Song Yuhang casts a casual glance around, noting an empty seat in the technical investigation area. Under the scrutinizing gaze of many, Lin, the forensic expert, arrives fashionably late in her slippers, her hair cascading in loose curls. She dons a tank top she changed into after last night's wash-up, and her form-fitting black leggings accentuate her figure, highlighting her curves, complemented by loose-fitting shorts of the same color. While undeniably beautiful, she appears as an anomaly amidst a sea of impeccably uniformed individuals. Fong Xian observes her, and then glances at herself, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Duan Cheng's eyes had been glued to her the moment she entered, and it was unnecessary to speculate on his thoughts. As for Zheng Qingrui, he wiped the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Song Yuhang pursed her lips into a straight line. At that moment, Zhang Jinhai broke the silence, stating, "Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the case." The deceased, Ding Shui, aged 30, was an English teacher at Jiangqing No. 1 High School. She went missing between 8 and 10 o'clock on the evening of May 14, 2008, sending a text message to her husband, Sun Xiangming, at 10:23. The printed content of the message was enlarged on the PowerPoint presentation. Sitting across from Zhang Jinhai, Song Yuhang twirled her pen, stating, "We have not located any personal belongings of the deceased, making it impossible to ascertain whether this message was sent by the perpetrator or by her. It is highly probable that she had already met with foul play by that time." As her words faded, Lin Yan, resting her head on her hand, stifled a yawn. Appearing drowsy. That cannot be. Based on the post-mortem phenomena, the livor mortis, body temperature, liver temperature, and a comprehensive analysis of environmental conditions, the estimated time of death should be between 11 o'clock 3 days prior and 1 o'clock in the early morning. Zhang Jinhai pondered for a moment, asking, "How is the scene investigation progressing?" Zheng Qingrui stood up, stammering his response. "We're still reviewing the footage and have yet to identify any suspicious individuals entering or exiting the park. A hypothesis suggests that if the murderer sought financial gain, they may have robbed her of her belongings after she sent that message and then pushed her into the water," proposed an investigator. Thus, the deceased's mobile phone becomes critical to solving this case. According to her husband, she left home with an iPhone valued at over 4,000 yuan, along with cash and bank cards in her handbag. "We have monitored all accounts under the deceased's name, and should anyone attempt to withdraw funds, the local police will be promptly dispatched." Lin Yan stretched lazily, seemingly indifferent to the fervent discussion surrounding her, and yawned once more. "Have you considered that the Lotus Pond may not be the primary crime scene? Certainly, this has been thoroughly contemplated. Otherwise, why would we conduct a monitoring investigation?" A detective interjected. Lin Yan rose from her seat, retrieving a USB drive from her pocket. She promptly connected it to the computer, maneuvering the mouse to unveil several images on the large screen. These findings emerged during the autopsy. The blood within the victim's right ventricle was exceedingly diluted, exhibiting lower viscosity, density, hemoglobin levels, and red blood cell counts compared to the left ventricle. This is peculiarly atypical in forensic medicine, as individuals who drown in fresh water would not exhibit such indicators. Zhang Jinhai, holding a teacup, had yet to sip when he inadvertently spewed the water out. "What does this mean? Are you implying she drowned in seawater?" Although Jiang City is the coastal city closest to the ocean within the province, the nearest seaside park is still over 200 kilometers away from the urban center. In the ensuing silence, a sense of frustration enveloped the group. After a sleepless night, their findings were increasingly convoluted. "We should send it to the provincial department for diatom examination. Determining the specific water area where the crime occurred would significantly aid our investigative efforts." At any moment, Song Yuhang spoke with a solemn demeanor, unruffled. Lin Yan, leaning restlessly in her chair, sat adjacent to Song Yuhang. As she slightly leaned closer, a sweet, floral fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Instinctively, she recoiled, avoiding the movement but unable to escape the glimmer in Lin Yan's eyes, which held a hint of playful challenge.
"Oh,
What provincial department?" "I can handle it myself," Lin Yan remarked, glancing at her watch. "My instruments should be arriving soon, implying that Song team if we solve this case. You ought to express your gratitude toward me." Song Yuhang, maintaining a stoic expression, pretended not to hear and turned his face away. "For now, we shall proceed in 3 directions. One team will investigate the second-hand market, another will visit the victim's home, and I will go to Jiang City No. 1 middle school to gather information." Upon hearing the name of the school, Lin Yan silently repeated it in her mind before extending her hand. "I shall accompany you." Chapter 11. The Student. Aren't you uninterested in solving cases? Song Yuhang remarked, fastening his seatbelt, while Lin Yan climbed into the car. Her eyes were strikingly beautiful, and when she smiled, the arch of her lips and the lift of her brows imparted an air of irreverence. However, I am quite interested in Song team. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Song Yuhang shifted gears and drove off, evidently unfazed by her jest. Oh. I had thought Lin the forensic expert was solely interested in money and men. Lin Yan shook her head, despite her noble lineage, occasionally revealing a flirtatious charm reminiscent of the streets. Not at all. I appreciate all things beautiful, irrespective of gender. The car had not traveled far before it became ensnared in the morning rush hour at an intersection. Lin Yan propped her head up, counting the traffic lights, and instinctively remarked, turn left onto Chongqing Road. There's a small path that leads directly to Jiang City No. 1 Middle School. Song Yuhang glanced at her. Unfazed, that road was closed during last year's street renovation. Oh, is that so? She shifted her position for greater comfort, gently closing her eyes to rest. Thus, she missed the fleeting, piercing gaze of Song Yuhang. Just after morning self-study, the campus buzzed with vitality. It was the height of summer, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the camphor trees, casting dappled shadows. Young boys and girls clad in blue and white uniforms either strolled side by side, stood in the corridors memorizing vocabulary, or playfully dashed past her in small groups. Hey, what's for lunch? A new Yunnan rice noodle shop just opened at the school gate. Shall we give it a try? Sure. I want the spicy flavor. I just finished breakfast. And you're already thinking about lunch? Oh, this is just like someone who can't wait for class to end the moment the bell rings. How dare you call me out? You come back here.
Ha ha ha.
A cool breeze swept past her, and someone bumped into her shoulder. She faintly heard someone calling out her name, Lin Yan. Over here. That affectionate call of Lin Yan felt like a mere figment of her wandering thoughts. Regaining her composure, Lin Yan quickened her pace to catch up. Hello, Officer Song Yuhang. She presented her badge. I would like to inquire about Ding Shui and her character. They were received by the head of the senior grade, a middle-aged man with thinning hair. Upon hearing the name, he sighed and gestured for them to sit on the sofa. He is a good person. Although young, he is considered a backbone of our teaching staff at No. 1 high school. If this incident hadn't occurred, he would likely have been the head of the teaching group in a couple of years. His future was promising. What is his usual demeanor like? Does he have any conflicts with students or parents? Conflicts? He paused momentarily before breaking into a wry smile. If we're talking about conflicts, which teacher doesn't he have some issues with students or their parents? Most of the time, it's just a matter of differing educational philosophies or frustration over unfulfilled potential. These are understandable, but to kill over such matters is simply. Lin Yan scoffed coldly. I've seen someone stabbed multiple times over a mere dollar, with each strike aimed at a vital point. I spent half a day merely stitching the body. The grade director was momentarily at a loss for words, clearly caught off guard by her bluntness. Song Yuhang disregarded Lin Yan and continued, on the night of the incident, which was Friday around 8 or 9 o'clock. The deceased's husband stated that she received a call from the school regarding a fight involving several students, requiring her to intervene. Is this accurate? The grade director, donning reading glasses, scrolled through his phone and handed them the information. Yes, it's accurate. I made that call. Song Yuhang noted the call time. 10 past 9. Lasting approximately 30 seconds. Could you please elaborate on the events of that day? You're lying. Don't speak nonsense. Teacher Ding is not that kind of person. A frail boy in a tattered school uniform with a very short haircut clenched his fists and lunged at the speaker. Despite his surprise attack, he was quickly overpowered and knocked to the ground, where a group began to rain blows upon him. Protecting his head with his hands, the boy gritted his teeth and remained silent until a sharp voice echoed from the end of the corridor. What are you doing? Stop immediately. With a collective burst of laughter akin to startled birds scattering, Ding Shui hurried over to assist the boy who had fallen to the ground. Are you alright? Did they strike you again? Didn't we just inform your parents last time? I'll go find them. Teacher Ding, the boy interrupted her. His eyes dark as the night, glimmering faintly with moisture as he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and forced a smile. It's fine. I wouldn't want to trouble you at this late hour. Not a trouble at all. As your homeroom teacher, it is my duty to protect you, she replied, rummaging through her pocket to retrieve a tissue, attempting to help him up. The boy hesitated, shyly rejecting her assistance, taking the tissue himself, yet remaining silent, as if deep in contemplation. What's wrong, Xiao Zhou? He finally raised his head, as if resolved. You have been exceedingly kind to me throughout my 3 years of high school. Without you, I might not have even attended school. And I wouldn't know where I would be working now. You once said we are friends, so as a friend, could you please tell me? Before he could finish, Footsteps approached from behind, and the grade director and vice principal emerged in the corridor. Teacher Ding, are you alright? The boy, sensing their presence, promptly fell silent. Alright, I'll accompany you, Ding Shui suggested, noticing he still limped slightly. Teacher Ding, what happened to you? The vice principal observed her ashen complexion, thin beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and the dampness at her collar, inquiring with concern. If you are feeling unwell, we can arrange for a day off. Such words, intended as a colleague's concern, made Ding Shui's gaze falter momentarily. It's nothing. It drizzled a bit on my way here. I brought an umbrella, but still got wet. She held a folded umbrella in one hand, and after speaking, coughed a few times, appearing genuinely unwell.
I.
Both spoke in unison, and Lin Yan paused, before Song Yuhang continued. Can we meet that child? Oh, certainly, no problem. I'll make a call. He appeared momentarily taken aback, rising to the window to make the call. After hanging up, he returned, a slight frown creasing his brow. The substitute teacher said he didn't come to school today. He took a leave. Song Yuhang promptly requested the boy's home address, while the grade director searched the roster. Lin Yan stepped outside for some fresh air. In the past, she had wanted to smoke at school but refrained. Now, she felt unrestrained. She extracted a cigarette from her pack, placing it between her lips and flicking her lighter to ignite it. Students passing by cast curious glances, and Lin Yan exhaled a ring of smoke, raising an eyebrow and tossing a flirtatious glance. A daring student approached, asking, "Sister, could I have a puff too?" She glanced at him, noting his slicked-back hair, made-up face, and the gold chain around his neck, with his uniform zipper undone. He was clearly not a model student. Most tellingly, the chain was pure gold. With a slight smile curving her lips, she brought the cigarette to his mouth, and the boy, understanding the cue, took it eagerly. Interesting, which class are you in? Little brother? The smoke was exquisite, imbued with the fragrance lingering between a woman's lips. The boy inhaled deeply, taking 2 vigorous puffs. Class 36. Could you share your contact information? He asked. She cast a glance at the soft badge on his school uniform, a hint of curiosity in her expression. Class 16. I heard the female teacher, who recently passed away, was from there. Upon mentioning this, the boy paused, momentarily taken aback, before inhaling sharply. She was our homeroom teacher. What a pity. I read in the newspaper that she was an exemplary educator. Lin Yan naturally took over the conversation, smacking her lips. To her surprise, the boy scoffed. What a pity.
Not really.
Realizing his words might be inappropriate, he abruptly fell silent, scrutinizing Lin Yan with a dubious gaze. Wait a minute, during class hours there's strict management. Who are you, and how did you get in here? This lad was quite astute. Lin Yan smiled sweetly, intentionally fluttering her eyelashes, while internally seething with frustration. Suddenly, the boy slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh, I know. You're a reporter. Many people have been coming to our school for interviews lately." Lin Yan nearly choked on her own saliva. Yes. I am a reporter. She nodded eagerly. So, what juicy gossip do you know about your teachers? Who were her close acquaintances, which colleagues had conflicts with her? And who were the students she had particularly good or bad relationships with, not to mention her marital status? Thank you for the smoke, beautiful sister.
See you next time.
Hey, classmate. Lin Yan stamped her foot, cursing under her breath. The school bell rang at the most inopportune moment. Just as she finished speaking, the boy nearly collided with someone entering the classroom, hastily steadying himself and bowing. Good day, Teacher Li. Lin Yan's gaze shifted to the person addressed as Teacher Li, who donned a black suit and skirt, framed by a pair of rimless glasses, reminiscent of the archetypal teacher from a film. Song Yuhang emerged from the office, pushing the door open. Off you go, Reporter Lin. Lin Yan silently raised her middle finger at her retreating figure. Chapter 12. The argument, please have a seat, officer. The place is a bit messy. I haven't had time to tidy up these past few days. The man opened the door for them, guiding them inside, while picking up scattered cushions off the floor. His expression slightly embarrassed. Sun Xiangming's youngest daughter, Sanya, sat quietly by the window, engrossed in playing with modeling clay. She merely glanced at the newcomers before burying her head back into her work, tearing the clay into small pieces. The Sun residence was modest. A 2-bedroom apartment with a well-designed layout, airy and bright. A few pieces of furniture were simply arranged, and there were clothes strewn across the floor. Leftover takeout boxes sat abandoned on the table. The flowers in the entryway had withered, exuding a sense of decay and despondence, much like the atmosphere of the home itself. Would you like something to drink? He asked, opening the refrigerator only to find it empty, then moving to the kitchen to boil some water. Fong Xian quickly stopped him. No need to trouble yourself. We just came to understand the situation, and we'll be leaving soon. Oh, this is our bedroom, and over there is my wife's study. Sun Xiangming pushed open the bedroom door, revealing a chaotic scene that mirrored the disarray of the owner's living room. Beside the large bed stood a small cot, presumably for the child, while the laundry basket overflowed, spilling its contents onto the floor. Sun Xiangming managed a wry smile, his eyes reddening. I apologize for the mess. She usually handles these matters. Now, I find myself juggling work and caring for the child, which has proven quite challenging. Fong Xian and the two police officers glanced around briefly, discerning nothing suspicious, especially when he spoke of Ding Shui, where his demeanor conveyed a poignant sincerity through his body language, gaze, and subtle expressions. Those engaged in criminal investigations possess keen perception. A mere glance sufficed for them to deduce the situation, prompting them to step outside and head toward the adjacent study. The computer remained on, and the nearby bookshelf was lined with numerous volumes, covering topics from finance to education. Zheng Qingrui's attention fell upon the computer. May we examine this? Certainly, please do. Sun Xiaoming replied, moving to input the password and gesturing for them to proceed. Zheng Qingrui opened his portable notebook and began to tinker. Who typically uses this computer? The desktop displayed a family photo, with a girl nestled between her parents, holding a spoon and beaming with joy. Fong Xian watched for a moment, feeling the weight of life's transience, as a once-happy family now lay in ruins. Daddy, Mommy, I want Mommy. Sun Xiangming became flustered, scrambling for tissues to wipe her tears while lifting the child into his arms to comfort her. Perhaps his stubble had pricked the little girl, for her cries grew louder, incessantly demanding her mother. I apologize, but I must step out momentarily. It's crowded in here, the man said, carrying the child outside to the sofa, where he patiently soothed her. Fong Xian peered through the door crack, noticing him handing a toy to Sunya, a rare, strange smile gracing his face as he spoke to his daughter. The sorrow of a mother lost in childhood and a wife in middle age evoked a deep sense of melancholy. What was the nature of their marital relationship? Meanwhile, another team of investigators arrived at Sun Xiangming's mother-in-law's home to gather information. The elderly woman sat alone in a desolate atmosphere. Two memorial portraits displayed on the altar, one of her deceased husband and the other of the late Ding Shui. As she spoke, tears began to flow. I regret having married my daughter to him. The investigators exchanged serious glances. Please tell us in detail, without embellishment, just the facts as you observed them. Fighting? The elderly woman pondered carefully. No, even if that scoundrel had 100 times the courage, he would not dare lay a finger on my daughter. Her tone grew, increasingly indignant. How so? The elderly woman continued. It was Sun Xiangming who actively pursued my daughter. She sighed deeply, gazing at the portraits on the table, her eyes welling with tears once more. After all, my husband passed away early, and she is my only daughter. Upon uttering this, the elderly woman began to weep again, grasping the hands of the investigators as if intending to kneel before them. I implore you, ensure that the perpetrator is apprehended and justice is served for my daughter. Is the principal available? She is currently absent, engaged in teaching duties. You will have to wait for a while. The staff placed 2 cups of plain water before them and then busied themselves. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Even as the principal, is there still a need to teach? Indeed, our Jiang City No. 1 high school is a key institution. The competency must be upheld from top to bottom. Even the principal must carve out time for teaching amidst administrative duties. Especially with the imminent college entrance examinations and the recent unsettling events, it would be challenging to find qualified teachers on short notice. As she spoke, a frown creased the staff member's face. With the entrance exams followed closely by the autumn enrollment, the recent tumultuous news would certainly have some impact. Once the staff departed, Lin Yan took a sip of water, only to be greeted by the peculiar taste of the plastic cup, and she set it down, nudging Song Yuhang's arm. What is your take on this? The police department refrains from discussing the case details. Song Yuhang, expressionless, flipped through the magazines on the table. Does it truly cost you so much to engage in conversation with me? It might, she replied, turning a page in the school magazine. I fear you might be exasperated to death by me. Lin Yan, intent on throwing the water cup at her, was interrupted as the door was gently pushed open. A woman entered, clutching teaching materials, appearing to be in her 40s yet maintaining a graceful demeanor. Her lips curled into a subtle smile, momentarily taken aback upon noticing the presence of others in the office. It was none other than Teacher Li, whom Lin Yan had spotted in the corridor earlier. The staff promptly interjected. These 2 are officers from the Jiang City Public Security Bureau, here to inquire about the case. Song Yuhang, smiling as she reached out to shake the offered hand, introduced herself. Deputy Captain of the Criminal Investigation Team, Song Yuhang. Hello, Captain Song. And may I inquire about your companion? Her gaze shifted, and due to her years and education, the woman exuded an inexplicable warmth and elegance. I am a forensic expert. Lin Yan, Though perhaps we could forego the handshake. I have spent years handling corpses, which is rather ominous. Lin Yan candidly declared, causing teacher Li's expression to momentarily freeze. Yet she maintained her smile and invited them to sit. While Song Yuhang sought to grasp the situation, her inquiries yielded little new information, leading Lin Yan to rise and survey her surroundings. The office was modest, furnished with wooden tables and chairs, and a genuine leather sofa. She ran her fingers across the tabletop, gently tapping it, surprised to discover it was mahogany. A few books lined the adjacent shelf, predominantly educational texts with a sprinkling of English classics, exuding an air of profundity. She appeared captivated, engrossed in her exploration, when suddenly, an errant ball struck the floor, landing at Song Yuhang's feet. The usually composed Officer Song felt a tightening in her throat. Perhaps it had been unwise to bring Lin Yan along. Apologies, please continue. She chuckled as she walked over to retrieve the ball, reattaching it to the globe's base. Raising her gaze, she was met by an old photograph in the display case. It depicted a staff group photo, with the deceased Ding Shui standing in the upper right corner, smiling at them. This was the last time I saw her. She paused, gently closing her eyes in a moment of reverie, as if unable to bear the weight of the memory. How could this happen? Song Yuhang meticulously recorded. Thank you for your cooperation. Should further assistance be required, we kindly ask for your continued collaboration in our investigation. We would also like to pay a visit to your esteemed principal. May I inquire? Song Yuhang rose. Very well, I shall not impose further. Li Shiping also stood to see them off. It is our duty to assist the police.
Personally,
I hope the authorities apprehend the perpetrator swiftly and restore justice for my colleague. Lin Yan was the first to exit, but was abruptly called back. She paused, hands tucked into her pockets, and regarded them. What is it? After much hesitation, Li Shiping finally spoke. After all, she was a colleague, someone I personally recruited. I wish to know. You wish to know if she suffered in her final moments, correct? Lin Yan shifted her posture, crossing her arms, a sly smile gracing her lips. Song Yuhang found himself unable to intervene in time. Among the myriad of death methods, drowning must be the most excruciating. A swift knife-esque thrust would be preferable. Yet, to endure the agonizing sensation of oxygen being siphoned from one's lungs minute by minute, you would struggle. You would writhe in pain. You would scream. But the moment you opened your mouth, more water would flood in. Your limbs would gradually lose strength, and you would sink, never to rise again. By the time you resurface, it would be days later, your body marred by livor mortis, your skin sloughing off, while aquatic microorganisms devour your visage, rendering you unrecognizable, your mouth, nostrils, and eyes teeming with writhing maggots. Her words grew increasingly outrageous, and Song Yuhang raised his voice sharply. Lin Yan, Li Shiping, pale as a ghost, leaned against the doorframe. Lin Yan shrugged, innocently blinking. She asked me to say it. Did I err, Officer Song? She placed a deliberate emphasis on the latter words, clearly taunting. Song Yuhang was infuriated. You. Li Shiping regained her composure and managed a strained smile. It's quite all right. The resolution of this case is in your capable hands. A swift conclusion would benefit the reputation of Jiang City No. 1 High School. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Song Yuhang nodded, fearing further outrageous remarks from her, and tugged at her clothing, half dragging her away. Once in a more open area, Lin Yan forcefully shook off his grip. What are you doing? Let go. She gripped tightly, caught off guard. Lin Yan flung her arm, causing a button to pop off her collar. Both were breathless, especially Lin Yan, whose fair skin flushed slightly with agitation, glaring at him like an unyielding beast. Who do you think you are? What I say or do is none of your concern. What police? What you and us? You are you. I am I. Do not conflate me with you ineffectual fools. That small, rounded, delicate shoulder eventually vanished from sight. In a contest of verbal altercations, 10 Song Yuhangs would not match her prowess. Lin Yan observed with satisfaction as his complexion fluctuated between hues of blue and white, his throat constricting, fists clenched tightly. She recalled her first day at the precinct, the imposing presence of Song Yuhang, and a smirk of derision crept upon her lips. She seemed perpetually adorned with such expressions, disdainful, mocking, indifferent, and irreverent. In short, she had never truly smiled. Lin Yan stepped forward. Today she was on duty and had not donned high heels. Song Yuhang stood a head taller, grasping her collar and pulling it down, his teeth clenched as he stared directly into her light brown eyes. Furthermore, do not think for a moment that just because you are a woman, I will refrain from accusing you of sexual harassment if you continue to meddle with me. As the esteemed captain of the criminal investigation team, being warned while having her collar tugged should have ignited her fury, provoked her ire, and compelled her to retaliate with a punch. Yet, As Song Yuhang's fist clenched and then relaxed, her breath quickened, becoming somewhat erratic. She fixated on Lin Yan's eyes, where her own reflection resided, and suddenly remembered what she had been pondering. Just moments ago, when her clothing had been inadvertently torn, an oddly shaped tattoo appeared at her shoulder, resembling an ancient script or an unknown primordial totem. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Yan had released her grip, stepping back with an icy demeanor. From this moment forth, you pursue your investigation, and I shall pursue mine. I must remind you that, in terms of our positions, we are equals. I, Lin Yan, absolutely detest being dictated to. There was one more thought left unspoken. Whoever obstructs my path shall meet a most unfortunate end. For reasons unknown, she secretly hoped that there would never come a day when she would utter those words. After Lin Yan departed, Song Yuhang opened her palm, revealing a small beige button, now dampened by her grip. Initially, she intended to discard it, but perhaps due to professional instinct, she recognized that the smaller the item, the more it revealed. Ultimately, she wrapped it in tissue and tucked it away in her pocket. Chapter 13, Relations. How about this? An absolute gem, and for this price. The boy, adorned with a gold chain, waggled 2 fingers. The person opposite him, with a head of dyed yellow hair and a frizzy style, stood smoking, an old Canon camera dangling from his neck. Noticing his gesture, he exhaled a puff of smoke and turned to leave without a word. Wait, don't go. Take a look first. The boy, anxious, chased after him and thrust the photographs into her arms. Absolutely worth the price. If not, I can offer a discount if you help me with some exam papers. The woman, cigarette in hand, regarded him with a half smile. All right, 1,000 is the maximum. Now hand over the papers. Seizing the moment while the boy rummaged through his backpack, the woman flipped the photograph over. It was clearly a candid shot. The resolution not particularly sharp, but in social news, the blur only served to spark the imagination. The woman in the photograph was Ding Shui, and the man sprawled over her was someone she could not name, though he seemed vaguely familiar. One thing was certain, he was not her husband. This thought made her disdainfully flick the photograph, creating a rustling sound. The boy handed over the exam papers. An extramarital affair. This involves our principal. What explosive news. I even have a headline ready for you. A notorious beautiful teacher of Jiangcheng No. 1 high school engages in infidelity, meets tragic fate. As he spoke with pride, the woman tucked the photograph into her bag, casually pointing behind him. Hey, do you see who that is? Is that one of your teachers? No way. Damn it. The young man, seething with rage, spat forcefully onto the ground several times, exclaiming, Damn it, do not let me see you again. Lin Yan set aside the newspaper in her hands, exited the newsstand, and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to follow the bus ahead. Following the vice principal, Song Yuhang had visited several other teachers in succession, only to receive responses laden with evasion, such as I'm not privy to that, or I'm not well acquainted with Teacher Ding. When asked if the deceased had any conflicts with others, nearly all replies echoed the same sentiment. Not really, Teacher Ding was quite amiable. However, she was very close with the student, which is rather frowned upon in school. The ambiguous expressions of hesitation piqued Song Yuhang's interest. Closing his notebook, he resolved to meet the student known as Zhou Mo. Hello? Editor, hey, you said women tend to nod and bow while walking. Me? I'm out gathering material. What the hell can you gather? You haven't produced a single good piece. All you do is chase after trivial matters. We need hot topics. Do you understand? We need something eye-catching. If this month's sales do not improve, you can pack your things and leave. The furious roar of a middle-aged man echoed in his ears, prompting Ning Kei to hold the phone slightly away from him. Yet, he retained a carefree demeanor. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, this time it will definitely be a major selling point. I just obtained some explosive news about the female teacher who died at Jiangcheng No. 1 high school. Before she could finish her sentence, her path was obstructed, casting a shadow over the pavement. Slowly lifting her gaze, she found a woman standing with her arms crossed, wearing a half-smile that hinted at malice. Her face was rather attractive, yet her expression was decidedly unfriendly. Ning Kei felt a pang of unease. Was she a rival? As she attempted to sidestep, the woman mirrored her movements, stepping left when she did, right when she did. Clearing her throat, Ning Kei adopted a sycophantic smile. Are you looking for me? Lin Yan halted, pointing at the bag on Ning Kei's back. Hand over the photos. The woman tightened her grip on the bag strap. A fellow reporter? You should know the rules. Exclusive reports are off limits. Lin Yan produced a few red bills from her wallet and waved them. Money is the rule. Take the cash and leave the photos. All right. Ning Kei replied, slowly reaching for her bag. Lin Yan, growing impatient, urged hurry up. Just as she finished speaking, a thick stack of manuscript papers flew towards them, scattering and obstructing Ning K's view, prompting her to flee. As she prepared to employ the same tactics again, leaping onto a motorcycle waiting by the roadside, Lin Yan swiftly pursued her, delivering a powerful kick to her back. Ning K tumbled onto the road, causing pedestrians to scatter like startled birds. Despite her slender frame, she possessed considerable strength. After a brief struggle, Lin Yan decisively sat on her back, nearly suffocating Ning K, who rolled her eyes skyward in desperation, on the verge of losing consciousness. Lin Yan secured Ning K's head with one hand to prevent her from moving while the other rummaged through her bag, revealing a camera, a voice recorder, and, nestled in the innermost compartment, a photograph, which she swiftly pocketed. Ning K, still yearning to resist, felt her hair being yanked as she was lifted. "You think you can fool around with me? You are still too green. Do you know who I am? I am the ancestor of rogues." After releasing him, she stood up. In the distance, patrolling officers approached with electric batons. "What is going on?" Lin Yan took 2 steps back. Nothing at all. With that, she bolted away, escaping faster than a rabbit. Lin Yan's kick had truly been forceful, leaving her back tingling. Ning K brushed off the officer's hand, limping as she gathered her scattered belongings and papers from the ground. "It's fine, no need for help." She gazed in the direction Lin Yan had departed, tightly crumpling the manuscript in her hand. This was the western district of Jiang City, a world apart from the eastern district across the river. The buildings were merely 3-story houses, adorned on the outside with clothes of both adults and children, while tangled wires crisscrossed the sky like a spider's web. The narrow alley could barely accommodate an electric bike, and not far beneath her feet lay a foul-smelling sewage ditch. Her weekend home was here, in a shack beneath a flat-roofed house, constructed from corrugated iron, which burned under the sun's relentless glare, with a pot of wilting sunflowers at the entrance. Song Yuhang turned to peer through the rust-covered window, where the curtains were drawn, enveloping the room in darkness. Her gaze fell upon the iron lock hanging at the door, and she pulled a piece of wire from her bag. "Shall we discard everything?" Inside the KTV, vibrant lights flickered, casting alternating hues across his face.
The boy,
With his head down, murmured a low response. "Well done. I know you're short on cash. Take this money, and if it isn't enough, let me know." A stack of renminbi lay on the table, a considerable sum. Yet the boy remained unresponsive, still with his head down. The speaker nudged him. "Are you really that foolish? Do you actually think you can just give up?" He abruptly fell silent, swallowing hard before rephrasing. "With less than a month until the college entrance examination, think carefully. After all these years of schooling, you've endured so much. Are you really willing to abandon it all now? Do you truly wish to remain a failure? To live in poverty for the rest of your life?" The boy's throat moved, his voice hoarse. "But you are different from people like us. For me, not getting into college isn't the end. I can always go abroad to earn a diploma. But if you don't get into university, you may never rise above your circumstances. Do you genuinely want to spend your life in that pigsty? Xiao Zhou, do you know why we must study? The lofty ideals of establishing a heart for heaven and earth, of securing life for the people, of carrying on the teachings of ancient sages, and of ushering in peace for all ages are all but illusions. Such aspirations are commendable, yet lacking them isn't a tragedy. Most of us expend all our energy merely to survive, so we strive in our studies to improve our lives, to acquire what we desire, and to pursue those we love. Success is not confined to the path of education alone, but it undoubtedly serves as a shortcut to success. It demands no financial investment, merely your relentless effort. Xiao Zhou, your teachers do not wish for you to drop out. You must persevere." The words still linger in the air. Yet the dear friend has already succumbed to eternal slumber beneath the earth. The young man cradled his head in his hands, emitting a fragile wail from deep within his throat. The music in the private room blared loudly, and no one intervened to halt his emotional outpouring. After a considerable interval, the music ceased, and the young man slowly lifted his head, his gaze falling upon the banknotes before him. He swallowed hard and reached out to take them. At noon, the various teams reconvened for a brief analysis of the case. Zheng Qingrui began. "I inspected the computer used by the deceased, Ding Shui, and found nothing amiss. However, I did discover signs of deleted chat records on her frequently used communication tools." Song Yuhang rested her chin on her hand, leaning back in her chair. "With whom? When can we recover them?" A photograph magnified on the screen, revealing a man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, impeccably dressed in a suit, his frame somewhat portly. He was Gejun, the current principal of Jiangqing City No. 1 High School. Zhang Jinhai paused, holding his teacup. "That may be problematic, after all. He is the principal of a key municipal school and also a representative of the National People's Congress. It would be prudent to wait for the chat records to be restored before drawing any conclusions. The group turned their attention to Song Yuhang, who remained impassive. Twirling a pen in her fingers, her expression neutral. What findings has the second team uncovered? A detective stood, clutching a notebook. We visited the largest secondhand markets in the city, but found no mobile phones of the same model as the deceased Ding Shue's. This model was recently released and is rather expensive, making it unlikely to be sold quickly. Another detective added. Furthermore, we visited the home of Ding Shue's mother and learned that her marriage to Sun Xiangming was relatively harmonious. They had argued, but there were no indications of domestic violence. Fong Xian also rose. Our neighborhood inquiries corroborated this. Ding Shui and Sun Xiangming rarely quarreled, and on the night of the incident, Sun Xiangming had an alibi. We also investigated the food stall downstairs. Indeed, it was Sun Xiangming who placed the order. We spoke with the manager at his workplace, confirming he was assigned work that evening, so his claim of working from home is not a lie. Song Yuhang furrowed her brow. What about the video surveillance? This is the surveillance footage from the building's entrance. We scrutinized it all night, scarcely daring to blink, and confirmed he never exited. Are there any alternative exits? None. We checked. The fire escape leads directly to the entrance as well, so to leave, one must pass under the gaze of that camera. Thus, regarding both motive and timing, Sun Xiaoming does not fit the profile, and he has an alibi. Team leader Song, perhaps it is time to lift the surveillance on him. Zhang Jinhai's gaze shifted towards her. Their opinions often diverged. Song Yuhang was somewhat impetuous in her investigative approach, while Zhang tended to be more cautious. However, his rank surpassed hers, and unless she was adamant, he typically had the final say. As expected, the person seated opposite nodded. I have no objections. Suddenly, a figure stumbled in, her demeanor frantic, glancing anxiously over her shoulder, yet behind her lay naught but emptiness. Zheng Qingrui pressed pause, and the video rewound. She hurriedly emerged, panic evident on her face, yet the surroundings were devoid of any presence, evoking a ghostly aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Song Yuhang furrowed his brow. What could have prompted her flight? Was she in haste to reach school? Teachers have long since become accustomed to students bickering, so her agitation seemed unwarranted. Who was pursuing her? Or perhaps, what was she truly frightened of? The video left viewers in a haze. And Zhang Jinhai too frowned in contemplation. In any case, let's pause the investigation into Sun Xiaoming for now. While it is indeed a procedural necessity to first scrutinize the deceased's immediate relatives, we must not hastily label them as the culprits. An investigation must be grounded in evidence. The others nodded in agreement. I propose that our next focus shift towards the student named Zhou Mo and Gujun, while the technical investigation team should expedite the recovery of the chat records. Indeed, Zhang team leader Zheng Qingrui raised his chubby paw in a salute. Song Yuhang spun her pen around her fingers, momentarily resting her chin in a slightly lax posture, but then straightened up, eyes fixed on the surveillance footage. It was a narrow path, lacking municipal infrastructure, and the cameras ceased to function after approximately 500 meters. She tapped her pen twice on the table. Let us boldly hypothesize that she was not discarded in Lianqi Park, but chose to go there herself. What, then, compelled her to visit the park at this particular moment? Zhang Jinhai took a sip of tea and requested a refill. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the deceased, Ding Shui, shared some clandestine connection with Gujun. This warrants thorough investigation. The general direction of the inquiry was sound, so she refrained from further comment, casting a casual glance around, only to find a seat vacant in the technical investigation team, whereas forensic expert Lin Fong Xian promptly interjected. She is in the pathological dissection room tinkering with equipment. Chapter 14. Interrogation. Lin Yan meticulously extracted 20 grams from the samples left over from the previous autopsy, methodically conducting organic degradation to isolate residues, followed by centrifugation and microscopic examination. Her movements deliberate and composed. This was the first time Song Yuhang had seen her donned in a white lab coat, her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing a neck as pristine as jade. She had assumed that someone like Lin Yan would be unable to focus on research, yet she was engrossed in her work, changing the microscope's magnification multiple times while observing and diligently recording her findings. If team leader Song wishes to speak with her, I shall fetch her. From this moment forth, you conduct your investigation, and I shall pursue mine. Song Yuhang contemplated this thought, open her mouth, then change her mind. No need, let her be. Inform me immediately upon obtaining results. Lin Yan spent the entire afternoon in the pathology laboratory, and by the time she emerged, the sun had dipped below the horizon. She hung her white coat on a rack, gathered her tousled hair with her fingers, and deftly secured it with a black hair tie. Forensic expert Lin. Why not join us for a bite to eat? The technical team sat together, enjoying instant noodles. No, thank you, I'm not hungry. She picked up her wristwatch from the table and hesitated momentarily. Song. Fong Xian quickly chimed in. Oh. Team leader Song came by this afternoon but left upon seeing you engrossed in your experiments. Lin Yan snorted softly, displaying her awareness of the situation. I am not. I have no knowledge of this. I truly remain uninformed. My relationship with her is merely that of a typical superior and subordinate, sitting across from each other as I endure the police's inquiries. If you lack evidence, I might consider suing you for defamation. Song Yuhang straightened in his chair, gesturing for Zheng Qingrui to turn the computer screen towards him. Since March of last year, you have subjected Ding Shui to over a year of incessant harassment, including but not limited to verbal abuse. Principal Ge, being a family man with a reputation, one can only imagine the consequences should your wife become aware of this. The chat logs are rife with vulgarities that are utterly appalling, including lewd photographs you sent to Ding Shui as a means of provocation. Throughout the extended harassment, Ding Shui, due to his position of authority, has consistently endured, having graciously declined and adamantly refused on numerous occasions. This only served to inflame his rage, culminating in a message sent to her on the evening of May 14th. You will regret it for refusing my advances. The chat records are shocking, causing Gejun to break out in a cold sweat, yet he feigned composure, dabbing at his perspiration with a handkerchief.
Impossible.
This must be a fabrication on your part. Just as his words fell, the door to the interrogation room was abruptly thrust open, followed closely by several police officers who were unable to intervene in time. Lin Yan slammed a photograph onto the table. How do you explain this? The image depicted a man and a woman in an intimate embrace. The woman appeared intoxicated, while the man crudely leaned in to kiss her face. Cold sweat poured from Gejun's forehead, his complexion alternating between pale and ashen. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to deny everything. I suggest you comprehend your situation. You have been designated as the primary suspect by the police. Regardless of your attempts to refute, we will unearth evidence to bring you to justice. As a distinguished principal, you should know that even in the absence of witness testimony, solid evidence can lead to a conviction. Consider your family, your parents, your wife, and your children. Do you wish to bring shame upon them by being labeled a murderer? They would never be able to hold their heads high again. The notion of honesty yielding leniency and resistance leading to severity was laid bare before him. If you confess, we will document it in the case report, and perhaps, if it reaches the courtroom, there may be a chance for a reduced sentence. To nurture one's parents while they still live is a privilege, should you spend your life in confinement. You may never have the opportunity to fulfill your filial duties at their bedside. You are still a teacher, a principal, a beacon of guidance for your children and students. Is this truly the example you wish to set? Listening to this rhetoric and the persuasive nature of the interrogation, Lin Yan felt a twinge of empathy. The mention of family and children finally stirred a flicker of emotion in Gejun's demeanor. Song Yuhang noticed his anxious fidgeting beneath the table and stoked the flames further. Rest assured, our police force will not wrongfully accuse an innocent person, but we shall also not spare any guilty party. Gejun wrestled with his thoughts, his expression shifting, ultimately asserting, I did not kill her. I truly did not kill her. Although I may have uttered threats, I never imagined she would perish. For reasons unknown, Lin Yan instinctively glanced at Song Yuhang, whose gaze floated back toward her. As their gazes locked, both individuals simultaneously averted their eyes. Song Yuhang then inquired, what were you doing on the night of May 14th? Under the intense scrutiny of a room full of detectives, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper. I went to meet my lover under the pretense of a business trip. I swear I did not kill her. You can verify it. He hastily divulged all he knew about his mistress, prompting an investigator to take the information for verification. Gejun wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, see, I told you, I am not lying. Officer, I have stated my case. It is time to release him. ISNT it? Song Yuhang suddenly bit his lip, yet another lead had crumbled. Meanwhile, Lin Yan leaned back in his chair, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Standing up, Song Yuhang declared, let him go. After all, the brothers outside have been waiting for quite some time. Thank you. Thank you. You all have worked hard. I promise to treat you all to tea another day, Gejun said, bowing and nodding, his face beaming with an uncontainable smile. Duan Cheng nudged Zheng Qingrui, saying, do you think he feels that his mistress was the right choice? Without her, he would be unable to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The stout man adjusted his glasses and rubbed his round belly, lamenting, when will this case come to a close? I yearn for roasted pigeon, grilled pig estrotters, and crawfish. Just then, Duan Cheng's stomach grumbled in agreement. All right, enough already, he urged. As Gejun exited the interrogation room, his smile abruptly froze. Before him stood several sharply dressed young men in matching black uniforms, displaying their identification badges. People's Procuratorate of Jiang City, we suspect you of serious violations during your tenure at Jiang City Number 1 Middle School. Please accompany us. I have stated before, I shall not overlook any evildoer. Indeed, upon observing that no further information could be extracted from Gujun, Lin Yan's lips curled into a sardonic grin. Meeting Song Yuhang's frigid gaze, he retorted, "Where did you acquire this? That is none of your concern. Did we not agree you would pursue your own investigations while I pursue mine?" Lin Yan attempted to withdraw, but a slight tug ensued, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Evidence that does not conform to procedure cannot be presented in court, regardless of whether the cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. If I hadn't placed the evidence before you, would you have been able to extract anything? Lin Yan stood her ground, confronting him directly. The police prioritize procedure, but even more so, they prioritize results. Do not attempt to bamboozle me with your rhetoric. Just because I wear this uniform does not mean I endorse your methods. I have long declared that, in my eyes, you are all nothing but ineffectual cowards. With satisfaction, she observed the rise and fall of his chest, but in a fleeting moment, her demeanor shifted to one of calm. If you despise us so much, why do you choose to associate with us, forensic expert Lin? Do you not find it repugnant? She had a remarkable knack for striking at the heart of others' vulnerabilities. Lin Yan gritted her teeth, retorting, "What is truly repugnant is your inaction, your inefficiency, your incompetence, not me." Song Yuhang's clear gaze fell upon her, calm and unhurried. "I have always been curious as to why you harbor such disdain for our police force," he inquired. Lin Yan released her grip on the photograph. "No comment," she replied curtly. That was enough. She had already divulged too much to Song Yuhang. As she turned to leave, a slightly somber voice called out from behind her. "Forensic Dr. Lin, I have a piece of advice for you. Do not stray from the righteous path, lest you face the consequences of your actions." By 5 in the afternoon, the peak time for pickups, a long line of cars had formed outside the school gates. Lin Yan found a cafe by the roadside, settling down in a spot with a clear view. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed the crosswalk leading to the Morning Star kindergarten. She ordered a latte, sipping it absent-mindedly while perusing the magazines scattered about the cafe. As dusk descended and the last rays of sunlight faded, the children began to leave in droves. The teacher prepared to close the school gates, and a little child pressed her face against the iron railing, peering out anxiously. "Xiaoya, don't worry. The teacher has already called your father. He will be here shortly," the teacher reassured her, gently patting her head before returning to her duties. A dark figure blocked the sunlight. A man holding a lollipop approached her. "Are you Xiaoya? I am a friend of your father's. He sent me to pick you up." The child's innocent eyes glanced at him, then at the candy in his hand, swallowing nervously. As the man opened the iron gate, intending to carry her away, he was suddenly seized. "Put her down. You are not her father's friend." Lin Yan's gaze shifted toward the scene, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I must thank you for your timely intervention. Had it not been for you, this child could have been in grave danger."
Li Shiping,
Cradling Dingya, smiled gratefully at her. The child nestled comfortably in her arms, unafraid of strangers. Lin Yan chuckled softly. "I was merely passing by and happened to witness the commotion, so I offered my assistance. Who would have thought that forensic Dr. Lin possesses such remarkable skills?" It was indeed no exaggeration. Just moments ago, the trafficker had been dragging Dingya toward a van, and she had been powerless to stop him. Lin Yan had appeared from seemingly nowhere, wielding a mechanical baton, and with a swift strike, she seized the opportunity to rescue the child. The assailant, recognizing the shift in fortune, scrambled away and fled in his vehicle. Li Shiping, still somewhat shaken, managed to maintain her composure, though her face was pale. "It was merely a self-defense mechanism," she remarked, as the baton effortlessly shrank back to the size of an electric pen, slipping easily into her pocket. "What brings Principal Li to this area?" "I recall it being quite some distance from the first high school." Before she could finish her thought, a man approached hurriedly from afar, breathless. "Xiaoya, are you all right?" Without hesitation, he scooped her from Li Shiping's embrace. The earlier commotion had drawn the attention of the kindergarten's teachers and security. How could you, as a parent, consistently be the last to pick up your child? One's work may be demanding, but it should never overshadow the responsibilities of parenthood. Were it not for the kindness of two benevolent individuals, a grave incident could have transpired today. "I sincerely apologize. I shall exercise more caution in the future." Sun Xiangming nodded deferentially at the teacher, his gaze fleetingly skimming past Li Shiping's face. Lin Yan observed the subtle movement of his throat before he turned to address her. "I appreciate your assistance with today's incident." "Not at all. It was a mere trifle. The matter is resolved, and I shall take my leave," she replied, waving goodbye to the two before departing. In her peripheral vision, Li Shiping remained rooted in place, watching Sun Xiangming leave, while Dingya rested silently on her father's shoulder, her eyes still glistening with tears. Sun Xiangming then retrieved a small aquarium from the bag he was holding and coaxed her gently. Look, Daddy brought you something, a goldfish, your favorite.
It was Song Yuhang who had arrived.
She then dabbed the corners of her eyes with a tissue and opened the door. Officer Song. Is there something I can assist you with at this late hour? Song Yuhang stood alone outside, clad in casual attire and carrying a shoulder bag. I apologize for the intrusion. I came to inquire about the situation. Not at all, please come in. Li Shiping stepped aside to allow her entry and fetched a pair of guest slippers from the shoe cabinet.
Thank you.
What would you like to drink, Officer Song? While she changed her shoes, Li Shiping entered the open kitchen to prepare coffee. No need for trouble, just plain water will suffice. Do you live alone? Yes. I have lived alone since my divorce from my ex-husband. She noticed a used glass on the countertop, contrasting with the cup she held and the glass of water she offered. Where is your child? I do not have children, she replied coolly, taking a sip of her coffee. Song Yuhang refrained from pressing further and took out paper and a pen from her bag, taking a seat. As the routine questioning concluded, she posed another query. What is your impression of Ding Shui? The woman, holding the glass, momentarily lost her train of thought.
Oh.
I have quite a favorable impression of her. She is a capable teacher among the young educators, well-read, and treats her students with fairness. I have heard from the neighbors of the Sun family that her marriage is not particularly harmonious. Has she mentioned it at school? Never, came the response. Are you aware of the student in question from this weekend? Yes, he is one of the problematic students in the senior year. I noticed his name on the list of grades posted at your school as entrance. How could he be deemed a problematic student? Li Shiping fell silent for a moment, and Song Yuhang observed her expression, sensing an unspoken complexity. You are unaware of his entanglement with a teacher, are you? Li Shiping's silence was an acknowledgement. What is your opinion of Principal Ge? Song Yuhang nodded. Indeed, you seem quite well informed. To be frank, there has been much gossip within the school regarding his questionable character. Do you believe he has a significant connection to the deaths of Ding Shui? Chapter 15. Fragility. After exiting Li Shiping's residence, Song Yuhang hailed a taxi, whispered the destination, and gently closed her eyes to rest. Miss, we have arrived at the Randy Bar. All right, thank you. She extended her hand to pass over the money, pushed the door open, and stepped out of the car. Raising her gaze, she beheld the enormous neon sign, while the deafening music reverberated even from the roadside. A few young men with brightly dyed hair stood at the entrance, smoking, and as soon as they spotted her, they approached with eager invitations. Miss, would you like a drink? Today's beverages are at a special discount of 20% off. Song Yuhang retrieved her identification from her pocket. Officer, I am looking for someone named Zhou Mo. The group's interest waned instantly. Those engaged in such business often dreaded the presence of the police, as it brought ill fortune. A young man with green hair lethargically pushed the door open. Zhou Mo, someone is looking for you. The young man, busy polishing glasses at the bar, abruptly looked up, met Song Yuhang's gaze, and then lowered his head again to continue his task. Realizing he was the individual she sought, she approached and tapped the bar. Officer, I need to ask you a few questions. Zhou Mo, still a student, sported a neat uniform rather than any peculiar hairstyle, appearing quite clean and fresh. Upon seeing her credentials, he did not even furrow his brow. Is this about Teacher Ding? This lad was aware of the concept of an alibi. Song Yuhang remained composed. Currently, there is no evidence suggesting you killed her, so why the agitation? I am merely here to ascertain your relationship with her, and whether she had close associations with anyone. No sooner had she finished her statement than a customer shouted, Where's my drink? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Zhou Mo took a tray and stepped outside. Please make way. I still have work to do. Song Yuhang intercepted his path, signaling him to pause momentarily. Don't you wish to know who killed her? The young man hesitated briefly, then, with a smirk tinged with sarcasm, replied, Officer Song, I am not yet 18. As far as I know, it is illegal to question a minor alone. Quite astute. Song Yuhang was taken aback as he disappeared into the crowd with his tray. I apologize for the wait. Here is your Long Island iced tea. Enjoy. As he turned back, a colleague happened to pass by. Zhou Mo handed over the tray, removed his apron, and whispered, There's a police officer looking for me. Could you keep an eye on the front desk while I go to the back? The green-haired individual nodded, and they exchanged positions, allowing Zhou Mo to vanish amidst the bustling crowd. The bar switched to a more intense dance track, the vibrant lights blurring vision, and amidst the throng of people, Song Yuhang soon realized she had lost her target. A playful smile graced her lips until someone gently tapped her shoulder. Instinctively, she prepared for a shoulder throw. Seizing the person's wrist, only to find it soft and delicate, accompanied by a sweet fragrance wafting into her senses. Lin Yan leaned close to her ear, whispering something inaudible, the warmth brushing against her neck eliciting a slight tickle. Song Yuhang released her grip, stepping back to regain her stance. What did you say? Lin Yan held a mojito, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she cast a sidelong glance. I said, it appears that even Officer Song has her off days. Song Yuhang pressed her lips tightly together. Having clearly heard the question, what are you doing here? Investigating a case. What else could it be? I've already told you. Today's youth are no longer swayed by your old tricks. They prefer to see things for themselves. Lin Yan casually thrust a glass into her hand, elegantly tossing her hair, while adjusting her off-the-shoulder dress to accentuate her curves. Before she could even ring for service, a waiter promptly approached her. Miss, would you like something to drink? Song Yuhang turned her face expressionlessly. The most expensive wine you have, and I want one of those handsome young men to accompany me. She feigned drunkenness, her steps unsteady as she playfully draped herself around the waiter's neck, who helped her settle into a booth. 2 bottles of Louis XIII. The waiter instructed a young attendant behind him, then turned back to Lin Yan, nearly blinded by her array of designer brands. Lin Yan leaned forward from the booth and wrapped her arms around his neck, unabashedly flirtatious. Her gaze hazy and her words slurred. I've heard there's a striking gentleman named Zhou Mo here. He has plenty of money. Let him come and drink with me. As she spoke, she clumsily pulled a stack of cash from her Louis Vuitton bag and stuffed it into his arms. The waiter's eyes nearly bulged, though a moment of hesitation crossed his face. Sister, he's not here today. How about I get someone else to drink with you? They're equally attentive and agreeable. Song Yuhang observed them from a nearby aisle, watching Lin Yan clink glasses with several young men and women at the booth. Laughing and swaying as if intoxicated, burying her head into the waiter's embrace. Overwhelmed by her affection, he seemed to forget everything else. A sugar baby? That lad surely doesn't he lack for money lately. Lin Yan reclined across his lap, allowing him to feed her wine. Oh, how so? If he is not short on funds, why is he working in a place like this? The waiter, also tipsy, replied candidly, I don't know what kind of wealthy patron he has recently attached himself to. I saw him wearing an Omega watch just yesterday. Though Omega is not as luxurious as Rolex, it still qualifies as a light luxury brand for students. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, male or female? Daring to compete with me for someone? They clearly don't know who I am. Song Yuhang listened intently, taking a sip from her glass, only to realize suddenly that Lin Yan had just consumed from it. She frowned and quickly set it down, the crisp scent of the wine lingering on her lips. The group indulged in revelry until the bar closed in the deep of night. Lin Yan had gleaned the information she sought, and as she cast a glance back, she noticed a figure sitting upright at a table, his drink untouched. Lady Lin staggered to her feet, tossing a stack of cash onto the table. All right. I've had my fill of drinks and fun. It's time to disperse. With that, she turned to leave. But the waiter quickly steadied her and exchanged glances with a few others, who followed behind as they exited. Song Yuhang zipped up her sweatshirt, pulled her hood over her head, and settled the bill before heading out. Miss, please slow down. The car is over here. Lin Yan's steps were unsteady, her gaze unfocused, occasionally bending down as if in discomfort, her pale face betraying her state. For a moment, Song Yuhang could not discern whether her intoxication was genuine or feigned, thus he followed their lead. As a vehicle approached, it was not the one she expected, prompting a faint, bitter smile to form within her. Damn it, still hoping for a chance. Before she could act, she felt a sudden lightness. Green hair had been yanked away, and to her surprise, she felt a twinge of regret. Her previously tensed right arm slackened, instinctively wrapping around the waist of her companion, resting her head upon their shoulder. Both individuals jolted in unison. Song Yuhang, expressionless, looked down at her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, each harbored their own thoughts. Lin Yan blinked her innocent eyes, tightening her embrace, clutching at her companion's clothing, burying her head into their chest. Resisting the urge to toss her aside, Song Yuhang wrapped an arm around her shoulders and began to lead her away. Observers, witnessing the disruption, wore unfriendly expressions. One, emboldened by drunkenness, lunged forward in an attempt to seize her. Song Yuhang swiftly shifted Lin Yan from her left arm to her right, countering with an elbow strike that landed squarely, causing the assailant to stagger back, gasping in pain. Damn it, come at me, she shouted. Oh no, I left my phone. Song Yuhang, the renowned detective of Jiang City, was certainly not one to call for assistance. The intoxication fled Lin Yan's face, and she stood upright, wishing for a plate of sunflower seeds to leisurely observe the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a small thug launched a punch at her, which Song Yuhang deftly evaded, her extensive combat experience evident as she executed a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground, her movements sharp and decisive. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another attack from behind. She deftly turned her head, seized the assailant's arm, and executed a throw. Green Hair cried out in pain, attempting to break free by headbutting her. Song Yuhang retaliated with a powerful hook, sending blood streaming from his nose. She pressed him backward with strength equal to that of male officers, slamming him against a car with a resounding thud that left him dazed. With a quick motion, she twisted his wrist, and the already weakened grip on the baseball bat failed, causing it to fall. She picked it up and tossed it far away, producing handcuffs from her pocket to secure him firmly to the car door. Watching the baseball bat roll to her feet, Lin Yan could no longer muster a smile. She contemplated making a hasty exit. The police had yet to arrive, while the small-time thug lay on the ground, wailing for mercy. Just as Lin Yan opened her mouth to speak, a surge of nausea overwhelmed her, forcing her to lean against a utility pole and retch. She had intended to test Song Yuhang's abilities against those scoundrels, while Song Yuhang seemed determined to demonstrate her prowess, as if to show that dealing with a few lowlifes required such ferocity. It was clear she was signaling Lin Yan to refrain from acting impulsively. Song Yuhang was astute, recalling the events in the archives. Her suspicions had never dissipated. As Lin Yan pondered these thoughts, her coughing intensified, and she bent lower against the pole. Having drunk heavily, her vomiting was particularly severe, leaving her unsteady, her porcelain neck exposed beneath the streetlight, pale and fragile. As Lin Yan gazed at the tissue handed to her, she momentarily froze, wiping the smudge from her lips before lifting her head, her eyes shimmering with intensity. "No need, I'm not drunk," she asserted. Song Yuhang, feeling somewhat foolish, chose not to press further, and turned to leave. After a considerable time, she finally felt better, supporting herself against the wall as she emerged from the alley, only to find the police lights still flashing. Song Yuhang had not departed. Leaning casually against the car door, her hands tucked into her pockets, she wore a simple gray t-shirt and black trousers, exuding an air of gentle nonchalance reminiscent of a neighborly youth, as if she were merely waiting for a classmate to finish her lessons, untouched by the earlier tension. Lin Yan could not fathom why such a thought suddenly crossed her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. She found herself repulsed by her own musings for the second time that evening, noticing her pallid complexion and the chill that seemed to seize her. Song Yuhang glanced at her exposed shoulder and collarbone, displaying a thoughtful concern as she offered her coat. Lin Yan declined. "Aren't you angry? The forensic pathologist is cunning. If I were to be angry about every little thing, I would surely perish from frustration," she retorted, her teeth gritting as she snatched the coat from Song Yuhang's hands and dove into the car. "You should just be quiet." On the way back, she finally settled down a bit. Perhaps the lack of rest recently, coupled with the effects of alcohol, lulled her into slumber before long. Wrapped in Song Yuhang's coat, she seemed untouched by fragrances or cosmetics, her clothing carrying a faint scent of sunlight. In her half-dreaming state, Lin Yan mused that it resembled the delightful aroma of blankets basked in the winter sun for an afternoon. She succumbed to sleep, cradled by that comforting scent. The alley was narrow and difficult to navigate, the road uneven and bumpy, causing Lin Yan's head to lean against Song Yuhang's shoulder. She attempted to steady herself, but inadvertently brushed against the warmth of Song Yuhang's breath, a gentle warmth that grazed her fingertips. The car remained dark, revealing Song Yuhang's strikingly pale complexion, her eyes closed, breathing steadily. She had fallen asleep. The delicate nape of her neck lay exposed under Lin Yan's gaze. Song Yuhang hailed from a family of military and police. Her father was a special police officer, and her brother a narcotics officer. From a young age, instead of engaging in simple exercises, she trained in military boxing. By the time she was 7 or 8, she had joined the provincial team to specialize in free fighting. Her father and brother would not permit her to be weak, and driven by pride, she aspired to surpass her brother. As she matured, she grew taller than most of her peers, her large frame appearing slender, yet composed entirely of muscle honed through years of training. Without her clothes, she could easily contemplate becoming a fitness instructor. She had never known weakness until today, when she experienced its essence through Lin Yan. That fragile nape, with just a gentle exertion, could easily crumble in her grasp. It was no wonder that fragile beings often incite a desire for destruction, a lesson learned through countless encounters with the most ruthless criminals. Song Yuhang inexplicably felt a dryness in her throat. Lin Yan stirred, her expression weary, yawning as the coat slipped from her shoulders. As she bent down to retrieve it, Song Yuhang had already exited the car. The coat inevitably bore some stains and an acrid scent of alcohol. Once Lin Yan stepped out of the car, she raised her eyebrows at her. "Hey, I'll return it to you clean." Song Yuhang nodded, not uttering a word, as she hastily entered the municipal bureau. Her pace was brisk. Lin Yan had yet to fully regain her composure. Hey, why are you running? Beneath her seemingly unperturbed exterior, she alone was aware of the sinful thoughts that had just emerged. Chapter 16, Hidden Truths. Had it not been for the incident of corpse retrieval, perhaps this group would not have found themselves in such a predicament, now crouched obediently against the wall with their hands on their heads. The effects of the alcohol had long since begun to wane. The green-haired one, having been frightened, felt his legs weaken upon seeing her approach. Song Yuhang unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and mimicked Lin Yan's gesture of wiping the moisture from her lips. Do not be afraid. Resisting arrest is not a grave offense. It usually results in a sentence of 3 to 5 years along with a fine. Instantly, the group erupted in cries. Officer Song. Team leader, dear lady. We truly overindulged. We don't usually act like this. We wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts, would we? Even with 10 times the courage, we wouldn't. You can't blame us after all. As the green-haired one spoke, he furtively glanced at Lin Yan, astonished that such a fiery beauty was actually a criminal investigator. It seemed a waste of talent. Despite the pretense, Lin Yan was fully aware. The repulsive gaze that lingered on her prompted her to kick out instinctively while seated. The green-haired one dodged back, grinning. She's hitting. The police are hitting. This time I didn't initiate it. Upon entering the bureau, any violence on her part would be deemed coercive interrogation. As a few approached to pull her away, Lin Yan sprang to her feet with a curse. Before she could finish her sentence, a shadow loomed before her. Song Yuhang, tall and blocking a significant portion of the fluorescent light, raised her chin slightly, surveying the interrogation room with a somewhat frosty tone. Please, one by one, no one can escape. This group was not only involved in corpse retrieval, they were also colleagues from the weekend. The green-haired one had even provided cover for evading police inquiries. Observing the team's clearly defined roles in their nefarious activities, it was evident this was not their first wrongdoing. Tonight's interrogation would certainly be thorough. Rise, rise, a few criminal investigators urged as they began to usher the suspects inside, leaving only one remaining. As the adage goes, experience is invaluable. Song Yuhang had already arranged plainclothes officers to surround the bar's various exits the weekend prior, catching them red-handed. The reason for not stopping Lin Yan was that the weekend was a tough nut to crack, and she hoped to extract more information from others. Once in the bureau, they might not be forthcoming with the truth. By cross-referencing with Lin Yan's gathered information, the veracity of their statements would soon become evident. Lin Yan lifted her head from her arm. Is everything all right? Still in the midst of questioning? I'll take a look. The diatom test results should be available now. As per regulations, without concrete evidence, the weekend could not be implicated in corpse retrieval, thus only inquiries could be made, not interrogations. Furthermore, minors must have a guardian present when giving statements, and the weekend stubbornly refused to divulge anything on that point. The accompanying officer, suppressing his anger, slammed his pen onto the table. Do not presume we are unaware of your orphan status. From whom do you expect guardianship? The individual seated opposite merely smiled, reclining in his chair. That, I cannot say, officer. I have already stated that on the day of Teacher Ding's incident, I was indeed asleep in my dormitory. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with my classmates or the dormitory supervisor. He seemed on the verge of losing his temper, but was restrained. Lin Yan turned off the camera and gestured for him to rise. The other person smirked. This one is a tough nut to crack. Lin Yan reached for the recorder before Song Yuhang and turned it off. Song Yuhang glanced at her, but did not object. This is not an interrogation. I am not here as a police officer. I am simply an ordinary person in search of the truth. Teacher Ding was still young, with a child so small. She deserved a more beautiful life, don't you think? The chair beside her shifted as Lin Yan took a seat, her gaze imbued with a hint of compassion. Song Yuhang retrieved an envelope from the evidence bag and pushed it across the table. This was found on Ding Shue's desk. It's a letter you wrote to her, which she kept. Additionally, the clothing you are wearing, the button was sewn by her, correct? Song Yuhang tilted her head, a rare sharpness glinting in her light brown eyes. Despite being able to afford an Omega watch, he could not bear to part with an old piece of clothing. The individual opposite shrank slightly under her gaze, pulling his sleeve down to conceal the watch. I do not know what you're talking about. I found this watch. Lin Yan straightened, her dark eyes fixed on him. Admit it, you have feelings for her. In the adjacent interrogation room, the lights blazed brightly, and the fluorescent bulbs, when stared at for too long, began to sting the eyes. Dealing with these tough characters was far from the courtesy displayed next door. The charges you bear are substantial, harboring a criminal suspect, assaulting an officer, and indecent exposure. When one considers these offenses, a prison term of at least 7 to 8 years is likely. It would be wise to divulge the truth. If you provide significant leads in this case, the court may show leniency. The two uniformed officers across from him remained stern-faced and silent since their arrival, their demeanor unyielding. Green Hair pondered, utterly famished. Having not sipped a drop of water, his throat parched and vision blurring. "Please, may I have some water?" he implored. The officer seated near the door exchanged a glance with someone outside, and shortly thereafter, a person entered bearing a cup of warm water for him. "Now, tell us, when did you start working at your shop over the weekend?" "About 3 months ago, I believe." "Did he work on the night of May 14th? Green Hair shook his head vigorously. No. He was short on cash and usually came in every night. I distinctly remember that day. He took a leave of absence. And I covered for him." "Did he mention the reason?" "No, we did not inquire." "He did not show up at all that entire night?"
No.
"Think carefully. Has he exhibited any unusual behavior recently or come into contact with anyone?" As the green-haired individual pondered, he suddenly slapped his thigh with a start. "I remember now." The next day, he arrived at work bright and early. Coincidentally, that day marked the birthday celebration of one of our regular patrons, which was rather lively. The two detectives exchanged glances, puzzled.
What is so strange about it?
The celebrant, named Chan Hao, was a wealthy second-generation heir and also a student from their school. What struck them as odd was the camaraderie displayed between the two, as they embraced each other like brothers. The green-haired one recalled how, during his initial weekend working at the bar, Chan Hao had humiliated him, calling him poor and forcing him to lick the spilled drinks off the floor. Who could endure such indignity? Unable to contain himself, they had engaged in a fierce altercation, resulting in considerable financial losses that nearly led to his dismissal. He spread his hands in exasperation. That they could reconcile so easily. "Don't you find that peculiar, officer?" The detectives exchanged another look, and one of them rose to step outside, presumably to report to their superior. With a toothy grin revealing his yellowed teeth, the green-haired one raised his handcuffs. "Officer, I've said all that I needed to say. Can I be released now?" The seated detective capped her pen, ignoring him. "Whether you are released is up to the higher-ups." At that moment, an officer hurriedly entered, whispering something into her ear while placing a document before her. The weekend worker fidgeted nervously, beginning to swallow frequently. Song Yuhang gestured for someone to bring a glass of water for him as she calmly flipped through the pages, exuding an air of composure. "That watch was a gift from Chun Hao, wasn't it?" she inquired, her voice clear and articulate, always unruffled, as if she were in command of the situation. Under the weight of her overwhelming presence, the facade on the weekend worker's face began to crumble. He trembled, his lips quivering as if struggling to articulate something, his hands intertwined, incessantly picking at the dead skin beneath his nails. She observed all of this intently. A subtle smile graced Song Yuhang's lips, appearing both serene and menacing. "Let me take a guess. Why did he gift you a watch?" Instances where enemies reconcile overnight are rare unless you share a common secret. This secret must be significant enough to overshadow past grievances. I truly cannot fathom what two ordinary high school students might possess unless... Her expression turned icy, and she spoke in a chilling tone. "You two committed murder." The weekend worker, who had initially kept his head down, grew increasingly distressed as she spoke, his hands transforming into tight fists, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing this, he suddenly sprang to his feet, kicking the table in front of him, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared, "I did not. I never did. You are talking nonsense. How could I kill her when I loved her so much?" Lin Yan, seated across from him, recoiled instinctively, clutching at his chest. "Oh, you're quite fierce." Song Yuhang slammed her hand on the table, her innate talent for commanding various atmospheres evident as she barked, "Sit down." Several detectives rushed in, restraining him in his chair. The mask he wore shattered completely, and he covered his face, sobbing intermittently, which ultimately crescendoed into a wail. I didn't kill her. I'm so sorry." "Do you think what he said is true?" Lin Yan inquired, perched on his office chair, stirring his coffee nonchalantly, his feet resting on the desk as he turned to observe Song Yuhang. 2 days and 2 nights without sleep, yet he appeared unyielding. Perusing the examination report submitted by Lin Yan, the field agents had already set out to apprehend suspects, and the truth would soon be revealed, likely within 2 hours. Lin Yan took a sip of her coffee, the bitterness causing her to grimace. "I remain perplexed. Chun Hao is Ge Jun's nephew, and his desire to ascertain whether his uncle has been unfaithful is not unfounded. Similarly, his weekend infatuation with Ding Shui and his curiosity regarding her potential entanglement with his superior are equally justifiable. Thus, they clandestinely slipped out of the school and followed her to Lianqi Park. Unless Ge Jun possesses the art of duplication, he could not have been present at Lianqi Park that night. So, whom did Ding Shui truly meet?" Song Yuhang paused in his page-turning, lifting his gaze to her, an enigmatic glint flickering in his eyes, sending shivers down her spine. He bore the same half-smile expression in the interrogation room, prompting Lin Yan to hastily avert her gaze. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. This is indeed my quandary as well. According to the weekend's testimony, they had followed Ding Shui to Lianqi Park, which was already past 11 at night. The park was nearly deserted, and Ding Shui traversed a narrow path with the ease of familiarity. They soon passed under the stone arch bridge, surrounded by dense foliage, and with the darkness enveloping them, they hurriedly pursued her, fearing they might lose her. The railing of the stone bridge was low, reaching just to their waists. Ding Shui appeared unsteady, and in concern for her safety, Zhou Emo rushed ahead, calling out, "Teacher Ding." He contemplated calling the police for an ambulance, but Chun Hao firmly restrained him. The two youths faced each other in the darkness. Zhou Emo soaked to the skin, while Chun Hao bore a bruise on his lip, stained with blood. They panted heavily, the world around them silent, save for the increasingly pronounced sound of their anxious heartbeats. Chun Hao scrambled to his feet and lunged at him, shaking his shoulders. "You cannot call the police. They will suspect we are the culprits. My life will be over. By the end." His voice trembled with a hint of tears. "I do not wish to go to prison. Zhou Emo, I do not want to go to prison." The body of the one in his arms had begun to grow cold. Zhou Emo cradled her, emitting a whimper from his throat, stifling his sobs out of fear and repression, biting his fingers until they throbbed with pain. "Teacher Ding, it wasn't me. What should I do? What should I do?" As he spoke, he struck his own head with his fists, then released Ding Shui, lunging at Chun Hao, gripping his collar and shouting, tears streaming down his face. "It's all your fault. Whose wretched idea was this? If we hadn't followed her, she wouldn't have come here. And she wouldn't have fallen into the water. Return Teacher Ding to me. Give her back." With great strength, he forced Chun Hao into the muddy bank, pressing his head down. Chun Hao struggled to breathe, flailing his arms in desperation, exerting his last ounce of strength to grasp Zhou Mo's sleeve. "Zhou Emo, didn't you want to go to school? Didn't you want to enter the elite class? I can help you. Let go of me. I can give you money." Zhou Mo's strength waned, his teeth clenched as he sobbed, collapsing into the mud, facing Teacher Ding, quietly weeping. Chun Hao spat out the mud from his mouth, rose to his feet, and patted his shoulder. "As long as you don't speak of today's events, and I remain silent, no one will ever know. Let us simply regard her as." A chilling breeze swept through the reed marsh, and the pale moonlight illuminated the scene, mirroring the pallor of Ding Shui's complexion. Chun Hao swallowed hard. She drowned herself. Chapter 17. The Search. Song Yuhang tapped her pen lightly on the inspection report she had submitted. "Let us discuss this small ring algae." Lin Yan, who had initially been seated opposite her, slid her chair closer and leaned in slightly. "Aren't you so knowledgeable? Don't you know everything? Beg me, and I shall reveal it to you." The fragile nape of her neck was concealed within her tousled brown curls. Song Yuhang discreetly averted her gaze, opening her computer, unwilling to engage in trivial conversation. Lin Yan extended her hand, shutting the laptop again. The office was empty. She lowered her voice, sounding somewhat gritted. "You must have known someone would be sent to intercept him this weekend." It was a statement, not a question. Song Yuhang lifted her gaze to meet her penetrating eyes. "Are you not merely an observer from afar?" Lin Yan smiled faintly, the frosty glint in her eyes dissipating instantaneously. Returning to her habitual nonchalant demeanor, "That is because I am aware that Captain Song can certainly handle it." Song Yuhang reciprocated her smile slightly. "You flatter me. I also know that if I do not take action, forensic expert Lin would undoubtedly find a solution on her own. Captain Song, you truly overestimate me. If that is the case, why bother rescuing me?" Song Yuhang pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yet Lin Yan chuckled gently, her eyes narrowing like a cunning little fox. Song Yuhang refrained from looking at her, focusing instead on her computer. "If it were anyone else, I would still extend my aid." "Oh, how magnanimous of you." A faint whiff of perfume wafted through the air as Lin Yan once again reached out to close her laptop. Song Yuhang frowned. "You." Yet, Lin Yan had already turned away, opening her own laptop. "The small ring algae, it belongs to the family of centric diatoms, thriving in seawater, and is quite common along the southeastern coast of our country. Nothing remarkable about it. However, within the context of this case, it became exceptionally significant. The hypothesis that the murderer drowned the victim at the coastal park and then returned to dispose of the body was untenable. Thus, only one conclusion remained. She had drowned in Jiangcheng, where seawater was present." The two exchanged glances. The aquarium. "Captain Song, we have a visitor." A police officer knocked at the door. Song Yuhang rose and donned her wide-brimmed hat. "All right, I'll be right there." Lin Yan stood as well. "I'm going too." Lin Yan's lips curved slightly. "You care about me?" Song Yuhang replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "You are always so blindly confident. ISN, it the duty of a superior to be concerned for their subordinates? I, Song Yuhang, am not so devoid of humanity. In terms of position, she was the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, responsible for solving cases, while Lin Yan was in charge of technical investigations, considered an equal. However, in terms of rank, Song Yuhang, having served longer, was already a second-level police supervisor, where rank indeed carries weight. Lin Yan picked up the folder, ready to throw it, and had just stepped out of the office. As her foot crossed the threshold, the previously playful Lin Yan had regained her composure. She stretched, stood up, and massaged her slightly sore neck. Master, take me to the Qingshan villa, she announced the destination and settled into the back seat, closing her eyes to rest. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Lin Yan alighted, and the butler was already waiting at the entrance with the staff, taking the items from her hands. Lin Yan waved her hand dismissively, signaling that it was unnecessary. I need to sleep for a while. Do not let anyone disturb me. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back to look at the butler holding her coat. The clothes are washed. Do not throw them away. Yes, miss, the butler replied obediently, bowing his head while feeling secretly astonished. Lin Yan's wardrobe was overflowing. She often discarded her outfits after a single wear. It was rare for her to request that something be kept. As the fatigue faded, her thoughts became increasingly clear. Gently tracing the slender neck of the wine glass with her fingertips, Lin Yan finally dialed the number she had been contemplating. When she awoke again, the sun was low in the sky, and her phone was vibrating on the table. Lin Yan stretched her arm to grab it, her voice still hoarse. Hello? Song Yuhang took the phone from Fong Xian's hands. Hello, this is Song Yuhang. Lin Yan rolled her eyes in annoyance and began dressing. I know it's you. What is it?
Speak.
We have searched every aquarium in Jiang City, but we have found no trace of Ding Shui. After the call ended, Fong Xian cheerfully leaned over to show her the number. Captain Song, you should save this number as well. It will be convenient for future contact. Song Yuhang glanced at it, but instinctively declined. No need. If something comes up at the bureau, I can just call the tech investigation line. And when we are out on duty, you are all there, right? Fong Xian laughed, her expression slightly peculiar. What's the matter? Song Yuhang asked.
See?
I told you so. I guessed right. Tomorrow's chicken leg belongs to me. I said it first. It should belong to me. Why does a girl need to eat so much meat? Is it wrong for a girl to eat meat? Why are you so stereotypical? As their debate heated up, Song Yuhang shook her head slightly and stepped aside. What's the update? The diver had just emerged from the water, drenched and gasping for air after removing his diving mask. After catching his breath, he said, It's no good. The water isn't deep, but the situation below is complicated. There are currents and rocks, and with the impending darkness, visibility is poor. It's difficult. According to Zhou Mo and Chen Hao, after retrieving a plastic bag from a nearby trash bin to put the body in, they discarded Ding Shui's belongings into the water. They had been searching along the river for an entire afternoon with no progress. The motorboat operating on the river had also stopped. Song Yuhang had just finished checking the situation at the aquariums in Jiang City and arrived. The weather was hot, the heat still lingering, and the reeds swarmed with mosquitoes, making the air stifling. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she found a clean spot to sit, holding a bottle of mineral water in her left hand and a piece of dry bread in her right, resembling a weary laborer at a construction site. As the case reached this juncture, every new lead emerged only to be interrupted, threads of connection seeming to intertwine, yet ultimately lacking relevance. She gently closed her eyes, feeling the warm hues of the setting sun cascade upon her eyelids, transforming the world into a vibrant orange. In her high school days, she had a penchant for mathematics. Had fate not intervened, she would likely have pursued a degree in mathematics at Peking University, aspiring to become a professor or educator. Typically, homicides can be categorized into crimes of passion, vengeance, or greed. Through further investigation, motives of greed and vengeance have been ruled out.
Ding Su, Ge Yun,
and Sun Xiangming all shared emotional entanglements over the weekend. Considering the timeline, Ge Jun and Sun Xiangming can be excluded. This leaves only Zhou Zhou and Chen Hao, who were the only two present at the scene, and it is not implausible that they conspired to frame Ding Shui's death as an accidental drowning. Yet, she harbored a lingering question. Why here? Why at Lianqi Park? Was there something significant about this location? Furthermore, her demeanor upon fleeing her home appeared quite peculiar. Song Yuhang, with a blade of grass between her lips, chewed thoughtfully, suddenly springing to her feet. Of course, the ring. Sun Xiangming was not wearing a wedding band. He was lying. A wedding ring holds profound significance. How could a loving couple possibly forego such a symbol? She had observed many couples whose relationships had soured, discarding such tokens as if they were worthless. Fong Xian, she called out, prompting Fong Xian to rush over. What's the matter, Captain Song? Have there been any discoveries regarding the ring from last time? I've been so overwhelmed these past few days that I nearly forgot about this crucial detail. Nothing particularly noteworthy. It's an ordinary platinum ring. Song Yuhang frowned. Let me ask you this. If your husband were to gift you a platinum ring on your wedding day, what would you think? Lin Yan brushed aside the willow branches and stepped into view. What's this? Captain Song is getting married? As long as your partner isn't my brother, he can't afford a diamond ring. I'll get one for you. Her words were laced with mischief, her eyes sparkling as they darted towards Song Yuhang. Fong Xian clutched her heart, feeling as if a deer were racing within her. How thrilling! Captain Song's partner is actually forensic Dr. Lin's brother. Would he truly gift her a diamond ring? What if she uncovered such a scandalous secret? Fong Xian's imagination ran wild, conjuring a dramatic tale rife with intrigue and betrayal. No need for that. I have no desire for anything. Even a soda can ring. Song Yuhang replied, her expression shifting from cheerful to serious in an instant. Lin Yan nearly removed her high heels to retaliate. Fong Xian, don't stop me. With such a sharp tongue, just wait. However, she had to admit, Song Yuhang's point held some truth. Why marry someone so impoverished? Thus, the ring, though cherished, may not have been a gift from Sun Xiangming after all. A bead of sweat trickled down Lin Yan's forehead as she looked up. She noticed that the once clear skies had darkened ominously. Distant thunder rumbled, and lightning streaked across the sky. A typhoon was approaching. The police lights flickered as the patrol car raced through the streets, rainwater tracing serpentine lines on the windshield. Lin Yan stepped out of the vehicle. Her pant legs immediately splattered with mud, while several technical investigators filed out behind her. Song Yuhang, not clad in uniform to facilitate a potential violent arrest, nonetheless bore a firearm in the holster at his waist, loaded with live ammunition. She licked her parched lips and plunged into the corridor. A detective disguised as a property manager approached and knocked on the door. Hello, this is the property management. May I trouble you to open the door? It has been reported that your bathroom is leaking. Sun Xiangming set the child down and glanced through the peephole, bracing himself against the door. Just as he managed to crack the door open, several detectives surged forward, crashing through and pinning him firmly to the ground. Song Yuhang placed handcuffs on him while presenting a search warrant before his eyes. Officer, we now suspect you of serious criminal involvement. Please accompany us. Surprisingly, Sun Xiangming offered no resistance. He silently allowed himself to be pulled from the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. Song Yuhang ushered him out of the house. Rest assured, we have informed your mother-in-law to come and take care of the child. Lin Yan stood outside, the rain pouring heavily. Her uniform was already soaked on one side, yet it accentuated her upright posture and sharp gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she nodded, hand him over to me. Song Yuhang understood the cue, slightly nodding his chin, and strode forward, escorting the suspect away. Once they had departed, Lin Yan retrieved gloves from the investigation box and swiftly donned them, flexing her fingers. Chapter 18. The Truth. On the night of May 14th, what were you doing? Haven't I already told you? I was working at home. Sun Xiangming's throat felt parched as he licked his lips, yet no one offered him water. Officer, may I inquire why you suspect me? Seizing a lull in the conversation, he spoke up, still maintaining an air of innocence. The detectives exchanged glances. One replied, no comment, do not divert the topic. Yes. I admit that I occasionally argued with Xiaoxua, but isn't it normal for couples to quarrel over trivial matters like child-rearing? Officer, have you never had an argument with your wife at home? This question momentarily left Zhang Jinhai speechless, forcing him to sip from his teacup. A nearby investigator slammed his pen down, exclaiming, be honest. Must we wait for evidence to surface before you relent? Let me tell you, this will not only lessen your sentence, the court will impose a harsher penalty. A lifetime sentence is but a light punishment. Outside, Song Yuhang scrutinized the surveillance footage. His brow furrowed. He knocked on the door, signaling for a change of personnel. Zhang Jinhai stepped out, looking rather grim. Captain Song, this seems rather impulsive. According to regulations, we can only detain him for 24 hours. If we do not uncover concrete evidence pointing to his involvement in the murder within that time frame, we must release him. The implication was clear. Should news of a cycle of arrests and releases circulate, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the city bureau. Director Foam also arrived, seated beside. Gazing at the froth in his teacup, his brow furrowed into a river-like shape. In order to establish guilt and sentencing, this case lacked eyewitnesses. Thus, both testimonies and evidence were indispensable. Song Yuhang regarded him, yet addressed his words to Director Foam. Within 24 hours, I shall secure a confession of the death penalty. As for the evidence, I have faith in Dr. Lin. Fong Xian sprayed luminol reagent onto the coffee table to observe the latent blood reaction. The room remained unlit, shrouded in dimness, rendering each person's visage indistinct. However, dishearteningly, they had scoured the entire living room without uncovering any valuable fingerprints or bloodstains. Lin Yan, wielding a flashlight, proceeded toward the bedroom. Continue searching. Less than 18 hours remained until the 24-hour deadline. Song Yuhang entered the interrogation room, taking a seat across from Sun Xiangming, armed with a notebook. Sun Xiangming slumped his head, yawning, clearly overwhelmed by the questioning. Without even glancing up, he declared, "I truly did not kill her." Although his eyes were heavy with sleep, his demeanor was composed, devoid of any extraneous movements. Song Yuhang nudged a glass of water toward him. "Do not be anxious. I am merely here to have a conversation." Sun Xiangming's gaze flickered towards the cup, and he licked his lips yet remained still. Song Yuhang reclined against the back of his chair, adopting a relaxed posture. "Drink up. It's all right. We are in a society governed by law, and we shall not be harsh on suspects." At last, Sun Xiangming slowly reached for the glass, sipped twice, and then, gathering his resolve, finished it. Song Yuhang gestured for someone to refill it. Sun Xiangming dabbed his lips and set the cup down. "I truly did not kill her." Song Yuhang settled into an even more relaxed demeanor, legs casually apart, his once stern brows softening, the formidable aura dissipating, rendering him more approachable. "Today we shall not discuss that. Let us speak of how you came to know her." With a click, the bedroom light was turned on, revealing a child's bed occupying much of the passageway. Lin Yan carefully squeezed past. The room was small, cluttered to the brim. How did the parents manage their intimate life with a 3-year-old still cohabiting with them? Lin Yan lifted the blanket, a pungent scent of child emanating, and reached out, discovering the bedding damp and cold, indicating the child had likely wetted some time ago. Summer dries quickly, yet it was uncertain how long the bed had been in such a state. Disgusted, she furrowed her brows, adjusted the blanket, and then proceeded to search the adult's bed, lifting blankets and pillows to collect hair samples, but still found no valuable clues. Meanwhile, Song Yuhang's conversation had reached an impasse. It was not that Sun Xiangming was unwilling to speak. Rather, he exhibited considerable intelligence, knowing well that verbosity could lead to mistakes. Thus, he answered each question posed, neither resisting nor actively engaging. "I met her through a blind date," he began. "According to Ding Shue's mother, you were quite fond of her back then, pursuing her for quite some time." In the absence of questions, he fell silent. Song Yuhang, unperturbed, sipped his tea and refilled his cup. "Do you know Gojun, the principal of their school?" Sun Xiangming raised his eyelids slightly, acknowledging, "I know. I heard he has been apprehended." "Indeed, he harassed your wife, and his notorious deeds render him deserving of his fate." She observed a subtle curve of his lips, quickly replaced by an air of tranquility. That fleeting smile, which could be interpreted as joy, bore a stronger undertone of sarcasm. "Are you not pleased that the one who persistently harassed your wife has finally faced justice?" Sun Xiangming remained silent, his jaw taut. He noticed Song Yuhang scrutinizing him, prompting him to respond, "Of course, I am pleased." Song Yuhang shook his head. "You are not truly pleased, for the individual who has genuinely tormented her for an extended period is not Gojun." Sun Xiangming's hands, clasped beneath the table, intertwined in a struggle of thought. Yet, his exterior remained composed and unflawed. Such individuals are notoriously difficult to confront. In the presence of seasoned detectives, even the most resilient would falter under repeated questioning. There are, of course, exceptions, those who do not lie, for their answers remain unchanged no matter the inquiry. However, all indications suggest that Sun Xiangming's relationship with his wife has deteriorated, making him the prime suspect in Ding Shue's demise. He has been reluctant to acknowledge this, leaving the truth of the matter shrouded in ambiguity. Ding Shue's cause of death was drowning, yet the specifics of when and where this occurred remain a mystery. I personally searched the bathroom, having taken the luminol reagent from Fong Xian. I lifted the curtain and stepped inside, scrutinizing every conceivable corner, the floor tiles, the sink, the bathtub, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Yan knelt on the floor, extinguished the lights, and illuminated the crevice beneath the bathtub with a flashlight, but to no avail. It was excessively pristine. She felt a twinge of discouragement when she received a call from Song Yuhang. Time was of the essence. Both refrained from idle chatter. Song Yuhang got straight to the point. "What is the situation?" Lin Yan wedged the phone between her shoulder and chin, her hands remaining busy. "I have found no valuable clues." There was a brief pause on the other end, during which Lin Yan could hear the sound of gentle rain. She surmised he was not in the interrogation room, indicating that progress on that front was still stagnant. If she failed to secure pivotal evidence soon, They would have to release the suspect after 24 hours, a prospect neither of them relished. Lin Yan cleared her throat, ready to speak. Her voice, slightly husky, emerged. It's all right. We shall do our utmost. Oh, team leader Song, you've changed your tune today. I must admit, I find this rather unexpected, Lin Yan remarked, reaching to explore the interior of the bathtub. Outside the interrogation room, Song Yuhang stood facing the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the rain trace serpentine paths down the glass. A cigarette pinched between his fingers. He rarely indulged in smoking unless he needed to collect his thoughts during particularly trying times, of which there were few. There was one point that intrigued me greatly. Sun Xiangming does not deny the rift in his marriage, yet he adamantly refutes the act of murder. Rather than outright denial, it seems he genuinely believes he did not take her life. Lin Yan paused momentarily, vague recollections flitting through her mind, but they vanished just as swiftly, leaving her grasping at nothing. As Song Yuhang prepared to hang up the phone, the cigarette nearly burned her fingers and she extinguished it in the ashtray. Sensing something amiss, Lin Yan stood up. Wait, although we can't find concrete evidence pointing to murder, we have made some discoveries. Perhaps you could use them to extract a confession from him. You see, I've come to realize that Sun Xiangming may have a propensity for child abuse, she continued. If you don't want a second child, then don't. After years of marriage, you still haven't produced a son. A hen that doesn't lay eggs is better off dead. The words of Sun Xiangming's mother suddenly flashed through Song Yuhang's mind that night at the funeral home, prompting her to turn decisively and stride towards the interrogation room. All right, I understand now. The criminal investigators, who had been busy all night without food or drink, had not yet dined, while Sun Xiangming was already enjoying a meal. He held a cup of soy milk in one hand, with 2 steamed buns and a plastic bag before him. After taking a bite of the bun and swallowing, he noticed someone entering and stretched out his arm to offer her the remaining buns. Officer Song, you haven't eaten yet. Would you like 2? Song Yuhang sat down across from him. No need. Are you full? If not, I can send someone to buy more. Sun Xiangming devoured the remaining buns in a whirlwind and finished the soy milk, suddenly feeling invigorated and much more at ease. He let out a hearty belch and glanced at the clock on the wall. Now that I'm full, when can I rest? Not so fast. There's still much to discuss with you. Mr. Sunday. Song Yuhang straightened her back, her earlier relaxed demeanor replaced by a cold and profound expression. Ding Shui has been unfaithful. Her statement was assertive, causing Sun Xiangming's pupils to constrict, yet he remained silent. The reason you refuse to tell us who that person is likely because you don't even know, correct? Let me take a guess. He is wealthier than you, more considerate, more intelligent, and knows how to make women happy. Most importantly, you can't compare with him in bed. Isn't it true that Ding Shui hasn't let you touch her for quite some time since having the child? Her voice dropped, the howling wind outside lending an air of mystery to her words. As her final words lingered in the air, Sun Xiangming's lips pressed into a thin line. I suspect when you first married, you were fond of Ding Shui, but under your mother's influence, over time, you began to see her as a woman who could not bear you a son. After finally having a child, only to find it was a girl. You wanted her to have a second child, but she disagreed. Am I right? I don't know what you're talking about. Sun Xiangming vehemently countered for the first time. Yes, I admit I have some preference for sons, but I truly did not kill her. You can investigate. She left the house in good condition. Song Yuhang smiled slightly. You finally spoke up. Sun Xiangming was taken aback. You. She relaxed back into her chair. The problem lies in the fact that the night she left her home, she appeared flustered and frightened. I couldn't understand what she was afraid of until now. It was you she feared. You did not kill her directly. It was indirect. She extracted a cigarette from the pack on the table and lit it, watching as Sun Xiangming's expression shifted dramatically amidst the swirling smoke. Unlike Lin Yan, who exudes a charming allure while smoking, Song Yuhang transforms into a figure of formidable confidence and presence when she partakes in the habit. This shift instills a profound psychological intimidation in her opponents, as if nothing could elude her discerning gaze. Allow me to speculate. That evening, you yearned for a physical union with her, did you not? Yet, she rebuffed your advances, stating she had prior engagements. In the presence of the child, a fierce altercation ensued, escalating into a shouting match, while the child wept inconsolably. In a fit of rage, you struck her across the face. Ding Shui confronted you, questioning why you unleashed your frustrations upon the child, branding you as a failure, an ineffectual man who earns little, neglects familial duties, and is an unfit father. Did she not also remark, with disdain, that given your character, the prospect of a second child is but a dream? Song Yuhang mimicked her condescending demeanor with remarkable accuracy. Sun Xiangming's breathing quickened, his hands intertwining beneath the table as he nervously picked at his fingers, veins bulging at his temples. When women become incensed, they often dredge up past grievances, Even the most demure and refined woman can reveal a fierce nature in the presence of someone she no longer loves. She lambasted your rural origins, your lack of ambition, your humble, unassuming nature, and even your mother's preference for sons over daughters, declaring that marrying you was akin to enduring a lifetime of misfortune. A glimmer of pity welled in Song Yuhang's eyes, though it was unclear to whom it was directed. She exhaled a slow cloud of smoke before uttering, "It is unfortunate that the most honest and simple-minded individuals can transform into something monstrous when provoked." As she spoke, memories of the previous night, when her hand rested on Lin Yan's neck, flashed in her mind, causing her to frown instinctively. In a fluid motion, she extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray, a process completed in less than 3 seconds, executed with remarkable grace. Neither the accompanying investigators nor Sun Xiangming, seated across from her, detected any hint of abnormality. The facade of Sun Xiangming began to crack, his clasped hands pressing against the table, unknowingly grinding some wood shavings beneath his grip. Leaning slightly forward, Song Yuhang delivered her final, devastating blow. "You harbor such affection for her, sacrificing everything to win her love, yet she has never loved you in return. Even your daughter was a result of your coercion." A flicker of sorrow glimmered in her eyes, particularly striking in Sun Xiangming's view. "You are pitiful." Even in her final moments, she never disclosed who that person truly was. With a thunderous clang, the handcuffs slammed onto the table, prompting Sun Xiangming to spring to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared, "She is the one who neglects the family. She is the one who betrayed. She deserves to die." Song Yuhang observed his descent into madness with quiet amusement, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Several detectives rushed in, restraining him in his chair, yet he pressed his hands to his face and wept. A chilling sound escaped his lips, and while Song Yuhang assumed he was crying, he removed one hand to reveal a half-bloody, crimson eye, grinning at her. The officer accompanying her during the interrogation was immediately filled with unease, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at? What is there to find amusing?" He remained ensnared in his frenzied state, laughing maniacally, as the clock on the wall struck midnight, signaling the hour. Sun Xiangming released his hands from his face, miraculously regaining his composure, while Song Yuhang sat upright, her demeanor serious. He observed the mockery sparkling in her eyes. "What difference does it make if you know? Fingerprints, bloodstains, hair, if there exists any evidence pointing to my guilt, feel free to investigate. You will find nothing." He leaned slightly closer to Song Yuhang, whispering, "At dawn, you must release me." Chapter 19, Confrontation. Another thunderclap echoed across the horizon, a flash of lightning briefly illuminating the room. Everyone in the training facility was diligently attending to their roles, moving briskly with solemn expressions, the air thick with silence. Amidst the swirling smoke, occasional coughs and the rhythmic clatter of keyboards could be heard. Song Yuhang pressed her fingers against her temples. She had not enjoyed a proper rest in over a week. Her lips, fraught with agitation, had developed several blisters, which she pressed with her tongue, using the pain as a counter to her fatigue. The phone on her desk rang urgently and someone swiftly picked it up, turning to call for her. "Team leader Song. We have new leads." With a swift motion, Song Yuhang dashed over, her voice trembling slightly. "Hello." Fong Xian held the phone for her, while Lin Yan knelt on the floor, measuring the marks on the ground. Her normally boisterous voice sounded oddly comforting at that moment. 150-7060. "I understand. It's an aquarium. I had been perplexed about where Ding Shui had drowned until I searched the entire house and found nothing, until this." Lin Yan shook the small aquarium in her hand. It should have been the goldfish he bought for his daughter. It was well cared for. Such creatures are delicate, and a novice would have them perish within a day. He was quite experienced. Moreover, we discovered that the living room was sparsely furnished with only a sofa and a dining table. In a place where a partition should have separated the living room from the entrance, an incongruous bookshelf stood. Upon moving it aside, we found an inconspicuous, white smudge, measuring 150-7060, consistent with the dimensions of commonly available marine fish tanks. As she spoke, she gazed out the window, where torrential rain fell, the lightning illuminating her cold brow. Lin Yan's voice softened. "This is the primary crime scene. I confirm that the cause of death for Ding Shui was delayed drowning." A faint, relieved smile finally graced Song Yuhang's lips. "Thank you for your hard work. I will take it from here." Upon re-entering the interrogation room, Song Yuhang merely intended to bid farewell, knowing their next encounter would likely be in a courtroom or at the gallows. "You drowned her in the aquarium, didn't you?" she asked coldly, standing at the door, her gaze fixed on him. Sun Xiangming abruptly clenched his jaw, rising from the bench where he had been resting, his eyes narrowing at her with a hint of barely contained fury. "There was no need to inquire how I knew. If one wishes to keep a secret, One must act accordingly. Upon hearing her words, Sun Xiongming looked at the calm and resolute features of the officer before him and began to smile again. A mixture of derision and disdain. What does it matter if you know? You will not find anything. Without evidence, you cannot convict me. By dawn, I will still walk free. Song Yuhang gazed at him, her eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. I am genuinely curious about your thoughts when you pressed her head into the water. Was it liberation or remorse? If it were indeed liberation, Ding Shui would have perished long ago at home, rather than surviving for those few additional hours. It is commonly said that a call from the school saved her, yet the essence of good and evil resides in a mere thought. Raindrops cascaded down her temples. Her uniform quickly soaked on one side, as the young detectives before her, with sharp gazes, unifiedly proclaimed, "Yes, let's go." The car doors locked. The police vehicle surged forth from the city bureau, plunging into the torrential downpour. Lin Jie, Song Team, and the others are en route, we inquired. With Xin holding her phone, Lin Yan removed her gloves, placing them into an evidence bag. Proceed with your tasks. Feel free, for my duty is already fulfilled. The phone in her pocket vibrated, yet her expression remained unchanged as she waved and departed. You carry on. I shall visit the restroom. The refuse pile of our community lay nearby, the property staff illuminating the path with a flashlight as they guided the group towards the rear of the building. The rain fell relentlessly, rapidly accumulating in low-lying areas, where sewage converged into meandering streams, the scent growing increasingly unbearable with each wash of the rain. Dressed in a raincoat, Song Yuhang, tall and slightly ill-fitting trousers revealing a small portion of her ankles, trudged through the water, scanning the surroundings with her flashlight. Has anyone disposed of garbage here in the past few days? A rather large item. The diameter of a fish tank that size would require disposal. Either through selling it as scrap or reselling it, or perhaps smashing it to pieces and discarding it. Any of these actions would surely attract attention. Suddenly, a property staff member slapped their forehead. Yes, yes. A resident from 504 moved out a large cardboard box a few days ago, claiming it was construction debris. Quite heavy too, I even lent a hand. And where is it now? The refuse pile was not extensive, easily visible. It has already been removed. I must say, officer, what sort of garbage are you hunting for at this hour? The property staff yawned, clearly displeased at being roused from their slumber in the dead of night. Where did it go? To the landfill in the northern part of the city. Without hesitation, Song Yuhang turned and walked away, prompting the property staff to chase after her. Hey, if you go now, you likely won't find anything. According to municipal regulations, all garbage is uniformly disposed of on the same day, either buried or incinerated. As she approached the building entrance, the technical investigation team coincidentally descended as well. Lin Yan shielded herself from the rain, raising her gaze to the gray-black sky, her wristwatch emitting a faint glow in the darkness. Less than 6 hours remained until dawn. Time was of the essence. Song Yuhang passed in front of her, bringing with her a gust of damp wind. Lin Yan slightly lifted her eyes. I believe you understand that even if we find the fish tank, any fingerprints remaining on it may be obliterated by the torrential rain. Song Yuhang momentarily hesitated, turning to face her. Lin Yan peered into her brown eyes. Even if, for argument's sake, the fish tank fortuitously retained his fingerprints, what then? It would not warrant a death sentence. As she spoke, the corners of her lips curled into a faintly mocking smile. The cause of death was delayed drowning. Subjectively speaking, it was not immediately fatal, and there was also a 3-year-old child involved. In a case I assessed, someone stabbed their partner over 30 times due to emotional entanglements. Is that cruel? Terrifying?
Mad?
Yet, because it was the murderer who called for emergency assistance, the victim succumbed to death en route to the hospital, resulting in a sentence of suspended death penalty, and the perpetrator remains alive to this day. Song Yuhang, relinquish your hopes. Sun Xiongming has long known he would not perish. He is emboldened, and your pursuit is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. From that mocking smile, she discerned a trace of icy hatred. The 4-pointed star flower on her shoulder gleamed brilliantly, accentuating the sharpness of her features as the two exchanged cold glances through the curtain of rain. What of it? I acknowledge that our current laws may possess inadequacies, but does forensic Dr. Lin intend to transgress the boundaries of morality and legality, wielding the blade of murder and vengeance? Lin Yan's lips curled into a frigid smile, her voice laced with venom. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. If I act on behalf of justice, what is wrong with that? Song Yuhang stepped forward, towering over her, obscuring the remaining glimmers of light from the dim street lamp. Lin Yan, shrouded in her shadow, tilted her head back, rain cascading down her pointed chin. I shall not grant you this opportunity. If that day ever comes, even if it means drawing my sword, I would not hesitate to shatter it. burying its brilliance in the sands of despair. Song Yuhang gazed down at her, her light brown eyes betraying little emotion, yet Lin Yan believed in her resolve. The thought of facing such an opponent in the future ignited a thrill within her, a sense of exhilaration akin to meeting a worthy adversary. She lifted her gaze, taking a gentle step forward, rising onto her toes, her delicate hand resting on Song Yuhang's shoulder, creating the appearance of two intimate figures sharing a secret. Lin Yan embraced her shoulder, whispering softly in her ear, "Is that so? I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day." Song Yuhang remained composed, slightly tilting her head to press against Lin Yan's ear. She could not retreat, for doing so would signify submission. "Indeed, I shall ensure you do not wait too long." Lin Yan's hand slid down her shoulder, following the rain's path, and like Song Yuhang, she possessed an acute sensitivity to the subtleties of emotion, her talents in this regard bordering on uncanny. Lin Yan smiled faintly, leaning in as if to bestow a gentle kiss, her ear brushing against Song Yuhang's lips. The cold yet soft sensation sent a shiver through her, a response instinctual and unrelated to romantic affection. "Song, someone is calling for you." Song Yuhang subtly stepped back, her gaze meeting Lin Yan's once more. Undeterred even in the face of adversity, within mere moments, she had regained her composure. "However, before that, I have other matters to attend to. The law will decide what it will, but solving cases, gathering evidence, and seeking the truth is my responsibility. I stand before the heavens unashamed. I honor the uniform I wear, and I remain true to my conscience." She spoke with an extraordinary calmness, devoid of any fervent oaths or impulsive outbursts. She had long surpassed that age. The fervor of youth had subsided into a professional integrity that demanded constant vigilance. Rather than diminishing her passion amidst the monotonous grind of criminal investigations, it transformed into a ceaseless river, ever more tranquil, yet fraught with hidden currents. Lin Yan felt a jolt, biting her lip and casting a sharp glance at her, only to find her already boarding a vehicle with her team. At her command, everyone hastened to the northern landfill of the city. The entire criminal investigation unit of Jiangcheng City mobilized, including those on leave, and even auxiliary officers who could be called upon. Director Feng stood by the window. The incessant rain outside had not abated. His tea had grown cold in his hand, yet he took a sip before setting it down. An officer entered, looking troubled. "Director Feng, Sun Xiangming's lawyer has arrived, requesting his release." The officer hesitated. Feng paused, regarding him. "What now?" "Reporters have also come, and the prosecutor's office has sent someone to inquire. Team Zhang is currently attending to them. Would you like to go over?" As the officer spoke, Feng Zhengwo's brow furrowed, and he erupted. "Damn it. Are reporters all just sniffing hounds? They catch a whiff of something juicy and rush in, fearing they might miss out on the scraps." The officer stifled a laugh, quickly standing at attention, eyes straight ahead. "Tell them we do not accept interviews. There is nothing to disclose regarding this case. All information will await official notification." In the vehicle, Song Yuhang noticed that her attire was thoroughly soaked and offered her a tissue. "Team Song, are you alright? Your ears are quite red. You're not coming down with a fever, are you? After all, you've been busy for days without much rest." Her mention of Lin Yan ignited a flame within her. Though she was not in the vehicle, a faint floral fragrance lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Song Yuhang lowered the window, allowing the cool night breeze mixed with raindrops to filter in. "It's nothing. The typhoon weather is inevitably stifling." As the largest waste management center in Jiangcheng, thousands of tons of refuse are brought here daily for uniform disposal. Over the years, the trash had accumulated into small mountains, and even before entering, a foul stench assaulted the senses. Song Yuhang donned a mask and exited the vehicle, wading through the murky water that quickly soaked her feet. As her colleagues followed suit, navigating the uneven terrain, the staff member leading the way looked nearly suffocated by the odor, waving his hand to halt, gasping. "The garbage brought in a few days ago is piled over there." Following his gesture, they beheld a vast, dark mass, resembling a small hill. Duan Cheng's face paled. "How are we to search here?" Action speaks volumes. With the leadership setting the precedent, others pinched their noses and pressed on. Often, there are no shortcuts to solving crimes. Only daily diligence and steadfast effort will suffice. This, indeed, is the true shortcut to halting malevolence. Raindrops cascaded down her chin, and she could not discern whether it was rain or sweat. The sky was dim, and the downpour showed no signs of abating after merely 3 to 5 meters. Human figures became indistinct. Rainwater seeped into her eyes, blurring her vision gradually. She removed her hood and wiped her face with her clean shoulder, glancing at the watch on her wrist. It was 3:30 in the morning. Anxious and restless, she felt an urgent pang within her. A sharp pain stung her hand, whether from a metallic object or a hook, as a forensic officer inadvertently pricked himself and promptly removed his gloves, exclaiming in distress. She stepped aside, took off her gloves, and retrieved her phone from the inner pocket of her raincoat. After wiping off the droplets, it was soon drenched again by the relentless rain. It took several attempts before the device powered on. She dialed a number without a recognizable area code, and the call was swiftly connected. "Hello? I need you to keep an eye on someone," she said, her voice hoarse, sending an unsettling chill down the spine. Chapter 20. The Rival. When Lin Yan finished her cigarette, the vehicle arrived. She opened the door and got in, catching a glimpse of a car not far behind her that had also started its engine. "Miss, where to?" the driver inquired. Lin Yan fastened her seatbelt, replying, "I haven't decided yet. Just drive aimlessly for now." After circling the city a few times, the car continued to pursue her relentlessly, employing a clever tactic to maintain a distance, yet always managing to catch up just as she was about to disappear. The corners of Lin Yan's lips curled slightly. This was intriguing. "Driver, take me to the city police station." Before dawn, a throng of media reporters had already gathered outside the police station. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she was enveloped, various cameras thrust towards her. Miss Lin. I hear you were the one who conducted the assessment for this case, Miss Lin. Is the murderer the victim's husband or someone else? It is said the victim had a tumultuous private life, entangled with the principal of Jiang City No. 1 High School. Could this be the motive for the murder?" She remained silent, pushing through the crowd. Someone behind her persistently called out, Miss Lin, please comment on this case." Upon reaching the lobby, she was intercepted by arriving police officers, allowing her to escape successfully. Zhang Jinhai, who was attending to representatives from the prosecutor's office, brightened at her return and greeted her warmly. Lin Yan responded nonchalantly, I suppose it's a lost cause." Zhang Jinhai slapped his thigh and stood up, looking troubled. "Alas, I knew it. What a situation this is. Even if we find evidence, it may not lead to anything." She awaited his words. Lin Yan nodded slightly. "All right. I'll take a nap. Let another forensic expert handle today's case." After she left, Zhang Jinhai resumed his conversation with several prosecutors, saying, "This is our city's newly recruited Lin Yan, the forensic expert. She doesn't seem as unapproachable as the rumors suggest." Wearing damp clothing was uncomfortable, and as she walked, Lin Yan removed her coat, holding it in her hands while discreetly glancing back. Her persistent shadow had vanished. The corridors of the city police station were bustling with activity. She pushed open the door to the duty room, tossed her coat onto the sofa, and collapsed onto the iron-framed bed, seeking to recuperate her strength. As time passed, individuals entered and exited the duty room to retrieve various items, while Lin Yan slumbered deeply, truly exhausted from the high-intensity work she had not experienced in a long while. It was not until the first light of dawn filtered through the gaps in the curtains and illuminated her bed that Lin Yan opened her eyes, the weariness dissipating, replaced by a clarity of mind. In the case of the murdered female teacher from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, the deceased's husband, Sun Xiangming, who had been detained the previous day, has had his lawyer file an appeal, resulting in his release this morning due to insufficient evidence, as reported live by Jiangcheng Television. The curtains within the room remained drawn, shrouding it in darkness, while the television continued to play. The female anchor spoke incessantly, and as the scene shifted, it captured Sun Xiangming being escorted by his parents and lawyer as he emerged, bowing to the gathered media and the public. "Thank you all for your concern. I believe we should understand and support the police's work, as they are also striving to solve the case and restore my wife's honor." As he spoke, his eyes reddened, and amidst the public gaze, he wiped away tears, his voice choked, unable to utter another word, merely gesturing for the media to cease filming. He then entered a taxi with his parents, vanishing from the public eye. With a loud bang, the remote control was hurled, striking the television screen, interrupting the cacophony, and plunging the world into silence. The individual seated before the television gritted their teeth, tugging at their hair, emitting a primal scream from deep within, as their once delicate features morphed into a grimace of anger and distortion. Early in the morning, the municipal bureau was bustling with activity, filled with hurried personnel, busy detectives, and ordinary citizens attending to their affairs. With the incident involving Sun Xiangming, the pressure of managing the media and the accountability to the prosecutor's office rendered them in a state of utter chaos. His words inevitably evoked memories of legends that circulated within the Jiangcheng police force years ago. With iron shoulders bearing righteousness, and a heart of sincerity building the spirit of the police, was the motto gifted to him by Zhao Junfeng upon his appointment as the director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Though he may have aged, gained weight, and lost some of his agility, in his youth he had crossed provinces to apprehend drug traffickers, confronted criminals at the border, and in life-or-death moments, rescued hostages. In one fierce battle to dismantle a drug production site, he had been shot yet clung tenaciously to the thigh of the drug lord until reinforcements arrived. Feng Jiangwo rose to fame through that single encounter, paving the way for his subsequent promotions. In recent years, he had stepped back from the front lines, his temper mellowing. Yet the authoritative aura he exuded when he spoke commanded respect, causing the young officer to stand at attention and salute with conviction, declaring, "Yes, Director, I guarantee we will complete our mission and ensure that Sun Xiangming does not stray from our sight." As he turned to leave, Director Feng pivoted back to inquire, "Where is Officer Song Yuhang?" Observing the director's countenance, the young officer felt a pang of empathy as he closed the door behind him. Pondering the predicament Officer Song now faced, certain he would face severe repercussions. Lost in thought, he accidentally collided with a cleaner working in the hallway, causing her broom to fall to the ground. He bent down to retrieve it, returning it to her with an apologetic, "My apologies." The janitor, adorned in a standardized cap and mask, hunched over, appeared somewhat aged, his voice notably hoarse. "It's nothing," he remarked, before resuming his task of sweeping the dust along the tiled corridor. The officer, clutching a folder, continued forward but suddenly sensed something amiss. This janitor seemed unfamiliar. Had he recently joined? Turning back, he found the corridor deserted, sending a shiver down his spine, and he muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Seeing ghosts in broad daylight, Song Yuhang leaned against the car door, blood trickling down her fingers, her hand cut and mangled by shards of glass hidden within a pile of refuse. Feng Xian approached with a pack of tissues, intending to bandage her wound. "It's nothing. Just a minor injury. Tell the others we're done for the day." She deftly avoided his offer. The rain had ceased, yet the sky remained dim. Heavy clouds hanging low, seemingly brewing a more formidable storm. Having endured a sleepless night, bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair adorned Song Yuhang, her clothes reeking of garbage. The others were no better. Once in the vehicle, they slumped into their seats in silence, the atmosphere thick with gloom, soon giving way to the sounds of snoring. Duan Chun yawned incessantly, struggling to maintain focus on the road. Song Yuhang reclined against the seatback, the tension in her lips relaxing slightly, her complexion pale from fatigue, revealing she was not made of iron. At this moment, a hint of weariness broke through her facade. Every individual in the vehicle was utterly drained, herself included, to the point where her typically clear and coherent thoughts began to blur. One moment, she envisioned the face of the deceased Ding Shui. The next, she recalled Sun Xiangming's chilling grin through the iron gate. The scene shifted to an expanse of white, as if she were enveloped in reeds, her fingers gently brushing against the reed flowers, the wind swirling overhead and landing softly on her brow. She heard a voice float through the air. "He can't afford a diamond ring. I'll gift you one." Another familiar female voice interjected, "No need. As Lin Forensic said, I wouldn't even want a pull tab ring." In her slumber, she furrowed her brow, following that voice, only to plunge into a frigid swamp. They locked eyes like wild beasts, each yearning to pounce and snap the other's neck. Since the heavens show no mercy, what is wrong with me acting on their behalf? Acting on whose behalf? And pursuing what path? Song Yuhang mulled over these words, feeling as though a bolt of lightning had cleaved through the chaos, causing her to sit up abruptly. Her coat slipping from her shoulders, her expression shifting unpredictably. Duan Chung, battling droopy eyelids, was startled by her sudden outburst, his voice trembling. "What's wrong? Captain Song? This case is far from over. Hurry, or it will be too late." She fumbled in her pocket for her phone, urgently dialing the field team stationed near the Sun residence. In that enlightening moment, clarity washed over her. When she and Lin Yan first visited the school to gather information, Li Shiping had pursued Lin Yan, inquiring about Ding Shui's cause of death, not out of mere curiosity, but from concern for another. She recalled her visit to the Li home, where numerous awards adorned the walls, all champions of teaching competitions. You teach chemistry?" Song Yuhang casually inquired. Li Shiping took a sip of her coffee. "Indeed. I have been intrigued by this field since middle school. I initially aspired to become a scientist, but fate led me astray into the role of a teacher. The presence of numerous English literary works in the office of a chemistry instructor is a telling indication. Moreover, the impeccably pristine photographs in the display case and that ring could signify Song. It could symbolize Sun, or it could very well represent Sure. Is it disbelief in the existence of such emotions in this world, or perhaps something else?" As these thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of clandestine fear surged through her. Song Yuhang bit his lower lip until it bled, tasting a hint of iron on his tongue. He abruptly swept his hair back, pushing aside the stray strands from his forehead, his eyes ablaze with crimson intensity. Time was slipping away. "Hello, your delivery has arrived," came a knock at the door. Sun Xiangming had just emerged from the shower, towel in hand, and peered through the peephole. It was the familiar delivery person from the bustling eatery downstairs, still clad in his work attire, holding a bag and stepping back to prepare for a call. It's here, he thought, placing the towel on the entryway and cracking the door open to reach for the package. However, the delivery person withheld it, instead saying, "Sir, could you kindly leave a positive review? Just a brief note on the taste of our dishes, as requested by the owner. Please, could you assist us?" In the sweltering summer heat, the individual before him wore long-sleeved work attire, a cap emblazoned with the shop's logo, and a mask for hygiene, revealing only his pleading eyes, with beads of sweat forming at his temples. Before he could finish speaking, the delivery person nodded eagerly. Yes, exactly as you mentioned. The loose cuffs of his sleeves faintly glimmered with a cold light, and Sun Xiangming suddenly sensed something was amiss. He raised his gaze to meet the delivery person's eyes, which remained fixed on him with a smile. For reasons unknown, he found the face somewhat familiar, sending a shiver down his spine. Drawing on an unexpected strength, she grasped his arm tightly, using the door to forcefully press against him. Sun Xiangming felt as if his bones might shatter, emitting a heart-wrenching wail from his throat. A figure in black leaped up from the fourth-floor balcony, darting into the fire escape. The heavy iron door swung open, and a person immediately collapsed, stripped down to nothing but their underwear. Touching his carotid artery confirmed he was still alive, albeit drugged, as evidenced by a tiny pinprick on his neck. Without further delay, the newcomer ascended the fire escape, and just as he was about to push open the iron door to the 5th floor, a tall man emerged from the adjacent restroom, a miniature microphone dangling from his ear. An undercover agent. The intruder felt a jolt of surprise, soon replaced by a glint of ferocity in his eyes. The two men grappled and tumbled into the room, crashing against the entryway, scattering the delivery items across the floor. Sun Xiangming attempted to cry out, but the woman swiftly seized the towel that had fallen and aimed to cover his mouth. A syringe slipped from her sleeve and clattered to the ground. Li Shiping's complexion gradually turned pale, and she struggled futilely to pry his fingers apart. As her head tilted to one side, she caught sight of the syringe, and an intense hatred suddenly ignited in her eyes. This surge of emotion compelled her to open her fingers, inching the syringe into her grasp. In that fleeting moment, memories of her first encounter with Ding Xue flooded her mind. She had known her long before she met Sun Xiangming. At that time, she was a teacher, and Ding Xue was her student. That day, after a quarrel with her husband, she had gone to school for duty inspection. Ms. Li, early. Students trickled into the school. A girl with a ponytail bounced along the street, the spring sunlight illuminating the vibrant scene with drifting pollen and floating specks of dust. As the minutes ticked away, she paused to pluck a small flower and snatch a piece of willow fluff dancing in the air. Furrowing her brow, she noticed Ding Xue lingering at the pancake stand at the school gate. Hurry up! Don't you know you're going to be late? The vendor chuckled. All right. Little girl, off you go, don't be late. With a massive backpack, she ran toward the campus, only to stop beside Li Shiping, offering the freshly picked rose. The girl's eyes sparkled, her voice bright and cheerful. Teacher, your eyes are so red. Don't be sad. I promise I won't be late tomorrow. This flower is for you. Keep smiling. Who could resist the charm of such innocent youth? Ding Xue burst into her life in such a hurried manner, remaining for decades. Do you know what I regret the most? Li Shiping pushed the last drop of liquid from the syringe into his veins. Her voice was calm, yet trembled uncontrollably. When the syringe emptied, she knelt down, covering her face and weeping. It was I who urged her to marry. It was I who led her to ruin. If only I had been braver then, she would never have encountered the scoundrel Sun Xiangming, and we would not have met this tragic end. The figure clad in black at the doorway moved his lips, yet uttered not a word. Sun Xiangming lay silently on the floor, frothing at the mouth, devoid of life. He was dead. Ding Xue was dead. Li Shiping had also perished. In the darkness, she swallowed hard, completely consuming the pill hidden beneath her tongue. Then she retrieved her phone from her pocket. The lock screen password was her birthday. She longed for just one more glimpse of her, but her vision began to blur. She thought it was tears, yet the droplets staining her phone were blood. She wiped the blood from the screen, revealing the girl's warm smile. She recalled that night when the refreshing breeze tousled her hair, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shy, though she was already an adult, nervous and at a loss. Li Shiping did not refuse when Ding Xue leaned in to kiss her. In truth, her fingers were already tense, clutching the hem of her own garment.
Li Shiping smilat,
but soon broke into a fit of coughing, blood splattering and wetting the screen. In a moment of panic, she hurriedly wiped her phone on her clothing, ultimately giving it a final kiss with her blood-stained lips before placing it against her chest and slowly closing her eyes. Remember Li Shiping? The man in black dashed forward, shaking her shoulders, but it was already too late. The wail of police sirens echoed from downstairs as Song Yuhang leapt from his vehicle, his gun loaded. Team 1. Cordon off this unit. No one leaves, not even a fly. Team 2. Breach the door and apprehend the suspects. If they resist violently, shoot without hesitation. He could almost hear the sound of the criminal investigator's combat boots echoing in the hallway, yet he remained unhurried as he laid Li Shiping flat on the ground. He donned gloves from his pocket and meticulously wiped clean every surface he had touched, including fingerprints, bloodstains, and footprints, even the doorknob, while swiftly and precisely clearing everything. He even plucked 2 strands of hair from Li Shiping's shoulder before carefully retreating to the doorway, turning the air conditioning to 16 degrees, and gently closing the door. In that fleeting moment of turning, Song Yuhang ascended the staircase, drawing his gun from the holster at his lower back. Halt. Police. Don't move or I will shoot. At a distance of several dozen meters, the man in black took off running, bullets whizzing past his legs and leaving 2 marks on the ground. Like a swift leopard, Song Yuhang lunged forward, instructing his fellow officers, identify the target, secure the fire escape, do not let him escape. Several criminal investigators suddenly emerged from the fire escape, launching their fists towards the man in black. Unwilling to engage, he ducked and sprinted toward the balcony. Just as his hand grasped the railing, a sharp pain struck his lower back, sending him crashing down. He rolled on the ground to evade a kick from Song Yuhang, swiftly regaining his feet and delivering a vicious uppercut. With each punch, both combatants staggered back a step. Undeterred, Song Yuhang charged forward, exchanging blows in a rapid flurry, neither gaining the upper hand. She attempted to pull off his mask, but he seized her arm, both locked in a fierce struggle. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted exposed water pipes on the wall. With a surge of strength, she pushed him against the wall, resulting in a deafening crash as plaster fell away. Her eardrums buzzed. An ordinary person might have been knocked unconscious by such a blow, yet the man in black was no novice in combat. Drawing on every ounce of strength, he grasped the protruding ends of the pipe and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Song Yuhang's abdomen. She lost her grip, sent flying into the opposite wall, coughing up blood. As the criminal investigators behind her drew their weapons, the man in black refused to linger. Pushing off the balcony railing and leaping down from the 5th floor, Song Yuhang lunged forward, half her body hanging over the balcony, managing to tear a piece of his clothing in the process. The figure plummeted from the air like a kite severed from its string, executing a swift and precise maneuver as a black baton lodged firmly against the railing of the 2nd floor. After stabilizing in midair, he performed a pull-up, effortlessly flipping over the railing before stumbling and vanishing into the corridor. Song Yuhang slammed his fist against the railing, exclaiming, "Damn it, pursue him." Chapter 21. Suspicion. Chaotic footsteps echoed from above as the man in black swiftly concealed himself in a storage room filled with cleaning supplies, wiping the sweat from his brow and pressing a tiny microphone on his collar, gasping for breath. Hold him off for 10 minutes. The footsteps grew increasingly closer. Song Yuhang, weapon in hand, advanced with several detectives in a tactical formation. The man in black pressed himself against the wall, gripping the black mechanical baton tightly, striving to regulate his breathing. He swallowed hard, his body taut from the nape of his neck to the tips of his toes, the baton held inverted in his grasp, resembling a beast poised to pounce. The footsteps approached with alarming proximity. He silently counted. 1, 2, 3. As Song Yuhang's hand grasped the doorknob, the frail wooden door creaked under his touch. In that fleeting moment, the man in black's knuckles, gripping the baton, turned white with tension. He shifted his foot slightly, preparing to burst forth and escape when suddenly, gunfire erupted from outside the door. "There! Don't let him escape!" shouted several detectives as they pursued him, firing their weapons. A shadowy figure leaped down from the staircase to the 1st floor. The open wooden door allowed a faint beam of light to filter through, and the footsteps outside faded into silence. The man in black, drained of strength, slid down the wall, emitting a series of suppressed coughs that hinted at his distress. He wiped his lips, revealing a hint of crimson staining his hand. "Damn it, this is quite something," he thought, realizing how far he had been pushed. Glancing at his watch, he noted the dwindling time. He could not afford to linger any longer. Steeling himself with the mechanical baton, he stood, removed his hood, discarded his obstructive clothing, and grabbed a few filthy cleaning uniforms from the storage room, donning them with haste. He smeared mud across his face, transforming his appearance, and strode confidently out. Groups advanced from the side to encircle him. Several plainclothes officers stationed downstairs rushed forward as he emerged, wielding a nightstick. The man in black, agile and skilled, twisted one officer's wrist, seizing his arm and delivering a knee strike, one of the body's most formidable points, causing the officer to vomit blood as he was sent flying. Another plainclothes officer lunged at him, swinging a baton aimed at the back of his head, seeking to incapacitate him without mercy. The man in black seized the shoulders of his attacker and executed a flying kick, reminiscent of the move he had used against Song Yuhang earlier. Had it not been for the instincts of the detective, who managed to block the strike with the nightstick, his jaw would have been shattered. Nonetheless, he staggered back several steps, his eardrums ringing, and coughed up bloodied fragments of teeth. With a dark gun barrel aimed at him, Song Yuhang gently squeezed the trigger. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered. This man in black exhibited a level of agility and dominance far surpassing that of the previous adversary, who, while formidable, could hardly be described as overpowering. She had engaged with him previously, and she understood that the knee strike required not only swift reflexes and exceptional core strength, but also immense power to potentially send a hulking figure. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds flying, the individual she had just encountered was agile but lacked the requisite force. Otherwise, given his kick, Song Yuhang would not be standing there now. Moreover, it was evident that the man had sustained an injury while fleeing, yet he exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading numerous well-trained detectives, almost as if he were toying with them, seemingly in no rush to escape. A sense of urgency surged within Song Yuhang as alarm bells rang in her mind. She charged forward, intent on capturing him alive. Sensing her approach, the man pushed a detective he had just subdued towards her, swiftly slipping through the encirclement. Amid a barrage of gunfire, he darted left and right, rolling close to the ground as bullets whizzed past his ears. Before him loomed a 2-meter-high wall. The man seized a branch, using it to propel himself upward. Grasping the wall's edge with one hand, the branch he had just clutched was instantly shattered by gunfire. Without hesitation, he kicked off with his legs and climbed over the wall, the bullets striking the debris and sending sparks flying. By the time Song Yuhang and her team pursued him, the bustling street revealed no trace of the man. Her previously shoulder-length hair had been hastily tied back, with stray locks pinned up, exposing her smooth forehead and striking crimson eyes. Through gritted teeth, she commanded, "Call forensic expert Lin and inquire about her whereabouts." "I'm sorry, but the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." The phone by her bedside flickered on and off, the cold, mechanical voice echoing in her ear. Duan Chung ended the call, his expression growing anxious as he pondered how forensic expert Lin had become a suspect entwined in this case. Particularly after the deaths of 2 individuals, a grave accusation indeed. Team leader Song, no one is answering. Who else is on technical investigation? The scene had been cordoned off, with police tape extending to the building's entrance, the flashing lights casting a stark, cold glare on her face. Duan Chung quickly dialed Zheng Qingrui, muttering as he pressed the numbers, "Old Zheng, get him to check it out. Bring along a few more people," Song Yuhang replied. What does a few more people imply? Duan Chung dared not speculate further. The call was swiftly answered. Upon hearing half of the message, Zheng Qingrui dropped his chicken leg onto the keyboard with a thud. A group of detectives hurriedly traversed the corridor, arriving at the duty room. Zheng Qingrui cleared his throat and knocked on the door. "Forensic expert Lin, are you there?" The stout detective swallowed hard and stepped back, allowing another officer to knock, yet still, no response came. They exchanged glances. And just as the stout detective prepared to force the door, Lin Yan appeared in the hallway, carrying a basin, a towel draped around her neck. Her hair damp and dripping, clad in a tank top and shorts, she wore a slightly disapproving expression. "Oh, what's with this large crowd gathered here?" Lin Yan gestured for them to move aside, maneuvering through the throng, stowing the basin beneath the bed, and retrieving her phone from beside her pillow. An array of unidentified numbers flickered on the screen as she pressed the answer button. The voice of Song Yuhang resonated with the chill of millennial-old ice, imbued with an undercurrent of barely concealed resentment. Li Shiping was dead. The air conditioning in the room was set to a frigid temperature. Upon entering, Lin Yan shuddered involuntarily. To preserve the integrity of the crime scene, protective mats had been laid down. Sun Xiangming lay face down on the floor. Beside him a syringe had fallen. Not far away, Li Shiping lay, blood still staining his lips, his phone clutched tightly in his hand. Forensic examinations were already underway. Lin Yan handed the investigation light to a colleague and gently tilted his chin. As the light illuminated his neck, a minute puncture wound became visible. Song Yuhang took a closer look, but his gaze strayed toward another individual, his expression radiating an indescribable, piercing coldness, mingled with a hint of disdain. Lin Yan indeed crouched low, one hand braced on the ground, her nose almost touching his. She inhaled softly, uncertain, and leaned in again to repeat the process. The bitter scent of bitter almonds filled the air. After several confirmations, she finally stood up. Death resulted from central respiratory failure induced by cyanide. Whether it was organic or inorganic cyanide would require further autopsy for conclusive determination. Her words were directed at Song Yuhang, yet he appeared oblivious to her presence. Song Yuhang drew back the curtains, revealing a persistently dim sky outside. She pushed the window firmly, but it remained unyielding, sealed shut, indicating that a third party could not have climbed through it. Signs of a struggle were primarily concentrated in the entryway. The door lock was intact, yet there were signs of compression on the door's side. Gently, she brushed her gloved fingers against it, dislodging some wood shavings. She instructed her team to take photographs and collect evidence. The door's unbroken lock suggested that the individual was not an intruder. He was acquainted with both Sun Xiangming and Li Shiping. Perhaps Li Shiping had willingly opened the door for him.
Why?
Was she unafraid of the police's arrival? Or had she anticipated his visit all along? Song Yuhang glanced back, seeing Lin Yan crouched on the ground, conducting a preliminary autopsy on Li Shiping. The mask obscured much of her delicate features, while her hair was neatly tucked into her cap, revealing her slender, pale neck. She strode purposefully towards her. Suddenly, a shadow fell across her, blocking the light from the investigation lamp. Lin Yan impatiently raised her gaze. Move aside. Can't you see you're blocking the light? Song Yuhang fixed her with a penetrating stare, as if attempting to unveil the intricacies of her face. Lin Yan felt a shiver run down her spine under that gaze. She steadied herself, a hint of playful mockery glimmering in her eyes. What is this? Captain Song has taken a liking to me. I wouldn't he mind, after all? Nothing is better than dumplings, and nothing is more entertaining than a sister-in-law. Wouldn't you agree? Duan Chung, holding a magnifying glass, was abruptly yanked away by the collar. I haven't he finished examining yet.
Let me see.
As their eyes met, Song Yuhang crouched down, seemingly affectionately draping her arm over Lin Yan's shoulder. Though only she knew the force she had exerted. Lin Yan winced under the pressure, feeling as though her bones might shatter, yet she could neither retreat nor retaliate. As on that fateful night, they whispered intimately into each other's ears. Li Shiping has passed away. Her tone was almost laced with a hint of resentment. Lin Yan pointed at the lifeless body before her, her expression somewhat innocuous. I am aware. I came precisely for this matter, did I not? Ding Shui is dead. And Sun Xiangming has also met his demise. They have all perished. Are you satisfied now? Her cool lips nearly grazed her own ear. She regarded the individual before her with a dispassionate gaze, her light brown eyes betraying no hint of delight. What joy is there for me? I merely wish to slumber a while longer. Her demeanor was untroubled, with not a trace of evasiveness in her brow or gaze. Such a person as Lin Yan was far more formidable than Sun Xiangming. Song Yuhang continued to grip her shoulder, peering into her obsidian pupils. Within them lay an empty void, reflecting only her own visage. She chuckled softly. Lin, your composure is remarkable. You can still find rest. Have you heard the wails of Sun Xiangming's parents and daughter from below? The elderly weeping for the young, a child bereft of both parents. The night is long and fraught with dreams, hell is desolate, and demons roam the earth. I hope you find peaceful slumber every night, dear Lin. Her words were laced with a lightness as she leaned closer, lowering her voice with an almost seductive undertone. A warm breath brushed against her earlobe. Lin Yan stirred slightly, but Song Yuhang would not allow her to retreat, her lips nearly brushing against Lin's ear, tracing the elegant curve of her neck. She inhaled softly, as if sighing. The fragrance you wear today is rather distinctive, Lin. I shall remember it. Just then, a member of the team approached, pen and paper in hand, prompting Song Yuhang to release her and stride over, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Yan slightly averted her gaze, shifting her sore shoulders. Her thin lips parting to utter a few words. Damn it, teasing me. Gazing at Ding Shui's pallid face, she momentarily lost her focus. Reaching for her phone tucked against her chest, only to have her own phone ring. She removed her gloves and stepped aside to answer. Hello? The moment the other party spoke, her expression shifted dramatically. She removed her hat and dashed outside. Song Yuhang reached out to stop her. Where are you going? Lin Yan violently yanked her collar, pushing her aside. Move. Do not obstruct me, or I shall not be finished with you. In her usually teasing, disdainful, cold, or mocking eyes, there flickered a rare glimpse of panic. Seizing a moment of Song Yuhang's distraction, she released her grip and sprinted away, rushing downstairs to hail a taxi. Driver, take me to Tian Psychiatric Hospital. She fastened her seatbelt, her expression fraught with urgency, as the vehicle slowly exited the community, while the body bag was carried down from above. Upon seeing the body bag, the elderly couple collapsed to the ground, wailing inconsolably. Ding Shui's mother clutched Ding in her arms, the child crying out in distress, reaching for her father. As she held the child back, tears streamed down her face. Song Yuhang looked up at the sky as a light drizzle began to fall, recalling the time she visited Li Shiping's home. When she spoke of Ding Shui with such a radiant smile, She was an exemplary teacher, kind-hearted, gentle, well-read, and fair to all her students. Even though she is already departed from this world, the essence of loving someone resides in the spontaneous warmth that graces one's face whenever she is recalled, regardless of the time or place. Are we still being followed? Song Yuhang lowered his voice. Yes, she's quite cunning, so exercise caution. Chapter 22. The Mirror.
Miss.
That car is still trailing you. Lin Yan raised her phone to glance in the rearview mirror. Today, she was devoid of the spirit to engage in any further entanglements. With a slight curve of her lips, she uttered a chillingly detached command. Eliminate them. Once the call ended, a black Santana emerged from the winding mountain road. Brushing past the taxi she occupied, Lin Yan leaned back against the seat, her gaze drifting aimlessly into the vast, empty wilderness, while her grip on the phone tightened gradually. Miss, we have arrived at the Tian Psychiatric Hospital. Lin Yan flung several bills from her wallet and exited the car, hastily making her way into the hospital. A doctor awaited her at the entrance, leading her upstairs with an expression of deep regret. Miss, the patient had a sudden episode, and no one could approach her.
Which is why we contacted you.
Lin Yan moved with remarkable speed, nearly running as she suppressed her rising anger. How long has this been going on? Why are you only informing me now? How have you been monitoring her? What is her current condition? The psychiatric hospital was modest, a 3-story building. After traversing the lengthy corridor on the second floor, she arrived at a particular room housing a special patient. The normally locked iron door stood ajar. Lin Yan dashed forward, and just as her hand grasped the doorframe, a blue and white figure lunged toward her, a glimmer of cold light flashing in its hand. The nearby doctor turned pale with fright, exclaiming, Miss Lin, be careful. As she spoke, she staggered, a urine bag hanging from her waist, leaking murky, yellow liquid down her pants. Hearing the name once more, Lin Yan's eyes instantly welled with tears, her palms forming a tight fist. The elderly woman, referred to as Aunt Chen, tossed the bedding aside, throwing the pillows to the floor. Chu Nan, where are you? Stop playing hide and seek with your mother. She leaned over the bed, trembling, only to find the space beneath empty. The elderly woman stood, shivering, her lips moving as her eyes reddened, continuing her search. Chu Nan, don't hide, please come out. The small room contained only a bed and a wardrobe, devoid of even a desk, offering a clear view. The elderly woman turned in circles, finding nothing, oblivious to the dampness staining her pants as she gently caressed a photograph in her hands, her expression tender. Chu Nan, I placed the milk in your backpack. Make sure to drink it. Chu Nan, it's dark now. Time for bed.
Mother will tuck you in.
As she spoke, she covered the photograph with her clothing, cradling it as one would a child, gently bouncing it. The scissors that had been in her hand were now left on the bed. Lin Yan stepped closer, and the elderly woman seemed to awaken suddenly, her expression becoming somewhat elusive. Lin Yan swallowed hard, attempting to comfort her. Aunt Chen, Chu Nan has already. The elderly woman tilted her head to regard her, her expression unfamiliar, as if she were looking through Lin Yan at the group behind her. Behind Lin Yan stood a wall of pristine white. Hello. Is this the family of Chu Nan from the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau? We have found your daughter's body. I am deeply sorry. When we discovered her, it was already like this. The forensic team and the trace examination department did their utmost. Before her, Lin Yan transformed into a kaleidoscope of bizarre lights, at times clawing and at others shattering into fragments. To describe it as a body was merely to refer to a heap of decayed flesh lying on the autopsy table. Through the distant corridors of time, she glimpsed the past. She saw the ghastly white lights of the funeral home that night, witnessed herself weeping uncontrollably on the ground, and remembered kneeling before the police, clinging to their legs, pleading for them to expedite the investigation. A month passed. 2 months went by. 3 months elapsed. Day and night. She lingered at the entrance of the municipal police station. A year had gone by. She attempted to file a complaint, but was expelled and fainted on the street. 2 years drifted past, her reports sent to the Provincial Public Security Department, the Disciplinary Commission, and the supervisory bodies sank into oblivion. 3 years later, she sold her home, found herself homeless, alongside beggars, always clutching a stack of missing person notices. Thus, she wandered forth, clutching a battered bowl, leaning on a stick, and wearing a pair of toe-exposing cloth shoes, traversing Jiangcheng, leaving the coastal province, journeying across the expanse of the land. 5 years had passed, and she had lost her sanity. Tears welled from her murky eyes as she rose unsteadily, clutching scissors and inching closer to Lin Yan. It was you? You who killed her. And you all. She flailed the scissors in the air, causing Lin Yan to retreat, signaling to others to seize the moment and restrain her. Aunt Chen's voice was hoarse. Struggling to form coherent words, she fought to maintain her composure before uttering a complete sentence. Please put down the scissors. I will take you to find Chu Nan. Trust me, I will certainly locate her. As she approached Aunt Chen, several medical staff quietly circled from behind. Sensing their presence, Aunt Chen suddenly spun around, the gleaming blade of the scissors aimed at the faces of the medical staff. I will kill you. I will kill you. The elderly woman struggled and wailed, her voice piercingly sorrowful, as the sharp scissors jabbed repeatedly towards Lin Yan's hand. She neither dodged nor wished to evade, allowing the sharp blade to pierce several small holes in her hand. The rushing medical personnel swiftly subdued her, administering a tranquilizer, and at last, the elderly woman fell silent. Lin Yan gently lifted her from the ground and placed her on the bed. She was frail, almost a mere collection of bones. The medical staff changed her into clean garments and bedding. Lin Yan turned and closed the door, whereupon a subordinate handed her a tissue. Miss, would you like to take a look? She gazed down at her hand, still seeping blood, pondering that this pain paled in comparison to what Aunt Chen had endured, to what Chu Nan had suffered. As her subordinate began to speak, Lin Yan's cold gaze silenced them, reminiscent of the frantic figure moments ago wielding the scissors with reckless abandon. He had no doubt that uttering another word would result in a broken neck, and instinctively took a step back, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Rolling his eyes, he felt a sense of relief and slightly bowed before hastily departing. Only the sound of a silent wind lingered in the corridor. Lin Yan leaned against the wall, sliding down to sit, burying his head in the crook of his arm, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Today is Chu Nan's birthday. In a room thick with a tense silence, Song Yuhang stood at the forefront, bearing the brunt of Director Feng's vitriol. You are all useless. A whole criminal investigation team being toyed with, and not only did you fail to apprehend the suspect, but you couldn't even determine whether the individual was male or female. Taxpayer money is funding this group of good-for-nothings. The more Feng Zhengwo spoke, the more agitated he became, slamming his hand on the table with a thunderous noise. During training, you all swagger about, claiming to be the best in the world. If you could channel even a fraction of that bravado into your work, you wouldn't be losing so shamefully. The two officers injured by the assailants still lay in the hospital, one with a liver contusion and the other with a fractured jaw. Song Yuhang parted her lips, yet no words emerged as she lowered her head slightly. As the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, she bore significant responsibility. Director Feng, please don't be angry. Take care of your health. The priority should be solving the case. Zhang Jinhai attempted to offer support, but was brushed aside. Although Feng Zhengwo initially rejected the gesture, he could not completely dismiss it, and took the teacup from Zhang's hands, sipping to temper his ire. How is the fingerprint comparison progressing? Have the toxicology results come in? Feng Xian nervously stepped forward from the ranks. The comparison is complete. There are indeed only Li Shiping's fingerprints on the syringe, and no third party's fingerprints, footprints, or bloodstains were found at the scene. Another forensic assistant also stepped forward, stating, preliminary findings indicate that the deceased, Sun Xiangming, succumbed to cyanide poisoning, with the time of death around 10 o'clock in the morning. The air conditioning was running in the room, suggesting the actual time of death may have been even earlier. The other deceased, Li Shiping, had residual arsenic, commonly known as rat poison, detected in his oral cavity, which is highly toxic. Evidence of a struggle was present at the scene. Sun Xiangming bore extensive abrasions on his left wrist and forearm, consistent with the marks found on the side of the door. Skin tissue from him was also detected in the wood shavings. Li Shiping had 4 faint ligature marks on the skin of his left neck and 1 on the right, all of which matched Sun Xiangming's fingerprints. Fibers from Li Shiping's nails were also recovered and identified as matching the pajamas worn by Sun Xiangming. Thus, we conclude that Sun Xiangming and Li Shiping engaged in a fierce struggle, with Li Shiping at a disadvantage. However, in a desperate moment, he managed to inject the cyanide solution into Sun Xiangming's neck, delivering a fatal blow. Aside from the ligature marks left by Sun Xiangming, Li Shiping bore no other external injuries, leading us to preliminarily deduce it as suicide. Feng Zhengwo rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. How do we explain the presence of that black-clad individual at the scene? Song Yuhang parted her lips slightly, her voice hoarse. The scene has been meticulously handled. Even the doorknob has been wiped clean. Had we not arrived in time, this would have been a deliberate act of revenge followed by a suicide out of guilt. This individual possesses a rich awareness of counter-detection, a seasoned veteran, or perhaps a member of the law enforcement personnel. She did not finish her latter thought as Director Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Song Yuhang followed the others out, while Feng Zhengwo took a sip of tea and called her name. Song Yuhang paused momentarily. In the technical investigation office, Feng Xian leaned against the desk, holding a cartoon porcelain cup, still contemplating Ding Shue's case. Was the cause of death indeed delayed drowning? Duan Cheng lay on the chair, holding a civil service exam book on the outside, while the inside contained a garish swimsuit magazine. There was no doubt, after all, it was evaluated by Dr. Lin, a renowned authority not only in Binhai, but across the country. Fong Xian took a sip of milk tea, her gaze somewhat forlorn. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. You know, in the last few hours of her life, she must have been in such pain, yet she still remembered the places she had met Li Shiping. What a profound obsession that must have been. After she spoke, silence fell among the others, and Zheng Qingrui set down the chicken leg he had been gnawing on, looking out the window where rain dripped from the banana leaves onto the sill. In truth, I feel that he has burped. This case has indeed taught us a lesson. Love and murder is not confined to heterosexual relationships, as there exist poignant tales of love between individuals of the same gender. Upon hearing this, Duan Chung burst into laughter, poking Zheng Qingrui's round belly. Hey, old Zheng, what has come over you today? Transformed into a love guru? The oppressive atmosphere was shattered. And Zheng Qingrui swatted his hand away. Get away with that. It's Zhengge for you. Now, what about you? If you weren't a police officer, what would you want to do? Fong Xian pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Perhaps I would be married by now. As for old Zheng Qingrui lifted his head from the computer, adjusting his glasses. A programmer, I suppose, writing code to compile all the beautiful women's photos online with a single click. Duan Chung excitedly rushed over. Zhengge, you are my true brother. Now let us discuss why you suspect Lin Yan. When it was just the two of them, Director Feng's tone softened considerably, signaling her to take a seat. Song Yuhang settled onto the sofa, staring at the disposable cup before her. Director Zhao is your mentor, and has shown me kindness. He once sat in my current position. He is the director, who emerged from our Jiangqing Police Bureau. What you have tarnished today is not just one person's reputation, but that of the entire criminal investigation team, the entire municipal bureau, and the dignity of his esteemed self. This reprimand was more shaming than calling her a mere good-for-nothing. Song Yuhang rubbed her face, tucking her stray hair back, and took a few deep breaths to calm herself.
It is my fault.
When I served under Director Zhao as a precinct officer, he would always emphasize during meetings that solving cases cannot be taken for granted or be ambiguous. We must rely on facts, reason, and evidence. We are public security officers, not bandits. You bear half the responsibility for Sun Xiangming's demise. Had you not apprehended and subsequently released him, perhaps the situation would not have escalated into chaos.
Now,
with Li Shiping also deceased, what was once perceived as a resolved case has morphed into the emergence of yet another enigmatic figure cloaked in black. Do you not believe that the moment you detained Lin Yan, a call from the municipal committee could effortlessly land on my desk? Investigations must remain devoid of personal emotions. As a seasoned detective, how could you commit such a fundamental blunder? In response to his earnest admonition, Song Yuhang merely lowered her head, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Seemingly suppressing her emotions, yet she uttered not a single word. She found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Typically, she did not subscribe to any mystical intuition or deductive reasoning. She placed her faith solely in the evidence she meticulously gathered, grounded in logical hypotheses. However, Lin Yan was an anomaly. She could not quite fathom the origin of her instinct. There existed an inexplicable familiarity, a conviction that Lin Yan was inextricably linked to that shadowy figure. Moreover, that figure was not solitary. It comprised two individuals. At that moment, she had yet to grasp the truth that intuition is invariably predicated on a foundational understanding of the other party. Her subconscious reflected her own inner turmoil, revealing that were she in Lin Yan's position, she might not have acted differently. The line between genius and madness may be but a hair's breadth apart. Yet two similar souls might possess the slightest chance to fathom one another's innermost thoughts. Much like gazing into a mirror, although the environments may differ at the core, they are but reflections of the same essence. As she prepared to depart, Director Feng called out to her once more. Did you not inquire why I transferred Lin Yan to our precinct? She replied hoarsely. Why? A person like Lin Yan, if not a friend, is undoubtedly an adversary. She wields a blood-stained blade, and you are the finest sheath for it. Miss, would you care for a drink? Her gaze drifted aimlessly over the array of vibrant beverages displayed before her. Sensing her indecision, the bartender enthusiastically recommended, the Long Island iced tea is on special today. Meticulously crafted from vodka, white rum, and tequila, particularly suited for ladies. Song Yuhang stared blankly at his moving lips, unable to decipher his words. Noticing her lack of response, the bartender pointed out another option. Would you care to try our signature mojito, a refreshing blend of white rum, lime, mint, and crushed ice? She caught only the word mojito, which triggered a memory of that evening at the Randy bar, when Lin Yan had thrust a glass into her hand. Her hair cascading with effortless charm, she casually inquired, "What is this drink?" To which the other had responded with a radiant smile, "Mojito." The bartender continued his enthusiastic pitch. It is especially suitable for free-spirited souls. With determination, Song Yuhang retrieved money from her wallet and handed it over. I'll have that. As the wind chimes at the entrance jingled, a man entered, shaking off his umbrella, and made his way directly to the bar, ordering a depth charge. The bartender observed him as he carried the drink towards the table of the young lady, who appeared to be lost in thought. The man glanced back briefly and, noticing only a curious bartender peering in, leaned his umbrella against the table and seated himself across from Song Yuhang. As she raised her eyes, he had already removed his cap, revealing a head wrapped in a circle of pristine white gauze, with faint traces of blood seeping through the edges. Instantly, she tightened her grip on the glass in her hand. Song Yuhang gritted her teeth, realizing she had underestimated him. The man took a sip of his drink, his cap pulled low, obscuring his features. The other party is highly alert, surrounded by formidable allies. I have already been exposed. It is no longer advisable to follow them. Song Yuhang could taste bitterness amidst the sharp scent of the liquor. Although unwilling, she found herself temporarily powerless against the situation. You've worked hard. Please take a good rest, she said, handing him a stack of money she had fished from her pocket. He accepted it, stowing it away in his bag. Aware he could not linger and prepared to leave. As he stood, she noticed a faint smile curve his lips. It seems you have never indulged in alcohol during working hours. Song Yuhang was taken aback, causing the remaining ice in her glass to clink noisily. I'm on leave, she replied. He said nothing further, shouldering his bag and striding away. After his departure, she opened her palm to reveal a crumpled piece of thin fabric, torn from the body of a man in black. She hadn't handed it over to the authorities, but had kept it close instead. Raising her right hand to her nose, she inhaled deeply. The warmth brought by the alcohol failed to thaw the icy resolve in her gaze. Lin Yan, how many more surprises can you bring me? Chapter 23. Rainy Night. She had not anticipated that someone would be waiting for her at this hour. Through a curtain of rain, the dim light at the villa's entrance reflected her tall silhouette in the puddles. Song Yuhang stood silently under her umbrella, her expression as impassive as ever. Yet Lin Yan sensed an air of repression emanating from her tightly pressed lips. The visitor bore ill intent. Unwilling to linger, she didn't greet Song Yuhang. Her mood already soured by the day's events, which had left her exhausted, especially given the peculiar significance of this day. As the bodyguards escorted her past, Song Yuhang made her move, surprising everyone with her sudden assault, a swift, fierce punch aimed directly at Lin Yan's abdomen. Lin Yan staggered back, steadied by her bodyguards, and bent over, coughing. Two suited bodyguards quickly positioned themselves in front of her, shielding her. Song Yuhang shook her hand, seemingly unsatisfied. Lin, the forensic expert supposed to be capable? How could she not evade a simple punch? She flexed her wrist, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Perhaps I should summon someone capable to entertain me. The two bodyguards appeared ready to act, but Lin Yan straightened and waved them off, indicating they should withdraw, while she handed her coat over. This is a matter between her and me. The servants of the Lin family seemed inherently obedient to her, following their master's orders even when aware of the hostile atmosphere, retreating accordingly. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the rhythmic patter of rain against the trees and the weighty breaths exchanged between them. The moment Song Yuhang's umbrella fell to the ground, she sprang into action. Her lithe form was reflected in the puddle before her as she executed a sharp and ruthless left kick, striking Lin Yan's soft abdomen. The vital area endured multiple blows, causing Lin Yan to grimace in agony and emit a spurt of bloodied saliva. Instinctively, she raised her elbow to shield herself. Had she not done so, her head would have been forcefully driven against the cement ground by the ankle of her assailant. Even so, the powerful impact compelled her to stumble back, colliding with the iron gate of the villa, her arm aching as bruises formed where the thick-soled combat boot struck her, rendering her unable to lift it. Breathless, Song Yuhang clutched Lin Yan's collar, rain cascading down her chin, perhaps due to the deluge, which also brought a sheen to her eyes. Make your move, she urged, tightening her grip around Lin Yan's throat and lifting her slightly against the iron gate. If you don't strike back, you'll perish. Lin Yan gazed into the usually indifferent depths of Song Yuhang's eyes, now filled with bloodshot intensity. The calm composure she once possessed had long since evaporated. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, a sound both enchanting and resolute. Song Yuhang faltered, her grip trembling slightly as Lin Yan, like a relentless parasite, clung to her. Then go ahead and kill me. I am a monster, utterly unforgivable. By slaying me, you would avenge Li Shiping and serve justice. She closed her eyes momentarily, as if sighing, hurry and act. I can hardly wait. The rain poured down relentlessly, soaking both women to the bone. Song Yuhang had never felt such coldness before, her teeth chattering. Uncertain whether she was trembling from the chill or gritting her teeth in resolve. It was you who visited Li Shiping's home that night. She recalled the glass cup left on the kitchen counter. Ding Shui is your junior. If her memory served her right, Ding Shui was 2 years younger than Lin Yan. And on that day, she seemed as familiar with the roads to Jiangqing No. 1 High School as a local resident. And so what? Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, a sly smile gracing her lips, seemingly indifferent to the grip tightening around her neck. Song Yuhang exerted more pressure with her fingertips, forcing Lin Yan to tilt her head back to gasp for breath, her toes dangling off the ground. The certainty in Song Yuhang's statement was palpable. From Lin Yan's vantage point, the heavy rain sharpened her features even more. Soaked to the skin, Song Yuhang's shirt clung tightly to her body. Water trickling down her chin and into her collar, the taut muscles and prominent veins in her neck constantly signaling her wild beauty. She was unlike any man and distinctly different from ordinary women. There was an inherent uniqueness about her that left Lin Yan unable to categorize her. The rain was frigid, yet the hand gripping her throat was blisteringly warm. A memory surfaced of that night when Song Yuhang's lips had pressed against her ear, igniting a heat within her. Lost in thought, Lin Yan began to laugh, aware of how to provoke her adversary, just as Song Yuhang knew how to tread on her tender spots. How could they understand each other so well, despite having only recently met? She pondered in a daze and had already spoken. Yes, I am aware. I know that Ding Shui was drowned by Sun Xiangming. I know that Li Shiping murdered him, and I also know how Li Shiping met her end, arsenic, a deadly poison. She chuckled, a sound laced with both coldness and despair. Her orifices bled. She died swiftly, without suffering. Would you like to know what she said to me in her final moments? Silence. Song Yuhang's fingertips suddenly exerted force, lifting her up. Lin Yan coughed violently, struggling to kick her knee with her right leg. Song Yuhang's lower half gave way, and the two women became entangled, collapsing into the thicket beside the villa. Branches cracked and splintered under the weight of their struggle, while rainwater and mud cascaded down upon them. The fierce contest between the two tall, leggy women proved to be a devastating blow to the landscape around them. They exchanged punches, aiming for each other's vital points. With Song Yuhang tearing at Lin Yan's collar and roaring, "That figure in black was you." "Yes, it was me." "So what?" Lin Yan retorted fiercely, delivering a knee strike that sent Song Yuhang flying, then swiftly flipping over to seize her neck. She smiled, alluring and beguiling, with a glimmer of moisture in her eyes. "Go ahead, report me, Officer Song. Do you have any evidence? Will the prosecutor believe you? Can you obtain an arrest warrant? How fortunate it is that if you had arrived just a moment later, there might not have even been a body to recover." Song Yuhang's eyes burned crimson, a surge of rage coursing through her veins. Without a second thought, she bent her leg and delivered a knee strike while gripping Lin Yan's clothing at the back, forcefully flipping her over. Lin Yan fell from the shrubs in the flower bed directly onto the concrete ground, hitting the back of her head painfully, feeling as if her insides were fracturing. The wounds on her hands soaked in the water, oozing faint crimson trails of blood. Stumbling, Song Yuhang rose and pulled Lin Yan up from the muddy water, gazing at the beautiful face before her, which, despite its allure, sent a chill down her spine. "Since you know Sun Xiangming was the murderer and possess crucial evidence, why did you not inform me?" She shook Lin Yan by her collar, her voice hoarse and desperate. "I could personally arrest him. I would not let any beast that has taken another's life escape justice." Lin Yan coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. "It's useless, you know?" Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. Before the child was born, Ding Shui wanted to divorce. Sun Xiangming was abusive. The worst incident left her hospitalized with a ruptured spleen for a month. Encouraged by Li Shiping, Ding Shui filed for divorce, but Sun Xiangming refused, taking the matter to court, where they mediated 3 times, ultimately denying the divorce. It was during this turmoil that Ding Shui discovered she was pregnant. Song Yuhang released her grip. Lin Yan collapsed onto the ground, her hair, once tightly bound, now spilled like seaweed across the puddles. Her face bore marks from branches and bruises inflicted by Song Yuhang, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful, a beauty so hauntingly incomplete it stirred the heart. The prolonged standoff had nearly exhausted both of their physical strengths. Lin Yan lay quietly on the ground, allowing the rain to wash over her body, so weak that she could not even lift a finger. Yet, she felt a sense of liberation, a strange exhilaration, as if the more fiercely she fought, the lighter the burdens within her heart became. She could scarcely catch her breath, often pondering why those who had inflicted harm thrived while she, too, managed to survive. Why was it her who bore the brunt of it all? Thus, when Li Shiping proposed that transaction, she did not decline. As Lin Yan lay on the ground, Two streams of tears traced down her cheeks, and she silently thanked the rain for preserving her last shred of dignity. Song Yuhang gazed into those eyes, which reflected a profound desolation, devoid of stars or her own reflection. Fueled by alcohol, she had vented her frustrations, yet happiness eluded her. She could not articulate the tumult of emotions within her. Both anger and injustice mingled with an undercurrent of disappointment. She was furious at herself for breaching professional ethics by divulging clues to others, indirectly leading to Sun Xiangming's demise. She was infuriated that she had manipulated her expertise to fabricate a perfect alibi, skirting the edges of legality. It was unjust that she could rise above the law, that she felt no remorse, and that despite being beaten to the point of collapse, she still could not utter a single word of regret. Lin Yan's resolve was truly formidable. Song Yuhang released her completely, collapsing into the mud and water. Perhaps the disappointment in her eyes was too evident, prompting Lin Yan to glance her way, a faint smile tugging at her lips. You might wonder why someone like her, born into a life of comfort with wealth and influence, did not simply wield her power to deliver justice and imprison Sun Xiangming. Lin Yan's gaze turned toward the void, the large raindrops stinging her face slightly. She spoke softly, I trust no one but myself. Song Yuhang's throat moved slightly. In the dim light, her expression became increasingly unclear. Yet, Lin Yan seemed to grasp what she wished to convey, forcing a grim smile. Officer Song, do not hold any expectations for me. I am capable of anything. My name is Lin Yan, a child born to be unlikable. That flicker of hope was easily extinguished. That occasion at the provincial office was not the first time Song Yuhang had witnessed Lin Yan's interview. There had been numerous opportunities to see her, should she choose to. On television, in the news, newspapers, gossip magazines, even at academic conferences, she observed Lin Yan navigate various settings with ease, graceful, composed, calm, and incisive. In front of the camera, she silenced the media with sharp inquiries, and moments later, she would roll up her sleeves and vehemently curse in public, even kissing her lover under the national emblem at the municipal bureau. Lin Yan's life was a stark contrast to Song Yuhang's orderly existence. She even felt a twinge of envy for Lin Yan's inherently free-spirited and untamed soul. She lived life on her own terms, indifferent to the judgments of others. On the night of dissecting Ding Shui, as she bowed her head in silent tribute for a minute in the forensic room, it was the first time she glimpsed the softness and kindness hidden beneath Lin Yan's hardened exterior. Yet she had to concede that Lin Yan was a deceiver, an exceptionally skilled one whose tricks were nearly impossible to guard against. What was her motive? Can you tell me why? Song Yuhang wiped her face, erasing the faint glimmer of moisture from her eyes. There is no motive. I am simply this kind of person. Is that so? Song Yuhang slightly curled her lips. What were you searching for that day in the archives? In 1990, if memory serves, forensic expert Lin had just turned 18 and was in her third year of high school. Before she could finish her sentence, the other person shot her a piercing glance, the expression suddenly transforming into one of barely contained fury. Lin Yan propped herself up on her elbows, struggling to lift her upper body. Shut up. The mention of that year nearly caused her physical pain, a visceral ache that took her breath away. Song Yuhang turned her head to regard her, her gaze laden with meaning. While appearance and skills can be disguised, temperament and character cannot be feigned. Forensic expert Lin should be unaware that you always resort to jesting to mask your insecurity, and when I strike at your sore spot, you become volatile.
Just look at you now.
Lin Yan tilted her head back, striving to elevate her upper body, but her arms betrayed her. Her fingers futilely clawing at the ground before she fell again, mud splattering onto Song Yuhang's trousers. She observed Lin Yan, breathless, her expression fierce. The once pale skin now tinged with a flush of excitement, even the corners of her eyes reddened. The slender, fragile neck lay bare before her, akin to a beast revealing its most vulnerable soft fur. The damp fabric clung to Lin Yan's form, rising and falling with her breath. She was unlike anyone else, simultaneously delicate and resilient, like a glorious flower blooming on the edge of a precipice, exuding her beauty at every moment. Song Yuhang couldn't help but recall the softness she had encountered during their earlier scuffle. At that moment, she had not contemplated much. But now she realized that although Lin Yan possessed remarkable agility, it was mostly finesse, fundamentally different from her own well-trained, robust musculature. Song Yuhang's throat constricted as she slowly extended her hand. Lin Yan could only move her fingers and head, her mind clouded and a chill coursing through her. As her fingers brushed against her own clothing, Lin Yan suddenly jolted, recalling her intention, her tattoo, just as the button was halfway undone, revealing a hint of the concealed design. Song Yuhang swallowed hard, preparing to commit the pattern to memory, when Lin Yan struck. She had not anticipated that Lin Yan would still have the strength to retaliate. the seemingly frail legs swiftly coiled around her neck. With a powerful thrust of her waist, Lin Yan executed a perfect escape from her grasp, simultaneously dislodging one of Song Yuhang's arms. The ultimate Brazilian jiu-jitsu move, the crosslock. In the blink of an eye, there was no time for Song Yuhang to react. And Lin Yan did not afford her any respite. As she fell to the side, Lin Yan's arm pressed against her abdomen, her right hand locked straight. The force so intense it echoed with the sound of straining muscles and bones. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Song Yuhang, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu truly deserves its reputation as the most formidable ground combat technique. Once countered and brought to the ground, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, how much longer could she endure in this state? Song Yuhang endured the pain and managed to smile, saying, "A black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I truly underestimated you." Lin Yan, gasping heavily, could barely articulate her thoughts, retorting, "Your judgment has always been lacking." No wonder. With agility but lacking strength, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is a martial art that emphasizes overcoming strength with finesse, excelling in grappling, making it quite suitable for her. However, in the face of absolute power, especially when she held a physical advantage, Lin Yan in her prime could have nearly matched her, but now. A flicker of cold light crossed her eyes as she relied on her formidable upper body strength to attempt a one-handed turn. In her struggle, her bones emitted a painful crack, twisting her body into an odd arc. Lin Yan was startled, cold sweat cascading down her forehead. Has she lost her mind? If she continued to struggle like this, she might lose her right hand. In that moment of distraction, Song Yuhang's elbow struck her abdomen. Lin Yan's fingers weakened, and she fell heavily to the ground, her eyes closing, but the anticipated pain did not arrive. Just in the nick of time, Song Yuhang slipped her palm beneath Lin Yan's head, and they both fell into the puddle together. With a sharp crack, what she desperately tried to protect was now laid bare for all to see. Lin Yan trembled with rage, exclaiming, "Song Yuhang, I curse you. I curse." She could not complete a single coherent sentence, repeating those few profanities, gasping for breath while desperately trying to retreat. With her arms pinned above her head, as she tilted her head back, her slender neck was exposed to her gaze. Moreover, they were so close together. Song Yuhang could almost confirm that the corner of that garment belonged to her. Just as a forensic expert can identify the type of poison by scent, a detective can detect the odor of drugs. Humans have an exceptional memory for scents. She might forget the person, but she would never forget the fragrance that lingered on her skin. The vivid red tattoo, like a birthmark, drew Song Yuhang's hand to gently trace it, feeling the roughness and uneven texture beneath her fingertips. This was not merely a tattoo, it had been carved into the skin with a knife. Shocked, she lowered her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Yan, who gently closed her eyes, her throat quivering as tears streamed down her cheeks, as if she wished to hide this vulnerable side from her. Turning her head away, biting her lip tightly, her eyes glistened with red. "Have you seen enough? If you have, then get up." As if awakening from a dream, Song Yuhang finally realized the gravity of her actions and how utterly inappropriate the situation was. On this stormy night, where visibility was obscured, she had overwhelmingly subdued Lin Yan, pinning her arms above her head even. Song Yuhang felt an urge to slap herself. Tonight, she was not a police officer, she was a criminal. Lin Yan indeed had every reason to cry, and the sight of those tears burned into Song Yuhang's heart. Startled, she hurriedly stood, wiping the rainwater from her face, her heart pounding like a drum. She rose, her body feeling as if it were falling apart, her head throbbing with pain, her fingers trembling uncontrollably, making her movements painfully slow. Raindrops cascaded down her chin, accentuating the diminutive nature of her palm-sized face. Song Yuhang couldn't help but recollect her tear-streaked visage, and a pang of bittersweet sorrow washed over him. It was a peculiar sensation, one he had never experienced before, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He crouched slightly, calling out. Lin Yan raised her gaze, her eyes vacant and devoid of luster, her lips trembling as she recoiled. Song Yuhang sighed quietly to himself. "Wait here. I shall fetch someone." Not far away lay the entrance to her villa. The butler hurried over with assistance, enveloping Lin Yan beneath the shelter of an umbrella, draping a woolen blanket around her, and guiding her inside with several servants. He watched as she vanished behind the iron gate, recalling the last words she had spoken to him that evening. "Believe it or not, I did not kill Sun Xiangming, nor did I kill Li Shiping. I am merely a witness, drawing a less than perfect conclusion to the love story of her and Ding Shui." Chapter 24. Jingxing. At that time, it was indeed your parents who financed the purchase of the house, correct? Was it fully paid? A woman sat before her computer, answering a phone call while typing notes. The sound of a knock echoed, prompting her to walk to the entrance with her phone in hand. Peering through the peephole, she swiftly switched the phone to her other hand and stepped aside to open the door. I apologize, but I am in a bit of a rush right now. I will contact you later. After hanging up, Song Yuhang entered, changing into guest slippers. She looked up, offering a wry smile. I should be the one apologizing for troubling you at such a late hour. Ji Jingxing observed her drenched attire, her face bruised and battered. He retrieved a clean towel from the bathroom and handed it to her. What happened to you? No wonder you were hesitant to return home. If Song Mama sees you like this, she will surely lecture you, given the cautionary tales of your father and brothers. It's nothing. I merely had a scuffle. Song Yuhang replied, drying her damp hair with a towel while glancing into the half-open bedroom door. Is Xiaowei asleep?
Yes.
Otherwise she would have made quite a fuss upon learning of your arrival, Ji Jingxing replied, pouring her a cup of hot coffee from the kitchen to warm her. Wrapped in a towel, Song Yuhang sat on the sofa, lost in thought. From the moment she stepped inside, she sensed something was amiss. This man rarely appeared so distracted, especially in such a defeated state. Over the years, her visits had been few and far between. The last time had been during her brother's passing. Are you truly all right? Ji Jingxing, still concerned, retrieved a first aid kit from the cabinet, searching for antiseptic and cotton swabs. Should we go to the hospital? Who could be so brutal? A crimson line marred the corner of her eye, a testament to Lin Yan's nails, the wound deep enough that blood threatened to encroach upon her sight. Had she moved just a fraction further, her eye might have been irreparably harmed. As Song Yuhang touched the injury, she belatedly felt a dull ache. Her thoughts drifting back to the blows she had dealt Lin Yan, leaving her unable to stand. Would she not feel pain? Certainly, for she had wept. Upon recalling those tear-soaked eyes, a bittersweet sensation surged within her heart. She suddenly regretted her impulsiveness. Ji Jingxing paused in his actions, sensing an indescribable subtlety enveloping her today. Have you experienced heartbreak?
He teased.
The individual in question immediately glanced over, her tone stiff. No. The swift rebuttal elicited a chuckle from Ji Jingxing as he handed her the gauze. All right, I understand you've never been in love. But it's high time you found someone to share a proper relationship with. I'm heading to bed now. I must rise early to send Xiaowei to school in the morning. The guest toiletries are on the shelf in the bathroom. Tonight, don't sleep on the sofa. Go rest in your brother's room. Xiaowei was an unplanned child, 7 years prior, when her brother made the ultimate sacrifice. The family had urged Ji Jingxing to terminate the pregnancy, yet she insisted on keeping the child, raising her alone as a single mother, which was undoubtedly arduous. Song Yuhang held deep respect and affection for the sister-in-law. Their age difference was minimal, fostering a bond akin to kindred spirits. She rose to see Ji Jingxing enter the bedroom, parting her lips slightly. Thank you, sister. Ji Jingxing waved her off, cradling a cup of coffee. Clad in loose home attire, with simple gray slippers adorning her feet. The cartoon patterns on them had long since faded, souvenirs from the day they married 7 years ago. A day when Song Yuhang was present. Ji Jingxing mouthed, "Good night." The chessboard was engaged in a fierce battle, with a black piece moving down the board. The opponent hesitated, caressing their red pieces. "Master, it's time for your medicine," a woman announced as she held a bowl of dark concoction, cooling it before offering a spoon to his lips. The man was no longer young. Gray hair adorned his temples, and wrinkles formed creases upon his face, with a few faint age spots emerging. Nevertheless, his beard was impeccably groomed, and his visage bore a resemblance to Lin Yan, hinting at a once handsome youth. And despite being confined to a wheelchair, he retained broad shoulders and long limbs. The opponent displayed no impatience, deftly withdrawing a piece while simultaneously capturing his general. "General, you've lost." Laughter erupted between them as Lin Yuan tossed the remaining pieces onto the board. "I'm done playing. You're still as cunning as ever." A figure clad in black knocked and swiftly entered. Lin Yuan, sensing a shift, nonchalantly raised his teacup to sip. "What has the young lady been up to lately?" The man in black leaned close, whispering in his ear and making a gesture across his throat. "Should we proceed?" He glanced at the individual opposite him, raising a hand to halt the discussion. "That one be necessary. Lin Yan hasn't experienced loss. It's not entirely a bad thing." The man in black bowed respectfully before retreating. The woman squatting beside him turned her eyes, sweetly leaning onto his knee. "Master, it's getting late. You mentioned you'd accompany me to buy a bag tomorrow." Lin Yuan caressed her chin, his eyes, reminiscent of Lin Yan, sparkling with mirth. "When have I ever deceived you? Someone, see our guest out." Droplets of water cascaded down her arm, pooling into a faint crimson stain on the floor before seeping into the drain. The shower head released a generous spray, enveloping the woman in a mist, her damp hair cascading like satin behind her. She raised the handleless knife in her hand, striking it against the mirror, carving into her own flesh with deliberate strokes. Blood splattered into the sink, blooming like vibrant red spider lilies upon the pure white snow. She tilted her head back, gasping for breath, swallowing her suppressed anguish. Her lips trembling as beads of sweat formed on her forehead, one hand gripping the sink as her entire body quaked, until yet another bloody mark adorned the tattoo on her chest. With a clang, Lin Yan dropped the knife into the sink, her strength drained as she slumped against the bathtub, her head hanging low, silent as though in slumber. Yet, from the corners of her tightly shut eyes, 2 streams of hot tears rolled down, soon falling to the ground and dissipating into nothingness.
Aunt.
Can you pick me up from school early today? Let's go to the amusement park. Mom hasn't taken me out for a long time. Jiwei sat in the child's seat, stretching her arms toward her. It's all right, sister. The case is resolved anyway. I'll pick up Xiaowei after school today. Song Yuheng awkwardly reached out with his left hand to pat Xiaowei's head, a rare softness gracing his smile. Your arm still isn't able to exert much strength, is it? Ji Jingxing glanced over. I think you should see a doctor. Yesterday, the pain had been unbearable, and upon waking this morning, it had swollen significantly, making it impossible to lift. Song Yuheng moved his shoulders, managing a bitter smile. All right. I'll go see a doctor soon. That was close. Your arm was on the verge of fracturing. The doctor examined the X-ray for a moment before approaching her, gently pressing on the swollen shoulder and moving her arm. Song Yuheng bit her lip, her face paling. I'll write you a prescription. Take it to the treatment room for a bandage, change the ointment daily, and remember to take your oral medication on time. As Song Yuheng stood to leave, she donned her coat and nodded slightly. Thank you, doctor. Halfway through the bandaging, her phone rang. With some effort, she retrieved it from her pocket. Hello? Before the voice on the other end could finish, her expression changed, and she hastily pulled up her clothing and rushed out, the nurse trailing behind, calling, Hey, where are you going? The bandage isn't even finished yet. Song Yuheng navigated through the bustling corridor, casually securing the loose end of the bandage on her arm, biting down to tie a makeshift knot as she walked. Tell me about the case. What's the situation? The alarm clock chimed, and Lin Yan poked her head out from beneath the covers, groping on the bedside table until she found the source of the noise, slapping it away with a swift motion. The world finally returned to silence, and she buried her face back into the blanket. Within a minute, the shrill ringing erupted once more, prompting the young lady to angrily roll over and cover her ears with the pillow. When she could no longer hold her breath, the infernal noise finally ceased, and Lin Yan sighed in relief, lying flat, feeling as though even opening her eyes was a burden, her entire body aching, and fire igniting in her throat. She swallowed hard, preparing to reach for the glass of water on the bedside table when that haunting call began once more. Unable to endure it any longer, the young lady abruptly turned over and sat up, grasping her phone with the intention of throwing it away, but instead, she lost her balance and tumbled off the bed. Ouch, that hurt. Rubbing her head as she sat up, she felt as though her mind was muddled and her limbs were heavy, entirely unresponsive. Yet, upon seeing the series of numbers flashing on the screen, she pressed the answer button. Hello, Lin Jia, it's me. I know it's you, what is it? Lin Yan licked her cracked lips as she clambered up from the floor, her steps unsteady, needing to steady herself against the wardrobe. We're currently beside the green building in the West District, where a severely mutilated corpse has been discovered. Duan Cheng was abruptly interrupted mid-sentence. What do you mean by severely mutilated? Be specific about the characteristics of the corpse. Duan Cheng, feeling a shiver of dread, glanced at the ground not far away, where a grotesque scene unfolded, a blend of rotting flesh, human bones, and bits of brain matter, the colors of red, white, and yellow mingling together, reminiscent of a freshly made dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He couldn't help but gag again. You might as well come see for yourself. As soon as Song Yuheng arrived, Lin Yan followed closely behind, a rare sight indeed, as today she donned soft, comfortable flats instead of her usual high heels. Her gait appeared somewhat awkward, and perched upon her nose was an oversized pair of sunglasses. Upon stepping out of the car, she immediately put on her mask. Duan Cheng approached her. Sister, why are you? Her outfit seemed rather peculiar on this dreary day. Lin Yan rolled her eyes in annoyance. What is wrong with dressing like this on a cloudy day? One must protect against sun exposure. Don't you understand? As she limped towards the crime scene, carrying her investigation box, she noticed Song Yuheng leaning against the car door, one hand in his pocket, engaged in a phone call. Xiaowei, dear. I want to be able to pick you up after school today. Be a good girl and listen to your mother. Let us reschedule, all right? From a distance, Lin Yan could see a hint of a smile in her lowered gaze, her expression much softer and more animated. The wind carried her words faintly to Lin Yan's ears. Xiaowei, dear, let us reschedule, all right? Suddenly, Lin Yan felt a chill run down her spine. Who was she flirting with? Goosebumps prickled her skin. Though referred to as the Green Building, it was essentially an unfinished construction site, roughly the size of half a football field, surrounded by barbed wire, with stones and construction debris piled beneath. The police cordon was set just outside the barbed wire. Lin Yan, lifting the barrier with one hand, noticed that the stones were not piled high. Under normal circumstances, she could have easily stepped over them. However, today, her body felt weak, and the investigation box felt heavy, almost impossible to lift, forcing her to advance in small, careful steps. The rain-soaked stones were slippery, and before she could react, her foot slipped, sending several stones tumbling down, causing her to lean back dangerously. "Watch out." A familiar voice rang in her ears, and at the same moment, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, steadying her. Lin Yan stumbled back a few steps, falling into her embrace, her heart racing, whether from shock or something else. She could not tell. Song Yuhang held her steady, his grip unwavering, concern flickering in his eyes. "Are you all right?" She appeared to be concerned for her, yet in truth, she was inquiring about the events of the previous night. That momentary hold she had on her was enough to make her feel as if she could drink a whole pot. Upon mentioning this, Song Yuhang instantly felt a dull ache in her freshly bandaged shoulder. She managed a wry smile as she took the inspection box from Lin Yan's hands and turned to leave without uttering another word. Lin Yan's expression shifted subtly, a hint of irritation at her abrupt departure, a sentiment she herself found inexplicable. To her surprise, the other woman reached out her hand after climbing atop a pile of stones. "Come up," she said patiently, repeating herself. With a slight curve of her lips hidden beneath her mask, Lin Yan reluctantly grasped her hand. The moment their fingertips made contact, she found herself enveloped in a warm, sturdy grip, calloused from wielding a gun and a baton. Her thoughts drifted back to the previous night, recalling how that coarse finger had brushed against her wound, sending a shiver down her spine. The darkness concealed the turmoil in her eyes, while it also masked the fleeting tenderness that flickered in Song Yuhang's gaze. Feeling suddenly uncomfortable, Lin Yan released her grip and walked ahead, while Song Yuhang followed closely behind, carrying the inspection box. Just moments before, Lin Yan's hand had felt cold, with a thin sheen of sweat betraying her anxiety. Since the previous night, an overwhelming sense of guilt had settled heavily upon her. Lin Shi contemplated calling her name, but Lin Yan turned around, extending her hand as if nothing had transpired. The inspection box was handed to Lin Yan, who promptly crouched down to retrieve gloves from within, swiftly putting them on before stepping onto the prepared inspection platform beside the corpse. Chapter 25. The Letter of Regret. A large, dark red truck had left deep tire tracks that dragged several meters across the ground. The stench of blood was nauseating. Lin Yan inhaled sharply, her fingers delicately pinching a clump of dark, viscous entrails from the ground. Memories rushed back, causing her face to blanch in an instant as she bit down hard on her lip. The blood was most concentrated beneath the truck's front wheels. Without the inspection platform, there would have been no way to approach the scene. Even so, the area had been thoroughly disturbed, scattered with various footprints, some from the driver, others from the reporter, and yet more from the workers at the site. Fong Xian was struggling to suppress his nausea as he measured the footprints, and soon his face turned pale as he stumbled away. Lin Yan furrowed her brow. Perhaps it was the discomfort she had felt since waking that morning, her stomach churning. Suddenly, a pale wrist extended toward her, offering a tissue. "Here." Lin Yan felt profoundly insulted, snapping, "Get lost." "I don't need that." Song Yuhang, taken aback by the response, quickly regained her composure, the corners of her lips curling slightly as she moved aside to question the eyewitnesses. Such a corpse, one could hardly manage even to lift from the ground, let alone conduct an autopsy. Once the forensic team had taken their photographs, Lin Yan reached into the pool of blood, her fingers brushing against a tooth. Lifting it to the light, she examined it before placing it into an evidence bag. Judging by the wear on the tooth, the deceased was quite young, not yet 18 years of age. Duan Chung hurried over to snap a photograph while simultaneously making notes. The scene was drenched in pools of blood, which flowed in columnar streams, seeping into the crevices of the ground. Lin Yan stepped back, aware that the deceased could no longer be touched, and signaled several forensic assistants to extract the bloodstains, turning the soil over as well. With a single scoop, a large chunk of earth was uprooted and placed entirely into an evidence bag. The others, clad in gloves, diligently searched through the large puddle of blood for fragments of bone, a crucial task for the subsequent identification of the victim and the determination of their age. Lin Yan leaned closer, scrutinizing a severed piece of skull, her lips moving as she spoke. The wound exhibited clear signs of livor mortis. She glanced up at the broken railing on the rooftop, which swayed precariously. The truck driver had been apprehended, handcuffed. He sobbed and wailed under the questioning of several detectives. exclaiming, "I truly had no idea there was a person here. I swear I didn't know. It was so dark, I was just doing my job, delivering materials to the construction site at around 4 in the morning. Others often carelessly discarded construction waste below. I thought nothing of it." A towering man, visibly distressed, struggled forward, his face flushed, displaying clear signs of rosacea. Song Yuhang approached him. "Test his blood alcohol content. Open your mouth." Several detectives restrained him and inserted the device.
Blow.
The man exhaled gently, and the reading on the device immediately soared to its peak. A detective brought the results to her, indignant. "This bastard drank quite a lot last night. Look at this high level of alcohol in his bloodstream. It's no wonder he didn't even realize he had killed someone." Nearby, the foreman trembled under Song Yuhang's gaze. "You found the body?" The foreman nodded, stammering, "Why, yes. Yes, it was me." "Do you recall the exact time?" After a moment's thought, he replied, "I usually get up at 5:10. It must have been around 5:30 when I was heading to the site with my hard hat. As I approached the building, I found it." The memory of that moment still made his legs weak. Old Lee, responsible for delivering materials to the construction site, was a familiar face. He newly enjoyed drinking, but there had never been any incidents before. They had exchanged cheerful greetings. "Morning, Lu too." Old Lee rolled down his window, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Morning. Not drinking today, I hope? Just a bit of beer. Want some?" He waved a bottle from the side seat, surrounded by scattered peanut and sunflower seed shells. No. I still have to work. I can't let the boss catch a whiff." Lu Tu stepped aside to let the truck pass, when suddenly there was a loud bang. He had been unbuckling his belt to relieve himself by the wall, jokingly cursing, "Have you drunk too much again?" Old Lee cursed back as he maneuvered the steering wheel. "Damn it, who has the fool dumping trash here? Don't they know this is the only route in and out for the truck?" He pressed the accelerator, increasing speed, but felt something unsettling beneath the wheels. The tires rolled over scraps of clothing, blood seeping from underneath, and a fragment of skull was violently ejected, as if one could hear the sound of muscle and bone fracturing. Lu Tu, forgetting to pull up his trousers, stumbled forward to stop the truck. "That's how it happened, officer. But it's not my fault." Song Yuhang handed over a pen and paper, requesting the name and contact information of Fong Xian, who then approached to collect a blood sample. "If necessary, further cooperation in our investigation would be appreciated." Fong Xian, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly exited the gruesome scene with a forensic kit, efficiently gathering blood samples from the truck driver and witnesses. Casting his gaze back, Song Yuhang observed Lin Yan still crouched in the pool of blood, unusually attired in formal wear, layered with protective clothing. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, exposing her delicate, fair neck. Song Yuhang transferred his notes to others and donned gloves before joining her, crouching beside her. The limited space for investigation prompted Lin Yan to shift slightly. "Is there something you need?" Song Yuhang's gaze faltered, drifting across her face. "Cough. What are the results?" Lin Yan, in one breath, stated the victim was a female under 18. Based on the formation and hue of the blood pool, the estimated time of death appeared to be around 4 o'clock the previous night. She then moved to observe a fractured piece of skull from a different angle. Song Yuhang followed suit. "Is there anything unusual?" Pointing to the indented section of the skull, Lin Yan noted the presence of small bone fragments, a comminuted fracture, indicative of a high-impact fall. Duan Chung, overwhelmed, lay beside them. "Ugh." Lin Yan smacked her lips. "What a rare case. The psychological resilience is remarkably weak. Captain Song, it might be prudent to assign someone else to me." Nodding slightly, Lin Yan remained aware of the gaze fixed upon her without making eye contact. Indeed, the truck's crushing would merely result in secondary injuries, considering the severity of the skull fracture and the blood pool. Following her gesture, Song Yuhang peered in that direction. The soil there was noticeably darker, likely the point of impact. "Can we ascertain whether the fall occurred while alive or post-mortem?" he inquired, moving to touch the earth. Lin Yan shrugged. "Difficult. Given the state, I'll conduct a careful autopsy back at the station." Standing upright, Song Yuhang shielded his eyes from the sun while gazing toward the rooftop. "I'll take a few people up for a look." Upon entering the building, a cloud of dust mingled with the scent of cement enveloped them. With the elevator still under repair, Song Yuhang led his team up the stairs to the 6th floor, where an iron door separated the rooftop from the staircase. The door was not locked, swaying slightly in the breeze. He signaled to the forensic personnel behind him to promptly collect fingerprints before gently pushing the door open. The rooftop was small and barren, exuding a sense of desolation. While several detectives dispersed to seek useful clues, Song Yuhang walked directly to the railing. Duan Chung gazed at the grim sight of shattered bones with a look of despair. "What are we to do with this?" Song Yuhang leaned forward. Noticing Lin Yan loading the body bag into the vehicle, He crouched down to examine the scuff marks beneath him. Measuring with a ruler, he noted the small footprints, consistent with Lin Yan's assertion that the victim was under 18. The railing bore no signs of human destruction. It had succumbed to the ravages of time, corroded by rainwater into a patchy layer of rust. The moment her fingers grazed its surface, it emitted a mournful creak under the weight of neglect. Song Yuhang traced her fingers along the railing until she reached the break, where she discovered a small scrap of fabric. Donning gloves, she delicately twisted it and placed it into an evidence bag. At that moment, an investigator rushed over to report, "Captain Song, we have surveyed the scene, and there are no signs of struggle on the rooftop. The lock bears only a single fingerprint, and this was found in the corner of the wall. It must have been blown there by the wind." He handed her a thin sheet of paper, completely soaked by rain. Song Yuhang held it carefully, fearful that too much pressure might cause it to disintegrate in her grasp. She illuminated it with her examination lamp, but the ink had blurred significantly. She could barely make out the first two characters. Suicide note. Suddenly, the attention of the others shifted sharply towards Lin Yan, who, without a moment's hesitation, kicked out in agitation, exclaiming, "I told you to stop that infernal wailing." Afterward, she hastily donned her mask, having caused a ruckus that made her jaw ache. Lin Yan grimaced, muttering to herself, what else could be done? Like a dog gnawing at a bone. Why would this happen? What grudge could lead to such cruelty? Murmured her brother-in-law, who worked at the construction site. A wave of whispers rippled through the crowd, a cacophony of speculation, as the media pressed forward. "We are reporters. Please allow us to enter and interview you. We demand to speak with your supervisor." The local police, unaccustomed to such fervor, were powerless to intervene. Among the throng of journalists, a petite girl with bleached hair seized the opportunity as the body bag was being carried out. Understanding the importance of seizing the moment, she slipped past a policeman's arm and began snapping photos of Lin Yan. The sudden flash momentarily blinded Lin Yan, who found herself surrounded as the reporter thrust her microphone forward, demanding, "When did this incident occur? Who is the deceased? What leads does the police currently have?" A barrage of questions assailed her, and as Lin Yan squinted at the journalist, she noticed the unmistakable shock in the reporter's eyes. Lin Yan's presence was undeniably striking, her visage and agile demeanor unforgettable. The journalist opened her mouth to call out to her but faltered, unable to recall her name. With an impatient frown, Lin Yan waved her hand dismissively, "Clear the way." She had confronted far too many individuals to remember them all. Seeing someone breach the police line, other reporters grew emboldened, surrounding her as she held the highest rank among them. "Officer, please share some insights about this case." They clamored. "What progress has been made? Why did the perpetrator commit murder?" Some even recognized her beneath the mask, causing a ripple of whispers to spread through the crowd. "It's medical examiner Lin. It must be a significant case." As Lin Yan attempted to depart, those relentless souls pursued her, calling out, "Hey, medical examiner Lin." Lin Yan felt dizzy as she was jostled by the crowd. Amidst the throng, someone accidentally bumped into her, causing her to sway. Fortunately, a person behind her caught her just in time. "Are you all right, forensic officer Lin? You should leave first." Years of experience in criminal investigation had honed her acute instincts, prompting her to swiftly turn around. The binoculars. A colleague handed her the binoculars, and Song Yuhang meticulously scanned the crowd for that elusive dark figure, only to find that he had vanished into the sea of people, as if he were merely a figment of her imagination. Chapter 26. The human heart. Song Yuhang dashed down the stairs, navigating through the onlookers, glancing around but finding nothing of consequence. Soon, she was surrounded by reporters. Officer, say a few words." Jiang City, divided by a river, boasted two distinct districts. The East District was adorned with towering skyscrapers and broad roads, equipped with splendid facilities. Even the greenery along the streets was uniformly arranged in harmonious heights, housing the municipal government, the Public Security Bureau, the Procuratorate, and other administrative bodies, making it a veritable paradise for the affluent. In contrast, the West District primarily consisted of the city's original inhabitants, nestled along the riverbank, flanked by mountains and water, boasting an enviable geographical location. The wave of reform and opening up had sent property prices soaring. While some original residents resisted relocation, others sought to capitalize on the situation, trying to extract the most from the government. The Jiang City government spearheaded several bidding projects, yet developers were deterred by the exorbitant demands of stubborn homeowners. Thus, even amidst the rapid economic development, this district remained an unsightly blemish on the otherwise resplendent city. The alleys were narrow, the sky above segmented by a web of electrical wires. The ground was uneven, with individuals squatting by the drainage ditches to wash clothes, and an elderly man on a bicycle ringing his bell cheerfully. Under such road conditions, the criminal police vehicles moved as slowly as snails. leaning back in her chair. Lin Yan's complexion turned pale. Can we go any faster? A few inquisitive female colleagues trailed behind, whispering, is she pregnant? With such a chaotic private life. Who knows who the unfortunate father is? Sho, keep your voice down. Don't let her hear you. Noticing Lin Yan's distress, Song Yuhang furrowed her brow, intending to approach her with a tissue when Lin Yan abruptly straightened up, her gaze sharp as lightning. Though she wasn't wearing high heels, she exuded an air of confidence as she strode over to the one who had spoken and with a swift motion, delivered a sharp slap across her face, her beautiful visage marred by arrogance. Yes, call your mother. The young officer stomped her foot and ran off, sobbing. Lin Yan shrugged her uniform jacket over her shoulders and walked in with her hands in her pockets. As Song Yuhang stood in her path, their shoulders collided, and Lin Yan seized her wrist. Why so hostile? Lin Yan glanced at the hand resting on her arm, her tone nonchalant. I see, Captain Song. You're not a police officer of Jiang City, but rather one from the Pacific, meddling in everyone's affairs. Though she acknowledged the other's fault, the bustling crowd at the city bureau's entrance made it unnecessary for Song Yuhang to reprimand her so harshly. Between the lines of her words lay a hint of defense for the other person. Lin Yan felt a surge of uncontainable anger rise within her, and she forcefully shook off Song Yuhang's grasp. One must consider the intricacies of human existence. We are all novices in the art of living, so why should I endure? She turned her head sharply and spat disdainfully. Bah! It is a mercy I have not torn her tongue out. What business is it of yours, Song Yuhang? You leap forth, feigning propriety amidst this charade. How hypocritical. With that, she strode out, her flat shoes exuding an aura that rivaled the height of high heels, plunging into the municipal bureau, leaving Song Yuhang bewildered and at a loss. In a state of confusion, Fang Xian cast her a sympathetic glance before departing, followed by Duan Cheng, who patted her shoulder and also took his leave. Zheng Qingrui adjusted his glasses and remarked, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Song Yuhang, in full agreement, nodded fervently and followed suit. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, in strict adherence to protocol. Even in the case of a homicide, the deceased's family should be located prior to an autopsy. However, given the state of the body and the absence of any identifying evidence at the crime scene, the only piece of paper found was utterly blurred, requiring time for further technical restoration. Thus, Lin Yan resolved to proceed with the autopsy without delay. The physical characteristics of the corpse would inevitably alter with the passage of time and temperature, and every minute wasted drew them further from the truth. She turned on the faucet, splashing water onto her face to dispel some of the heat from her body, clearing her foggy mind to a degree. Following this, she washed her hands, sanitized them, donned protective clothing, and put on a mask, fully arming herself as she entered the autopsy room. Even in the presence of an unidentified corpse, she maintained a profound respect, positioning the scalpel vertically before her chest and bowing her head in silent tribute for a minute. Duan Cheng activated the camera. June 1st, 2008, at 13:45, the deceased remains unidentified. This is the first autopsy. We shall begin now. In the training room, a whiteboard displayed photographs from the scene along with clues inscribed in black marker. The victim had been discovered deceased, with her body ensnared beneath the wheels of a vehicle. Severely mutilated, a pool of blood approximately 10 to 12 square meters in area, deeper in the center and shallower around the edges. Through the forensic examination at the scene, it was determined that the victim was a young female under the age of 18. She exhibited comminuted skull fractures, with significant signs of life response at the wound site, consistent with characteristics of a high fall. At this point, Zhang Jinhai interrupted the investigator. So, you are suggesting that the victim fell from a height rather than being crushed by a truck? Precisely, Song Yuhang replied, rising to present a dried piece of paper contained within an evidence bag. This was discovered on the rooftop at the scene. Zhang Jinhai removed his glasses, having found a suicide note. It seems highly probable this was a case of self-inflicted demise. Not necessarily. Although no signs of struggle were evident on the rooftop, nor any fingerprints or footprints of a second individual, doubts remain. At such a tender age, why would one choose to end their life? No one desires a string of homicides within their jurisdiction. Zhang Jinhai furrowed his brow at this line of questioning, suppressing his displeasure as he turned to issue instructions. The immediate priority must be to confirm the identity of the deceased. Have any local precincts reported missing persons, particularly minors? In recent times, a detective opened the computer and remarked, indeed, there are reports of missing persons, one from the East District and two from the West City, but they are all elderly individuals and the ages do not match. What about the surveillance footage from the crime scene? Song Yuhang directed her gaze towards Zheng Qingrui. The nearest camera to the scene was over 100 meters away. The Green Building was one of the city's renovation projects contracted to Jianxin Company, initially intended to be a comprehensive large shopping center to attract various businesses. However, given its 6-story structure and limited area, it was evident the project faced significant challenges. A small section of the land was designated as a parking lot, which now served merely as a dumping ground for stones and construction debris. The incident occurred in front of the building, with the camera located in the parking area, separated by a distance of around 100 to 80 meters, rendering it incapable of capturing even a shadow. DNA comparisons, bloodstain analysis, fingerprint matching, and even autopsies require time, causing the case to reach a stalemate. With her chin resting on her hand, Song Yuhang sensed something amiss. She wished it were a straightforward case of suicide, but given the involvement of a minor, it was imperative to proceed with caution and verification. Even in the case of suicide, there should be a reason behind it. Her gaze fell upon the paper before her, the only existing clue. She extended her arm, retrieved it, and scrutinized it closely. The paper was an ordinary piece of notebook paper, utterly unremarkable. A notebook? A sudden realization struck her. She flipped the small piece of paper over and took out a flashlight from her pocket to examine it under the light. The ink smudged easily, but what about printed lead characters? Schools across Jiangcheng distributed notebooks to students at the start of each academic year, typically emblazoned with their school name and logo to distinguish themselves from others. Finally, fortune favored the diligent, as Song Yuhang read aloud a line of small text. You something? The rest was illegible. She promptly instructed to contact all elementary and secondary schools in Jiangcheng beginning with the character U, inquiring whether any students had missed school that day. Understood. A detective hurriedly left to make the calls. As discussions fervently unfolded, the autopsy work reached an intense phase. The corpse was severely mutilated, making many critical examinations impossible. They spent considerable time reconstructing the general shape of the skeleton, categorizing the skull, scapula, clavicle, tibia, and femur, and laying them out on the autopsy table. She continued calculating. Approximately the height is. Lin Yan snapped. What are you staring at? Keep calculating the tibia, fibula, humerus, ulna, and radius. And provide me with an average value. After organizing the basic bones, they proceeded to examine the internal organs. Given that even the human body's most robust bones were crushed to such a degree, it was nearly futile to assess the tissues and organs. Nevertheless, Lin Yan persisted, searching through the morass of mangled flesh for any useful clues. The autopsy room was kept at a low temperature, but the equipment was heavy. After standing for over 2 hours, her back gradually bent under the strain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her vision started to blur. The stark, pallid light before her transformed into stripes, circling around her in a dizzying dance. Other staff members clad in white protective gear moved busily about, their words gradually becoming indistinct to her. It was not until someone behind her repeatedly called her name, Forensic Dr. Lin, that she snapped back to reality. Are you all right? I'm fine, Lin Yan replied, turning around, biting her lip tightly. She picked up a pair of tweezers, took a deep breath, and upon reopening her eyes, her expression regained clarity. The visible tissues and organs had been meticulously sorted and labeled, ready to be frozen aside. Lin Yan immersed herself in a pile of fragmented flesh, sifting through when suddenly, her tweezers flipped over a piece of tissue the size of a fingernail, its color notably lighter than the surrounding morsels. Holding it up to the light, she furrowed her brow and demanded, "Bring me a glass slide." A transparent slide was handed to her, and she delicately placed the tissue upon it, then uttered words that astonished everyone. "Conduct an embryonic examination." Duan Cheng was appalled, exclaiming, "Good heavens, this is utterly deranged." As she rummaged through a drawer for a piece of gum, she discovered it was empty. Damn, it's all gone. She tossed it onto the table just as someone entered to place their belongings down. Hey, Forensic Dr. Lin, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the meeting? Lin Yan steadied herself against the table, replying, I'm on my way. Upon entering the training room, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere. All eyes were fixed upon her, scrutinizing her face intently. It dawned on her, she had forgotten to wear a mask. To make matters worse, the only available seat was next to Song Yuhang. Whose idea was this, she seethed internally. Song Yuhang, somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose and cleared his throat, stating, Everyone's here. Let's continue. Forensic Dr. Lin, please share the autopsy results. A noticeable scratch marred Song Yuhang's face, clearly made by a woman's nails, while Lin Yan's own injuries were significant, rendering her appearance barely a 7 or 8 out of 10 today. No wonder the colleagues present had remarked on the necessity of wearing sunglasses. The simultaneous appearance of their injuries was eerily coincidental. Rumors circulated that Song Yuhang's blind date was Lin Yan's cousin, igniting the flames of gossip among the group, who eagerly wished to pry into the matter. Unable to endure their stares, Lin Yan slammed a file onto the table. What are you all staring at? Look at the case file, not me. The others dutifully diverted their gazes, sipping water or lowering their heads. You there, get up and swap places with me. Without caring for others' opinions, she nudged the shoulder of the person beside her, urging him to rise. As she stood up, perhaps a bit too abruptly, darkness momentarily clouded her vision, and she lost her balance, leaning back.
Lin Yan.
In a daze, she heard the sharp sound of a chair scraping against the floor. Before being swept up in someone's arms, her world descending into darkness, her anxious expression lingering in the void. Chapter 27. Secrets. Though Lin Yan was tall and slender, she felt surprisingly light to be lifted. Song Yuhang was taken aback by her weight, tightening his lips even further. She cradled Lin Yan in her arms, finding it cumbersome to open the car door. Fortunately, Fong Xian dashed out just in time to assist her. Song Yuhang lifted Lin Yan into the vehicle and turned back to say, "Thank you." "Not at all. Captain Song, please hurry along. We will inform you immediately if we uncover any leads," she replied. Song Yuhang hurried to the driver's seat, opened the door, fastened her seatbelt, and even leaned slightly forward to carefully secure Lin Yan's seatbelt as well. As the car exited the police station, it was met with a red light. Song Yuhang glanced at Lin Yan's complexion and was struck by its pallor. Even her usually vibrant red lips had lost their color. When she touched Lin Yan's forehead, it felt alarmingly hot. Had she really endured a full day of work while unwell? The thought gnawed at Song Yuhang, making the red light seem interminable. With a decisive press of the accelerator, she surged ahead from the idle line of vehicles. However, she momentarily forgot that she was driving her own car, prompting a motorcycle officer to pursue her, calling for her to pull over. By the time they reached the hospital entrance, she had inevitably received a ticket. And 6 points were deducted from her driving license, a clear case of knowing the law yet breaking it. She hurriedly carried Lin Yan up the stairs and handed her over to the emergency room doctor. Watching as the doctor placed the stethoscope against Lin Yan's chest and instructed a nurse to prepare and for drip, she anxiously inquired, "What's wrong? Is it serious?" "Unconsciousness due to a high fever. There may be some pneumonia," the doctor replied, shifting the stethoscope to listen to her heart. After a moment, he finally removed it. "But don't worry, there's no immediate danger to her life. Help me move her to the hospital bed, and let us arrange for a CT scan of the brain." Only upon hearing this did she begin to feel reassured. Together with several medical staff, they transferred Lin Yan to the bed and wheeled her towards the CT room. Once she saw Lin Yan enter the chamber, she turned to the administrative office to settle the payment. The nurse hung another bag of fluid on the floor stand, saying, "Once this bag is finished, remember to call us for a change." Song Yuhang nodded. "Thank you." After the nurse departed, she pulled a stool from under the bed and sat down. She reached out to pull the blanket up to Lin Yan's chest when she inadvertently caught a glimpse of a hint of spring beneath the open collar. This fleeting vision reminded her of the tattoo she had glimpsed one fateful night, recalling the shiver that had coursed through Lin Yan's body when her fingertips brushed against it. It felt like a secret, one known only to the two of them. Song Yuhang swallowed hard, compelled to gently push aside Lin Yan's hair. The porcelain-like skin silently exuded its allure, much like Lin Yan herself. Often unaware of her own seduction, the very air felt arid, and Song Yuhang licked her lips, her fingertips brushing against Lin Yan's collar, unbuttoning the first button. It was insufficient. She still felt a distance from that secret. The second button revealed a hint of what lay beneath. But she yearned to see it all, the entirety of the secret, the entirety of Lin Yan. After all, there were too many secrets concealed within her. As Song Yuhang contemplated this, she unfastened the third button, her cool fingertips grazing the skin. Suddenly, a warm hand clasped her wrist, its heat searing her, obliterating both the unusual atmosphere and her muddled thoughts. Lin Yan propped herself up, covering her lips as she coughed a few times. Her complexion was pallid, yet her eyes burned with an intense brightness. "What's this? Have you developed feelings after fight?" This inquiry left Song Yuhang momentarily speechless. She was not adept at concealing her emotions, and her embarrassment was evident. Lin Yan relaxed, adjusting her disheveled collar. "You need not harbor any sense of guilt. Captain Song is an extraordinary opponent. In the realm of free fighting and Brazilian jiu-jitsu, I genuinely wish to determine a victor." That bout was exhilarating. "It has been far too long since I experienced such a cathartic release, venting not only my blood and tears, but also the pent-up anger and resentment within me." She had once considered Lin Yan to be a person who would not forgive easily, obsessively vengeful and irrational. However, Lin Yan's magnanimity in this situation surpassed her expectations. It was almost surprisingly lenient. Song Yuhang was taken aback, but also felt a sense of relief. "That may be so, yet I still owe you an apology. Rest assured, once you recover, I will gladly engage in as many matches as you desire." Could she truly recover? Lin Yan curved her lips slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a shadow moving at the door of the hospital room, unseen from Song Yuhang's perspective. I feel a bit hungry, she remarked. Song Yuhang rose. What would you like to eat? I will go buy it. Anything will suffice, just something light, Lin Yan replied. Very well, Song Yuhang nodded, preparing to turn away. Lin Yan called her back. Is it truly acceptable for you to leave your case unattended to come here? She was uncertain why she felt compelled to add that remark. Song Yuhang responded sincerely, and Lin Yan's smile returned, albeit faintly, as Song Yuhang opened the door to exit. Her attending physician was walking toward her with some medical records in hand. She stepped aside, slowing her pace, and once the doctor entered, she pressed herself against the wall, overhearing Lin Yan's restrained coughs. The situation is not severe. There is a slight infection in the lungs. Once the fever subsides, we will administer some anti-inflammatory medication, along with a mild concussion. Song Yuhang lowered her gaze, recalling the numerous times she had thrown Lin Yan to the ground, landing on the back of her head. Good heavens, what had she done? Unable to bear the thought any longer, she hurriedly left, her heart in turmoil as she quickened her pace. Once the sound of her footsteps faded away, Lin Yan discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, and then turned to the doctor, her gaze sharp as a blade. What is the prognosis? The doctor glanced outside, ensuring no one was around before addressing her with a more formal title, his expression somewhat grim. Ms. Lin, the situation is rather concerning. I believe it would be wise to inform Director Lin as soon as possible. Lin Yan slightly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression was frigid. This matter must remain confidential. No one, including my father, must know. Otherwise, the doctor broke into a light sweat on his forehead. Yes, understood. Please rest well, and call us if you need anything. Steamed buns, fresh out of the steamer, $1.50 for 2, $3 for 4. Authentic Sichuan spicy noodles, $5 for a big bowl. Freshwater crayfish from Qianjiang. As night descended, the entrance of the hospital became a bustling gathering point for various street vendors. The air was thick with the aromas of spicy hot pot and the smoky scent of barbecued meats. Song Yuhang walked a short distance along the path in front of the hospital and discovered a small stall selling porridge. She approached the sign, scrutinizing it. As the vendor warmly greeted her, Miss, would you like something to drink? Song Yuhang glanced down at the assortment of congee in the thermos. The vendor, scooping a spoonful, revealed only a sparse scattering of rice. The dim lighting cast a shadow over each container, making it impossible to assess their cleanliness. She recalled Lin Yan's famous retort, is this fit for human consumption? Surely it resembles pig feed. Taking a step back, Song Yuhang replied, no, thank you. After a moment's contemplation, she drove further afield until she spotted a restaurant specializing in chaozhou clay pot congee and finally turned off the engine to alight from her vehicle. Song Yuhang hastened towards the entrance, and upon peering through the glass above the ward door, she beheld a flamboyantly dressed woman, youthful enough to be her sister, assuming the role of a stepmother at Lin Yan's bedside. Yan. The woman, with nails longer than Lin Yan's and gaudily manicured, created a dazzling spectacle under the lights. She lifted the lid of a meal box, calling out in an overly familiar tone. Although Lin Yan's name was not particularly melodious, it had a unique charm. Yet, the woman's voice transformed Yan into Yan, evoking the essence of a protagonist from a lowly rural novel, mourning her lost marriage. Listening from outside, Song Yuhang felt an unsettling chill. Lin Yan remained unperturbed. Noticing Lin Yan's indifference, the woman grew bolder, offering the meal box to her, feigning a delicate tone, despite her face being heavily made up. As she spoke, Lin Yan observed with dismay as the foundation on the woman's face transferred onto her blanket. Your father has heard about your illness and specifically asked me to check on you. Look, Auntie even made seafood soup herself. You must try it while it's hot. It's best that way. As she opened the box, a pungent odor of seafood wafted forth. Who would consume such a dish while unwell? Moreover, her insistence on elevating their relationship was uninvited. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Oh, Lin Yuan sent you? The woman twisted her body, feigning sorrow, pressing her hand to her heart as if deeply affected. She squeezed out a couple of non-existent tears, dabbing her eyes with an Hermes handkerchief. How could Yan refer to her father in such a casual manner? He still cares for you. Remember, you did not attend our wedding. Yet he continues to send you money monthly, and you even have shares in the company, with several subsidiaries bearing your name. Here, a hint of discontent flickered in her eyes. By rights and reason, I am the matriarch of the Lin family, and you ought to address me as mother. It was indeed a curious coincidence that she had just been called mother by someone else that morning at the city police station, and now faced another eager to be addressed as such. Lin Yan studied her quietly, She bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yan, with beautiful, elongated eyes that shone dark and bright, even when her expression was neutral. A subtle smile graced her lips as she replied, her voice soft. "Oh, where did you have your face done? It looks remarkably well maintained." She spoke halfway, her hand gently caressing her face, a smile gracing her lips. "Isn't it so? I also believe that the beauty salon in the eastern part of the city does wonders for the complexion. I have a membership card. We should go together sometime. You know, you're older than me, over 30, and it's high time you took some good care of yourself." As her words hung in the air, Lin Go abruptly covered his face, exclaiming, "That's it." Song Yuhang raised an eyebrow, only to see Lin Yan smirking mischievously. "Yes. I am rather envious of how you managed to maintain such a thick layer of it." The woman burst into laughter, but it was abruptly stifled. As though a chicken had its neck caught, her lips trembling and her false eyelashes fluttering precariously, ready to fall off at any moment. "Who hasn't he had a wardrobe malfunction? How on earth did something like you end up exposed?" Lin Yan's harsh words, learned from wandering the streets since childhood, finally found their purpose. "You should rush to a urology clinic and check if there is something wrong. Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself. Thinking that wearing Chanel and carrying Hermes makes you a princess? Yet you want to even tell me where you work in that KTV. Do you think you can be like my mother?
You are not worthy."
The desire to play the role of someone's mother is so strong. "You might as well end it all and be reborn. Perhaps you would have the chance to accompany my mother in the afterlife." When it came to cursing, Song Yuhang had never seen anyone with combat prowess as formidable as Lin Yan's. The two individuals outside exchanged glances, and the same thought appeared in their eyes. Terrifying. Although the woman was somewhat vulgar and malicious, she hailed from a notable family as an 18-line star. She had never encountered such a scene before. Her face flushed crimson, and she almost lunged to tear Lin Yan's mouth apart. But Lin Yan was quicker, seizing the lunchbox and hurling it at her head, her curses fierce and her strikes even fiercer. The woman was drenched with scalding soup, letting out a blood-curdling scream. When Song Yuhang and Lin Go rushed in, Lin Yan held the iron lunchbox in one hand, while she yanked the woman's hair with the other, pressing her down on the bed and beating her mercilessly.
"Damn you!
How dare you utter my mother's name in my presence? I spit on you!" The four-stand trembled precariously, and Song Yuhang dashed forward to stabilize it, commanding,
"Lin Yan!"
The woman seized the opportunity to escape, her hair a chaotic mess, her makeup smeared, and a bruise forming on her forehead from the iron box strike. A pitiful sight indeed. "Am I afraid of that old man? Let him come. Let us see if he dares to mention my mother's name in front of me. Just because he's limping now doesn't he mean I can't take him down." Lin Yan grew agitated once more, and unable to free herself from the grip on her shoulder, she hurled the iron box towards the woman's head, coughing violently. Due to the sudden motion, the fore-needle was dislodged, and bright crimson blood began to creep up the tube, a sight both shocking and alarming. The woman dodged the iron box and, seeing Lin Yan coughing severely, continued to shout from her position. Lin Go, furious, clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles filling the air. However, as she was the legitimate wife of Lin Yuan, he had to address her as aunt in terms of hierarchy, and thus he restrained himself from striking back. Someone else was quicker than him. Song Yuhang, possessing great strength, rushed forward in a swift motion, grasping her collar and lifting her as if she were a mere chick, shoving and pushing her backward until she was thrown out the door. "Get lost. If you don't leave, I might just hit you," he barked. The woman trembled with rage, shaking off his hand, and glared at Lin Yan, who was coughing incessantly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, Lin Yan, you truly have a wonderful brother and good friends. I wonder how long you can remain so arrogant. We'll see about that." With a resounding bang, Song Yuhang slammed the door, effectively isolating that raucous hen outside. The woman, brushing off the remnants of soup on her clothes, stormed away in frustration. As she turned, she happened to encounter an elderly woman approaching in the same direction. The old woman, her silver hair neatly styled, wore a modest tang suit, distinguishable only by its understated elegance, supported by a butler, and carrying a medicinal soup pot. It was evident she was visiting a patient. The woman adjusted her attire and approached with a flirtatious demeanor. "Oh, sister-in-law, what brings you here today?" The elderly woman glanced at her indifferently, seemingly not recognizing her, before turning to her servant and saying, "Where did this wild hen come from?" The woman's face turned a shade of green with anger. The servant respectfully replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps she escaped from a nearby KTV room, madam. It's important to visit the young lady." The elderly woman nodded and, with the servant's assistance, proceeded toward the hospital room. The woman remained behind, her teeth clenched in frustration, nearly crumpling her handkerchief in rage. Chapter 28. Heart to Heart. Once Song Yuhang had thrown her out, he turned back to find both Lin Yan and Lin Ge staring at him. Lin Go wore a look of mild shock, while Lin Yan's expression was difficult to articulate, an amalgamation of surprise and a hint of joy, though she maintained an admirable composure. None present, except for the expression-reading expert Song Yuhang, perceived this. So, helping her out had made her happy? How easily satisfied she was, Song Yuhang mused. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Yan furrowed her brow, ready to unleash a tirade, but Lin Go quickly interjected, "It's my mom, my mom." Upon opening the door, Lin's mother, upon seeing Lin Yan lying pale and weak in the hospital bed, rushed over without waiting for assistance, her steps quickening as she reached for her daughter's foreladen hand, trembling with concern. "Hurry, Lin Go. Why are you still standing there? Go call the nurse. What happened? Did that wild hen upset you again?" Compared to when she left home at 18, Lin's mother had aged considerably, her silver hair and the multitude of wrinkles on her face betraying the passage of time. Yet, she dressed modestly, devoid of any ostentatious adornments, appearing shrewd and capable. Her repeated reference to Lin Yan as a wild hen indicated that even Lin Yuan would hold her in high regard. Lin Yan, the kind of person who reciprocated kindness, smiled genuinely at her aunt's concern. "No, not at all. You know my temperament. It's a miracle I didn't beat her to a pulp." As a nurse entered with a medical cart to change her dressings, Lin's mother finally noticed Song Yuhang standing nearby, her eyes lighting up with delight as if she were a matchmaker spotting a fine bride. "Xiao Song, what are you doing here? It has been quite some time since you last spent time with Lin Ge, hasn't it? How have you been? Was your last dining experience together pleasant? Did that fellow treat you well? If he fell short in any regard, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall ensure he pays for it." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Song Yuhang, her gaze reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her daughter-in-law. Upon noticing the injury on her face, concern washed over her. "Oh, dear. How did this happen? It is truly despicable to mar another's face. Fear not. I possess several ancient remedies that are excellent for scarring. I shall have Lin Ge bring some to you another day." The instigator of this mischief sat on the bed, stirring the congee that Song Yuhang had purchased, his lips twitching slightly. After finishing her words, Lin's mother playfully kicked Lin Ge. "Isn't that right, Lin Ge?" Lin Ge grinned. Yes. I'll bring something for Miss Song next time." He then communicated silently with Lin Yan, expressing how overly enthusiastic their mother was. Lin Yan shot him a glance, acknowledging the truth in his words. After all, this was his future daughter-in-law. However, inexplicably, after saying that, a twinge of discomfort stirred within her, rendering even the congee bought by Song Yuhang less appetizing. Thus, she gestured silently. "Did you see that? Song Yuhang is truly violent. Does he still intend to marry her?" Lin Ge rolled his eyes, too indolent to engage with her, oblivious to the fact that her aggression was aimed at someone else. Meanwhile, Lin's mother's eyes roamed the three individuals in the hospital room. "So, it was Miss Song who brought Yan to the hospital. What is your connection?" A sidelong glance from Song Yuhang met Lin Yan's gaze, and as their eyes met, she discreetly averted hers. "We are simply colleagues." Lin's mother erupted into a joyful smile, leading her to the bedside, gently placing Lin Yan's uninjured hand atop the other, patting it softly. "Colleagues, how wonderful. A bond strengthened." Lin Yan, caught off guard, coughed violently, nearly choking on her congee. After inquiring about Lin Yan's health and discovering there were no grave concerns, they felt reassured. As for the injury on her face and the cause of her concussion, Lin Yan preferred to remain reticent, and Lin's mother, along with Lin Ge, tactfully refrained from further questioning. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's nominal father had yet to make an appearance. After a while, Lin Ge received a call from the hospital regarding an urgent matter, prompting him to prepare for an early departure. Lin's mother waited until Lin Yan finished the chicken soup she had brought before she left with her son, advising her to rest well and to call if needed, promising to return tomorrow with more food. Lin Yan, feeling stuffed, could hardly accommodate such a quantity, her face contorting into a grimace. She wished for them to depart quickly and was already contemplating her discharge the following day. Given that Lin's mother was an elder, it was only fitting for Song Yuhang to see her off. However, as they exited the ward, she gently patted Song Yuhang's hand, her expression warm. "All right. You need not accompany us further. You must be exhausted after such a long day. I truly appreciate your help today. I shall ensure Lin Ge treats you to a meal another day. You must come." She found this prospective daughter-in-law increasingly agreeable, tall, graceful, possessing both elegance and humility. Song Yuhang nodded. "You are too kind. Lin Yan is my colleague. It was merely a small effort on my part." Lin's mother chose not to say more, lightly patting her hand as the steward assisted her in departing, intentionally leaving the two behind to create a moment of solitude. Lin Ge rubbed his nose, standing with Song Yuhang at the elevator entrance. Though they were not particularly close, the incident involving Lin Yan had, to some extent, bridged the gap between them, allowing for a few words to be exchanged. Do you find my family rather peculiar? After a moment of contemplation, Song Yuhang replied, yes. Having grown up in a harmonious environment, even after her father's early demise, her mother had never remarried, raising her and her brother alone. Following her brother's death, her sister-in-law, Ji Jingheng, also chose not to remarry. She could hardly fathom a family where members exchanged insults, or where a stepmother intruded upon the lives of her stepchildren. As they awaited the elevator, Lin Ge managed a wry smile, counting this legitimate union that makes the 8th woman Uncle Lin has married over the years, not including those fleeting affairs. Each of these individuals has, to varying degrees, caused Lin Yan distress. This reflection inevitably brought to mind Lin Yan's first visit to his home. Can you imagine? When she was 3, it was her first time as a guest. Having never seen candy before, I offered her a jar of milk candies. Without uttering a word of thanks, she took the jar and hid in the backyard, indulging until she had an upset stomach. The elevator arrived, and Lin Ge stepped inside, offering her a gentle smile, radiating the carefree charm of a young man. Officer Song. Although Lin Yan may not express it, I wish to extend my gratitude on her behalf. Despite her boisterous demeanor, which at times makes me want to reprimand her. Over the years, you have been the only friend she has brought into our lives and accepted. By addressing her as Officer Song rather than Miss Song, he conveyed ample respect and sincerity. The phrase, the only friend she has brought into our lives, caused the corners of Song Yuhang's lips to curve upward, a rare smile softening her previously fierce expression. Lin Ji's words inevitably reminded her of her own brother, evoking a sense of nostalgia. No need for thanks. It's simply my duty. Lin Yan is fortunate to have you as a brother. As the elevator became crowded, they waved their goodbyes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Are you not leaving? Lin Yan leaned against the bed, tilting her head to glance at her. What will you do if I leave? She replied without looking up. Lin Yan let out a soft scoff. I'm not so weak as to require constant care. Noticing that Song Yuhang remained unmoved, she muttered, at the very least. There's the steward. Song Yuhang tucked her phone into her pocket and stood up. All right, then I shall take my leave. You take care. As she turned to depart, Lin Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, she was seized by a fit of coughing. She struggled to steady her breath, but it only worsened, her hand pressing against her chest as she attempted to soothe herself, inadvertently causing the stand to wobble precariously. Song Yuhang quickly rushed over, steadying her, and poured a glass of warm water from the bedside kettle.
See?
If you don't act stubborn, nothing will go awry. The familiarity of her words struck Lin Yan, reminding her of their conflict on her first day at the police station, prompting her to raise her hand in a reflexive gesture of annoyance. Song Yuhang pressed her hand down again, her tone slightly stern. Don't move. Are you thinking of getting another injection? Having said that, she crouched by the bed and carefully fixed the adhesive tape on the back of her hand. From Lin Yan's perspective, she could see the clear features hidden beneath the stray hair on her forehead. Yuhang did not embellish herself much. Her slightly disheveled eyebrows only served to accentuate her striking facial structure, rendering her features vivid and pronounced. Song Yuhang's irises were of a light hue, shimmering with a subtle brown under the light, and her complexion hovered between fair and normal. Without makeup, her lips appeared considerably paler, stripped of her formidable aura. She seemed much gentler, coupled with her cautious movements. She exuded a warmth and tenderness that Lin Yan finally began to understand why her aunt insisted on having her as a daughter-in-law. What do you think of my brother? Yuhang continued her task without pausing. What do you mean by think?
Didn't I tell you that day?
Lin Yan pursed her lips. What you said that day doesn't count. Say it again. I want to hear your true feelings. Having completed her task, Yuhang tucked Lin Yan's hand beneath the covers and raised her gaze to meet hers, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. So, do you want me to vet your brother? He's the only brother I have. Is that a problem? Lin Yan declared fiercely, but Yuhang's expression grew tranquil. You want to hear the truth? Yes, Lin Yan nodded. Yuhang sat down once more. Since their first meeting, they had been bickering and fighting, seldom having the chance to sit down and converse face to face. This newfound dynamic intrigued her. Perhaps it was the warm lighting of the evening, or the fact that Lin Yan was unwell, but she seemed less formidable than usual. At times, Yuhang even found her rather endearing, especially when she attentively listened to her speak. Thus, Lin Yan became earnest, gazing into her eyes as she said, "He is quite good. Treats you well and respects me. I don't mind further interactions with him, but..." She paused, seemingly lost in thought, unsure of how to continue. Lin Yan interjected, "Do you want to see him?" Yuhang pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Too busy. I haven't had time to think about it. What about now? Do you have time?" Do you miss him? Over the years, you are the only friend she has brought before us and implicitly acknowledged. Regarding Lin Ge, though he was handsome and charming and could easily earn myriad compliments based on superficial traits, he could not compare to another's vivid presence in her heart. He just left. What is there to miss? What about you? Is there anyone you particularly miss? Lin Yan shook her head, feeling Yu Hang was more straightforward than a typical man. Upon hearing the latter part of the question, she instinctively tightened her grip on her clothing over her chest, lowering her gaze and speaking softly. Yes, very much so. Song Yu Hang suddenly felt a wave of emotion. How wonderful it is to have someone you like.
Don't you?
Lin Yan's hand relaxed from her clothing, tilting her head to look at her. Yu Hang shook her head. No, I don't know what liking someone feels like. You are the first man I've ever been set up with. Lin Yan wore a perplexed expression. How did you spend the last 20-odd years? Song Yu Hang pondered seriously. Before starting my career, I focused on my studies and martial arts. After entering the workforce, I solved cases and continued practicing martial arts. That's about it. Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. Your extracurricular life is quite rich, isn't it? One could argue it isn't entirely devoid of activities, Song Yu Hang replied, fully relaxing as she leaned back in her chair, a hint of amusement sparkling in her eyes. In college, a senior once tried to pursue me. I told him that if he could defeat me, I would consider dating him. And then? Lin Yan inquired curiously. Then, in front of hundreds of people at our university gymnasium, I knocked out 2 of his front teeth. He never mentioned it again. Lin Yan doubled over in laughter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Haha, Captain Song, you are truly remarkable. It seems we've formed an acquaintance through combat. By that logic, shouldn't you also consider dating me? Before she could utter the last words, Song Yu Hang's gaze shifted towards her, her expression growing serious. Lin Yan found herself drawn into those brown eyes. And although the remaining words felt safe to voice, they lodged in her throat, leaving a tantalizing ambiguity hanging in the air. Song Yu Hang stared at Lin Yan, and Lin Yan returned the gaze. Silence enveloped them, and the smile on Lin Yan's face faded. She sat there quietly in her blue and white hospital gown, her curly hair cascading softly over her shoulders, exuding an impression that she was awaiting some answer. Yet illusions are ultimately just that, illusions. Both women instinctively averted their eyes from one another. In a light tone, Song Yu Hang remarked, that joke of yours, Forensic Lin, is rather unamusing. Lin Yan leaned back, playfully retorting, oh come on, are you really that sensitive? It was just a joke. The subtle tension dissipated, and they were finally able to converse normally. I'm not angry. We're merely at a stalemate. You're not being objective. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. All right, let's settle this next time. Song Yu Hang replied just as her phone rang. She pulled it out to see it was a call from Ji Jingxing, labeled as Xiao Wei. Lin Yan cast a casual glance over. Oh, weren't you just saying you had no one special? Song Yu Hang, uninterested in banter, stood up to take the call in the hallway. Lin Yan grinned mischievously behind her. Come on, just answer it. Why hide it? It sounds like we have a scandal brewing here. Once connected, a lively, clear voice of a child came through. Auntie, we're at the amusement park now. Mommy wants to know if you'd like to join us for dinner tonight? Sorry. Xiao Wei, I've been so busy lately that I didn't have time to prepare a gift for you in advance. Can I make it up to you tomorrow? Here, let me give the phone to Mommy. Ji Jingxing, one hand holding the phone and the other carrying several items, switched the child to the other arm. What gift? Haven't you given Xiao Wei enough over the years? Are you off work? We just left the amusement park. Shall we go have dinner together? The background noise was bustling, making it somewhat difficult to hear clearly. Song Yu Hang glanced at Lin Yan in the hospital room, feeling somewhat troubled as she vacillated between not knowing how to refuse and why she should refuse. Just then, another phone call came in. Her words suggested she was likely overwhelmed with tasks. Ji Jingxing quickly responded, no need, you carry on with your work. After a moment's reflection, she added 4 words, please take care. Song Yu Hang smiled slightly. All right, I'll make it up to you another day by treating Xiao Wei to a sumptuous meal. Upon hanging up, a hint of disappointment was evident on Ji Jingxing's face. Xiao Wei, seated beside her on the bench, licked her popsicle innocently and asked, Mommy, isn't Auntie coming? The child's eyes lit up. The prospect of a grand feast evidently alleviated her longing for her aunt. She understood that her aunt never lied. If she promised to take her for a lavish meal, she would undoubtedly do so, merely a matter of whether it would be today or in a few days. Ji Jingxing chuckled, picking up the various shopping bags resting on the bench, noticeably heavy. She steadied herself as she held them with both hands. Come on, Xiao Wei. Let us go have pizza. When Song Yu Hang re-entered, her expression was clearly anxious. She did not sit down but stood by the bed, saying, I must leave. Lin Yan languidly remarked, a lover perhaps. Enough of that. The source of the body has been located, and I need to head over. Hearing it was a case, Lin Yan perked up, preparing to throw off the covers and get out of bed. I want to go too. You've finally broken your fever. After enduring this, listen to the doctor and rest for another 2 days. 2 days? How can I possibly lie still? As she spoke hurriedly, she inevitably began to cough, bending over uncomfortably. Song Yuhang gently patted her back to ease her breathing, appearing from behind as if she were enveloping her in an embrace. Lin Yan grasped her sleeve. If there are any developments, let me know. Rest assured, you lie here peacefully for 2 days. Perhaps I will have solved the case by then. Though mere words of comfort, Lin Yan felt a sense of relief, her grip on Song Yuhang's hand loosening as she was gently laid back onto the bed. Good night. Song Yuhang adjusted the bedside lamp to a suitable brightness, tiptoeing out and quietly closing the door behind her. Chapter 29, Regret. Team Leader Song, that is the deceased's family. In a flurry, Song Yuhang rushed back, and just as she stepped into the office, Fong Xian approached, holding a folder to her nose and leaning in to whisper in her ear. Before her sat a burly middle-aged woman, shoes off, digging at her feet and occasionally peeling away dead skin. One hand grasped a generous handful of sunflower seeds, while the other rested on the table. A cup of tea beside her as she swayed her head, engrossed in the television on the wall. Song Yuhang walked over and seated herself across from the woman. Just as the woman was about to erupt in anger at being obstructed from the television, she noticed the insignia on Song Yuhang's shoulder and, recognizing her authority, her demeanor shifted to one of eager friendliness. Oh, leader, what can I do for you? My surname is Song, you may call me Officer Song. As she drew closer, a pungent odor of foot odor enveloped her, explaining why others were reluctant to approach. Unfazed, Song Yuhang produced a photograph from her file. Can you tell me, is this your daughter? Naturally, the gruesome scene of the crime could not be shown. What the criminal investigators had captured were fragments of the girl's clothing and her shoes.
Ugh.
The woman spat sunflower seed shells onto the ground, her foot-picking hand receiving the photograph from her grasp. Yes, but she is not my daughter. I am her aunt, she stated, her fingers poking at the image with no trace of sorrow on her face. This dress was left over for me, and the shoes came from a dumpster. Under the watchful gaze of 2 detectives across from her, the woman clapped her hands together and exclaimed, Why am I telling you all this? Are there other relatives at home? One of the detectives inquired. The woman shook her head and resumed cracking seeds.
No.
My sister went to work when she was just a teenager and encountered a heartless man who abandoned her after she became pregnant. She struggled for a short while, gave birth, and then passed away. Has the child's father been in contact with you all these years? No, I lost track of him long ago. I took pity on my sister. When the child was still nursing, she came to live with me. A hint of sorrow finally crossed her face as she continued. I was hoping she would finish middle school and then go out to work to help support the family, but suddenly, Song Yuhang remained impassive, not even furrowing his brow. We are unaware of that. It ultimately depends on the court's ruling. Just then, Fong Xian knocked and entered. Leaning in to whisper in her ear, the DNA comparison results are in. The woman, chewing on seeds, replied, No way. She wasn't very talkative and never shared anything with us. However, I attended a few parent-teacher meetings and the teacher said her grades were quite good. There was no reason for her to commit suicide. Song Yuhang's gaze fell to her neck, where a necklace was partially concealed by her collar. Could you take us to your home for a visit? The woman's face displayed a hint of impatience, yet Song Yuhang's words were polite, his tone firm. All right. How troublesome. She asked dead. Just pay us the compensation we are owed, and be done with it. Why go around in circles? Song Yuhang, disinclined to engage in further explanation, followed her out, accompanied by several detectives who whispered amongst themselves. If it were me, I would also consider suicide. Suicide? The woman's residence was situated in the innermost village of Shiqing district, a remote area at the outskirts. The concrete road barely reached the village entrance, and after recent rainfall, the ground was a muddy quagmire, causing the vehicle to become stuck. The group had no choice but to wade through the muck. The residents here were generally impoverished, living in low houses with power lines strung haphazardly, while the air was thick with the scent of chicken and cow dung. Occasionally, emaciated stray dogs scuttled by, and the distant cackling of chickens could be heard. After trudging several dozen meters in the dimming light, they finally spotted a flickering street lamp, barely clinging to life. Under the feeble yellow light stood a blackened table, its original color indiscernible, surrounded by several old men playing cards, puffing on pipes and cigarettes. A few teenagers squatted nearby, playing with the mud, one of them picking up a cigarette but to take a puff, only to erupt into a fit of coughing, much to the amusement of the old men. As Song Yuhang glanced over, the idlers noticed their arrival, hastily stashing loose change into their pockets, grinning toothlessly at the woman leading the group. Xiuzhen, what trouble have you found yourself in, with the police trailing behind you? Wang Xiuzhen exhaled through her nostrils. Oh, it's just the unfortunate demise of my niece. Yet, perhaps death is a form of relief. It's far better than living in poverty. Fong Xian shot her a disapproving glance. We are here to investigate. Let us not dwell on unrelated matters. As they traversed the muddy path at the village entrance, turning left and navigating around a field ridge, they soon arrived at Wang Xiuzhen's home. The lights glowed within, and a scruffy dog was tied out front, barking ferociously upon their approach. Song Yuhang glanced toward the illumination. Is someone home? Wang Xiuzhen hurried to restrain the dog and open the iron gate. Yes, my son is studying inside. Song Yuhang stepped over the threshold. Where is your husband? Her son emerged from the outdoor toilet, clad in a tank top. Mom, what's the matter? You little rascal. You leave the lights on while using the toilet, she exclaimed, reaching for his ear to twist it. The boy dodged, yelping. There are guests. Please don't embarrass us. Only then did she sheepishly release him, offering an apologetic smile to Song Yuhang. Officers, please step inside. No need. Where is He Miao's room? He Miao being the unfortunate soul who had jumped to her death and was subsequently run over. A flicker of discomfort crossed the woman's face. But under Song Yuhang's scrutinizing gaze, she steeled herself and led them inside. The main room was modest, flanked by two larger bedrooms, one for the couple, the other for their son. At the end of the hall, she opened a wooden door, dust cascading down. Fong Xian coughed, waving away the settling dust, revealing a mere 8 square meters of storage space, cluttered with forgotten items and some long-preserved vegetables, emitting a musty odor. In the center stood a bunk bed, adorned with bedraggled bedding, while the top was cluttered with miscellaneous belongings. A small table before the bed held unfinished homework, and scattered books and papers littered the floor. Song Yuhang donned gloves from his pocket. Let us get to work. The forensic team busied themselves, and Fong Xian plucked a few strands of hair from the pillow, placing them in an evidence bag. As he moved the pillow aside, a dark insect scurried out, disappearing into the shadowy crevice of the bed. Had Song Yuhang not been present, Fong Xian might have screamed, the sight of that enormous cockroach draining the color from his face. Duan Chun grimaced. How can anyone live here? The woman observed their commotion from the doorway, having not forgotten to grab a handful of sunflower seeds from the precinct before arriving, crunching noisily. What's south wrong with this place? I used to live in a cow shed as a child. Besides, Miao Miao's brother is preparing for his college entrance exams. They can't continue living together and be distracted. The mention of living together caught Song Yuhang's attention, prompting her to halt her actions. Please call your son. We have a few questions for him. All right, just be quick about it. My son still needs to study.
Du enchaînes Prodette Zeng Chandry? Ah.
My niece and my son are simply worlds apart. My niece excelled in her studies and graduated from middle school, yet she was denied further education. On the other hand, my son, with his chubby visage, hardly seems destined for academic pursuits. Brother, do not take offense. I do not mean to speak ill of you. On the night of May 31st, where were you? Song Yuhang inquired, while the nearby officers took notes. I was studying at home. He glanced at his mother. Is there anyone who can vouch for that? Upon hearing this, the woman grew irate. What do you mean by that, officer? Miao Miao jumped down from the upper floor herself. What does that have to do with my son? Song Yuhang regarded her with piercing eyes. It is merely a routine procedure. My mother is here, the boy shyly replied, presenting himself tidier than his mother. Just as others were about to press further, Song Yuhang halted them. Fong Xian, please collect his DNA sample. Fong Xian promptly complied, retrieving a saliva collection kit from her investigation box and gesturing for him to provide a sample. Without hesitation, the boy complied and handed it to her afterward. Fong Xian carefully marked it before placing it into an evidence bag. Song Yuhang then re-entered the room, using a flashlight to pick up a homework notebook. He flipped through a few pages hastily, revealing dense mathematics problems interspersed with simple cartoon illustrations, including a drawing of a whale, reminiscent of a schoolgirl's doodles. After examining the room, the group made their way along the rural path, navigating its uneven terrain. Fong Xian remained perplexed, as the DNA comparison of the fetal tissue had yielded no matches in the genetic database. This indicated that anyone in the girl's vicinity could potentially be implicated in her tragic demise. She voiced her concern, and Song Yuhang smiled slightly. There was no time of the crime. Did you notice those 2 sets of tire tracks? Following her finger, they observed 2 distinct tire imprints on the narrow road, barely wide enough for a bus. Song Yuhang, an expert in trace evidence, remarked, Indeed, these are the markings of a bus. Our police vehicles cannot navigate such a rough road due to their low chassis, but a bus could. As they passed the village entrance, She recalled a dilapidated bus stop sign indicating that the last bus to the city departed at 6 in the evening. The Wang family lacked transportation, and it took over 2 hours to drive from the municipal office. It was improbable they could have walked that distance. Although borrowing from others was a possibility, it would likely raise suspicions, and with diligent inquiry, they would surely uncover the truth. Fong Xian realized the wisdom of experience, acknowledging that indeed, the older generation had their insights. Checking her watch, Song Yuhang noted it was now 10:15 in the evening. She turned to her team. All right, let us split into pairs and canvass the surrounding community for any new leads. Hello, this is the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau. Have you seen this individual? Has she exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Has she mentioned feelings of despair or a desire to end her life?
What is her character like?
Has she ever expressed suicidal thoughts? She opened the sunroof, reclined on the seat, and gazed up at the myriad stars. In the vast expanse of the universe, individual solitude is invariably magnified. As she continued to stare, she found herself enveloped in a captivating illusion of unity with the heavens and earth. Under the gentle caress of the evening breeze, the tension that had gripped her for days finally began to ease, leading her to slowly close her eyes amidst the tender embrace of the cosmic stars until the dawn broke bright and clear. In the early morning, the triage desk was nearly deserted, with nurses dozing off. Lin Yan, donned in sunglasses and a mask, breezed through the corridor without hindrance. Farewell, she thought, as she had no desire to linger in the hospital and endure the daily prison food her aunt delivered. Though the chicken soup was delectable, too much of it could induce nausea. If she continued this way, she might feign illness even in the absence of one. Moreover, the case remained unresolved, leaving her restless. Lin Yan stepped back a few paces, causing the man to drop the imaging bag, scattering its contents across the floor. It was noteworthy that martial artists typically maintain a stable footing. Thus, she was taken aback by the collision. Hey, are you blind? She exclaimed, embodying her usual tendency to cry foul first. The man bent down to gather the scattered documents, his face obscured by a mask, revealing only a few strands of white hair atop his head, suggesting he was no spring chicken. As Lin Yan continued her tirade, the man glanced up at her, his eyes bloodshot from lack of rest. Patient? Lin Yan's mind flickered with this thought just as the man had collected the papers and tucked them under his arm, heading toward the internal medicine department. What a pity, he seems quite skilled, she mused, letting out a soft click of her tongue. Suddenly, a nurse's voice erupted from behind her. What are you doing at bed 13? You're not well enough to be out of bed. Alarmed, Lin Yan swiftly darted into the elevator, pressing the close button, casting one last glance and blowing a playful kiss to the nurse as she departed. On her way, she pondered the need to notify Lin Go about her discharge, to prevent her aunt from making an unnecessary trip. After showering and drying her hair, she walked to the study and retrieved a yellowed photograph from the drawer. It was of Chu Nan. The picture had been given to her by Li Shiping, who had just begun teaching first-year high school 14 years prior, an unremarkable chemistry teacher at the time. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the fact that she was the last person Chu Nan had seen in life, as Li Shiping had recounted. She had seemed in a hurry, and the photograph fell from the file, without her noticing. By the time Lin Yan pursued her, all she managed to recover was this image. Lin Yan lowered her gaze, studying the photograph closely. The person within it, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, still managed to penetrate the softest corners of her heart after all these years. The bittersweet pang of nostalgia tightened her jaw. Lin Yan closed her eyes, taking a long moment to allow her tense muscles to relax. She picked up the photograph, slipped it into an album, and locked it away in the drawer. Then she sat down and tore off 2 sticky notes. If one were to speak of regrets, there were indeed some. Not only because she shared a bond of mutual suffering with Li Shiping, but also because she never had the chance to express her gratitude. The morning breeze lifted the window drapes, and sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the meticulously folded origami cranes. Lin Yan rose from the rack, donned her uniform jacket, fastening each button with care. Finally, she placed a wide-brimmed hat upon her head, adjusted her attire before the mirror, and strode out with purpose. Chapter 30. Nostalgia. He Miao articulated her intentions to He Miao as homeroom teacher, rural educator in his 50s. After removing his reading glasses and furrowing his brow in contemplation, he remarked, "A fine child indeed, with commendable academic performance. She leads a modest life, is honest and trustworthy, and possesses a strong work ethic." Yet, the teacher seemed to be reciting a generic evaluation, offering no significant insights worth noting. Song Yuhang took notes, inquiring, "Do you know much about her family situation?"
Somewhat.
The teacher replied, "I've heard their circumstances are quite challenging. Several times during parent-teacher meetings, her family did not attend. At the last meeting in her 3rd year, Her aunt came but immediately expressed her desire to withdraw her from school, just as the crucial entrance exams approached. We tried to dissuade her, but to no avail. She glanced at the male teacher, asking, did she ultimately withdraw? Her aunt wished to pull her out, but this child is quite stubborn. No matter what. She insisted on continuing her education, claiming she would find a way to manage the tuition and examination fees. And then, a flicker of alarm crossed the male teacher's face. After that, we lost track of her. When did this occur? About 3 months ago. Did she have any particularly close friends? She isn't very talkative. Perhaps she feels a bit insecure. Song Yuhang nodded in understanding. Would you kindly lead me to her classroom? Of course, follow me. The school was modest, comprising 3 stories, with higher grades on the upper levels and 5 classes per grade. Each classroom was densely packed with desks, the last row almost touching the walls. The homeroom teacher guided her to the 3rd floor and opened the door to the 5th classroom. As she entered during the break, her presence sparked an uproar. Police. The police are here. Is it true that He Miao has really died? I heard it was quite tragic. It was even on the news. Haven't you all seen it? Given her family's situation, I would have felt compelled to take my own life too. Song Yuhang maintained a composed demeanor as she approached the desk indicated by the homeroom teacher. A plethora of books cluttered the tabletop. She casually picked up a few, flipping through them. Among them were textbooks and exercise books, and it appeared she had a penchant for drawing, with sketches adorning nearly every volume. As she perused, the predominant subjects were marine creatures like whales and dolphins. She seemed to have a deep affection for the ocean, a passion her family had never mentioned. Song Yuhang retrieved her phone and snapped a photo of the ink illustrations. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinhai, holding a teacup, was about to enter his office when he glanced at her. Hesitating. Is Lin the forensic expert all right? She fainted unexpectedly yesterday, and it seemed quite serious. Team Song looked alarmed, rushing her to the hospital. While work is important, one's health is paramount. She looked alarmed and rushed her to the hospital. That certainly did not seem like something Song Yuhang would do. Lin Yan paused momentarily before gently nodding. I'm fine now. Clutching her jacket, she pivoted on her toes and made her way towards the pathology lab. Very well. I shall check if the DNA comparison results are ready. The technician entered the comparison results into the database, but the search yielded nothing. Lin Yan rubbed her temples, initially believing this would lead to a clue, only to find the trail had gone cold. A colleague beside her hesitated, finally speaking up. Forgive my candor, forensic expert Lin. Even if the young girl was driven to despair due to her pregnancy, that would only be considered an indirect cause of death. Moreover, if she was coerced, the maximum penalty would merely be 3 to 5 years. If not, then. Before he could finish, Lin Yan's cold gaze turned toward him. Unlike Song Yuhang, who often wore a carefree demeanor, her sudden seriousness was somewhat intimidating. The technician, struck speechless by her stare, felt the weight of her words. Lin Yan's thin lips curled into a sardonic smile. Do you know why the homicide clearance rate in Jiang City ranks poorly nationally? It's due to people like you in the judicial system. A 15-year-old girl has tragically lost her life, and instead of pursuing justice, you're more concerned with taking the easy way out. How is it that taxpayer money supports such despicable individuals? The technician's face flushed red, and he abruptly stood up. I was merely stating facts. Why are you resorting to personal attacks? And if I am attacking you personally, what of it? Upset? Lin Yan observed his clenched fists, her smile widening with delight. If you're unhappy, do something about it. Either remove me from this position or resign yourself. Her sports car could only reach the alley's entrance. Any further, and she risked scraping against the walls, producing a sound that gripped her heart with anxiety. After backing out, she drove around the West District, discovering that the parking lot by the scene at the Green Building was still under construction, with a bumpy, uneven path making access impossible. Lin Yan parked on the outskirts, felt the mechanical baton at her waist, then exited her vehicle to proceed on foot. Hello, have you seen this girl? No, never seen her. Thank you. Song Yuhang tucked the photo away, glancing at the map before heading to the next shop. The West District's alleys were deep and concealed numerous establishments that opened only at night, such as massage parlors, dance halls, and barbecue stalls. These were the most likely places to find witnesses who might have seen He Miao in life. A person intent on ending their life would likely be oblivious to the scenery along the way, so Song Yuhang pivoted and turned onto another street. Have you seen this person? Lin Yan extended the photo toward a homeless man sitting on the ground, scavenging for discarded cigarette butts. A wave of scent wafted over. The man glanced up at her, his eyes glinting with greed and lewdness. It had been a long time since he had encountered a woman. He licked his lips, reaching for the photo, but instead, his hand moved toward her wrist. No one could discern how she reacted, but the mechanical baton was soon pressed against his throat. If you wish to speak, then speak. Why resort to violence? Lin Yan's gaze darkened, a hint of lethal intent flickering within her eyes. The man wished to utter more. Yet she struck him fiercely, targeting his throat, a vulnerable part of the human body. The homeless man collapsed onto the ground, the excruciating pain rendering him voiceless, unable to produce any sound. He knelt there, clutching his throat, one hand futilely reaching out towards her, a pained expression etched on his face. Lin Yan delivered a kick, sending him sprawling on the ground, stating coldly, "If you have nothing to say, then remain silent." Nearby, a young girl scavenging for scraps witnessed the scene, her face paling in terror as she hurriedly retreated. Lin Yan cast a chilling glance in her direction, a predatory instinct urging the girl to flee. Lin Yan, unhurried, retracted her mechanical staff and followed, fully aware that ahead lay a dead end. The girl, burdened with a basket filled with plastic bottles, felt on the verge of tears upon seeing the towering 2-meter wall before her. The sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer. The girl turned, engulfed in Lin Yan's shadow, her complexion drained of color, retreating step by step. When a fragrant breeze brushed her face, she tightly shut her eyes and shielded her face with her hands, pleading, "Please don't hit me, I've seen her." Before her, Lin Yan emitted a soft laugh, nonchalantly plucking a small flower that had become entangled in the girl's hair. The girl looked up to see Lin Yan gently blowing the flower petals from her palm to the ground, her demeanor and beauty surpassing anyone she had ever seen on television. For a moment, she was entranced until Lin Yan's voice broke the spell. "You say you've seen her. When was that?" The girl struggled to gather her thoughts and met Lin Yan's gaze, only to find her eyes brimming with emotion, yet tinged with mischief, her smile almost seductive. The girl, feeling out of place, averted her gaze to her worn cloth shoes, shifting nervously against the wall, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've seen her picking up trash with me." Lin Yan straightened, inquiring, "When did this happen?" "About 3 months ago," the girl replied. "She would appear around 4 in the afternoon to collect bottles and leave by 6. She came every day? On May 31st. Did you see her?" The girl shook her head with certainty. "No, she hasn't come in a long while." "When did she stop coming?" "About 2 months ago." "Are you familiar with her?" The girl, aware of the rumors surrounding He Miao's death, news that had spread throughout the streets, hesitated, uncertain of Lin Yan's intentions, especially after witnessing her earlier brutality. She shook her head vigorously. "Not really. She wasn't very talkative. We only exchanged words occasionally." "What did you talk about?" The girl, though possessing a somewhat delicate appearance, had weathered skin darkened by sun and rain. Her oversized, tattered clothing indicated it was likely discarded by someone else. Lin Yan nodded, realizing she had exhausted her inquiries, and stepped aside to grant her passage. "Thank you," the girl said, glancing back at Lin Yan, whose gaze was clear and unclouded, devoid of the earlier ferocity or pity, as if she were merely an encounter with a stranger, allowing the girl to retain a flicker of her fragile dignity. She gently nodded, swiftly bypassing her. And as she brushed past, she felt the weight of the backpack increase. She dared not dwell on it and hurried away. Upon exiting the alley, intending to retrieve some water from her backpack, she discovered a few 100 yuan bills nestled inside. Song Yuhang raised her gaze towards the last foot massage shop at the street corner, its door wide open yet devoid of patrons. She stepped inside and rapped on the counter. "Is anyone here?" A middle-aged woman, adorned in vibrant red and green, emerged from the back room, her eyes lighting up upon seeing her. "Oh, a foot massage or perhaps a massage. We have discounts." She winked playfully. Song Yuhang shook her head. "Neither." The woman enthusiastically grasped her hand. "Oh, don't be shy. We offer that kind of service too. Anything for the right price." Song Yuhang lowered her eyes, feeling overwhelmed by the overpowering scent of cosmetics emanating from the woman. Stepping back, she produced her police badge. "I'm a police officer. I need to ask you a few questions." The woman lost interest immediately, releasing her grip. "Boring. Compliance with a police inquiry is merely a civic duty, not an obligatory responsibility." After a moment's contemplation, Song Yuhang retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her pocket and offered it to her, as she seldom smoked, and they served no purpose for her. The woman's eyes brightened at the sight of the soft Chinese cigarettes. She accepted them without hesitation and lit one up. Song Yuhang pulled out a photograph to show her. "Have you seen her?" The woman squinted, exhaling a ring of smoke. "Yes. That girl who died just a few days ago." "When and where did you see her?" Song Yuhang began jotting down notes. "On the night of May 31st, I had a rather affluent client. Around 4 in the morning, after I saw him off, I noticed that young girl staggering alone towards this direction." Song Yuhang seized upon the crucial detail. "Alone?" The woman nodded. "Yes, alone. I remember distinctly. The path is narrow, and she bumped into my client, my boss. who had been drinking and was in a foul mood, nearly got into a scuffle, but I managed to calm him down. After sharing her account, the woman exhaled another puff of smoke, clearly puzzled. This reminded her of the faint floral fragrance that often lingered around her. She had once assumed it was Lin Yan's perfume until that rainy night when the rain washed everything away. It was only when she drew near that she realized it was, in fact, a natural scent. This was the place. Lin Yan stepped cautiously into the uneven parking lot. The expansive construction site lay deserted, with police tape still stretched across the lower levels. The ground, parched, bore the dark stains of blood that had already seeped into the earth, creating a grim tableau. Weeds flourished around, and the broken railing on the rooftop swayed in the breeze. The sun was beginning to set, casting an eerie silence in which not even the chirping of birds could be heard. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but Lin Yan rubbed her arms, suddenly feeling a chill. Only the wind stirred the waist-high wild grass, swaying gently. For reasons unknown, a twinge of unease clung to her heart, as if someone were watching her. Although she had not graduated from a police academy, she had excelled in tracking and counter-tracking courses while abroad. In Jiang City, there likely has not yet been a soul born who can stealthily follow her. Lin Yan pondered this thought, yet, undeterred by superstition, she took a few more steps, her hand resting on the banister as if preparing to ascend the stairs. Suddenly, she whipped her face around, and in that fleeting moment, the hair on her back stood on end. With a sharp crack, her mechanical staff was drawn, and before she could even discern her opponent's identity, her instincts propelled her into action. Song Yuhang intercepted the blow with a grunt. "It's me." The strike landed squarely on the back of Song Yuhang's hand, instantly bruising it to an alarming shade of purple. As she flexed her wrist, her gaze fell upon Lin Yan. "Your vigilance is excessive." Although Lin Yan retracted her weapon quickly, Song Yuhang's eyes were sharper. The sight of the mechanical staff reminded her of the confrontation outside Sun Xiangming's residence, and of Lin Yan leaping from the 5th floor wielding that same staff. Her expression darkened. Lin Yan occasionally evoked inexplicable emotions in Song Yuhang, yet reason dictated that this individual was untrustworthy and should not be fully believed. With this in mind, she spoke with a hint of frost. "What brings you here?" Meeting her scrutinizing gaze, Lin Yan raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. "Don't misunderstand. This deceased has no connection to me. I merely find her death suspicious, and wanted to visit the scene myself." As dusk descended, the hallway door backlit her expression, and Song Yuhang ascended the stairs with a hint of a cold smile. Lin Yan's words did not convince her. Who could ascertain their connection? After all, forensic expert Lin was renowned for her capabilities. Lin Yan feigned ignorance of the mockery in Song Yuhang's tone and followed her upward. "Oh, come now. You're not lacking either, Team Song." Those who engaged in verbal sparring with Lin Yan often met unfortunate ends, and Song Yuhang wisely chose silence. She moved quickly, yet noticed Lin Yan lingering at the banister, her gaze darting downwards. "If I recall correctly, you're slated for discharge tomorrow." The mention of it triggered memories of Zhang Jinhai's words about Team Song turning pale and being whisked off to the hospital. There were also those ambiguous exchanges and conversations that night, as if a switch had been flipped between them, revealing a tenderness from Song Yuhang that had never before surfaced, along with a vulnerability in Lin Yan that she had never displayed. It was indeed a frightening prospect. Nevertheless, it mattered not. For adults, day and night serve as a stark divide. Just as Song Yuhang remained skeptical of her intentions, Lin Yan had never truly placed her trust in her.
"Ah."
The doctor said, "I'm nearly recovered. Lying around would only squander medical resources. I want to compete with critically ill patients for a bed," Lin Yan declared, quickening her pace. Song Yuhang subtly slowed her steps to match Lin Yan's. Upon reaching the bifurcation on the 2nd floor, Lin Yan gestured to the left. "I'll take this way." Song Yuhang pointed her toes to the right. "I'll go this way." Lin Yan stepped closer, the faint scent of flowers wafting toward her. Was Team Song truly valuing her talent, or was it mere nostalgia? Chapter 31. Significance. Song Yuhang understood that retreating against Lin Yan was futile. The more one withdraws, the more audacious she becomes. The inquiry posed is somewhat pointed, yet Song Yuhang possesses remarkable intelligence. Unlike Lin Yan's direct approach, she adeptly employs a subtle technique, redirecting the question back to others. Thus, meeting her gaze with composure, I mimic Lin Yan's demeanor and allow a hint of jest to play upon my lips. "I ponder whether forensic expert Lin has noticed your apparent penchant for gravitating towards me, coupled with inquiries that transcend the bounds of mere collegial camaraderie." Lin Yan's expression shifted. Stepping forward, Song Yuhang looked down upon her. "Since you have asked so boldly, I shall respond formally. My decision not to report you stems solely from the absence of unequivocal evidence implicating you. I have already suffered a similar misfortune once." Gently placing her hand on Lin Yan's shoulder, she leaned closer, Forensic expert Lin is a wise individual. Do not dance with flames that could consume you. Lin Yan slightly turned her head to meet her gaze, the slender curve of her neck exposed beneath Song Yuhang's scrutiny. Both wore smiles that radiated harmony, yet concealed within were unspoken threats. Who truly bears the brunt of this fire? Until the final moment, who can discern the truth? Song Yuhang's pupils constricted slightly as her hand was brushed aside. Lin Yan turned and departed, her silhouette fading into the twilight. Ascending the stairs, she found herself empty-handed, neither detecting a follower nor uncovering any useful clues. A nagging thought crossed her mind. Was that encounter merely a figment of her imagination? Or could it be that Song Yuhang was indeed trailing her? Song Yuhang claimed a special connection to her, yet Lin Yan herself harbored a profound curiosity about her. A faint smile graced Lin Yan's lips as she pushed open the rooftop door. The last time the criminal investigation team had visited, they conducted a thorough search. The lock remained intact, devoid of any signs of struggle or additional footprints. All fingerprints and footprints belonged to the deceased, rendering the possibility of suicide exceedingly high. During the autopsy, despite the body being incomplete, she managed to ascertain the blood-drug concentration, revealing no signs of medication. Could it be that she was manipulated into arriving here? If so, how was it orchestrated? Was it at the behest of the one who had caused her pregnancy? As she stepped forward, an unsettling sensation engulfed her. Retracting her foot was futile, with her only support being the rusted iron railing, creaking under the strain. A sense of weightlessness overwhelmed her as the fractured railing gave way, plummeting from the 6th floor with a resounding crash. Song Yuhang gasped slightly. Have you lost your mind? Standing so close to the edge, do you wish for death? Has it been raining all May? It was as if a light had illuminated her thoughts. Song Yuhang nodded. You mean? Indeed, it's far too slippery. I never intended to venture so close. I was compelled to. The weather today is pleasant, yet it remains so slick if it were to rain. Lin Yan gestured towards the railing. Years of neglect. Not even the weight of a child could be supported. It is possible she did not take her own life, but rather slipped and fell. As she spoke, her gaze was directed towards the rooftop, and with Lin Yan being slightly shorter, Song Yuhang could glance down to see her slender neck, the faint fragrance of flowers becoming intoxicating. Song Yuhang nodded slightly, her gaze drifting into the void. I do not discount this possibility, and I suspect that this individual may have a significant connection to the person responsible for her pregnancy. Lin Yan halted her steps. Have all the males acquainted with He Miao undergone DNA testing? They have, with no matches found. As Song Yuhang spoke, a hint of concern creased her brow. However, there remains one individual who has yet to be tested. Who? He Miao's uncle by marriage. Lin Yan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. No way. Song Yuhang turned to face her, speaking calmly. Why would there be? Even biological relatives can commit such acts, let alone someone with that kind of relationship. Lin Yan expressed her astonishment. Have you personally dealt with such cases? Song Yuhang regarded her with an oddly measured gaze. Of course, I have handled such cases. My parents and elder brother are quite decent individuals. At the very least, they do not resemble Lin Yan, whose father is indifferent to his own flesh and blood, being both fickle and lascivious. The formation of one's character is heavily influenced by familial factors. Individuals like Lin Yan, characterized by coldness, obsession, aggression, and a flippant attitude, are often products of a neglectful upbringing. Such individuals are also the most prone to veering into illegal activities. You have a brother? I have not heard you mention him. After a long day, Lin Yan felt fatigued and leaned against the water tank on the rooftop. He is no longer around, Song Yuhang said matter-of-factly, suddenly craving a cigarette, only to find that she had given her last one away. As she pondered this, a cigarette pack was tossed her way. Song Yuhang caught it and watched as Lin Yan lit her lighter and approached her, leaning in. May I borrow a flame? However, Lin Yan snatched the lighter back, casually puffing on her lit cigarette while regarding her with a nonchalant air. The flickering flame danced near her lips, her eyes brimming with challenge and mischief. Subtly tilting her head as if to say that if Song Yuhang wanted the fire, she would have to come and take it herself. She was quite adept at this. Every expression and glance was perfectly calibrated to entice. A bit more would be excessive, while a bit less would lack flavor. Lin Yan may not have been the most beautiful woman Song Yuhang had encountered, yet she undoubtedly possessed the ability to showcase her own allure to its fullest extent. Her hands, her eyes, her lips, her smile, her neck, each moment radiated a signal. Come closer.
Come to me.
Come and be captivated. In contrast, Song Yuhang's demeanor conveyed a distinct message of distance, a silent plea to remain unapproached. Her uniform shirt was buttoned to the very top, and with each breath, her trapezius muscles subtly revealed themselves as she swallowed. It was a captivating, yet untouchable wild beauty. Lin Yan exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes glazed. As the smoke enveloped her face, Song Yuhang sprang into action, reaching for the cigarette poised at Lin Yan's lips. Naturally, Lin Yan was not about to let her succeed, turning her face slightly away. Amidst the swirling smoke, Song Yuhang noticed a victorious smile curling at the corners of her lips. It was over. Lin Yan barely had time to brace herself before she was deftly pinned against the wall. Song Yuhang applied just enough pressure to twist her arm, causing Lin Yan's lighter to tumble from her palm. Song Yuhang, did the forensic Dr. Lin not say that I should take care of it myself? Why is there anger now? Song Yuhang, noticing her discomfort, released her grip, retrieved the fallen lighter, and lit a cigarette, taking a puff before looking at her. Or, do you wish for me to handle it differently? Lin Yan felt a surge of frustration, poised to unleash a torrent of insults upon her ancestors. When her phone rang, she pulled it out to see it was a call from the Technical Investigation Department. What has happened? He Miao's aunt has arrived, announcing her intention to take her remains for burial. Fong Xian was also caught in a dilemma, lowering his voice as he spoke. But the case has not yet been resolved. Her aunt insists on making a scene to have He Miao cremated, claiming that since she has already been reduced to mere ashes, she must be laid to rest properly. Team leader Zhang's stance is that since the cause of death has been established, the remains can be released to the family for their own handling. Lin Yan's gaze shifted towards her. Song Yuhang took out her phone to call Zhang Jinhai and after a prolonged silence, hung up with a troubled expression. Team leader Zhang stated that the facts of He Miao's case were clear, with irrefutable evidence, whether it was suicide or an accidental fall. The suspicion of homicide had been entirely dismissed. The family could take the remains for their own arrangements, and Director Feng had also consented. As for the pregnancy incident, that would be addressed in a separate case. Lin Yan understood, and then turned to Fong Xian. The evidence has all been collected. Let her take the body if she wishes. We only need to retain the biological samples. As Fong Xian organized the various containers, closing the cabinet door, he assured her, "Rest assured, Forensic Dr. Lin. Everything is in order. I shall not keep you further. I am off to the mortuary with the remains." Jiang City Mortuary. According to protocol, there was to be a farewell ceremony before cremation. Wang Xiuzhen stood outside the farewell room, pinching her nose in irritation.
What are you looking at?
Hurry up and cremate it. I am waiting for my compensation. The staff appear helpless as they place the body onto the conveyor belt. Fong Xian and the others, however, stood inside the farewell room, watching through a glass partition as the 15-year-old girl completed her final journey in life. Upon exiting the farewell room, several employees in black suits appeared, guiding a hearse towards them. Two middle-aged individuals followed closely, with the woman weeping uncontrollably over the hearse, needing assistance from the staff. Fong Xian, accustomed to visiting the mortuary to deliver remains, quietly inquired, "What has transpired? A white-haired person sending off a black-haired one?" The staff expressed a hint of sorrow. Sighing, "Not quite. She was only 14. After performing poorly on her final exams, she took sleeping pills to end her life and could not be revived." As they spoke, the ashes inside had cooled. Fong Xian shot him a disapproving glance. "Less gossip. Go collect the ashes." Duan Cheng's face crinkled in dismay. "Shouldn't the family handle that?" Fong Xian glanced over to see Wang Xiuzhen sitting on a bench in the corridor, preoccupied with picking her feet and munching on sunflower seeds, clearly uninterested in such matters. "Very well, I'll take care of it." Lin Yan crouched on the ground after finishing a cigarette, standing up, "Since this is to be handled separately, I shall make a trip to the provincial city." Song Yuhang regarded her with a detached expression, the red point on her fingertip flickering. "Didn't you say the deceased had no connection to you? Why exert yourself so? Let us speak candidly. While she was alive, our paths may have never crossed. Now that she has passed, and I am the one to dissect her, I feel it is my solemn duty to voice the words she could not finish." Song Yuhang smiled, extinguishing his cigarette against the railing. Such words hardly seem fitting for forensic expert Lin. As the sun began its descent, the first shadows of dusk enveloped us, and Song Yuhang's expression grew somewhat inscrutable. Rather than dwell on those thoughts, I would prefer to believe that Lin, through Miao's experiences, glimpsed a reflection of her own past, or perhaps her journey resonated with your own sorrows, leading you to ardently seek the truth merely to vindicate your former self. She serves as a test, yet Lin Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly. If one were to interpret it that way, it would not be incorrect. However, I do not seek justice for my past self. I seek justice for all who strive with unwavering resolve to live authentically. Song Yuhang remained silent for a considerable time. "You speak the truth." A 15-year-old girl in the bloom of youth, orphaned and abandoned, enduring the trials of life with her aunt, yet poverty did not break her spirit. She yearned for education, diligently earning her tuition, and in her leisure, found joy in sketching within her textbooks. What a resilient and poetic soul she was. She ought not to have met such an unjust demise. Why is it that you are so determined to solve this case? The whispers of the technical investigation crossed her mind. Song Yuhang had seniority surpassing Zhang Jinhai. And after the previous head of the criminal investigation unit stepped down, it was expected that she would take over. Yet an outsider, Zhang Jinhai, was parachuted in, leaving Song Yuhang in her role as deputy for nearly a decade. Did she bear no grievances during those years? No frustrations? No feelings of being stifled? Though they often clashed due to differing ideologies, they had surprisingly reached a consensus on this matter. In the darkness, Lin Yan's lips curved ever so slightly. Song Yuhang led the way down the stairs. Let us proceed to the provincial city. After waiting a moment without her following, Lin paused to glance back. What is it? Do you not sense that someone is watching us? When did you begin to feel that? Just today, when I entered this place. Song Yuhang retrieved a pair of binoculars from her bag and scanned the surroundings. The view was splendid, revealing boys doing homework in neighboring houses, women washing clothes, quarrelsome couples, and the myriad lives unfolding around them. Yet, nothing appeared particularly noteworthy. She furrowed her brow slightly. Let us first go to the provincial city. We must be cautious in the coming days. Lin Yan shrugged dismissively. Oh well, I have many enemies. It could simply be someone seeking revenge. If one approaches, I shall strike them down. If two come, I shall take them both on. Song Yuhang, exasperated, put away the binoculars and descended the stairs alongside her. You do possess an optimistic outlook. What else would you have me do? My prowess in combat is not for naught. At the very least, I am unrivaled in Jiang City. Oh, if that is the case, why bother with a mechanical baton? The notion of an inch of length is an inch of strength implies that the mechanical baton serves merely to compensate for any physical inadequacy. Lin Yan's expression hardened with irritation. Can you not refrain from speaking? Song Yuhang, hands in her pockets, walked ahead. Only the dead remained silent.
To that.
Lin Yan scoffed, quickening her pace to catch up, muttering curses under her breath. How have you grown up this way? It's no wonder you have neither friends nor a partner. After they departed, a light flickered on in an apartment across the street. As the owner retrieved a telescope from behind the curtains. What the hell? Who punctured my tire? Lin Yan patted the deflated tire and howled towards the heavens. Residents from nearby buildings poked their heads out, while Song Yuhang rubbed his forehead. Are you really driving such a fine car just to provoke envy while handling a case? Lin Yan, her expression impassive, replied, This is actually my least impressive vehicle. As if I hadn't spoken. Song Yuhang turned to leave. But she had already begun calling a towing company. What? They can only arrive in 2 hours. And there's no tire available for the Benz. What kind of repair service are you running? You might as well fix electric bikes. After spending so much, is this how you treat a star-level customer? Noticing her tone escalating, which bordered on personal attack, Song Yuhang hesitated briefly before turning back, uncertain. How about you take my car first? The journey from Jiangcheng to the provincial capital spanned over 200 kilometers, with winding mountain roads after exiting the highway. Lin Yan felt drowsy from the jolting ride and yawned. How much longer? Song Yuhang glanced at her watch. About 2 more hours. Lin Yan peacefully closed her eyes. All right. Wake me when we arrive. As they drove out of the last service area, they plunged deep into the mountains. The night air grew cooler, and Lin Yan's arms felt chilly exposed to the elements. Song Yuhang rolled up the window and glanced over to see Lin Yan had already fallen asleep. She shook her head slightly, feeling a mix of exasperation, and turned on the air conditioning. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon seeing it was Xiao Wei. Song Yuhang immediately slowed down, pulling over onto the emergency lane to answer. Lin Yan stirred awake, slightly frowning, her voice still lazy. Who is it? Before Ji Jingxing could speak, a soft, alluring female voice inquired, seemingly asking Song Yuhang if they were together so late at night. Hugging Xiao Wei's feverish body, she found herself at a loss for words. Song Yuhang stepped out of the car. What's wrong, sis? Upon hearing the familiar voice, she steadied herself. Xiao Wei has a fever, and my car is in for repairs, so I can't catch a cab. A subtle sense of pride prevented her from directly asking if she could come over, and recalling the earlier female voice, Ji Jingxing rephrased. Are you outside? Song Yuhang confirmed, sensing her urgency late at night, which naturally caused some concern. What's her temperature? 39 degrees. I've been cooling her down with a towel. And the fever medicine hasn't helped, Ji Jingxing said, her anxiety palpable. Lin Yan draped a coat over herself and exited the car with a cold laugh. If she's burning up, just call an ambulance. What good is calling you? Ji Jingxing clearly heard this remark, her feelings growing more complicated, torn between urgency and anger, nearly brought to tears. Yuhang, I. After hanging up, Lin Yan leaned against the car door, her tone dry. Oh, aren't you the good police officer serving the people? Ready to abandon the throne for a beauty? Song Yuhang shot her a glare, clearly displeased. It is a basic courtesy not to interrupt others during phone calls. Lin Yan sneered. It is merely a case of stirring the grass to scare the snake. Are you leaving or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Song Yuhang lifted her gaze to meet hers, her expression growing cold. A threat? Could it be that Song Yuhang dares to threaten her? Lin Yan, in a fit of anger, slammed the car door and stepped back. Go ahead, I can certainly manage without you. She pulled out her phone to call for a ride. A flicker of anger stirred in Song Yuhang as she witnessed Lin Yan's unreasonable behavior. She inserted the key into the ignition, prepared to depart, only to find the car stubbornly unmoving despite her pressing the accelerator. What a twist of fate. It seems the heavens are determined to prevent Captain Song from performing a heroic rescue. Song Yuhang turned off the ignition and tried again, but the car remained unyielding. Lin Yan's sarcastic tone ignited a simmering rage within her, and her lips tightened into a thin line. Have you had enough? Lin Yan leaned against the car window. Not even close. It seems Captain Song is destined to spend a lovely evening with me. Ignoring her, Song Yuhang exited the vehicle and lifted the hood, tinkering with the engine. Lin Yan leaned against the car, her clothing slightly disheveled, revealing a delicate, pale shoulder as she watched her work. Just as Lin Yan finished speaking, a loud bang echoed. Song Yuhang slammed the hood shut and strode toward her. Under the moonlight, her expression was far from pleasant, her lips pressed into a tight line, betraying a hint of anger. With no one around, Lin Yan swallowed hard and took a half step back. What are you doing? Song Yuhang clenched her fists. You may insult me, but do not insult her. Apart from that rainy night, she rarely displayed such a serious demeanor, with an unmistakable fury brewing within her. Was it all for that pretentious woman? As Lin Yan contemplated this, a wave of unnameable grievance surged within her chest, causing her to tighten her lips in response. Fine. Let us consider those words on the rooftop as if I had never spoken them. Captain Song has never uttered anything about solving cases or their significance. We are clearly on different paths. Song Yuhang was taken aback. That is not what I meant. Solving cases is undoubtedly important, but Xiaowei enough, stop right there. Lin Yan, growing impatient, demanded, give me your phone, your address. Noticing her hesitation, she added, mine has no signal. Song Yuhang, realizing her intention, relayed the address and handed her the phone. Lin Yan moved to a more open area to make the call. Hello, yes, please send someone to the hospital. The address is Song Yuhang approached and gently tapped on the car window. Thank you. Lin Yan casually tossed her clothing back. Scram, don't disturb my sleep. Chapter 32, Liberation. As Lin Yan fell asleep in her clothes, the scavenger arrived at the final stop of the day, outside a bar bustling with inebriated patrons, where discarded beer bottles were plentiful and far more valuable than plastic ones. The girl had been waiting at the street corner when she spotted a drunkard leave a beer bottle on the steps, staggering away. She dashed over to retrieve it, emptying the remaining liquid, preparing to toss it into her backpack when a firm grip seized her wrist. She looked up in terror, only to find the drunken man had returned, seizing her wrist and forcefully pulling her up, pressing her against the wall, his breath reeking of alcohol as he leaned in closer. Such a pretty little sister, come have a drink with your brother. Get away. If you don't leave, I'll call for help. The girl was on the verge of tears, desperately pushing him away, yet her feeble strength was no match for his imposing figure. She cried out for help, but the onlookers at the bar erupted in laughter. The man grew bolder, his hands roaming. Come on, sister. Follow your brother for some good times. The girl bit her lip tightly, turning her head aside, tears streaming down her face. Just as she contemplated biting her tongue, she felt a sudden lightness as the man was forcefully shoved away. The drunken man stumbled to his feet, shouting, Who the hell are you to hit me? Standing before her was a tall figure, broad-shouldered, clad in a simple jacket and a cap that obscured his face. The dim light of the night rendered his expression indistinct, but his voice was low and gravelly. Leave. The shadowed face revealed only a scruffy jawline. The drunken man, disbelieving, lunged at him, only to be easily toppled to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. The man picked up the fallen beer bottle and approached her, causing the girl to swallow hard and step back. Here. His footsteps halted, casting a shadow over her. The arm extended towards her was muscular, with what appeared to be a tattoo on the inner wrist, the moonlight barely illuminating its design. Still shaken, she hesitated to reach out. The man took a step back, placing the beer bottle on the ground before turning to leave. It was as if she had awakened from a dream. She took a few hurried steps after him. Thank you. He paused but did not stop. Big brother, she hesitated, finally calling out, What is your name?
I'll repay you.
Call me Good Samaritan.
We shall meet again.
With that cryptic remark, he strode away. The girl stood frozen for a moment before picking up the beer bottle and tossing it into her bag. Hastily making her way home, wary of encountering any more perverts. Not far from where he had walked away, the Good Samaritan halted, gazing at a cute little kitten, a small orange tabby, appearing to have been astray for quite some time, its fur dirty and its frame emaciated, weakly mewing on the tiles. The man bent down, cradling the pitiful little creature, gently stroking its head. Poor thing, let me help you. His grip tightened around its neck, and the kitten struggled, letting out a piercing cry as its little paws flailed helplessly in the air until it succumbed, lifeless and still. He cradled it, kissing its now cold forehead before gently placing it down. Sweet one, life is painful, isn't it? But fret not, I have freed you. The confines of the car felt stifling as the night air turned frigid, rendering the engine unresponsive and the air conditioning inoperative. Lin Yan's slumber was restless, her brow furrowed even in dreams. Hey sis, have you arrived at the hospital? Song Yuhang queried from outside the vehicle. Ji Jingxing. Cradling Xiaowei while the doctor administered her injection, listened to the call, responding, We've arrived. Thank you, Yuhang. No problem, as long as you're there. Song Yuhang replied, her heart easing somewhat. She glanced into the car, noting that Lin Yan remained asleep. Was that your colleague? The unexpected visit from two young men in suits had startled her, but upon hearing Song Yuhang's name and their purpose, her apprehension subsided. A luxurious Mercedes had been waiting by the curb. When had she become acquainted with such affluent and influential individuals? Switching the phone to her other hand, Song Yuhang replied softly, Yes, they're my colleagues. We were on a case in the provincial capital, but the car broke down midway. It's late. You've had quite the ordeal, Yuhang. Please extend my gratitude to your colleague. Hearing this, Song Yuhang smiled slightly. All right, she speaks her mind. So don't take her earlier remarks to heart. Ji Jingxing nodded, the doctor requesting further blood tests. Standing with Xiaowei in her arms, it was time to conclude the call. Take care on your journey, she said. Rest assured, sis. I'll keep you updated on Xiaowei's condition.
Goodbye.
After hanging up, Song Yuhang opened the car door, a gust of wind causing Lin Yan to instinctively curl inward, clutching her arms. The garment she had previously tossed fell into the car's interior. Lin Yan lay back, one hand beneath her head and the other wrapped around herself. Her posture far from graceful. The straps of her top had slipped, exposing her navel and toned midriff, while one leg rested on the ground, firmly pressing down on the fallen clothing. Song Yuhang found herself at a loss. She couldn't retreat or advance. Lin Yan began to murmur, It's cold. Contemplating her next move, Song Yuhang bent down to retrieve the coat. Halfway through, Lin Yan seemed to sense her intent, emitting impatient sounds and turning away, her foot pressing down even more firmly. Song Yuhang sighed inwardly. She had no coat to spare, clad only in a short-sleeved shirt. If she gave her jacket away, what would she wear? Moreover, Lin Yan was still recovering from her illness. Allowing her to freeze was not a viable option. What if she fell ill again? After all, she was the one who had brought her out. Song Yuhang's gaze fell upon Lin Yan's delicate ankles, glistening under the moonlight, exuding an exquisite charm. The slender straps of her high heels loosely wrapped around them. Wanting to loosen them and retrieve the garment, Song Yuhang reached out to grasp her ankle, the skin warm and smooth like fine jade, almost slipping from her grasp. In the quiet atmosphere, their breaths intertwined. Lin Yan slept soundly, while an inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over Song Yuhang, as if she had crossed a boundary she ought not to have. Song Yuhang hurriedly averted her gaze, subtly adjusting her breath as she bent down to retrieve the clothing at her feet. Lin Yan, already a light sleeper, was further disturbed by the repeated opening and closing of the car door. Groggily, she felt someone touching her leg and, without a second thought, kicked out, landing a blow squarely on Song Yuhang's knee. Caught off guard, Song Yuhang lost her balance and toppled towards Lin Yan. She attempted to support herself to avoid close contact, but the nuances of strength were difficult to gauge, especially in the pitch darkness. As her hand landed, she realized something was amiss. Her fingers sank into a soft surface, an exquisite sensation that sent a peculiar jolt coursing through her, rendering her momentarily immobile. With a resounding thud, Song Yuhang emerged from the car, shielding her face. Lin Yan retaliated with swift, even strikes, her face burning with pain. Annoyed, she tossed the clothing back at Lin Yan, slamming it against the car door. Good intentions often lead to misunderstandings, Lin Yan remarked, sitting up in her clothing. You should consider yourself fortunate, Song. If you were a man, you'd be incapacitated by now. Song Yuhang scoffed, reaching for the cigarettes Lin Yan had tossed into the storage box. With a flick of her lighter, the flame ignited, and thankfully, the seat between them concealed the blush on her face. Oh, really? The esteemed forensic expert Lin is currently juggling 5 boyfriends and still cares about such matters? She replied nonchalantly, rolling down the window to let in the cool night breeze. Relationships are consensual, but in this desolate wilderness, if you truly wish to do something to me, I fear I would be powerless to resist, Lin Yan said, her voice low and lazily tinged with the remnants of sleep. In the back seat, there was a rustle, and it was unclear whether she was tying her high heels or putting on her clothes. The ambiguity only heightened the intrigue. Am I that kind of person in your mind? Lin Yan propped her chin on her hand, gazing at her with glistening eyes. Who says I'm not? After all, you've tugged at my clothing more than once, she replied. That was an accident, Song Yuhang insisted. Lin Yan burst into laughter, leaning forward over the front seat. Her head tilted as she regarded her. Hey, you can't possibly still be a novice, can you? Is it really so difficult to admit you have desires? The topic was too provocative. Song Yuhang was not a paragon of virtue. As an adult woman, she too experienced physiological impulses. However, she typically channeled her excess energy through boxing or self-satisfaction. Frankly, she had never imagined discussing such matters so candidly, let alone delving deeper into them, which sent a chill down her spine and caused her blood to run cold. She met Lin Yan's gaze. I do, but certainly not with women. Lin Yan paused, taken aback for a moment, before her laughter grew even heartier. Did I ever say it was with women? Or perhaps. She cast a teasing glance, her lips curling into a playful smile. The first person who comes to your mind when I mention desire is. Before I could utter a word, Song Yuhang coldly remarked that she was off to repair her car and pushed the door open, offering no chance for her to finish speaking. Lin Yan observed her lift the hood of the engine, a smirk of deeper significance curling at the corners of her lips. She stifled a yawn and reclined once more, her thoughts drifting to the realization that teasing Song Yuhang was an amusing endeavor. However, she did not anticipate that Song Yuhang's warning about playing with fire would ultimately prove prophetic. Why are you only just arriving? There's only half an hour until the shift change. The woman spoke as she opened the side door next to the corridor, evading the surveillance cameras, and welcomed the man inside. The man was tall, slightly bowing his head, burdened by a large travel bag, his voice deep and resonant. No hurry. Half an hour is ample time. The body, which should have been cremated, lay quietly on the morgue slab. The girl appeared pale, devoid of color. Scarcely in her teenage years, her figure well-proportioned. The man circled the body, captivated by her corpse, his fingers lightly brushing against her cold skin. Every hair on his body, standing on end. He could not help but exclaim, what a true work of art. When will the DNA comparison results be available? Given that He Miao had already been ruled out as a homicide suspect, the primary objective of her and Lin Yan's visit was to deliver biological samples for testing and to collect DNA from He Miao's uncle for comparison. During routine questioning, the man did not exhibit any signs of concealment. He was small in stature, hunched in his chair, cradling a cup of tea. His hands were rough, marked by numerous scars, unmistakable remnants of years spent as a carpenter. He displayed the typical nervousness of an ordinary citizen facing police inquiries, which did not particularly draw Song Yuhang's attention. He has no alibi. The earliest results will take 24 hours. Song Yuhang nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all. Captain Song is a rare visitor. It's not every day you come to the provincial capital. Why not pay a visit to Director Zhao? Song Yuhang had frequented the Criminal Investigation Division of the Binhai Provincial Public Security Bureau, and many faces were familiar to her. With a slight smile, she replied, There's a case at hand. I shall visit Director Zhao once I am done with my duties. After exchanging pleasantries with a few acquaintances, she exited the hall, pressing a tiny microphone to her ear. He is out, she reported. Lin Yan, perusing a newspaper at a newsstand on the street corner, handed money to the vendor. I'll take this one. She casually folded the newspaper and followed the man ahead. Lowering her voice, she whispered without moving her lips. Didn't they say he had an alibi? Why are we still trailing him? Song Yuhang stood at the street corner, purchasing breakfast. When it came to He Miao's death, he seemed utterly unfazed, just as indifferent as Wang Xiuzhen. However, upon hearing about her pregnancy, he appeared somewhat astonished. While a normal person would move past it in an instant, he continued to rub his hands together, a clear sign of self-soothing. Lin Yan clicked her tongue in disapproval. So, what are you going to do while I follow him? Song Yuhang accepted the soy milk from the breakfast vendor and took a sip. Me? I'll take a stroll around the nearby markets, where the migrant workers gather. She added with a hint of exasperation. So it seems that all the physically demanding tasks of tracking fall to me, does it? Listening to the enticing calls from the vendor selling steamed buns, dumplings, and fried dough sticks, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Song Yuhang's lips curved slightly. This is precisely why you are here, to follow orders. Lin Yan nearly exclaimed in anger. My dear. Her striking figure and appearance drew the attention of several men before they resumed their path. Lin Yan quickly suppressed her smile, contemplating that the Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau ought to bestow upon her both the annual Most Dedicated Police Officer Award and the annual Best Performer Award. Song Yuhang quietly observed the scene, stifling a laugh. You see, this is exactly why I needed you to follow. In terms of appearance, Lin Yan is undoubtedly far less intimidating, and her ability to adapt is equally formidable. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yan pressed on. I fell for your tricks. Once this case is resolved, we will settle the score, Officer Song. Chapter 33. Injury electricians charge 20 yuan per hour. Experienced housekeepers earn only 80 yuan a day. Construction sites are seeking workers, requiring candidates to be under 40, in good health, and physically resilient, with male applicants only. The so-called talent market merely consisted of a few sunshades, where job seekers and employers congregated. Many held signs, scribbled with chalk, displaying their age and specialties, while bosses and agents shouted through megaphones, bargaining much like at a bustling marketplace. As Song Yuhang stepped in, several agents quickly approached her. Miss, are you here to hire or to seek employment? Prior to her arrival, she had intentionally purchased a pack of cigarettes from a nearby shop, and now distributed one to each agent. Hiring. A boss is renovating and requires high-quality solid wood furniture, preferably handcrafted. Upon seeing the soft Chinese cigarettes, the agents' faces lit up with delight, recognizing that the employer must be affluent. Rest assured, we have plenty of skilled carpenters who will meet your expectations. Song Yuhang shielded the flame of her lighter and lit one for herself, casting a sidelong glance at them. You are agents. And I suspect your services are both overpriced and subpar. I think I will find someone on my own. As she attempted to bypass them, a short, stout man blocked her path, eyes twinkling as he spoke in a thick northern dialect. Hold on, although we are agents, we uphold professional ethics. Since the boss has a need, we will certainly provide the best candidates. Despite the crowd here, there are few competent carpenters. They are all listed in my notebook. He patted his green-covered, thick notebook. I've been an agent in this area for over 20 years, and I know who excels and who falters better than Yama himself. If you choose to seek someone on your own, it will be labor-intensive, and delaying the boss's needs would be unwise. Song Yuhang pondered for a moment, halting her steps, her expression slightly cautious. So, what are your terms? The stout man waved a finger. Not much at all. If we succeed, we only charge a 3 commission. If not, there's no fee. Song Yuhang smiled, offering him another cigarette. That price seems fair enough. Let's proceed. The man presented his prized possession for her inspection, his fingertips moistening the pages as he turned them one by one, providing a detailed introduction. Zhang San, aged 46, has been a carpenter for 2 decades. Song Yuhang shook her head, declaring him too old. She preferred someone younger, whose designs would exude vitality. All right, let us see this one, he said, flipping to another page and pointing to a name. Li Si, in his 20s, youthful and strong, capable of undertaking various tasks. Song Yuhang dismissed him as well, stating he was too young and lacked experience. The man's lips twitched in frustration. Your demands are rather excessive. Are we selecting for a beauty pageant or a carpenter? What about this one, Su Bing? He is 35, has been honing his craft since he was 15, and is quite renowned in our provincial capital. Recently, a wealthy client commissioned him for furniture. Song Yuhang furrowed her brow. With such a reputation, he must be expensive. Let us keep looking. After the man had flipped through several more pages, nearly wearing his lips raw, she reluctantly settled on Su Bing. The short, stout man wiped the sweat from his brow, feigning admiration while internally resenting her 1,000 times over. She desired quality without a hefty price. What a dream. After a round of haggling, Song Yuhang obtained Su Bing's alternate phone number, which starkly contrasted with the one reported to the police. Exiting the talent market, she sent the number to Zheng Qingrui. Track this number. Lin Yan followed Su Bing down 2 streets, changing her appearance with a duckbill cap, a sun-shielding shirt, sunglasses, and an umbrella, looking like an ordinary tourist. Not far ahead, Su Bing entered a vegetable market, and Lin Yan tucked her umbrella away to follow, maintaining communication with Song Yuhang. Be cautious. If anything feels off, withdraw, Song Yuhang advised. Lin Yan scoffed. With someone like Su Bing, I could handle 10 of him. At that moment, Zheng Qingrui's message arrived, prompting her to temporarily sever communication with Lin Yan. Captain Song, this number is unregistered. We cannot trace the owner. A pang of concern struck Song Yuhang. Continue tracking it. What is the current location? Zheng Qingrui tapped away at his keyboard, inside the vegetable market at the intersection of Haishi Road and Jiefeng Road in the provincial capital. Song Yuhang compared the coordinates with those Lin Yan had sent, surreptitiously releasing a sigh of relief. Good. Also locate Dr. Lin's phone. I'm heading over now.
Boss.
Is this fish fresh? Su Bing inquired as he approached a familiar stall to buy fish, pointing at the lively river fish in the tank. Fresh, just caught this morning. We have a rule against selling overnight fish. Alright, I'll take one.
Sure thing.
The vendor said as he reached into the tank, pulling out a thrashing fish to prepare it on the chopping board. While waiting for the fish to be processed, Lin Yan, with a basket of unknown origin, was bargaining seriously with the vendor over vegetables. What? She raised her voice slightly. Broccoli for 10 yuan a pound? Why not just go rob a bank?
Alas.
Dear maiden, we offer organic vegetables, all enriched with natural fertilizers, entirely pure and devoid of pollution or harm. Behold, freshly picked this morning. The dew still glistens upon them. The proprietor handed the prepared fish to Su Bing while rummaging for change, whispering, "You are being followed." Su Bing accepted the money, a smile adorning his face. "Thank you. Boss, I got an additional discount of 50 cents. Yet, inwardly, he seethed. Wasn't it stated that as long as I brought the person here, I would have no further entanglements? Now, complications have arisen, and the authorities are on my trail. What am I to do? You are a valued customer, visiting 3 times a day. Allow me to gift you some fish bladders," the scar-faced owner said, scooping some into his pocket as he lowered his voice. "Rest assured. Now that you're here, I shall ensure they see some repercussions. Just a few minor thugs, you need not fear. The authorities will not trouble you further." "Certainly, certainly."
Take care.
The owner, with a hearty grin, bid farewell. As he noticed Lin Yan humming a tune while carrying her vegetable basket, his expression darkened. And he discreetly pressed a micro-transmitter on his collar. "Old Ba, the fish has taken the bait. Master, at the Haishi Road Vegetable Market." Song Yuhang signaled for a taxi and entered. She hurriedly followed, but the figure had vanished. Lin Yan felt a surge of alarm. She swiftly turned, noticing 2 burly men trailing behind her. Maintaining her composure, she continued walking. "The target has vanished. I am being watched." Song Yuhang's heart raced. "How many are there? Provide me with the exact location." 2, Lin Yan scoffed. How presumptuous of them. No sooner had she spoken than a shadow loomed before her. 2 masked young men wielding baseball bats obstructed her path, while the 2 hulking figures followed closely behind. Lin Yan found herself trapped in an alley, with no means of retreat. Song Yuhang steadied herself. "Master, please drive faster." After which, she lowered her voice to contact Zheng Qingrui. "Send me the precise coordinates of forensic expert Lin." On the map, 2 small red dots flickered, and then vanished. Zheng Qingrui broke into a cold sweat. "Report, the coordinates of Su Bing and forensic expert Lin have disappeared. Their last known location was near No. 351 in the alley beside the Haishi Road Vegetable Market." Lin Yan collapsed onto the ground, clutching her abdomen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She watched as the scar-faced man crushed her phone beneath his foot, approaching her with his bat raised. She swallowed hard, her hand discreetly moving to her lower back. The metallic taste of blood lingering on her tongue igniting a surge of exhilaration within her. For a martial artist, falling to the ground is never an end, but rather a beginning. As he neared, closing in on the optimal distance for an attack, Lin Yan sprang into action. The man likely did not anticipate that a woman surrounded by 4 assailants would still possess the strength to fight back. In that moment of surprise, he had lost the advantage. Lin Yan supported herself with one hand, her legs honed through rigorous training. In a swift motion, she executed a sweeping kick that not only tripped her assailant, but also propelled her upwards. Her right leg, infused with the force of thunder, arced towards his face, the trajectory forming a near semicircle in the air. Should this strike her neck, it would surely result in a fracture of the cervical vertebrae. The man's extensive combat experience prompted him to instinctively block the blow with a baseball bat, splintering wood flying in all directions. As the bat shattered and was sent hurtling alongside its wielder, crashing heavily onto the pavement, the scarred-faced man spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. She mocked nonchalantly. But the 3 adversaries exchanged glances, their murderous intent igniting simultaneously as they brandished their weapons and charged forward. Fists and feet collided, while clubs clashed. One assailant aimed his bat directly at the back of her head, intent on claiming her life in that moment. Lin Yan bent low to evade, her gaze sharpening as she seized his wrist with her left hand, applying pressure downwards, while her right hand lifted the bat to strike forcefully at his abdomen. "Damn it. Who sent you here?" Her mechanical bat had been her companion for a decade, crafted in Germany and dubbed Sentinel, made entirely from aerospace-grade aluminum, prized for its lightweight, durability, and resilience against blows. When the bat made contact, although it appeared there were no visible injuries, the man expelled a spray of blood. His knees buckling as he fell to the ground, his bat slipping from his grasp. Lin Yan reached to pull off his mask, but from the corner of her eye, she noticed someone rushing toward her, a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. In a split second, The rush of air from the incoming weapon stirred the hair on her forehead, and leveraging her excellent flexibility, Lin Yan executed a swift backbend. Supporting herself with one hand while using her left to grip the assailant's arm, flinging them both together into a nearby parked bicycle. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she stood, sneering. "If you wish to live, tell me who sent you, otherwise." Before she could finish, a chill coursed through her spine, her instincts blaring, and she instinctively raised her mechanical bat to block, albeit a fraction of a second too late. The razor-sharp blade grazed the inside of the bat, slicing into her shoulder. Blood oozed down her arm as Lin Yan staggered back, gasping for breath. The scarred man flicked his dagger, loosening his shoulders. "Has no one ever taught you to never turn your back on your opponent?" Breathless, Lin Yan's gaze burned fiercely. "You worthless fools are hardly worthy opponents for me." Spit. One of the masked men shot a glance at the scarred face. "Stop wasting time with her. She can't hold out much longer. Let's all go at her." Though collectively they did not match Lin Yan's prowess, they were certainly competent, particularly the scarred leader, who had evidently undergone professional combat training, striking with speed, precision, and ferocity. Outnumbered and working in concert, they engaged in a relentless assault. Within moments, Lin Yan bore additional wounds, retreating while leaning on her mechanical bat, leaving a trail of crimson on the ground. She couldn't help but cast a glance at the deserted alleyway, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Damn it, Song Yuhang. If you don't show up soon, I will remember this for the rest of my life." Perhaps the heavens had heard her silent plea. Just as another masked assailant lunged at her, Lin Yan was preparing to summon her energy to counter the threat when a shadow leapt down from the balcony of a second-floor apartment. With a powerful flying knee strike, it crashed into the head of the man before her, sending him hurtling against the wall, where potted plants tumbled down in a cacophony of shattering clay. Blood oozed from beneath his mask, and the baseball bat rolled away, leaving him utterly incapacitated. The arrival of Song Yuhang considerably alleviated Lin Yan's burden, allowing her to rise. Leaning on her weapon, "Are you alright?" she asked, wiping the blood from her lips and standing tall. "It's nothing. What is this? I can still fight." Song Yuhang shook his head, grasping her wrist firmly, his voice lowered. "You need to retreat. I will hold them off."
Ha!
"These mere lackeys hold what off? Let's charge." Before she could finish her words, she dashed forward, not with full force, but while simultaneously retreating towards the alley's exit. Song Yuhang understood her intent and followed suit, absorbing the majority of the pressure. In the chaos, he was uncertain how many punches he had taken, yet he managed to keep the remaining 3 adversaries firmly in check. Their fighting styles contrasted sharply. While Lin Yan was nimble, she lacked the sheer power of Song Yuhang. She could protect herself, but when it came to offensive capabilities, he overshadowed her. His punches were fierce and precise, a relentless barrage that left their opponents scrambling defensively. Even the scar-faced man, armed with a weapon, could not inflict harm on him. Instead, he suffered several blows to the temple, resulting in a dazed and disoriented state. With her left side immobilized, Lin Yan found herself under assault from an opponent attacking from a diagonal rear. She used her mechanical staff to block a strike, stepping back a few paces as blood soaked her arm, dripping from her fingertips.
Are you not leaving yet?
Song Yuhang's urgent voice cut through the fray. "What will you do if I leave?" Each of them was formidable in a one-on-one confrontation, and facing 3 was an entirely different matter. Grimly, Lin Yan gritted her teeth and charged forward with her mechanical staff. The scar-faced man had risen from the ground, hurling a dagger aimed at her head with brutal force. Song Yuhang's pupils dilated as the 2 men restraining him tightened their grip on his arms, preventing any movement. Yet, with a powerful roar, he summoned his strength, propelling the 2 young men forward. The tiles beneath his feet screeched as he hurled them to the ground, simultaneously shouting, "Lin Yan, duck." In that instant, perhaps due to an unspoken understanding, Lin Yan did not hesitate. Rarely did she heed others' commands, yet she instinctively curled into a ball, rolling to evade the lethal weapon. However, droplets of blood dripped from the knife's hilt, splattering onto the ground. Song Yuhang gazed down at the blade embedded in his chest, coughed lightly, and blood foamed at the corners of his mouth. The scar-faced man sneered, "Surprised, are you? Who ventures out with only a knife? Unlike you officers, I'm not one to cling to life." He gripped the knife handle tightly, twisting it forcefully and plunging it deeper until the blade fully embedded itself within her flesh and bone. A faint smile of relief appeared at the corners of Song Yuhang's lips. If she could not see it, perhaps that meant she was safe. The scar-faced man found his wrist firmly seized by another, compelled to retreat step by step as he watched the handle disappear into her body. Terror washing over his face. Madman. He dared not linger any longer, hearing the distant wail of police sirens. With a swift motion, he delivered a knee strike, sending her sprawling to the ground like a broken kite. Her limited vocabulary rendered her incapable of articulating her thoughts. Yet, she understood that glance conveyed a multitude of emotions: relief, reluctance, nostalgia, and a hint of regret. As she fell heavily beside her, blood soaking the front of her shirt, a gleaming steel knife protruded from a vital area. Lin Yan's eyes instantly reddened, and seizing a mechanical rod, she lunged forward. "Damn you!" Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Blood trickled down with each swing of the rod, her grip nearly slipping as her blood mingled with that of her enemy. The tip of the rod stained with something pale and viscous. The scarred face slid from her grasp to the ground, motionless, like a lifeless dog. She had brutally beaten him to death with the rod. Breathing heavily, Lin Yan halted, her eyes bloodshot. Casting a cold glance at the scene, she was drenched in blood, resembling a vengeful spirit. The remaining two onlookers regarded her as a harbinger of death. One scrambled to flee while the other stood frozen, trembling with a baseball bat. Urine staining his pants. Song Yuhang pressed her hand against the wound, the knife handle still lodged in her flesh. Each step she took was excruciating. Sweat pouring down her face, her complexion pale, yet she knew Lin Yan was also wounded and attempted to push herself away to walk alone. I can manage myself. Lin Yan did not release her grip, one arm around her waist while the other clasped her wrist, her gaze resolute. Silence. Song Yuhang studied her profile, the proximity allowing her to see clearly. Though her face was smeared with blood, her eyes shone brightly. Despite it not yet being night, she perceived stars within them. The faint floral scent around her neck was obliterated by the stench of blood. For some reason, Song Yuhang felt a pang of regret. "You don't want the rod anymore?" Lin Yan glanced at her, softly replying, "No." Chapter 34, Aurora. In the interval while waiting for the ambulance, Song Yuhang was on the verge of collapse. The knife had penetrated too deeply. Even with Lin Yan pressing firmly against her wound, blood continued to flow relentlessly. Song Yuhang could no longer stand. She stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Yan supported her, allowing them to sit together, leaning against one another. Lin Yan wrapped her arms around her shoulders, watching as crimson blood seeped from the corners of her lips with each cough, trickling down her chin. They had emerged from the alley, yet the ambulance had yet to arrive. Surrounding bystanders pinched their noses and stepped back, as if a plague had struck, forming a semicircle around them while pointing and murmuring. Lin Yan seemed to be ensconced within an immense glass dome, surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, yet no one extended a hand to assist her. Cradled in her arms was Song Yuhang. With each passing moment, she could feel the warmth of life ebbing away, the blood seeping through her garments. They nestled against each other. Lin Yan held her tightly, her hand never leaving the wound, as if her own body heat could somehow revive her. Song Yuhang sensed this warmth and felt a flicker of comfort in her heart. She attempted to raise her gaze to meet Lin Yan's, only to feel drops of water cascade upon her face. Was it raining? Lin Yan buried her head, biting her lip, her eyelashes trembling. She was so resolute. Even her tears flowed silently. The instant her scalding tears struck her face, the once numbness in her chest surged with a sharp pang of sorrow. With great effort, Song Yuhang lifted her hand to grasp Lin Yan's hand that was pressed against her wound, their bloodied hands intertwined in a silent exchange of strength. Lin Yan seemed to sense this, inhaling sharply. You mustn't die." Her voice was barely a whisper, yet Song Yuhang heard her clearly, and a glimmer of moisture surfaced in her usually clear eyes. A faint smile graced her lips as she firmly clasped Lin Yan's hand within her own. "I want to die. Clear the way. Make way." She was pressed down by others, clad in uniforms and white coats, a multitude surrounding her, intent on administering examinations and inserting tubes. Lin Yan's head throbbed painfully, drowning out their words. Her mind was solely fixated on Song Yuhang's injuries as she attempted to sit up, the forestand swaying precariously. Hold her down. Sedate her. Administer a sedative. Several burly figures lunged forward to restrain her hands and feet. Lin Yan, with reddened eyes, struggled and screamed, the ambulance cabin in disarray. It was only once the transparent liquid had fully coursed into her body that Lin Yan gradually reclined once more, regaining her composure. The medical personnel breathed a collective sigh of relief. The rescue efforts persisted for an entire day and night. She had received 2,000 milliliters of blood, equivalent to half the total blood volume of an average adult female. As the lights in the emergency room dimmed, Ji Jingxing, who had been anxiously waiting in the corridor for most of the night, rushed forward. Doctor, how is she?" The doctor removed his mask, finally revealing a relieved smile. "Fortunately, the knife did not damage her heart. We have successfully repaired the damaged blood vessels and nerves. The patient has no prior medical history and is in good health. With proper care, she should recover well." Ji Jingxing exhaled with relief, and the other detectives waiting in the corridor also felt a weight lift from their hearts. Tears glistened in her eyes as she grasped the doctor's hand. "Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome. We must now transfer her to the ICU for further monitoring and treatment. Family members should accompany us to complete the necessary procedures. Several officers followed to assist, and as Ji Jingxing walked alongside, her gaze fell upon the pale visage of the girl on the stretcher. She bore a striking resemblance to her brother, Song Yicheng. Their features were carved from the same mold, though Song Yicheng appeared more gallant, while Song Yuhang possessed a softer femininity. Her typically gentle eyes were tightly shut, her lips devoid of any color, her body adorned with life-saving tubes. And the monitor flickered ominously, evoking memories of her brother's sacrifice. Ji Jingxing felt a tremor in her heart, nearly shedding tears, as Fong Xian silently offered her a tissue, gently patting her back in comfort. It's all right, sister. Captain Song is out of danger and will recover. Ji Jingxing nodded, dabbing at the corner of her eyes with the tissue, mustering a strained and unattractive smile. By the way, could you tell me how she was injured? 3 days later, she awoke again. The doctor had removed the ventilator, and Song Yuhang slowly opened her eyes, the world transitioning from a blur to clarity. Captain Song, you're awake? Are you all right? Everyone was frantic. Officer Song had performed admirably this time. Recognition from above was likely. Her mind was a muddled haze as she gazed at the animated faces around her, unable to decipher their words, until a pair of warm hands grasped hers. A flicker of awareness sparked within her, and she curled her fingers slightly. Yuhang, you're finally awake. Mom has been calling daily, worried sick about you. She gradually lifted her gaze, finally focusing on the face before her, but speaking caused searing pain in her throat. I'm fine, tell her not to worry. Ji Jingxing nodded, intending to adjust her blanket, but Song Yuhang moved her fingers again, scanning the crowd with difficulty, as if searching for someone. Where's Lin Lin? The few police officers surrounding her averted their eyes in unison upon meeting Song Yuhang's gaze. Again, she turned her attention towards Fong Xian. Fong Xian hesitated. Forensic Officer Lin. When Lin Yan regained consciousness, she found herself shackled to the bed, one end of the handcuffs attached to a wheeled gurney, which was firmly secured to the floor. The windows were sealed, indicating that this was not an ordinary hospital but a prison hospital collaborating with law enforcement to detain criminal suspects. Lin Yan struggled, toppling the forestand, and the glass water bottle on the bedside shattered into countless pieces. Several prison guards rushed in, forcefully pinning her to the bed and adding another pair of handcuffs. Still clad in a hospital gown, she was escorted to the interrogation room. With a loud click, the electronic ankle shackles were locked in place. Disheveled, Lin Yan sat in the interrogation chair, facing several uniformed officers, unfamiliar and seemingly older, likely provincial detectives. She scrutinized their badges while they assessed her in turn. Turning her head stiffly, she smirked wryly. What about it? It's mine. As a police officer, one has the authority to halt any unlawful act. However, once the victim has ceased to be harmed, the defense must also stop. Yet you repeatedly struck down mercilessly in public, killing someone in cold blood. Now that all evidence is present, what more is there to say? Her hair fell across her face, but through the gap, Lin Yan fixed her gaze upon the speaker. Smiling coldly, her eyes locked onto his with a blend of mockery and seething hatred. I struck hard? Where were you when 4 of them ganged up on me? Where were you when Scarface stabbed Song Yuhang, intending to take her life? He harmed me first, yet I cannot retaliate. He wishes for my death, and I must allow him to live. What manner of reasoning is this? Lin Yan, filled with agitation, gasped slightly, her eyes aflame with fury as they bore into her adversaries. The individuals across the table exchanged glances, and their leader slammed a folder onto the table. Lin Yan, do not presume that your position protects you from consequence. Criminals have rights too. Your actions are a violation of the law, compounding your guilt.
Bah!
Lin Yan spat defiantly, her eyes nearly crimson with rage. Memories flooded her mind. The assailant from the Chu Nan case still roamed free, the law impotent against Sun Xiangming, and the relentless pressure from those 4 who sought her life. She recalled the brutal knife thrust that had struck Song Yuhang. Clenching her fists, a surge of both old grievances and new resentments washed over her, each word dripping with anguish. What rights do criminals possess? If criminals are afforded rights, who will safeguard the rights of ordinary citizens? Who will defend the rights of the police? If someone strikes me, I cannot retaliate. If I am stabbed, I must remain still and allow it, and should I survive and retaliate, I would be accused of excessive self-defense. What nonsensical reasoning is this? The law is nothing but a hollow document. I am the one acting in accordance with justice. Killing him would not alleviate the hatred festering within me. Lin Yan, breathless and furious, struggled against her restraints, the handcuffs biting into her delicate wrists, blood seeping from the wounds, her shoulder injury still unhealed. the blue and white hospital garb slowly staining with crimson. Several burly prison guards struggled to contain her. In the observation room next door, Feng Jiangwo slammed his palm onto the table in frustration. This Lin Yan is driving me mad. Beside him, the elder remained far more composed. Zhao Junfeng, skimming the froth from his teacup, took a slow sip and remarked, "An ordinary suicide case has unveiled a sprawling child prostitution ring spanning 2 coastal cities. The extent of the interests involved remains unknown. Lin Yan's actions, while careless, have cost us a vital witness. What a pity, for otherwise it would have been a significant achievement." Half a month later, Song Yuhang was transferred from ICU to a regular ward. Ji Jingxing sat by her bedside, peeling an apple. Mother said she would bring Xiaowei to see you. The apple was peeled flawlessly in one continuous motion, and Ji Jingxing retrieved a plate to slice it into small, manageable pieces for her consumption. His hand paused momentarily as he reassured her, "It's fine. Mother will take care of me. I can manage on my own." He handed her the prepared apple slices, and with her functioning left hand, Song Yuhang took a toothpick, skewered a piece, and chewed thoughtfully before speaking. As the topic of colleagues arose, she inevitably thought of that person. What might she be doing now? Lost in her reverie, Ji Jingxing remained silent for a long while, then gently called her name, Yuhang. His hand, resting on the blanket, wrinkled the sheets as he continued. "Do you remember what you told me when your brother passed away? When their father died, they had been young, with their mother as their sole support. When her brother passed, their mother was already aged, her hair white, nearly collapsing in grief. As the eldest sister-in-law sat helplessly on the floor, 5 months pregnant, she embodied the sole pillar of this family." Song Yuhang approached her. She did not weep, but gently enveloped the woman in her embrace, soothing her by patting her back to ease her distress. Clad in her police uniform, she solemnly pledged with the national emblem, "Do not fear, mother. I am here for you." Ji Jingxing, overwhelmed with emotion, wept silently as Song Yuhang repeatedly whispered in her ear, "Sister-in-law, do not be afraid. I will protect you and Xiaowei from now on." She struggled slightly to articulate those 2 names. Ji Jingxing grasped her hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "As long as you remember, do not act impulsively. Safeguard yourself. If you cannot confront those merciless criminals, retreat. The fate of others is irrelevant. If you are gone, how will mother and Xiaowei survive?" Song Yuhang felt a warmth in her heart, yet her brow furrowed slightly as she almost retorted, "Lin Yan is not." Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open with a crash, and several detectives escorted Zhao Junfeng inside. Unable to suppress a smile, Zhao inquired, "Feeling better?" "Report. Much improved. Thank you for your concern, Director Zhao," Song Yuhang replied, sitting up straighter. Zhao Junfeng's gaze lingered between them. "I hope I am not interrupting your sisterly conversation."
Yinxink.
Grasping the nuance, stood and took her wallet from the table. "Not at all. You 2 converse. I shall fetch some supplies." After Ji Jingxing departed, the detectives followed suit, discreetly closing the hospital room door behind them. Song Yuhang understood that Zhao had serious matters to discuss. During the half-month that Song Yuhang had been recuperating, the police had been tirelessly at work, tracing the lead of the scar-faced man to uncover the criminal syndicate behind him. Each woman deceived before engaging in illicit encounters was subjected to a brutal initiation by the vulture or his henchmen. Compliance promised monetary reward, while defiance led to severe punishment. We have apprehended several minor leaders who confirmed that he Miao had visited the vulture's premises 3 months prior. Although the final DNA results are pending, the timelines align perfectly. Standing by the window, facing the setting sun, Zhao Junfeng exhaled deeply. The provincial department has established a special task force for Case 61, codenamed Aurora. Upon hearing this, Song Yuhang felt a surge of determination and raised her right hand to her temple. Deputy Captain of the Criminal Investigation Team, Song Yuhang, of the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau, requests to join the task force and participate in the operation. In a remote village far from the city, night enveloped everything in silence. Along the tranquil mountain path, only the laborious breaths of a man could be heard. It was unclear how far he had run, but the barking of dogs ceased, leaving only the chirping of crickets. The man exhaled, pausing by a stream to splash water on his face and drink deeply before rising and scanning his surroundings. Spotting a public telephone booth, not far away, he hastily gathered his scattered clothes and dashed toward it. He dialed a series of numbers, which rang several times before being answered. "Hello? It's me." The man lowered his voice. "Did you not promise to protect me if something went wrong? The cops are hot on my trail, and I've been beaten to the point of losing my shorts." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Do not instruct me to head south and take a boat. Spare me your trifles. Procure a new identity and mobile number for me, and ensure my pickup at the border. Should I fall into the hands of the authorities, you shall bear the consequences." The man growled in a hushed tone, just moments away from uttering the name of his interlocutor when the other party finally responded. Very well. The vehicle with license plate bin AH4578 will be there to assist you with your new identity at the border. Travel southwards by bus, avoid the train, and you shall arrive swiftly. Satisfied, the man hung up. In the darkness, he extracted his SIM card and fed it into a shredder, reducing it to mere fragments. No matter. The card was gone, and soon enough, the person would be lost as well. Chapter 35, Freedom. Due to health concerns, Song Yuhang's request to join the special task force was ultimately denied. Zhao Junfeng indicated that she would be commended for her efforts. The person seated on the bed remained silent for a moment, pursing her lips tightly. The hospital bed creaked as Song Yuhang pulled out her fore and sat up, bracing herself against the edge as she attempted to rise. Meeting the gaze of the former director, she pushed herself upward. I cannot accept this award. Lin Yan accompanied me on this mission. It is unjust for me to be honored while she faces punishment. Moreover, in terms of rank, I am her superior. My misjudgment of the situation and failure to request a firearm from my superiors were my errors. Had I been armed, perhaps I would not have found myself in such a perilous predicament. Furthermore, in a moment of crisis, how could one ascertain that the assailant had truly surrendered? I am willing to bear the responsibility for my actions, as she acted for my sake. Having just emerged from the ICU, she was still far from being able to walk. Zhao Junfeng hesitated to restrain her further, fearful that her struggle might exacerbate her injuries, and thus he relented his grip. Song Yuhang gradually steadied herself against the bed, her complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Gritting her teeth, her trembling legs couldn't conceal her resolve as she raised her right hand, her fingertips quivering. Yet her voice resonated with strength. I am willing to accept scrutiny alongside Lin Yan. I request the organization as approval. Zhao Junfeng, exasperated, felt a mix of frustration and admiration. These two were indeed cut from the same cloth. Song Yuhang stood unwavering, even straightening further. In a fit of anger, Zhao Junfeng pointed at her, reprimanding, what sort of enchantment has Lin Yan cast upon you? All of you from the technical investigation team are clamoring for her defense. Do you expect me to relinquish my position as director? Perhaps I should simply resign. Would it not be more favorable for you to decide whom to apprehend or release based on your whims? Furthermore, with so many eyes observing, is this a decision I can make alone? Above me is the provincial committee, as well as the oversight department of the police. This matter cannot be resolved solely by my word. Yet, a spark ignited in Song Yuhang's eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she held her hand aloft. Unwavering despite her pallor, her eyes shone as brightly as the stars. Report, Lin Yan has not bewitched me. I was bedridden in the hospital and remain unaware of the other technicians advocating for her. To presume that personal feelings could interfere with judicial integrity is sheer folly. Director Zhao, your unwavering commitment to justice is indeed a model for us all. Zhao Junfeng, filled with exasperation, swung his wide-brimmed hat directly at her head. He began to deliver a series of playful taps on their heads, akin to striking a winter melon. Am I wrong? A group of individuals, their faces drawn with sorrow, replied weakly yes. Zhao Junfeng urged them, louder. Song Yuhang took the lead, shouting, report, instructor. We acknowledge our mistakes. Now, gazing at the head before him, he noticed that the young girl had grown taller than him. Over the course of a decade, she had rapidly evolved into an exceptional criminal investigator, shouldering the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the nation. He found it impossible to strike her any longer. Upon hearing this, Song Yuhang lowered her aching hand gently, unable to maintain her stance and sinking down to sit against the bed, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, her eyes lifting to meet his. If that is the case, I have one final request. 3 days later, Lin Yan lay in bed, savoring a banana when the prison doctor had just finished administering a shot. Suddenly, the iron door swung open with a clang, and 2 prison guards entered, brandishing a gleaming set of keys to unlock her handcuffs. Lin Yan raised her gaze slightly. Oh, what's this? Has someone finally decided to release me? No sooner had she spoken than 2 impeccably dressed young men entered, pushing Lin Yuan ahead of them. Her expression shifted, and she discarded the banana into the trash without a second thought. Lin Yuan smiled kindly, personally taking her hand to express his gratitude. I apologize for the trouble caused to you and the leaders at the municipal and provincial levels. I will certainly extend my thanks in person another day. These officials had, to varying degrees, benefited from the Lin family's patronage. Who would dare accept such gratitude? No need, you are too kind. A notice has already been issued confirming Miss Lin's innocence. It has indeed been a difficult time. Lin Yan observed this political and commercial game with an impassive demeanor, her teeth nearly aching from the spectacle. The prison guard discreetly suggested that the doctor leave. All right, please take your time. Just call for us when you're finished, and we'll handle the paperwork for your release. Lin Yan nodded with a smile, watching the guard depart. His aristocratic demeanor was striking, yet it made Lin Yan feel nauseated. She couldn't bear to even glance at her father. Of course, Lin Yuan had little to say to her. Once the guard left, his smile faded, and he got straight to the point. I have had your resignation letter prepared. Just sign it. A young man accompanying Lin Yuan handed her a piece of paper and a pen. Lin Yan glanced at it briefly, her interest piqued not in the slightest. Lin Yuan rubbed the green signet on his thumb. Both father and daughter shared a mutual impatience in their dealings with one another. The CEO of Jingtai Group will take over my position. Jingtai Group was the Lin family's main enterprise, a substantial position indeed. Lin Yan curled her lips in a sardonic smile. No, I refuse to sign. Leave. Lin Yuan's smile was insincere, as if he had anticipated her response. He ceased fiddling with the signet, and, without signaling, his two young companions approached Lin Yan to assist her in getting out of bed. No one could discern how she moved. The soft tubing from the floor dripped water as the needle had already vanished from sight. Lin Yanwei raised her neck, her fingertips glinting with a cold gleam, her tone casual yet laced with a hint of sharpness. Don't move, I'm a forensic doctor. I can't guarantee I won't kill you within 10 seconds, but I can certainly take my own life with ease. A steel needle poised perilously above her delicate skin, ready to plunge at any moment. The two young men exchanged glances. Lin Yan's shoulder bore an injury, and she could not maintain this posture for long. She breathed heavily, her wrist beginning to tremble, her blood surging in response to his words. The father and daughter exchanged silent glances. Lin Yuan was a man well-versed in life's tempests, and Lin Yan's petty cleverness was nothing more than a mere ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly insignificant before him. He did not need to utter a single word, nor did he need to feign indifference with a myriad of nonchalant smiles to conceal his true thoughts. A mere glance, apathetic yet tinged with disdain, was sufficient to serve as the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Yan's hand began to shake uncontrollably, her grip on the needle faltering as she swallowed repeatedly, a clear manifestation of her anxiety and fear. Lin Yuan, seated calmly in his wheelchair, appeared utterly unperturbed. Were it not for the iron bars surrounding him, he could have savored a cup of tea while perusing the newspaper. However, Lin Yan's trembling caused the needle to penetrate her flesh by a couple of millimeters, prompting the two bodyguards to adopt a predatory stance, ready to pounce at any moment. Yet Lin Yuan remained indifferent, even growing slightly impatient as he tapped his toes, seemingly urging Lin Yan to hasten her demise and not waste time. Lin Yan swallowed again, deciphering his body language. A smile graced her lips, the first she had shown since his arrival. If it is to be this way, why was I even born? Upon uttering this phrase, she gently closed her eyes. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. There was no time to intervene. The moment Lin Yan relinquished her hold, a jet of blood erupted from the needle's tip, instantly staining her patient gown and splattering onto the floor. Lin Yuan's lips trembled, his jaw quivered, and the green ring in his hand ceased its incessant rubbing. He watched helplessly as Lin Yan fell back onto the bed, having struck an artery. The slender stream of blood gushed forth like a showerhead, defying all efforts to stem the flow. Her hair splayed around her. She lay on the bed, her gaze still bright and fixed upon him, as if she wished to engrave in his memory the cause of her death and the force that had compelled it. Time and space seemed to overlap, reminiscent of the woman from years past who had similarly collapsed before him, unyielding even in death. His right hand began to tremble violently, akin to a Parkinson's patient. The two bodyguards rushed over to support him, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin!" The last sight before the world plunged into darkness was him, maneuvering his wheelchair and turning away. Lin Yan knew she had triumphed. Her first half of life had been a mere existence, drifting along the currents. Choosing the profession of forensic medicine was her first true decision, her only and final choice. She would no longer compromise. Compromise had cost her the irrevocable loss of Chu Nan. She was destined to pursue the truth with unwavering determination throughout her life. Yet, as she recalled that name and that face, a flicker of regret pierced her heart. Regrettably, she and Song Yuhang have yet to determine a victor. This case falls directly under the jurisdiction of the provincial department, which is of utmost importance to the higher-ups. Given her rank, her desire to intervene is ultimately futile. For an entire month, Song Yuhang has been unable to see Lin Yan or obtain any news about her. It is as if she has vanished into thin air. Anxiety gnaws at her. If Zhao Juanfeng's assertions hold any truth, and the Lin family is indeed making efforts to rescue her, there should have been some indication by now. The informant stationed at the entrance of the detention center has not witnessed Lin Yan's emergence. Zhao Junfeng, despite his rank, is limited in his capacity to assist. He can merely return the physical evidence to its rightful owner. Song Yuhang caresses the rusted mechanical baton, nearly losing herself in thought. She has never missed its owner so profoundly. Is Lin Yan fully recovered? Is it hot in the detention center? Has she acclimatized? Is she as finicky as ever? Able to eat? Has the guard caused her distress? Have her cellmates bullied her? As these thoughts swirl in her mind, a faint smile graces Song Yuhang's lips. At least she is not tormenting anyone else. But why has the Lin family not intervened to secure her release? Or is there something else at play? The more she contemplates, the more restless she becomes, just as a nurse knocks on the door to change her dressings. She tucks the mechanical baton into her backpack resting by the bedside and calls out, "Come in. Officer Song, your recovery is progressing well. A few more days of rest, and you should be able to be discharged. This is the last bag of 4 fluid for today. Once it's finished, just ring the bell, and we'll be here for you. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything." The young nurse skillfully administers the 4 and helps her adjust comfortably against the headboard, placing a thermometer under her arm. Song Yuhang responds with compliance, a gentle smile illuminating her face. "Thank you." Noticing the nurse's communication device flashing incessantly, she adds, "You go on with your duties. I'll call for you when I'm done." It is rare to encounter such a pleasant-looking officer with a gentle demeanor and an amiable temperament. The nurse, taken aback by the compliment, replies, "All right. I'll be back in 5 minutes." With that, she pushes the medical cart out of the room. Wearing a mask and hat, Song Yuhang navigates through the crowded outpatient hall and hastens to the entrance of the hospital, flagging down a taxi to the Binhai Provincial Detention Center. The 5-minute sprint from the 5th floor to the main entrance proves to be taxing on her current physical condition. She coughs a couple of times, pressing her hand to her chest as she leans against the chair, gasping for breath. "I'm fine. Just hurry." On the day Song Yuhang visited her, it marked the 7th day of Lin Yan's hunger strike. Shortly after her unsuccessful suicide attempt, she was once again shackled, this time not out of fear of her escape, but rather concern over potential self-harm. He no longer came to see her personally. The day after Lin Yan regained consciousness, the Lin family's chief steward visited her. In his presence, Lin Yan shattered her bowl, pressing the shards against her wrist. Better dead than unfree. The steward departed. Lin Yan commenced her hunger strike. On the 3rd day, Lin Ji's mother arrived. A woman of considerable age, she stood behind the iron bars, nearly brought to tears by the sight of her emaciated daughter. Unable to endure the emotional weight of the moment, Lin Yan buried her head beneath the covers. On the 4th day, Lin Gu personally arrived, but Lin Yan merely uttered a single sentence, prompting him to leave. "If you are to persuade me, then it is futile." On the 5th day, the director came in person, and upon seeing Lin Yan lying in bed, sustained solely by nutrient fluids, he nearly fell to his knees. "Oh my goodness. At the very least, you should take a bite." If this person were to perish in the detention center, would he still retain his position? Lin Yan bore injuries, her neck wrapped in bandages, her frame considerably emaciated, and her complexion ashen, teetering on the brink of death. Upon hearing those words, the only part of her body that could move was her hand, which slowly reached for the intravenous needle on the back of her hand. The director, as if stepping on a landmine, retreated with his entourage, gesturing for her to remain calm. All right, we shall leave." Medical examiner Lin, please do not be agitated. Rest well." On the 6th day, she finally earned a moment of respite. She lay quietly in that dimly lit cell, cocooned in the damp, cold bed, her eyes open as she counted the dawn. On the 7th day, the iron door clanged again. Lin Yan had grown so weak that she could not lift a finger. Only her eyes could barely move, their gaze still vacant. "Quick, bring a shot of adrenaline." In the ensuing chaos, she heard the sound of the medicine tray crashing, followed by a sharp pain in her wrist. At last, her consciousness began to clear, and she caught the mention of a name. "Who wishes to see me?" When she spoke, her voice was hoarse and gravelly, no longer resembling her own. It was Officer Song from the Jiangqing Bureau. Lin Yan slightly turned away, burying her face in the pillow, gritting her teeth. Tell her to get lost. She could not allow her to see her in such a wretched state. But could she truly walk on her own now? That was a relief. Song Yuhang still bore the same backpack as when she arrived, standing outside in the scorching sun. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she awaited the guard to call her in, only to receive the news that Lin Yan had told her to leave. Song Yuhang bit her lip tightly, her countenance darkening, distressed. Did she really say that? Absolutely, the young guard replied, nearly wearing out his tongue. Many have come to visit medical examiner Lin these days, and she has responded in the same manner. The iron gates were formidable, surrounded by armed guards, making it impossible for Song Yuhang to force her way in. I will wait for her. On her way back, She dismissed the calls on her phone seeking her attention, ultimately shutting it off. When she caught sight of an outdoor goods street, she called out for the driver to stop, tossed a few bills onto the seat, and exited the vehicle. The shop owner examined the bent mechanical rod, gently tapping it with a small hammer, noting its paint had chipped, and shook his head. It was beyond repair, it was not domestic, and beyond technical issues. The aviation-grade aluminum was costly, far better to purchase a new one with that money. Yet, even a replacement would not compare to this singular item for Lin Yan. Song Yuhang carefully cradled it in her hands and placed it in her bag. Thank you. That afternoon, she scoured the entire outdoor goods street, dragging her ailing body. Yet found no one willing to repair the mechanical rod. Chapter 36. Release from prison. Everyone, pair up for a thorough search. Scatter. In the wilderness, a command was given, and armed police officers dispersed. The instructor removed the sneaker from the dog's mouth, opened his phone, and compared it with the clothing worn by the fleeing suspect. A smile spread across his face as he placed the shoe near the police dog's nose for a sniff, gently patting its back. The dog was poised to take off. The instructor released his grip. Good job, chasing wind, go. A dark shadow shot into the woods like an arrow, with armed officers following closely behind. Moments later, the phone on Zhao Juanfeng's desk rang. Holding a cup of hot tea, he was listening to the deputy director and the criminal investigation team report on the Aurora operation. Before the other party could finish speaking, he slammed his cup down on the table, scalding water spilling over his hands. What? They found the person? Dead. He sprang to his feet, slamming his hand on the table with a thunderous noise. Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. The on-site commander, the deputy captain of the Binhai Province Criminal Investigation Team, slightly pulled the phone away as Zhao Junfeng roared, immediately saluting and stating, yes. The forensic team has arrived at the scene and is conducting a preliminary examination of the body. After hanging up, he donned gloves and approached the riverbank. The body had been retrieved from the water, and several forensic experts in white protective suits were surrounding it. Leading them was the forensic director of the Binhai Province Criminal Investigation Team, an experienced forensic expert with over 30 years in the field, though not quite as gifted as Lin Yan. Old Qian, what do you have? The forensic expert, surnamed Qian, examined the deceased's eyelids and turned to report. The preliminary examination aligns with signs of drowning. There are no external injuries, and both the nostrils and fingernails contain silt, indicative of a struggle in the water. He undoubtedly drowned. A report came in from the trace evidence team. There are no footprints of a second person at the scene, except. Initially believing they had captured a vulture, the team leader was frustrated. Spit it out. What else? The trace evidence officer closed his eyes. Except for your footprints, Captain. In his haste, he hadn't worn shoe covers. The team leader glanced behind him, observing a series of uneven footprints in the muddy riverbank, some his, others belonging to the search team. He swatted his hand in exasperation. On the 8th day of fasting, Lin Yan did not expect him to come. 26 years ago. He was a fledgling officer, and now he bore a silver olive branch on his shoulder, truly having risen through the ranks. The two exchanged cold glances through the iron bars. Lin Yan was young at the time, and many memories had blurred. Yet she still vividly recalled that torrential night when she and Lin Cheng were kidnapped in a factory on the outskirts, where the ransom exchange went awry, and the police stormed in. The first action was not to save her, but to pull the trigger on her barely conscious form. That year, she was 6 years old. The darkness obscured everything. She was too weak to muster any strength, barely able to discern the stubble and trembling lips beneath the brim of his low hat. Rainwater streamed down his chin. Amidst the moment of hesitation, others rushed in. There are survivors. There are survivors. She was hazily lifted by a pair of hands as the police carried her out, while Lin Cheng's cold corpse was also removed. The rain that night was torrential. In the dilapidated factory, raindrops pelted down like beans, pooling into a pale red puddle beneath the girl. When the suspect pressed against her was pulled away, she found herself unclothed below, while a deadly dagger protruded from the suspect's chest. She saved herself, yet Lin Yuan's eldest son, whom she desperately wished to save, had perished. He still vividly recalled the girl's gaze as she lay silently on the ground, cold, despairing, and imbued with a deep-seated hatred. It mirrored Lin Yan's expression perfectly. Outside the iron gate, the police officer inexplicably shivered. He gestured for the prison guard to remove her handcuffs. Medical parole. Upon awakening once more, Lin Yan discovered herself in her family's sanatorium, attended by her devoted butler. She realized she was free. Only then did she open her mouth to eagerly consume the hot porridge brought to her lips, only to cough and shed tears as she hastily ate. She was famished, truly famished, cold, and hungry. She thought, perhaps nothing in this world could warm her anymore. The only person who could have offered her warmth had long passed away years ago. How she wished it were merely a dream. Lin Yan sighed within her heart and closed her eyes again. Sleep, for in slumber, she could reunite with her. Lin Yan. Song Yuhang jolted upright in bed, gasping for air, sweat beading on her forehead. She wiped her brow, still shaken. She had just dreamt of Lin Yan pointing a gun at her. The scene was suffused with an overwhelming red hue. Song Yuhang wished to return the words she had once given Lin Yan. Do not die, do not die. She shut her eyes, swallowing hard, taking deep breaths to calm herself, and retrieved her phone from beneath the pillow to call her. As she dialed, regret washed over her. Lin Yan's phone had long been shattered. Yet, even so, she clung to a flicker of hope, awaiting the connection.
Until.
Sorry. The number you dialed is not in service. Song Yuhang realized she had completely lost contact with Lin Yan. When Ji Jingxing entered with the takeout he had purchased, a blue and white figure dashed out. Song Yuhang didn't even pause to change her clothes. Ji Jingxing shouted after her, Song Yuhang, where are you going? She hesitated for a moment, turning to see the medical staff pursuing Ji Jingxing, and then she fled. After a while, Ji Jingxing's phone lit up with a message from Song Yuhang. Sister, I'm going to visit a friend at the detention center. Lin, forensic expert? Left early. Applied for medical parole yesterday. It was the same young prison guard. Song Yuhang, still in her hospital gown, with her shoes worn askew, asked, which hospital did she go to? Why would she apply for medical parole? What happened to her inside? How could it have escalated to such a severity? The detention center is equipped with comprehensive medical facilities and services, so Lin Yan's minor shoulder injury poses no significant issue. Those eligible for medical parole are typically facing life-threatening emergencies. In other words, only when an inmate's life hangs in the balance will the authorities consent to their release for medical treatment. A heavy weight descended upon Song Yuhang's heart. The guard's lips moved. That's beyond our knowledge. Where they go is not our concern. Yet one must say that forensic expert Lin is quite a character. In all my years here, it's the first time I've witnessed someone commit suicide in prison, not once but twice, even resorting to a hunger strike. It truly frightened our warden. Before he could finish a sentence, he was seized by the collar and violently slammed against the iron gate, producing a thunderous sound. Alarms blared. Song Yuhang's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth. What have you done to her? What have you done? Why did she take her own life? Why? Armed police swiftly surrounded the guard post, some firing warning shots. Song Yuhang released his grip, staggering back in despair, only to be tackled to the ground by a swarm of officers.
Ah.
What a remarkable Vice Captain Song Yuhang of the Criminal Investigation Division of Jiang City Public Security Bureau, boldly storming into the detention center in broad daylight and injuring a guard. Even the provincial secretary has called to inquire about you. You certainly know how to bring me shame and disgrace to your Jiang City chief. Zhao Junfeng spat, his words punctuated by a thunderous slap on the table. I think you've had your fill of good fortune. If you wish to accompany Lin Yan, then so be it. Guards, place him in solitary confinement. No visitors allowed except for medical personnel. Not until you realize your mistakes. With a clang, the iron door locked behind Lin Yan as she exited, and Song Yuhang was thrust inside. When Ji Jingxing came to see her, she was propped up on one hand, engaged in rehabilitation exercises. A small window opened on the door, revealing Ji Jingxing's face. Song Yuhang scrambled to her feet and rushed over. Sister, what brings you here? I brought you some essentials. Ji Jingxing replied, noticing the bandage faintly visible beneath Song Yuhang's white short-sleeve shirt, her eyes welling up with tears. What are you doing? Running around when your injury isn't even healed? Who is so important that you would go to such lengths? Song Yuhang fell silent, seeing her sister's quiet demeanor. Ji Jingxing added, Yuhang, you were never this impulsive before. Tell me, who exactly is Lin Yan? A pang of unease struck Song Yuhang's heart.
Indeed.
She had never been this way. It seemed that ever since meeting Lin Yan, her emotions had found an outlet. She struggled to maintain composure whenever matters concerning Lin Yan arose. Initially, she believed it was Lin Yan's audacious defiance and disregard for others that was unbearable. However, as events unfolded, she found herself walking towards Lin Yan with a glass in hand, each step graceful. Leaning weakly against Lin Yan's shoulder due to her inebriation on that rainy night after their fight, sharing a cigarette on the rooftop, and lying in the car, her exposed abdomen and the nape of her neck visible, Lin Yan faced four opponents without fear, yet smiled at her the moment she appeared. Clutching her own hand, she implored, don't die. It was her heart that could never remain calm. Song Yuhang rubbed her face vigorously. Ji Jingxing leaned against the iron bars, only able to glimpse half of her beautifully contoured chin. Uncertain of the reason, her voice held a certain obscurity. Fong Xian mentioned that you were injured while lost in thought, trying to save her? The slender chin nodded slightly. You ventured out repeatedly to find her? Song Yuhang responded with a muted affirmation. Yes. You even resorted to violence for her sake? I hadn't anticipated that he would faint so easily. Song Yuhang's voice dwindled, ultimately leading her to nod in agreement. I suppose so. Ji Jingxing posed one final query. Do you regret it? After considerable contemplation, Song Yuhang shook her head resolutely. No regrets. Ji Jingxing offered a bitter smile. Refraining from further dialogue, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her face, unseen by the other. This time, it was Song Yuhang who pressed against the iron bars. Studying Ji Jingxing's visage, which bore a striking resemblance to Song Yicheng, albeit with a somewhat forced smile. All right, I understand. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Song Yuhang realized that her entry was a rare exception granted by Zhao Junfeng. She swallowed hard, casting a glance around to ensure they were alone. Then beckoned Ji Jingxing closer, slipping a small note into her hand as she leaned in. Make this call, you know what to do. Ji Jingxing felt a flutter of anxiety stirred by the cryptic exchange. What is this? Song Yuhang had already pushed her away, saying, Sister, take care. She mouthed, We'll talk outside. The minuscule note, crumpled and damp, had presumably been concealed for quite some time. After much effort, she deciphered a string of numbers and, flipping the note, found 3 hastily scrawled characters. Find Lin Yan. Ji Jingxing pressed her lips together, crumpling the note into her palm, and continued forward. As she passed a trash bin, the note inadvertently slipped from her grasp. Who would notice such a small piece of paper? She hailed a taxi and entered. Driver. To the train station. The so-called medical parole was, in essence, a declaration of innocence. Lin Yan had ruthlessly carved a path to freedom for herself. A sweeping crackdown on illicit activities engulfed the streets and alleys of Binhai province, from the provincial capital down to cities and towns. Over 10,000 police officers and more than 500 police dogs, along with thousands of personnel from various departments, were mobilized to systematically inspect entertainment venues, KTVs, massage parlors, bars, and residences across the province. They apprehended 61 individuals implicated in Case 61, including 2 government officials who had acted as protectors for the vulture-like entities. He Miao's uncle was among those captured. With this, Case 61 was declared resolved. As for the other illicit establishments, they were shut down or sealed off. And those warranting arrest were dealt with separately, effectively dismantling an industry chain that preyed upon female victims. The People's Daily prominently reported on the matter, yet obscured the identities and contributions of the 2 police officers who had played pivotal roles. As Lin Yan turned the page of the newspaper, a slight smirk graced her lips. She removed her glasses in preparation for sleep, but cast another glance at the legal section. Title: The notorious leader of the 61 case, known as Vulture, met his demise by drowning after losing his footing while attempting to evade capture. The page was entirely black, the image obscured to the point of being unrecognizable. Lin Yan extended her hand, magnifying glass. The attending butler promptly provided her with one. And Lin Yan spread the newspaper across her lap, removing her glasses, and meticulously examined the details inch by inch. She scrutinized the corpse. The clothing was intact, though one shoe was missing, reportedly lost during the escape. The face was obscured, rendering specific features indistinguishable. The limbs were long, the physique streamlined, and the broad shoulders suggested a tall stature, indicating a strong potential for swimming prowess. Suddenly, she sprang from the bed. Change my clothes, I must go out. During the month of confinement, Song Yuhang was not idle. While undergoing rehabilitation, she also began the process of restoring Lin Yan's mechanical staff. Unlike imprisonment, her confinement allowed certain freedoms, including 2 hours of activity each day, which she spent immersed in the library. She managed to reach out to an old classmate, now a nationally renowned firearms expert. After sending him the image, he promptly replied, It cannot be repaired. It must be melted down and recast. Sitting at the old desktop computer in the detention center, Song Yuhang typed, How to melt it down. The expert sent back a lengthy series of detailed diagrams. Just then, a guard announced, Recreation time is up. This routine continued daily. Zhao Junfeng sipped his tea and set it down. What has Song Yuhang been up to lately? Drawing.
Came the reply. Oh.
He raised his head slightly. It seems she is sketching some diagrams. Zhao Junfeng lowered his gaze back to the newspaper. Look at her life. She appears more leisurely than I, the department head. Feng Zhengwo, who had finally come to report to the provincial office, was overwhelmed. I say, Director Zhao. While you seem to have it easy, our grassroots units are running themselves ragged. Though he would not dare to voice it outright, the implication was clear. Zhao Junfeng understood that the closer they approached the conclusion of their tasks, the busier they became. Without the capable Song Yuhang, the Jiangqing Bureau would surely descend into chaos. He awaited Feng Zhengwo's request for personnel, feeling an unspoken pride that he concealed well. Go. Tell that rascal to come out and work. How could the leaders be running around tirelessly while she enjoys her leisurely drawing? When the incident involving Song Yuhang first arose, Feng Zhengwo had been furious, but ultimately found it somewhat justifiable. Had it been him, even if the individual were a former colleague or an inmate who committed suicide in prison, he would have been enraged. Moreover, the guard had sustained no serious injuries, while Song Yuhang had endured a brutal assault from the armed police. His inclination was to issue an internal warning, perhaps suspend her salary and position as a token reprimand. But Zhao Junfeng, being even more resolute, had sent her directly to solitary confinement without hesitation. Song Yuhang's merits and faults were weighed against each other, resulting in a disciplinary action. What was she truly after? Feng Zhengwo pondered this, but could not fathom the answer. Soon, he became engrossed in the final stages of the Aurora operation and a series of anti-vice initiatives, remaining busy for over a month before he could finally return to the provincial office to request personnel. At this moment, upon perceiving Zhao Junfeng's willingness to relent, I hastily clasped my hands in gratitude. Thank you, my brother. You have truly rendered me a tremendous service. During Zhao Junfeng's tenure as the head of the Jiangcheng Municipal Bureau, Feng Zhengwo had been but a mere beat cop under his command. Thus, he was indeed worthy of such a fraternal address. However, this utterance evoked a wave of nostalgia in the former director, causing the wrinkles on his face to momentarily soften, and a faint smile to grace his lips. Do not be so quick to express your thanks. You must diligently refine her character and guard against arrogance and impatience. Just look at how impulsively she acted in her haste this time. Such behavior is unbecoming of someone destined for great accomplishments. We must not let her father and brother's expectations go unfulfilled. A chill ran down Feng Zhengwo's spine. It was clear that Director Zhao held high hopes for Song Yuhang. After all, she had occupied a significant position in the criminal investigation team for several years, and there was little more to be gained unless. Officer Song, you have borne much hardship this time. It must have been quite taxing. The prison guard came to escort her out, returning her belongings, including her cell phone and backpack. Upon opening it, Song Yuhang found her mechanical baton still inside, and she let out a sigh of relief. Turning to the guard, she remarked, "My previous actions were inappropriate." As she spoke, she raised her right hand in salute. "I sincerely apologize. Officer Song, this way." Song Yuhang rushed over. Having not seen sunlight or spoken to anyone for over half a month, everyone appeared endearing to her. Duan Cheng said with a heavy heart, "I feel sorrow for all our police officers at the Jiangcheng Bureau. Our thoughts have been consumed with Officer Song. Yet your heart seems to belong solely to forensic Dr. Lin." Song Yuhang playfully scolded, "Oh, come off it. You should have found it quite easy in my absence." Duan Cheng opened the car door to let her in, feigning exhaustion. "Easy, easy. Far too easy." Even the kitchen brigade nearly ventured out to engage in vice. Song Yuhang stifled a laugh, but the smile faded from her face, and she fell silent. As Duan Cheng drove, he glanced at her, seemingly aware of her thoughts, and softly said, "Forensic Dr. Lin has taken an extended leave. I heard her injuries are quite severe. The directive from above states that her merits and faults are to be balanced, and while her criminal liability will not be pursued, she will be liable for civil damages, face internal criticism, and receive a formal reprimand, along with a suspension of pay." Song Yuhang pressed her lips together, her hands clenched into fists upon her lap. After a long moment, she finally opened her eyes, exhaling deeply. "Do you know which hospital she is in?" Duan Cheng shook his head. "No one knows. Forensic Dr. Lin has executed her confidentiality protocols exceptionally well." Song Yuhang exited the vehicle. "Very well, you may go. I'll take a stroll around here." Nearby, the supermarket. She approached a small newsstand, casually picking up a newspaper. Flipping to the legal section, her brow furrowed, prompting her to call the Provincial Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Department to verify information. "I am Song Yuhang, badge number." She promptly stated her name and position, covering the receiver as she moved further away. "Have you performed an autopsy on the vulture's remains? What was the cause of death? How could such a vicious criminal possibly make such a novice error as to fall into the water?" "All right, thank you." Song Yuhang hung up the phone, still feeling somewhat unsettled. She pulled out her cell phone to contact Director Zhao, intending to request a reinvestigation, but halfway through dialing, she hesitated and hung up. It is futile. One cannot strike without evidence, for Zhao would not believe it, and this incident is rife with coincidences. She and Lin Yan's impromptu trip to the provincial city was kept secret from everyone. Along the way, encountering Lin Yan's car breakdown and her own vehicle stalling are mere coincidences, one might say. However, how did that scar-faced man recognize Lin Yan? She had disguised herself, donning sunglasses and a mask, carrying a basket of groceries, and had gone unnoticed throughout her journey. Why, then, was she singled out by him? The improbability of it all gnawed at Song Yuhang, leaving him gritting his teeth. Could it be that he had seen Lin Yan before? Perhaps gazed upon her photograph countless times, enabling him to recognize her amidst the throng? A chilling thought surged from the soles of her feet. Chapter 37, Reunion. Lin Yan bit down on the gauze, wrapping it around her shoulder tightly before fastening her clothing. She raised her head to the mirror, the wound on her neck still apparent. Dipping her fingertip into some ointment, she applied it, allowing it to dissolve, before taking a sterile dressing to cover it and securing it with medical tape. Gazing at her reflection, she frowned. Her appearance was quite unappealing, reminiscent of a cake riddled with holes. Nonetheless, she reassured herself that with time, it would heal. As she thought this, she instinctively reached for the mechanical stick at her lower back, only to realize she had discarded it long ago. Startled, she grabbed a fruit knife from the table. Testing its weight in her hand, it would suffice. With everything in order, Lin Yan donned her mask, lowered the brim of her hat, and swung her backpack over her shoulder, striding confidently through the door. The car awaited her at the entrance of the sanatorium. As she climbed in, the driver lowered his voice. "Miss, we have confirmed that the mortuary is heavily guarded. The guards change shifts every half hour, and the surveillance cameras cover the entire facility without any blind spots." Lin Yan leaned languidly against the back of the seat, glancing at the tablet in her palm and familiarizing herself with the layout of the premises. 5 minutes should suffice. Can we achieve a power outage for that duration? The driver pondered briefly. Yes, it is possible, but if the master finds out. He glanced at her through the rear-view mirror. Lin Yan was nestled in her seat, her complexion pale from lingering illness, and her injuries made the situation exceedingly perilous. Lin Yan smiled faintly, sitting up slightly. "How long have you been following me?" The driver hesitated, uncertain of her intentions. Lin Yan spoke with a calm demeanor, closing her eyes to rest. The driver, however, felt a chill run through him, swallowing hard. Not only did Lin Yan hold sway over his family's secrets and lives, but the incident where she had threatened Lin Yuan with suicide illustrated that, while it may seem a mutually destructive confrontation, Lin Yan had emerged as the victor. As long as she lived, she remained Lin Yuan's sole heir, an undeniable truth and an inescapable fate. Until Lin Yuan's passing, and indeed, even the entire Jing Tai would be at stake. Offending her would yield no benefit. "I dare not, miss. You are my only master." The scenery outside the car window raced by as darkness enveloped the night. The coastal province's funeral home was situated on a hillside at the city's outskirts, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, in a desolate area. Mid-journey, Lin Yan instructed the driver to halt, disembarking to proceed on foot. Glancing at her wristwatch, she noted it was 11:30 at night. "Await my command to cut the power," she instructed. The driver immediately stood at attention, nearly saluting. "Yes, miss. I shall be waiting for you at the hillside once your task is complete." Lin Yan nodded slightly, shouldering her bag as she vanished into the impenetrable darkness of the forest. She deliberately avoided the main road to elude passing vehicles and surveillance cameras, for being seen at this hour could lead to complications. Gritting her teeth, she cast a glance back at the brightly lit funeral home, readjusting her backpack before continuing her ascent. As she pushed through the dense underbrush, branches scraped painfully against her face. Lin Yan lowered her body, crawling forward. When the searchlight swept her way, she relaxed and lay flat on the ground, her dark trench coat blending seamlessly with the night. Counting to 3, she waited for the spotlight to shift in another direction before springing up, leaping gracefully to the base of the wall. Pressing her body tightly against it in a perfect line, she activated the visual phone on her wrist, whispering urgently, "Cut." In an instant, the brightly illuminated building plunged into darkness, the computer screens in the monitoring room going black. The searchlights ceased their operation. Chaos ensued as personnel rushed out, shouting, "What happened? What's going on? The power's out suddenly? Guards, go check." Amidst the confusion, a head peeked over the wall. Lin Yan took a leap, landing with precision, though fatigue took its toll, causing her ankle to twist slightly. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she struggled to rise. Who's there?" A flashlight beam swept in her direction, and several guards armed with electric batons rushed over, but the area was already deserted. "Damn it, I definitely heard something just now. Am I seeing ghosts?" The leading man swiftly slapped the speaker's head, rebuking, "Stop talking nonsense. Can't you see where we are? Are your eyes deceiving you?" In the shadows by the western wall, Song Yuhang pulled her hood over her head. The power outage was rather convenient, wasn't it? Seizing the moment when the guards were distracted, she slipped through an open window, carefully shutting it behind her. This appeared to be an office. Activating the glow on her watch, she surveyed her surroundings and, finding no immediate danger, retrieved a map of the facility from her pocket. After pinpointing her target, She tapped the map twice before stowing it away, stealthily pushing the door open and darting into the corridor. Lin Yan pressed a hand to her injured shoulder, gasping for breath as she attempted to steady herself, crouching low by the windowsill to listen to the commotion outside. The flashlight beam flickered erratically, illuminating the room through the window. She remained perfectly still until the footsteps faded away, leaving the hallway silent. From her backpack, she extracted a fruit knife for self-defense and cautiously opened the door. She had merely 5 minutes to traverse the corridor and locate the morgue. After that, the cameras would capture her position in an instant. Fortunately, prior to her arrival, Lin Yan had familiarized herself with the layout. As she darted towards the corridor, a group of guards armed with flashlights approached. How fortuitous that the power had gone out at such a moment. She decided to slip away and investigate the control room. With a swift motion, Lin Yan concealed herself in a stall of the adjacent women's restroom. As the guards gradually moved away, she stealthily emerged, adhering closely to the wall. Ascending to the 3rd floor, she found the morgue adjacent to the cold storage room. As she navigated the staircase, her gaze wandered, taking in the desolate scene of the mortuary, devoid of life, each chamber cloaked in darkness. She swallowed hard, rubbing her bare arms to fend off the chill. And upon raising her eyes, she finally spotted the sign for the 3rd floor. Suppressing the pain in her ankles, Lin Yan hurried towards it, her flat shoes making no sound against the floor. The watch on her wrist vibrated gently, a reminder that time was of the essence. She pressed against the airtight door, activating her watch and swiftly adjusting the settings, the stopwatch numbers racing backward.
5, 4, 3.
Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and at last, she heard a faint beep. The airtight door swung open. She quickly slipped inside, just as a shadow lunged at her, propelling her into the morgue. The corridor surveillance camera flickered back to life, its red light illuminating the scene as the door sealed shut. In the darkness, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Lin Yan unsheathed a fruit knife, aiming a precise and lethal strike at her assailant's throat. However, Song Yuhang deftly tilted her head to evade the blow, seizing Lin Yan's wrist and pulling her closer. Without hesitation, Lin Yan retaliated with a kick. But her waning strength allowed Song Yuhang to exploit her moment of weakness, wrapping her arms around Lin Yan's waist and pushing her against the wall. Lin Yan attempted to strike her head with her elbow. "It's me." The elbow halted a mere inch from Song Yuhang's temple. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her. Song Yuhang pulled down her mask, their eyes locking, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "It's me, Song Yuhang. We meet again, Forensic Dr. Lin." After more than 2 months apart, their reunion occurred in such an unsettling place. Lin Yan, observing her smile and the glint in her eyes amidst the darkness, felt an unexpected familiarity, perhaps due to their shared peril. Especially in their current position, far from awkward, it felt rather intimate. Lin Yan's knife hand was pinned against the wall, rendering her immobile, while Song Yuhang's arm restricted her other hand. Their toes brushed against each other, their bodies pressed closely, and her words tickled Lin Yan's face. Through gritted teeth, Lin Yan exclaimed, "You didn't die?" Song Yuhang, unfazed, replied, "Wasn't it you who insisted I should live?" Lin Yan felt a lump in her throat, nearly choking on her own words. Yet Song Yuhang smiled again, tightening her grip on Lin Yan's wrist. "I am quite obedient." Lin Yan winced as the knife was wrested from her grasp and tucked away into Song Yuhang's pocket. "As long as you don't point a knife at me, it's safe. Confiscated." Lin Yan, was filled with frustration, struggling to push her away, only to be silenced and lifted against the wall by someone. Song Yuhang wedged one leg between the two of us, her entire back seamlessly pressed against the wall, while she was inextricably close to me. I shook my head vigorously, desperate to break free from the constraints, as Song Yuhang whispered in my ear, urging me to remain silent, for someone was approaching. A few erratic beams of flashlight flickered beneath the airtight door, sending a chill down my spine. Was it possible that we were truly haunted this evening? After enduring a power outage, just when I thought we were safe, here came the commotion. From beyond a metal door, a voice emerged. Another person scoffed 3 times deridingly, "Pa, pa, pa, such a jinx. What kind of place is this? If there were truly any disturbance, what would become of us?" The group exchanged dubious glances, circling the airtight door, though the locks appeared intact. The original speaker straightened, scratching his head. Could it be that I misheard? I distinctly heard voices from within. One companion glanced at the dark room, shivering. "Have you been watching too many horror films?" A sigh of relief escaped my lips. I began to prepare to input the electronic code on the airtight door, the beeping sound echoing nearby, causing beads of cold sweat to form. I sensed that Song Yuhang tightened her embrace around me. Her heavy breaths brushed against my earlobe, creating an oddly tantalizing sensation. Silenced by her hand over my mouth, my lips tasted of her palm, mingled with the scent of sweat and the warmth of sun-kissed skin. I squinted slightly, and Song Yuhang, aware of my intentions, braced for my next move. Sure enough, the next moment brought a sharp pain to my palm, nearly causing me to cry out in front of the guards. I bit down fiercely, treating it as mere tooth sharpening. Little wolf cub. The term sprang to Song Yuhang's mind just as the airtight door swung open. Beams of flashlight pierced through the swirling mist, illuminating the space within. Instantly, Song Yuhang tensed. As we stood in the shadows behind the door, aware that a single step forward could expose us, she swallowed hard, our breaths and heartbeats synchronizing in an almost surreal rhythm. Strangely, amidst such tension, she found herself distracted by the peculiar sensation of my tongue brushing against her palm. It was an unprecedented feeling, so much so that even the usually composed Song Yuhang felt beads of sweat trickle down her forehead. Perhaps it was the frequent swallowing that left her throat inexplicably dry. The delicate floral scent enveloping her intensified, compelling Song Yuhang to bury her face deeper into my neck. A piece of gauze there pricked her eyes painfully. Had the guards not lingered, she would have torn it away to investigate. Her curiosity about me was palpable. With every inch she drew closer, I bit down harder, as if in a mutual act of retaliation, neither willing to relent. The door loomed ever closer to them, the beam of the flashlight illuminating the floor inch by inch, until it cast its glow upon the wall beside them, just a fraction away from descending further. The chaotic sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. What are you doing here? Opening the morgue door in the dead of night? You're letting all the cold air escape. Shut it immediately. Don't you know the circuit breaker in the control room is malfunctioning? Hurry up and fix it. As the beam of light withdrew, several individuals nodded in compliance and promptly closed the airtight door. Yes, we understand. We will attend to it right away. The world once again succumbed to darkness. Lin Yan exhaled, and when the footsteps finally faded into silence, the taste of iron lingered on her tongue. She felt somewhat drained, her jaw aching, and she was the first to break the silence. Lin Yan inhaled several deep breaths of fresh, cool air, shivering slightly. Hey, it's all right. There was a look on Song Yuhang's face that Lin Yan had never witnessed before, one imbued with tenderness, sorrow, regret, guilt, and a hint of possessiveness that even she herself was unaware of. The latter sentiment was all too familiar to Lin Yan, having seen it etched on the faces of nearly everyone she had ever been intimate with. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, and she averted her gaze, adopting a teasing tone. What? Does team leader Song wish to embrace me in the morgue until the end of time? She often employed just to mask her own insecurities. Song Yuhang was unfazed. She merely fixed her gaze upon Lin Yan's face, enunciating each word carefully. You've lost weight. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow in annoyance. They were standing too close for her comfort. Such proximity inevitably steered any normal conversation towards an ambiguous terrain. It was less that she disliked Song Yuhang's closeness, and more that she resented anything veering towards a direction beyond her control. Song Yuhang was an unexpected occurrence, a series of unforeseen events. Is it losing weight a good thing? Am I not allowed to diet? Lin Yan retorted. That's not dieting. It's clearly starvation. Song Yuhang hissed in a low voice near her ear. The moment she embraced her, she realized just how much weight Lin Yan had lost. She was almost nothing but skin and bones. The current Lin Yan was merely a hollow shell, incapable of withstanding even a few blows. Lin Yan detected the tremor in Song Yuhang's voice. What had initially been a casual glance revealed shimmering tears in her eyes, causing Lin Yan's heart to quiver. She bit her lip and refrained from speaking further. You want me to avoid self-destruction while you seek out your own demise, Lin Yan? Does that hold any significance? She finally uttered Lin Yan's full name, no longer addressing her as forensic Dr. Lin, but rather in this vulnerable context. You say He Miao should not have died unjustly. What about you? At merely 32, remarkable and exceptional, with a boundless future ahead of you. Are you content with this? Lin Yan finally raised her gaze to meet Song Yuhang's eyes, but her expression was one of disdain, sarcasm, and utter scorn. She lightly tapped her chest with a hand she could move, articulating clearly, the real Lin Yan died long ago, at the age of 6. What stands before you now is merely a shell, a demon. She had once briefly existed, dragged from the abyss, chasing after a ray of sunlight in hopes of becoming a better version of herself, only to be thrust back into a deeper, colder mire by the harshness of reality. Lin Yan had perished, yet she had lived on. She underwent a profound transformation, donning a new, ruthless mask. The longer she wore it, the more she nearly forgot what her original self had been like. I refuse to accept this, be it her shell or the demon within. I know only that you are Lin Yan, the forensic doctor of the Jiangcheng Municipal Bureau's Technical Investigation Division, the Lin Yan who stands alive before me. My comrade in life and death, Lin Yan. The phrases life and death and comrade are imbued with such beauty, almost enough to evoke a radiant sun upon remembrance. A gentle breeze unfurled a corner of Lin Yan's heavy heart as she gazed vacantly at the youthful officer before her. She was so vibrant and full of life. In her tranquility, she resembled the slowly flowing blue skies and white clouds at dusk. She remained unhurried, neither competing nor striving, able to occupy the same position for years without a hint of complaint. Yet, she harbored a fierce disdain for evil. Even when her views diverged from Lin Yan's, she was resolute in her quest for truth, willing to pursue it in her own manner. When she set into motion, she was like a bolt of lightning, her fists whirling through the air like a tempest, striking the enemy with ferocity, carving a pathway to escape with her flesh and blood. She was imbued with righteousness and loyalty. She did not concern herself with which Lin Yan she represented. She only cared that she was Lin Yan, the one standing before her, the Lin Yan with whom she had shared life and death. It felt as if they had exchanged glances in a time long past. In the darkness, their eyes locked for what felt like an eternity, the silence broken only by their synchronized breaths. Even the humming of the cold air in the morgue faded into oblivion. Lin Yan pursed her lips slightly, turning her head away, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace. Song Yuhang held her head, nearly pressing her into herself. Her voice a blend of restraint and pleading. Don't die, don't die. She finally uttered those words. I'm sorry, I cannot promise you that. Her fate had been sealed from the very beginning. She was destined to relentlessly pursue the truth, even at the cost of her own life. Lin Yan, in this world, there are indeed those who wish for your survival. You possess the right to choose. However, once the switch of death is flipped, it signifies a return to zero. The game forever concluded, with no opportunity for a fresh start. Song Yuhang felt that her unspoken words remained unfinished, yet she sensed Lin Yan's body stiffening, her silent resistance palpable. She believed that expressing her next thoughts might come off as abrupt, but she understood it all the same. It was not only Lin Yan. Anyone before her attempting to end their life would elicit the same conviction from her. She steadfastly believed that living required far more courage than dying. And living would always present the promise of tomorrow's sun, of good fortune yet to come, would it not? Lin Yan had never imagined that there would come a day when she and Song Yuhang would reconcile, let alone embrace each other. And, even more astonishing, was that their first true embrace would occur in the morgue. Absurd and laughable as it may be, it undeniably transpired. As Song Yuhang felt the small hand gripping the fabric of her back, a triumphant smile graced her lips. Let me see the wound on your neck, she proclaimed, attempting to lift her hand to uncover the bandage around Lin Yan's neck. Lin Yan tried to block her, but instead found herself pinned with her hands twisted above her head. Enraged and embarrassed, Lin Yan retaliated with a knee strike. Song Yuhang's face paled, retreating several steps while clutching her groin, her expression one of agony, unable to articulate her words as she trembled and pointed at Lin Yan. With her backpack casually slung over her shoulder, Lin Yan triumphantly brushed away her bangs that had fallen over her eyes. You give a little color and suddenly want to run a dye shop. Do you know that roses have thorns? Watching Lin Yan approach the mortuary's refrigeration unit, Song Yuhang limped after her, declaring, just wait. You'll see how ruthless I can be. Chapter 38. Autopsy. Lin Yan activated her penlight, methodically searching through the rows of cold storage. She was looking for the name and number. Following closely behind, Song Yuhang crouched down. This must be him. She opened the lowest compartment, and a wave of cold air rushed forth, causing Lin Yan to shudder momentarily. Before she could utter a word, a coat draped over her shoulders, still retaining its owner's warmth. Lin Yan glanced up to find Song Yuhang had stepped back, crouched nearby in a white short-sleeved t-shirt, seemingly fearful of another strike. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin Yan's lips, although neither had ever seen the vulture in person. One was a chief of criminal investigation while the other wielded wealth and power. Obtaining a photograph of the vulture would be a trivial task. Despite the body being severely bloated, the forensic instinct immediately confirmed that this individual was indeed the vulture. Lin Yan retrieved a small toolbox from her bag, her mouth never resting. As a chief investigator, you could pursue cases openly and honestly. Why stoop to come to a place like this? Song Yuhang pondered for a moment, but refrained from sharing her confinement experience. It's a case directly under the provincial department. I cannot interfere. Lin Yan hesitated briefly in her gloved movements as she examined the deceased's eyelids. Don't you find it rather strange? She mused. If the individual had still been alive, following this lead could have unveiled more lurking dangers surrounding Lin Yan. However, she didn't dwell on this thought. She was accustomed to it. The scar-faced man was neither the first, nor would he be the last to wish her harm. As the sole heir of the Jingtai group, she had faced countless life-threatening situations, hence her deliberate practice of Brazilian jiu-jitsu for self-defense. What concerned her more was another matter. Why have our movements been exposed? She continued, her hands still in motion. The conjunctival hemorrhage was visibly present, and the livor mortis was faint. Aside from the liver, the rest of the skin was pallid. Lin Yan switched the penlight to high beam mode, using a cotton swab to extract a bit of mushroom-like foam from the deceased's nasal cavity. The signs indicated drowning, indeed. Observing her busy work, Song Yuhang remained silent for a moment before responding, I don't know. A faint smirk curved Lin Yan's lips, laced with sarcasm. It seems this ghost is quite adept at hiding. Song Yuhang illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight, declaring firmly that henceforth, whether it be a person or a specter, she would not allow Lin Yan to engage in such perilous pursuits alone. Lin Yan smiled slightly as she pried open the deceased's mouth, retorting, it's not that serious. Mid-sentence, she sensed the weight of Yuhang's gaze upon her, instinctively meeting his eyes. Their stares locked, and she noted the tension in Yuhang's tightly pressed lips, indicating he was not jesting. Feeling a wave of discomfort, Lin Yan averted her gaze. Yuhang switched the flashlight to his other hand, wiping his injured one on his clothing before concealing it behind his back. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. In the cramped confines of the freezer's lowest shelf, where they could only crouch head-to-head, Lin Yan inadvertently leaned closer to Yuhang, her neck drawing near to his line of sight, while his gaze subtly traced her form. Closing her eyes, Lin Yan concluded that further examination of the corpse was futile. Through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, Song Yuhang, are you observing the body, or me? Awakened by her words, the officer, who had been preoccupied, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I'll stand guard at the entrance. He made to leave, plunging them once again into darkness, without the beam of the flashlight. Lin Yan meticulously inspected the corpse from head to toe, even scrutinizing the spaces beneath the fingernails. Observing her diligently extracting new items from the forensic kit, Yuhang chuckled, you seem quite well prepared. Lin Yan rolled her eyes, ignoring him. Had she known he was unaware of her well-equipped forensic laboratory in the villa, his jaw would surely have dropped. Mastery in technical skills requires continuous practice. Hand me a evidence bag, she instructed. Yuhang bit down on the flashlight, rummaging through her bag to produce a bag for evidence, which he opened and offered to her. After sealing the evidence bag and tucking it into her own pack, Yuhang nodded, all right. But it cannot be processed at the Forensic Identification Center under the Ministry of Public Security. Lin Yan continued her work undeterred, responding, I am well aware of that. You needn't concern yourself, I have my own channels. Pass me that fingerprint inking device, she commanded. Yuhang retrieved a steel rod approximately 5 centimeters long from the toolbox. Lin Yan wrapped it in a layer of white paper, instructing Yuhang to apply it to the fingers of the corpse. Though puzzled, he complied. With the inking device now prepared, Lin Yan rolled it along the fingers, swiftly resolving the issue at hand. Yuhang regarded her with newfound respect, bathed in admiration. Lin Yan's confidence soared as she remarked, well, it seems my efforts were not in vain. Yuhang earnestly nodded, it's better to arrive fortuitously than to arrive early. This inquiry struck a chord, rendering Yuhang momentarily speechless until he stammered, the newspaper. Lin Yan was taken aback, what newspaper? The newspaper from today, no. Yesterday, Yuhang clarified, glancing at his watch, realizing it had already passed midnight. From the perspective of a seasoned detective with years of experience, I find it hard to believe that this individual would commit such a fundamental error. Based on my understanding of you, if you had sensed something amiss, you would have been eager to investigate. Thus, I decided to take a chance. To my astonishment, serendipity smiled upon me, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Heaven knows how exhilarated she was at that moment when Lin Yan charged towards her with a knife. Lin Yan stared at her blankly, causing the person before her to feel a bit bashful as she awkwardly touched her nose and averted her gaze under Lin Yan's scrutiny. You truly are one of a kind, Song Yuhang said with a wry smile. What can I say? I had no way of contacting you. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Did you even attempt to reach me? You only visited me at the detention center once, remember? After that refusal, you never returned. How absurd. She had even worried about her injuries, and Lin Yan began to grind her teeth in frustration. Upon noticing the change in her expression, Song Yuhang quickly waved her hand. I genuinely did not. I even enlisted someone to find you. However, after more than a month, her informant had conveyed no news, whether successful or not. As this thought crossed her mind, a pang of concern struck her, causing her smile to fade. Lin Yan had already turned her face away, disdainfully scoffing. Who truly knows, Officer Song? Song Yuhang was not the type to boast about her efforts. And she did not wish Lin Yan to discover the disgraceful incident at the detention center, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. She ceased her attempts at defense, watching as Lin Yan retrieved a scalpel from the toolbox, poised to make an incision. In a swift motion, she grasped Lin Yan's wrist, demanding, "What are you doing?" The scalpel hovered ominously over the deceased's chest, and Lin Yan struggled, performing an autopsy. What else? A surface examination cannot determine whether he drowned while alive or was merely disposed of in the water post-mortem. Song Yuhang remained resolute. That is still unacceptable. Our presence here tonight has already crossed the legal threshold. We cannot afford to err further. Lin Yan laughed in exasperation. He's already dead. What more are we discussing regarding boundaries? Once I finish, I can stitch him back up. Don't you want to uncover the truth? Don't you wish to know how he died and who orchestrated this? Song Yuhang's grip tightened, refusing to relent, her delicate wrist quickly reddening under pressure. Lin Yan gritted her teeth, reluctantly using her other hand to pry at Song Yuhang's fingers. I certainly wish to know, but not in this manner. Stitches will leave traces. Should anyone discover this, Lin Yan, your career will be over. Mind your own business. Let go of me. Let go. Lin Yan's eyes blazed with urgency as she struck at Song Yuhang, yet the latter remained unfazed. Put down the scalpel first, and then I will release you. Lin Yan panted, her chest rising and falling heavily. Fine, I will let go. I must have been cursed to encounter such a stubborn mule like you. As she spoke, she drew her hand back towards herself, and Song Yuhang instinctively followed her movement. Lin Yan's left hand stealthily reached for a hemostat, a glint of cold light flashing as it aimed towards Song Yuhang's face, compelling her to relinquish her grip. Song Yuhang had long been prepared. She averted her head just in time, intent on teaching her a lesson. Grasping Lin Yan's wrist, she pulled her towards herself, causing Lin Yan to almost collapse onto the corpse. A pang of sympathy stirred within her, and as she observed the defiance, grievance, and rage etched in Lin Yan's eyes amidst the darkness, she recognized the raw intensity of her emotions, evident as the corners of her eyes turned red. Song Yuhang pressed her lips together, feeling her resolve wane. As this thought surfaced, the grip on Lin Yan's wrist loosened, and she witnessed Lin Yan falter and fall backward. There was no time to intervene. As Lin Yan dropped to the ground, the instruments in her hands clashed against the cold floor, emitting a sharp, piercing sound, akin to a ticking time bomb plunging into a tranquil lake. Song Yuhang sensed the ripples of impending chaos stirring violently. She swiftly helped Lin Yan to her feet, lowering her voice to a fierce whisper. We must flee. Quickly. Close the refrigerator door. Just as Song Yuhang secured the door, the tumultuous sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the mortuary. Who's in the morgue? Go, check inside. With nowhere left to hide, she cast a desperate glance around before dashing to the window, bracing her shoulder against it, and pushing with all her might. Yet it remained immovable. Lin Yan limped over, breathless, advising, Don't waste your strength. The morgue windows are typically sealed from the outside. Skeptical, Song Yuhang persisted, ramming her shoulder against the window several times without yielding an inch. As the footsteps drew alarmingly close, beads of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. What do we do now? She asked. Lin Yan rummaged through her bag. Use this to break it. Song Yuhang weighed the makeshift window hammer in her hand, spitting into her palm for grip. Stand back. Give me space. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, leaving her hand bloodied. Ignoring the pain, she tied a secure knot with the rope Lin Yan handed her, pulling it taut. She glanced at Lin Yan's leg, having noticed it earlier. Lin Yan held a fruit knife defensively, the beam of her flashlight penetrating the seam of the airtight door and illuminating the floor of the mortuary. Remaining composed, she said, I'm fine. You go first, I'll be covered from below. Song Yuhang nodded, not lingering any longer, and climbed onto the windowsill. Gripping the rope and gazing at the back of Lin Yan's head, when I give the signal, jump. Lin Yan nodded slightly, casting a glance back, but Song Yuhang had already vanished, the rope tied to the windowsill taut. Lin Yan swallowed hard, a thin layer of sweat formed on her palms, making it nearly impossible to hold onto the knife. Just as the beeping of the airtight door began, a whistle echoed from below, confirming that Song Yuhang had landed safely. She slipped the knife into her bag and leaped onto the windowsill, a sharp pain shooting through her ankle. Sweat beads rolled down her forehead as Lin Yan gritted her teeth against the pain, gripping the rope tightly and descending rapidly. The pursuers burst through the door, and the entire compound resonated with piercing alarms, searchlights sweeping the area. Standing on the slope below, Song Yuhang spread her arms wide and commanded with a fierce shout, Jump. Lin Yan closed her eyes and released the rope, feeling an undeniable tension coursing through her. Though she had descended halfway, the height still loomed at 2 stories, and the thought of Song Yuhang failing to catch her or fleeing sent shivers down her spine. The consequences were unthinkable. Yet, before her anxiety could linger, she fell into a warm embrace. Lin Yan instinctively wrapped her arms around her neck. Both shared extensive military experience and knew how to mitigate the impact to minimize harm. As the world spun, Song Yuhang pressed Lin Yan's head against her chest, using her own body to shield her from the onslaught of debris. Lin Yan felt herself enveloped, unable to see anything, only aware of the dizzying turns and the painful friction against her hands, yet miraculously unscathed apart from that. Their descent culminated when Song Yuhang's back collided solidly with a towering tree, leaves cascading down around them. Lin Yan called out, but received no response. Tightening her lips in concern, she lay atop Song Yuhang, the dim light filtering through the trees obscuring any view of her condition. Only seeing her back pressed against the immense trunk, her head drooping to one side, uncertain if she had suffered a head injury. With great effort, Lin Yan lifted her torso and gently patted her face. Song Yuhang, wake up? The arms encircling her waist remained steadfast, and Lin Yan's voice quivered slightly as she cautiously checked for her breath. Song. Before she could finish, Song Yuhang coughed, dislodging the congealed blood from her throat. Her entire demeanor relaxing. She sat up, leaves falling from her hair, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering in the darkness. Cough, I'm fine. Lin Yan swiftly slapped her. Damn it, stop pretending to be dead. Song Yuhang, holding her face, stood up looking rather pitiful. I really just fainted. Let me explain. Following closely, Song Yuhang urged, don't walk so fast. Your feet are swollen like dough buns. Mind your own business. Go away. Song Yuhang draped an arm over her shoulder and another around her waist, supporting her just as she had done on a previous occasion. Take it slow, no rush. They won't catch up with us. Her rare smile revealed two prominent canine teeth, exuding a sunny and endearing charm. As if she could almost sprout a tail to wag happily. Lin Yan huffed but ceased her struggles. What animal are you? A monkey, why? Song Yuhang tilted her head in inquiry. Lin Yan turned her face away, though her lips betrayed a slight upward curve. I think you should be a dog instead. Chapter 39. Farewell. Did you bring your phone? Halfway down the mountain, as they approached the agreed meeting point, Song Yuhang suddenly remembered something and mentioned it. Lin Yan became alert, brushing off the hand resting on her shoulder, struggling to move forward with a limp. I didn't bring it. Song Yuhang would not allow her to escape so easily. Her grip around Lin Yan's waist remained firm as she pulled her back. With her right hand, she deftly reached into Lin Yan's right pocket, retrieving her phone. Lin Yan felt as if she might grind her teeth to dust. Song Yuhang. She reached out to snatch, but the other person gracefully stepped back. To prevent you from going missing again, I believe it is prudent for us to exchange phone numbers. It was unclear who had suggested it was unnecessary at the time. Lin Yan truly wished to ask her if that slap had hurt. However, Song Yuhang was not preoccupied with such thoughts. They had not formed a deep connection, and she simply found Lin Yan's arrogant demeanor exceedingly irritating. Yet, as time passed, she discovered that Lin Yan could be quite endearing at times, like now, when she stubbornly approached to snatch despite knowing she would not succeed. After exchanging a few more moves, Lin Yan found herself firmly trapped, panting. Who the hell wants her phone number? Give it back to me. Gazing at the face so close to her, her anger caused her eyes to redden. For reasons unknown, Song Yuhang felt a playful impulse. She held her phone overhead, a smile playing on her lips. Come and get it. If you can grab it, it's yours. Lin Yan, incensed by her provocation, lunged without thinking, only to feel a sharp pain in her ankle before she could even take off the ground, tumbling down instead. Quick as lightning, Song Yuhang caught her, and they stumbled back, colliding with a tree. Song Yuhang tucked a loose strand of hair behind Lin Yan's ear. Are you alright? Lin Yan looked up, her expression a mix of rage and subtle grievance, her lips pouting slightly, embodying a sense of vulnerability akin to a tiger fallen into misfortune. Amused, Song Yuhang barely had time to revel in her triumph when a gust of wind swept through, signaling an impending slap. She did not think to evade, instinctively closing her eyes. Yet, the anticipated slap never came. Lin Yan bit her lip, glancing at the bruises on Song Yuhang's forehead and the scratches from branches on her face, unable to follow through. Her long eyelashes fluttered lightly, unkempt but captivating, quivering with each breath. As she swallowed, her lips would subtly press together, the feminine Adam's apple moving rhythmically. The trapezius muscles accentuated her elongated and powerful neck. Her lips, though lighter in color, appeared full and soft. Song Yuhang picked up the clothes that had fallen to the ground and followed suit. Hey, wait for me. Aren't you going to keep your phone? Lin Yan shouted from within the woods. Get lost. I don't need it. I have plenty. Despite her words, when they reached the meeting point, Song Yuhang returned the phone to her. Lin Yan's phone was brand new, with only her name listed in the contacts. Song Yuhang, undeterred, replied earnestly, "It's fine. I can remember it." The driver, seated at the front, discreetly lowered his sunglasses, stealing glances at them through the rear-view mirror. Lin Yan's veins throbbed at her temples. "Song Yuhang, couldn't you use that cleverness for something else? And why are you in my car?"
Get out.
Song Yuhang blinked innocently. "It's 2:30 in the morning, in the wilderness. I can't catch a ride." Just as Lin Yan was about to retort, "I'll call you a cab," she smiled slightly, revealing her canines, looking utterly harmless. "Just a friendly reminder, if you don't leave soon. The police are on their way." The driver pressed the gas pedal, setting off, while Lin Yan continued to struggle. "Did I tell you to drive? Did I say to drive? Throw her out of the car." Song Yuhang gently secured her seatbelt while smiling, advising her to remain seated during the drive. Were it not for the soundproofing of the car windows, the sharp invectives from forensic expert Lin would have startled the birds resting on the branches. Song Yuhang discreetly exhaled, mentally cataloging their belongings. Collected evidence, check. Lin Yan's toolbox, check. Fruit knife, check. Her coat, check. Rope. A chill ran down her spine. They had both neglected to wear gloves upon their descent, and the friction between skin and fibers would undoubtedly leave traces. Lin Yan, lazily leaning against the chair's back, glanced at her with a sardonic smile. "Did you truly think I would arrange for just one person to assist?" Taken aback, Song Yuhang realized that despite her impulsiveness, she had indeed devised a meticulous plan. First, cutting the power to paralyze the entire facility, then using a universal electronic decoder to breach the airtight door lock, and coordinating two waves of assistance. Her actions were a blend of bravery and cunning. The only variable was herself. As if reading her thoughts, Lin Yan turned her gaze toward the white walls outside the sanatorium, remarking, "However, without you, I would have truly struggled to descend from the third floor. I might have." "Miss, we have arrived." The driver pressed the brakes and smoothly halted at the roadside. Unbeknownst to her, there existed such a secluded haven within the provincial capital. Nestled amidst the mountains, a retreat surrounded by water, accessible only by a winding, narrow path. The white walls and azure tiles, with their ancient eaves hidden behind towering, verdant trees, revealed an iron gate that required both fingerprint and iris verification to unlock, a seamless fusion of antiquity and modernity. Her current condition rendered her unfit to walk, and the caretaker gently assisted her into a wheelchair. The longing felt during their separation was palpable, yet upon reuniting, she was inexplicably struck by how swiftly time seemed to pass. The lingering warmth in her arms, accompanied by a delicate fragrance, was destined to dissipate. In that moment, as Song Yuhang observed her silhouette, an overwhelming sense of reluctance welled within her. She wished for the night to stretch on indefinitely. The typically reserved individual refrained from interrupting, silently watching her depart, allowing the tumult of emotions within to churn while remaining steadfast. Unexpectedly, the wheelchair halted, and Lin Yan turned amid the lush mountains, her features seemingly shrouded in a mist. "Since you are here, let us proceed inside for an examination." Upon entering the two-story building, modest in size yet fully equipped, the scent of disinfectant assailed them. Peering through several open doors revealed medical facilities rivaling those of formal hospitals in larger cities. The corridor was tranquil. Prior to Song Yuhang's arrival, Lin Yan had been the sole patient in the entire establishment. After dismounting from the machine, the X-ray results were in an ankle sprain, narrowly avoiding a fracture, necessitating a period of proper bed rest. The doctor applied an elastic bandage in an H-shaped pattern, while Lin Yan supported herself on the hospital bed, her arm trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she gritted her teeth in silence. When it was Song Yuhang's turn, she had sustained an injury to her back and needed an X-ray to determine if there was any damage to her spine. Despite her usual generosity, she seemed rather hesitant. "I don't think I need one," she said. Lin Yan looked at her quizzically. "Why not? Didn't you just cough up blood?" "That was just blood-stained phlegm."
"I'll be fine."
"I'm tough and resilient," she replied. "What? Are you embarrassed to seek medical attention?" Lin Yan, having dressed herself, was assisted by the butler as she got out of bed. "Madam, you cannot wear undergarments with underwire. It will interfere with the machine's scanning results." Song Yuhang's face flushed with embarrassment. Changing in front of so many, especially with Lin Yan present, was beyond her. Just moments ago, Lin Yan. The bespectacled doctor adjusted his glasses and stated matter-of-factly, "Miss, you are injured in your foot, while you are injured in your back." Lin Yan looked at her with sympathy, shrugging her shoulders as if to say there was nothing she could do. "Once you enter a hospital, you become like meat on a chopping block, at the mercy of others." She limped over to Song Yuhang, observing her reddened complexion and clucking in mock amusement. "Could it be that I've hit the nail on the head? You truly are a..." Before she could utter the word virgin, Song Yuhang shot her a fierce glare. "Shut up and get out." For reasons unknown, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy at her outburst. Oh, come on. You can't even let me speak? Here you are, quite advanced in years. Yet you lack not only a love life, but also the ability to change clothes for a checkup without fuss. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Yuhang pulled her in close, their foreheads touching, resembling two very intimate friends sharing a secret. Only Lin Yan knew what her warm breath beside her ear conveyed. What's wrong with being a virgin? Haven't you ever seen a pig run? With that, she was shoved out the door. Just in time for the butler to catch her. Lin Yan watched in disbelief as she was playfully dismissed after being teased, her anger boiling over. Damn you, Song Yuhang. I should never have let you in. The butler smiled faintly, a reaction quickly noted by Lin Yan. What are you laughing at? What's so amusing? As he guided her back to the hospital room, he in his 50s had watched Lin Yan grow up, and there were some things he could say that others could not. When Lin Yan pressed him for answers, he responded candidly. You are much more vibrant when you are with Miss Song. This vibrancy encompassed various aspects, not just her eyes, expressions, and gestures, but also the heartfelt anger or joy that he could perceive. In her childhood, Lin Yan had been cautious, fearful of making a mistake that could cost her life. By the age of 6, she had already learned how to protect herself. In her adolescence, she began training in martial arts, her skills and family background fueling her arrogance. She frequently transferred schools, often due to disciplinary actions for fighting, becoming notorious as a transfer student in Jiangcheng until she met Chu Nan. Those 6 years from middle school to high school were perhaps the happiest of her life. In adulthood, however, Lin Yan donned a mask of hypocrisy, waywardness, and a cold, acerbic demeanor. She often conceals her true self behind a myriad of feigned smiles. Few things genuinely provoke her anger, and hardly anyone can bring her authentic joy. Yet, when Officer Song granted her entry moments ago, a genuine smile flickered across her face. Even during their quarrelsome exchanges, her expressions were unmasked by laughter and scorn, infusing her demeanor with vivid vitality. This was delightful to behold, lifting the spirits of those around her. And it had been a long time since such liveliness graced her presence. Lin Yan paused, feeling a twinge of melancholy as she touched her face. Did I? Surely not. The butler stifled a smile, yet refrained from elaborating. You do not, for your emotions are plainly written on your visage. Meanwhile, as Song Yuhang underwent a physical examination, another autopsy was taking place in a dimly lit room in Jiang City. A man wielded a knife, methodically slicing open the body before him, blood gushing forth and dripping from the morgue table. After a flurry of frantic murmurs, he cradled a bloodied organ, inspecting it with a rapturous, almost frenzied delight. However, within moments the blood cooled. The man's lips gradually relaxed. As if he were ensnared in a splendid dream, he was reluctant to abandon. He meticulously examined the organ, treating it like a treasured possession, searching for a vessel to contain it. In a moment of carelessness, a slippery object slipped from his grasp and tumbled into the dust. Oh no! He bellowed, attempting to retrieve it, only to find it soiled and utterly cold. His eyes turned a furious crimson. The sound of frantic knocking echoed through the stillness of the rainy night, creating an eerie atmosphere. When a woman burst in, she witnessed him raise the knife high, poised to strike the table, chanting, "Useless thing, die, die, die." The scene was a grotesque tableau of carnage, a slimy piece of viscera landing at her feet, causing her to scream and collapse to the ground in shock. As Song Yuhang underwent her examination, she surveyed the room's decor, finding it reminiscent of a clandestine battlefield hospital rather than a modern medical facility. The initial air of stringent vigilance aside, the bulletproof doors and windows left her perplexed. What kind of place is this? Why is it unmarked on any map? The meticulous doctor concluded the examination, drafting a report. The patient is in good health, with only soft tissue bruising and subcutaneous hematomas. A minor cut from glass on the right hand requires cleansing and suturing, along with hemostasis, and a left turn upon exiting. As he spoke, he handed her a slip adorned with his elegant script, devoid of any insignia. Miss Song, shall we proceed to the cleansing room? This way, please, the butler kindly gestured. Song Yuhang glanced at the elderly man, his hair interspersed with silver strands. She had encountered him on that rainy night at the Lin family villa. The butler smiled faintly, as if aware of her thoughts. I have yet to introduce myself. My surname is Lin. I have been by the young lady's side since childhood, watching her grow. You may call me Butler Lin. This is the secret base number 03, the young lady's private sanatorium. I am delighted to welcome its first guest. Song Yuhang was momentarily taken aback, her attention fixating on the word private. The butler continued to lead her forward, refraining from divulging too much about the internal strife within the Lin family, merely reiterating, indeed, private. This implied that it was Lin Yan's personal enterprise, detached from the Lin family and unencumbered by paternal legacy. She was wary of Lin Yan and others who harbored ill intentions toward her. At merely 32 years of age, the security, personnel, and infrastructure of this base had already taken shape. How many years had she been engaged in this endeavor? This was just the third base, were there not more, such as 04, 05, 06, or even beyond? What profound sense of insecurity had led her to become the person she was today? Reflecting on how every time she appeared beside Lin Yan, unless approaching directly, Lin Yan would invariably strike with lethal force, a sense of unease grew within Song Yuhang. These 32 years must have been quite arduous for her. Soon, they arrived at the debridement room. Song Yuhang gave a slight bow to the butler and, taking a list, entered on her own. Thank you. That night, there was no conversation. Lin Yan slept soundly. She had always struggled with insomnia. Thus sleep aids had been incorporated into her medication, compounded by her injuries, rendering her body exceptionally fatigued. By the time she awoke, Song Yuhang had already departed. Unbeknownst to her, having visited her before leaving. Chapter 40. Doubt. Team Song, you are back. Team Song, feeling better? Team Song. Song Yuhang nodded in acknowledgement, greeting her colleagues along the way as she entered the office with her bag. Months had passed. Although the account of her and Lin Yan's solitary confrontation with 4 criminals had not made it to the newspapers, it circulated widely within the public security system. Who had initiated such tales remained a mystery. Attention! Stand at ease.
Salute.
The busy detectives halted their tasks, turning to face her, hands raised to their temples. At ease. The office resumed its bustling activity as Song Yuhang set her bag down and approached the bulletin board. At the very bottom, under the sick leave section, her and Lin Yan's nameplates were affixed. The individual in the photograph wore a police uniform with striking eyebrows and eyes, and lips of fiery red. The slightly elevated chin exuded an air of defiance. With a seemingly casual gesture, she brushed her fingertips across the photo, delicately tearing down her nameplate and affixing it above in the duty personnel section. She then turned and immersed herself in the demanding work of criminal investigation. Before long, Feng Zhengwo sent someone to summon her. Song Yuhang set aside her tasks and approached, gently knocking on the door. Reporting in, Director Feng, you called for me? With a steady expression, she continued. Reporting in, I have some personal matters to attend to. Song Yuhang bore a countenance of righteousness, resolute in her demeanor. Reporting in, I dare not. According to regulations, failure to report for duty on time is not only an absence, but also a violation of the law. Feng Zhengwo closed the newspaper in his hands, his keen gaze reflecting sharply from behind his glasses as he regarded her, standing tall. It is good that you know. In a corner of the newspaper resting on the table, a report surfaced regarding a theft at the funeral home in Binhai province. Feng Zhengwo lifted his teacup and took a sip, seemingly casually remarking, no rush. There haven't been any significant cases lately, so you can take a breather.
Tell me.
How is your health? With the concern of the leaders from the municipal bureau and provincial department, I am much improved and can resume my duties. After all, having navigated the corridors of power for so many years, Song Yuhang could still utter a few pleasantries. Casting a glance at her right hand, which was tightly wrapped in gauze, she hesitated, words unspoken. Feng Zhengwo's gaze remained unchanged, appearing benevolent while meticulously observing her every subtle expression. I injured it while practicing on the sandbags, she finally confessed. For approximately half a minute, silence enveloped them, during which Song Yuhang inevitably recalled her conversation with Lin Yan the previous night. Lying in bed receiving intravenous fluids, she had watched Lin Yan from the opposite hospital bed. Lin Yan tilted her head, inquiring about her hand. Looking at her heavily bandaged palm, Song Yuhang smiled. It's nothing. If Director Feng asks, I'll claim it's from hitting the sandbags, as I often did before. Will he let you? Lin Yan began, but Song Yuhang interjected firmly, no. If he were to insist on unwrapping the bandage to inspect the injury, it would plant seeds of doubt between us. Do not underestimate Director Feng. He is a clever man and would not act so rashly. As expected, Feng Zhengwo frowned, setting down his teacup. You shouldn't be hitting sandbags until your injury is fully healed. I must say, you young people are rather exuberant. Song Yuhang chuckled. What can I say? Being confined can lead to idleness. Indeed, the topic had also arisen in her conversation with Lin Yan last night, to which she had expressed some frustration. I have a few old classmates in the provincial capital, perhaps. Before she could finish, Lin Yan dismissed the idea. Is that reliable? Are you certain that threats or inducements won't expose your whereabouts? Song Yuhang fell silent, but the woman's eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile graced her lips. I have an idea, though it may sacrifice Team Song's reputation. Song Yuhang regarded her, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze sweeping over Lin Yan. Oh? Lin Yan, in a mock display of annoyance, nearly lunged from her bed to scratch her. What are you thinking? It's not me. It's Lin Ge. Song Yuhang, somewhat bashfully echoing Lin Yan's words, smiled. Are we really discussing this? Feng Jiangwo cast her a sidelong glance, his expression taking on a rare seriousness. Could it be that there is something unspeakable? Song Yuhang recited her rehearsed lines, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's just a date. Feng Jiangwo, caught off guard, spluttered tea all over the newspaper, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. His expression became complex, reflecting a blend of emotions. Noticing his discomfort, Song Yuhang instinctively moved to take his cup, but Feng Jiangwo waved her off, signaling that it was unnecessary. Is it with that blind date? A rare blush of embarrassment crossed Song Yuhang's face as she shyly nodded, yes. The complexity of Feng Jiangwo's expression deepened, revealing a hint of paternal pride mixed with the reluctance of seeing a good girl courted by an unsuitable suitor. As for who was the good girl and who was the unsuitable suitor, he found it difficult to articulate. All right, you may go. As Song Yuhang turned to leave, she was abruptly called back. I warn you, work is work and family is family. Keep your distance from Lin Yan. If she shows any signs of trouble, remember to report it to the organization promptly, do you understand? Turning around, Song Yuhang stood at attention, her fingers aligned with the seam of her trousers as she saluted. Yes, director. Once outside the office, Song Yuhang retrieved her phone from her pocket and sent a text message. At the moment she received her message, Lin Yan was rolling up her sleeves, preparing for a blood draw by the same bespectacled doctor, who recited from a medical report. Miss, your health indicators are low. The new medication has shown some effect, but you must continue taking it and avoid non-injury related trauma, as this could significantly lower your immune levels. Your immune system is not fit to sustain injuries, especially those involving bleeding. During the day, she roamed the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng, apprehending thieves and miscreants. By night, when surveillance was required, she would occasionally spend the night in her car. On rare days off, she would have dinner with Lin Ge, which initially was merely a pretense. Yet over time, they forged a genuine friendship. The remaining hours were dedicated to tinkering with Lin Yan's mechanical staff. Following the methods taught by an old classmate, she sourced materials from a steel factory. 3 days later, she received 3 intact aluminum tubes, and she began to polish, repair, and weld according to the blueprint. Although she had once disassembled firearms in police school, she had never ventured into such territory. Initially, her fingertips were blistered and her hands were marred with wounds, yet eventually, she began to find her rhythm, growing increasingly adept. Everything seemed to be falling into place, including Lin Yan's health. She adhered to her medication schedule. The bandages on her foot were removed, and she began rehabilitation, sparring with her Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor and sweating profusely at the gym. She would also don a white coat, sitting quietly in the pathology lab for an entire day. Time flowed slowly, marked by a few rainfall showers. The mountains turned cold more swiftly, and the leaves gradually turned yellow, signaling the end of summer. Song Yuhang parked her electric scooter at the entrance of the city bureau and, swinging her keys, walked inside. Just in time to witness someone delivering flowers to the bureau, an extravagant bouquet of vibrant roses was thrust into a female officer's arms. Happy Qixi Festival. It dawned on her that quite some time had passed. The sight of the roses reminded her of Lin Yan and her remark, give a little color. And a dye shop opens. Do you know that roses have thorns? Everything that transpired that night, her brows, her eyes, her warmth, felt to Song Yuhang like a dream that had awakened before it was fully realized, yet precisely because of that, she harbored ample anticipation for their next meeting. They seldom communicated. Lin Yan had indeed mastered the art of maintaining distance. I won't reach out to you, and you shouldn't reach out to me. Yet, almost daily, whenever Song Yuhang passed by the bulletin board, she would steal a glance at Lin Yan's photo, quietly asking herself, are you feeling better today? Hey, Captain Song. Heading to work? Reluctantly, Song Yuhang tucked her phone away and walked inside with him. Yes, Captain Zhang, good morning. During the lunch break, several detectives with partners whispered about their plans for the evening, while the singles eagerly called upon friends to join in their revelries. Song Yuhang sat alone in her office chair, caught in an awkward juncture of age and position. Her years were at odds with the youthful officers in their 20s. Yet as a female leader, she had to carefully consider the implications of accepting invitations for drinks and meals, lest they be misconstrued as attempts at flattery. Ever perceptive, Song Yuhang refrained from participating in the various gatherings of her subordinates. Instead, her mind wandered to another matter. If she were to take a day off tomorrow, perhaps she could seize the fading summer to visit her once more. Before she could contemplate this for long, Lin Ge arrived as she was leaving work that afternoon, waiting for her at the entrance with a bouquet in hand. He was indeed a considerate and attentive man, aware that Song Yuhang preferred simplicity over ostentation. His understated vehicle and modest attire matched the uncomplicated sunflowers, daisies, and baby-esque breath he presented to her, alongside a few other unnamed embellishments. As he saw her approach, he extended the flowers, wishing her a happy Qixi festival and inquiring if she was free that evening for dinner. It was the end of the workday, and the bustling crowd at the city bureau's entrance was alive with activity. Just as Director Feng's driver opened the car door for him, the old director paused, glancing in their direction, prompting the driver to follow suit.
Well, would you look at that?
Song is being pursued. They exchanged incredulous looks, realizing that not only Director Feng but even Director Zhao might find a resolution to their own romantic yearnings. Unfazed, Song Yuhang received the flowers with a calm demeanor, as if accepting a gift from friend. Thank you, and happy Qixi festival to you as well. Their date with Lin Go was far from dreary. They dined at a mid-range restaurant, enjoying the lively atmosphere of a bustling eatery. Song Yuhang insisted on sharing the bill, opting for a split or alternating invitations. After their meal, if time permitted, they would engage in activities like bowling, archery, or table tennis. Yet they had never indulged in the typical couple's pastimes, such as watching movies or shopping. Perhaps this was why Song Yuhang increasingly felt that while Lin Go was indeed a good companion and their interactions were comfortable, something essential was missing, though she could not quite articulate what it was. It was far too difficult for someone with no romantic history to ponder such matters. It was easier for her to tackle a 5-kilometer cross-country run instead. Raising her bow, she released an arrow that struck the bullseye with precision. Lin Go, panting, sank into a seat, declaring, "I can't go on, let me rest." "All right, here, wipe your sweat," she offered, as she handed him a handkerchief along with a bottle of water. He truly was a remarkably thoughtful individual.
Thank you.
The cap had already been loosened. As she took a sip, she intended to use the handkerchief to wipe her brow, but her motion halted. A wave of distinctly masculine pheromones filled her nostrils, and she found herself yearning for the refreshing scent of Lin Yan's perfume, which was faint from a distance, yet sweetly pronounced up close. Lin Ge stood up. "All right. Let me give you a ride." No, I can take a taxi myself. Why spend money when I have a car?"
Come on, it's just a short walk.
Reluctantly, she acquiesced to his hospitality. He nearly epitomized the best a man could achieve: courteous, humorous, possessing an innate understanding, devoid of pretentiousness, eschewing displays of lineage, supremely humble, and respectful towards women and all marginalized groups. He escorted Song Yuhang to the mouth of the alley, personally opening the car door for her. As she parted her lips as if to speak, he interjected with a smile. "Miss Song, do not overthink it. In both sentiment and reason, you are a friend and colleague of Lin Yan. Your rescue of her is something our family deeply appreciates. My goodwill towards you is motivated by gratitude, as well as personal sentiment." He paused momentarily. Miss Song is quite special. She was aware that when Lin Go uttered those words, her heart remained tranquil, devoid of any tumult. The only ripples stirred were those concerning Lin Yan. Upon hearing that name, she instinctively thought of her, to the point of momentarily losing her focus. Noticing her distraction, Lin Go refrained from further elaboration. "Today, I merely shared a meal with a friend I connect with on a special day. Please do not take it to heart. Forgive my abruptness." Song Yuhang smiled and bid him farewell. "Not at all. Thanks to you. I would still be on duty. I will consider the matter of a formal relationship. Thank you." Lin Go responded with his familiar, hearty laughter. "Very well, I shall continue to strive." After parting from Lin Go, she walked home alone, her peripheral vision catching sight of a small girl selling flowers by the roadside. In front of her lay a basket adorned with a few bare roses, neglected and unattended. "Flowers for sale. Flowers for sale.
2 yuan each."
The girl's voice grew louder as she noticed someone approaching, her hoarse tones carried away by the wind. For some reason, the sight of the roses reminded her of Lin Yan. She felt akin to those solitary roses, lonely, overlooked, imperfect, yet beautifully unique. The small girl beamed, counting the stems, 5 in total, a number not particularly auspicious. She felt a twinge of embarrassment and attempted to wrap them. However, Song Yuhang had already extended 10 yuan. "No need for that, I shall take them as they are." The girl, around 14 or 15, had accomplished her task for the day, pocketing a handful of change and unexpectedly acquiring a bouquet, an unanticipated delight.
"Thank you."
As her words faded, a tall woman waved at her, crossing through the dim light beneath the street lamp and disappearing into the darkness. Upon returning home, Song Yuhang washed up and placed the roses in a vase, trimming the stems. She admired them from various angles, deeming them quite lovely, and took a photograph, uncertain of whom to send it to. As she swiped through her phone, her finger faltered upon encountering Lin Yan's name. Covering her face in mild embarrassment, a notification chimed from her phone resting on the table. Lin Yan, upon illuminating the desk lamp, approached, discovering a message from Song Yuhang, a solitary image of a vibrant bouquet of roses. It seemed as though he comprehended something profound, his eyelashes fluttering as he gradually pressed his lips together. Simultaneously, a post from Lin Go appeared on the screen, an unforgettable chishi. The accompanying image depicted a dining table adorned for a candlelit dinner, exquisite food and wine, and though the person seated across from him remained obscured, a familiar wristwatch peeked into view. Lin Yan set down her phone, extinguished the bedside lamp, and turned over to continue her slumber. However, while playful banter rolled off her tongue with ease, genuine concern proved elusive. Song Yuhang, perplexed by this paradox, chose to cease her contemplation and pour herself a glass of warm water as she made her way to her room, shutting the door behind her to resume tinkering with her treasured mechanical rod. Chapter 41: The Duel. Lin Yan's Brazilian jiu-jitsu coach hailed from the lineage of the martial arts pioneer Gracie, a true Brazilian through and through. In their sparring sessions, neither showed any mercy. Lin Yan, though lacking in brute strength, excelled in agility and tactical acumen. Brazilian jiu-jitsu does not adhere to rigid routines. It is a manifestation of real combat, where the stakes are either triumph or defeat, life or death, when facing an adversary. She summoned every ounce of her energy to confront her opponent, timing her movements meticulously. Seizing an opening in his strike, she absorbed a blow but swiftly countered by twisting his wrist and forcefully pressing it down. In a seamless motion, she struck his knee with an elbow and executed a successful takedown, sending him crashing to the ground. Following this, she unleashed a lightning-fast rear-naked choke, her arm firmly constricting his neck, compelling him to yield. Yet, inexplicably, a hint of new greenery caught her eye. A solitary rose danced in the breeze on the windowsill, a presence that had not been there just days prior. In that moment of distraction, her coach delivered a powerful elbow strike to her abdomen. Pain surged through her, and darkness enveloped her vision as she was unceremoniously flipped onto her back, the match concluding with a classic Brazilian jiu-jitsu crossguard. Lin Yan found herself ensnared, utterly immobilized, and resorted to tapping the ground in surrender. The coach released her and stood up, remarking, "Lin, you lack focus." Lin Yan chuckled, massaging her sore shoulder as she rose. The butler presented her with a white towel to wipe away her sweat. "Miss, the identification results have come in." Lin Yan tossed a bottle of mineral water to her coach, saying, "Thank you, that will be all for today. We shall practice again another day." She changed into a fresh outfit and appeared in the laboratory. Upon her arrival, the staff promptly rose and vacated the computer for her use. "Miss, we have compared the soil and water samples from the victim's nails and confirmed they originate from the same water body. What about the diatoms?" The researcher scrolled the mouse a few times, bringing up the relevant patterns for her review. In the Ding Shui case, she had similarly identified the perpetrator and the method of murder. Lin Yan was not only a forensic expert but also a specialist in forensic botany, capable of discerning the truth at a glance. She recognized that the presence of a vulture by the river marked the initial crime scene, and it was clear that the vulture had not met its demise by foul play. This left much to ponder. Lin Yan contemplated for a moment, then commanded, "Prepare the vehicle. We are heading out." After more than 2 months, the police cordon by the river had long been dismantled, replaced by a sign warning against swimming or fishing due to deep waters. She thought of a certain name, biting her lips slightly. Never mind. That person was now deeply enamored with Lin Go, hardly inclined to concern themselves with such matters. When she initially suggested that Song Yuhang seek Lin Ji's assistance, she had indeed consulted with Lin Go beforehand, unaware that their playful pretense would evolve into something so genuine. Upon seeing that photograph, Lin Yan felt a heaviness in her chest, unsure of whom she was truly angry with. Was it Lin Go for engaging with someone she despised so fervently? Or was it Song Yuhang for pursuing her cousin while neglecting her? After tossing and turning for most of the night, Lin Yan finally reached a resolute conclusion. Henceforth, she would have nothing to do with either of them. Lin Yan rose to her feet, though she was angry. She deeply understood a profound truth. One cannot capture a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. She was determined to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. The butler stepped forward hastily. "Miss, the doctor mentioned there are still 2 more treatments to undergo." Lin Yan turned to him with a frosty gaze, remaining silent. She was known for her resolute nature. The butler lowered his head slightly, submissively responding, "Yes, miss, I will arrange it immediately." Originally, she had planned to take a vacation to visit Lin Yan in the provincial capital, but that plan was dashed as several burglary cases erupted within the jurisdiction, leaving Song Yuhang overwhelmed with work. "I cannot concern myself with that. We are competing based on overall scores, not individual items. We are the organizing body. And if we lose to those sub-bureaus, where will I put this old face of mine?" Song Yuhang felt a headache coming on, and just as he saluted and intended to leave, he was called back. How long has it been? Haven't you considered visiting a psychologist? Song Yuhang fell silent, casting a glance at the mark on his right hand, a scar from a glass cut that had healed, and the bite marks left by Lin Yan had also faded. While the superficial wounds of the body would mend, the pain lingered in the heart. I have sought help, but to no avail. Soon, the day of the finals arrived, with combat scheduled for the morning and shooting for the afternoon. The combat competition followed a ring system, where one side defended and the other attacked. The last one standing would be crowned champion. The small arena at the training base was packed to capacity. Song Yuhang had already toppled 3 opponents now. He faced the final contender, an old criminal police officer from a subordinate bureau, robust and broad-shouldered, who had previously secured 3rd place in a national police competition. By mere appearance, he seemed stronger, making him a strong contender for the championship. Duan Cheng's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting. This disparity in strength is astonishing. Do you think Team Song can win? Zheng Qingrui, heavier and less tolerant of the heat, sat on the ground panting like a wheezing pug, responding in halting phrases. It's not certain. Team Song is a skilled fighter, ranking among the best in the nation, yet the armed police have been eager to recruit him. But Director Feng has yet to agree. Duan Qing chuckled. With your height and build, you could easily overpower opponents. Why not sign up? Zheng Qingrui rolled his eyes, too indifferent to respond, while Feng Xian casually interjected, when have we ever won in technical investigations? Whether in combat or shooting, we fall short. Perhaps when the Ministry of Public Security holds a competition for forensic science, autopsy, or cybersecurity, we might stand a chance. This statement held a grain of truth, eliciting laughter tinged with a hint of bitterness among her colleagues in the technical investigation department surrounding her. Indeed, we are the unsung heroes. As the atmosphere in the gymnasium reached a fever pitch, the competition intensified. This tournament employed an unrestricted fighting format, disregarding effective strike points. Victory was only claimed when an opponent lost the ability to resist or surrendered voluntarily. Team Song, go for it!" shouted a group of men and women from the criminal investigation team. In an instant, Song Yuhang was lifted high in the air by an opponent before being slammed heavily onto the ground. Clinging to her adversary's clothing, she did not let go, seizing the moment to wrap her arms around his waist as she fell, delivering a powerful knee strike to his lower leg. As her opponent bent his knees, Song Yuhang seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen and leaping into the air. In that moment, she executed a swift maneuver, flipping over to seize one of his arms, wrapping her legs around his neck, compelling him to beg for mercy. Wasn't this the technique Lin Yan used to subdue her, the signature move of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? The crowd exchanged glances, puzzled as to when Team Song had adopted Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. However, the rules of unrestricted combat dictated that whoever lost the ability to resist must concede, and after a fierce struggle, her opponent reluctantly tapped the floor. The arena erupted in cheers. The referee helped both contestants to their feet, grasping Song Yuhang's arm. "Is there anyone else willing to challenge?" The hall was filled with whistles and applause, yet none dared to step forward. A new criminal investigator gazed at Song Yuhang with admiration. Incredible. Can a female officer truly achieve such prowess? An older colleague nudged him. Do you think a criminal would show leniency based on your gender? In this team, we share but one title, police officer. The referees scanned the arena, noting the absence of challengers, and raised Song Yuhang's hand, ready to announce, the winner of this combat competition is. Before he could finish, a mocking laugh pierced the quiet atmosphere at the entrance of the gym. All eyes turned to Lin Yan, leaning against the door in her police uniform, arms crossed and chin slightly raised in defiance. Lin Yan from the Technical Investigation Department of the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau had arrived to challenge. "Is it really her?" murmured the audience.
Keep it down,
"Or she'll slap you," someone cautioned. Could the technical investigator possibly best a criminal investigator? It seemed like a futile endeavor. As whispers filled the air, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Lin Yan, take her down." Lin Yan shrugged. "It seems that Team Song is determined to face me." Song Yuhang smirked, her voice ringing clear. "Very well, I accept your challenge. But is your injury fully healed? Do you require me to fight with one hand?" 10 minutes later, Lin Yan, now dressed for battle, stepped onto the platform, having completed a brief warm-up, while Song Yuhang prepared herself as well. The two figures, one clad in red and the other in white, stood on opposite sides of the arena, ready to engage under the referee's command. Lowering her voice, Song Yuhang asked, "Are you fully healed?" Lin Yan, withholding even a glance, signaled to the referee that she was ready to begin. As the whistle blew, Song Yuhang was reluctantly forced to retreat, marking the official start of the match. What was this? A playful exchange. Duan Chung stammered. While Fong Xian muttered anxiously, "It's over, Team Song is finished." And indeed, it seemed to be the case. Lin Yan had initially thought that a mere sparring match would resolve their tension. After all, she was both a colleague and someone who had once saved her life. Not to mention a person whom Lin Go admired. She could not, in good conscience, ruin her cousin's lifelong happiness. Yet, Song Yuhang's effortless movements and deliberate evasions, coupled with the audience's jeers, severely bruised her pride. Lin Yan, after all, was a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. When had she ever required such leniency? She, Lin Yan, has never been a delicate flower seeking refuge behind a grand tree, evading storms and rains. She requires no so-called care, protection, or special treatment. Such gestures would only deepen her sense of humiliation. "I do not need your leniency," Lin Yan declared fiercely, the words bursting forth from between her clenched teeth as she aimed a knee strike at her lower body. Employing the same tactic again, Song Yuhang's pupils constricted, and she instinctively retreated a step, only to realize that Lin Yan's move was a feint. In that very instant, Lin Yan's right fist struck her abdomen with unrelenting force. Taken by surprise, Song Yuhang doubled over, coughing, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Lin Yan, unyielding, did not grant her a moment's respite. She followed with a powerful elbow strike that sent Song Yuhang crashing to the ground. As Lin Yan descended, her knee collided with Song Yuhang's vulnerable abdomen. Caught in a pincer attack, Song Yuhang choked out saliva, her insides twisting in pain, her eardrums ringing. Gritting her teeth, she thought Lin Yan Yet, how could Lin Yan allow her to utter the words of surrender? The mere thought of Song Yuhang's passive resistance fueled a surge of anger within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed an elbow strike aimed at Song Yuhang's head. Song Yuhang, catching a glimpse of Lin Yan's swift movements, felt her own reaction time lagging. Her energy depleted from 4 consecutive bouts. Though she intended to yield, Lin Yan offered no opportunity for capitulation. If that punch connected, she would surely require an ambulance on the spot. With a wry smile, Song Yuhang braced herself against the incoming blow. Attempting to push Lin Yan back in a shoulder throw, Lin Yan relished the close-quarters combat. In a melee, no one could rival her prowess. She relaxed her body to minimize harm, yet as the world spun around her, Song Yuhang held on, just as she had on that rainy night, cushioning Lin Yan's head with her hands. Lin Yan bit her lip, her eyes a tempest of conflicting emotions, rage, confusion, and a hint of grievance. Song Yuhang managed to smile, sweat streaming down her cheeks. "I concede. Let us cease this." Before her words could fully escape, Lin Yan clenched her jaw, executing a swift triangle choke around Song Yuhang's neck, straightening her arm against Lin Yan's chest. The leverage generated instantaneously threatened to snap the neck of an adult. In the throes of agony, Song Yuhang became acutely aware of her hand pressing against something warm and soft, a tantalizing sensation. She yearned to struggle, yet was rendered immobile, her fingertips grazing the soft fabric of Lin Yan's belt. The referee's sharp whistle pierced the air as he rushed to separate the two. Lin Yan's eyes brimmed with fury, her breath coming in heavy gasps. Song Yuhang was not faring much better, her face marred with bruises. Unlike her previous sparring matches, which had been friendly competitions with mutual respect, Lin Yan fought with a ruthless edge. Had the referee not intervened in time, Song Yuhang might have succumbed to asphyxiation. Her heart brimmed with resentment. Why did she refrain from striking back? Why did she engage in a charade with Lin Go, claiming she felt nothing for him mere days ago in the hospital? The fickleness of women's words, a deceitful specter. She was at a loss for words, unsure of how to broach the subject, so she resolved to employ the most primal method to address it. The conflict she had with Song Yuhang on that rainy night had drawn them into each other's inner worlds, and now she intended to conclude everything in the same manner. Lin Yan's thoughts were quite simple. If today's confrontation went well, she would accept it, and the matter would be laid to rest. However, Song Yuhang did not grant her that opportunity. She left Song Yuhang battered and bruised, yet Song Yuhang merely smiled and inquired, "Are you feeling better? Where did I hit you? Does it hurt?" This left Lin Yan feeling as if she owed her something. Just as she was about to speak, a series of whistles erupted from below, led by a few mischievous police officers teasingly proclaiming, "Forensic Officer Lin has a fine physique." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Yan lowered her gaze, her face flushed. The taekwondo uniform, worn by all participants, was loose and baggy, and the waistband had been tugged, revealing a black camisole underneath. Song Yuhang feigned innocence, swallowing hard. "Lin Yan, let me explain." The sight of her face irked Lin Yan, who wished to devour her whole. Without a second thought, she raised her hand and slapped her. Song Yuhang handed her the waistband, tightly closing her eyes. waiting for the sting of Lin Yan's hand to land, yet it never came. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Lin Yan's lips quivering, her eyes reddened, glistening with unshed tears. Whether from anger or something else, she could not tell.
Rogue.
Lin Yan snatched the waistband from her grasp, tightening her clothing. The insult lacking any real force amidst the crowd's whistles, before turning and leaving the stage. Duan Chung buried his face in his hands, utterly mortified. Foam Zhengwo was beside himself with frustration. Is this a playful banter or a street brawl? However, thanks to Lin Yan's beating, Song Yuhang used her injured arm as an excuse to withdraw from the afternoon shooting competition. She didn't care about such trivial accolades. Participating was merely for the sake of excitement, and shooting was never her forte. As she pondered this, her browser remained open, her mind wandering far away. Duan Qing passed by her desk, leaving a file. Oh, Captain Song, are you online? How to make a girl happy. What to do when a girl is upset. What gifts do girls generally like? The search pages sprawled before her, and in a panic, Song Yuhang rose, attempting to shield the screen with her body, but accidentally knocked over a cup of water, creating a mess. Is something wrong? Nothing much. Forensic Officer Lin asked me to deliver this file. Song Yuhang picked it up, drying it off, casually flipping through the pages. Why didn't she come herself? Though her expression remained neutral, she was secretly all ears. Duan Chung chuckled. She's in the pathology lab, saying Captain Song can sign it without needing her to review it, just send it directly to the archives for sealing. Clearly still upset. Duan Chung had taken a few steps when he was called back. You just said that Song Yuhang is not good at lying or threatening others. Her gaze wandering. Duan Chung beamed. Rest assured, I saw nothing.
Really?
Did you actually see Captain Song searching for those things? The crowd's curiosity ignited like wildfire. Lin Yan was practicing her skills on the dissection table with a rabbit, making a swift incision. No way, isn't Team Song close with your brother? She pondered. It's not unusual for a sister-in-law to curry favor with her sister-in-law. Oh, soon she'll be escaping the hardships and marrying into wealth. I would do the same. Fong Xian scoffed. You? With your demeanor? Team Song seeks both talent and beauty. First, see if you can withstand a punch from forensic Dr. Lin. Alas. It's a pity that I wasn't the one who found the wealthy woman's wallet. What a shame. If only forensic Dr. Lin were a man. Wealthy and cool. Lin Yan stepped out and hung her white coat on the rack. Although the dissection room had soundproof glass, being close by made everyone anxious. Particularly the young female officer, who had just spoken. Officer Lin stood up, fidgeting nervously. Lin Yan took a few sips of coffee, smirking as she looked at her. You're right, aside from lacking that certain something, I'm not much different from a man. However, my family isn't just any lowly rubbish that can walk through our doors. If you wish to marry into wealth, perhaps take a moment to reflect on yourself. With that, she slammed the empty coffee can onto the table, crumpling it in her grip. Grabbing her bag, Lin Yan turned to leave. In the corridor, she coincidentally encountered Song Yuhang, who had just exited the criminal investigation office, one hand holding a phone to her ear while the other was tucked in her pocket, seemingly preparing to change clothes for the end of the day. As their paths crossed, Song Yuhang had already spotted her and switched the phone to the other hand to block her way. Lin Yan caught a glimpse of the illuminated screen, flashing the name Lin Ge. How absurd. She had just defended her moments ago. What a heartless betrayal. Song Yuhang appeared bewildered, still attempting to call out to her Lin. Meanwhile, Lin Gu's gentle voice echoed from the phone. It's settled then. See you at Milan Bar at 8 tonight. Lin Yan will be there. And I'll come to pick you up. Chapter 42, Mixology. Sister, I'm merely going out for a meal. It doesn't have to be so grand. Song Yuhang remarked just as she noticed Ji Jingxing gently pressing a brow razor against her forehead. This isn't just any ordinary date. After all, it's the other party's birthday, and there will be friends present. You should at least make an effort to dress up. Feeling the blade gliding across her face, Song Yuhang was inexplicably reminded of a joke when a policeman asked a thief if he felt moved. I can't move. That was her current predicament. Song's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly cooked food. Your sister is right. Stop acting like a tomboy all the time, or you'll never marry. Luckily, Lin Ge is forgiving and treats you well. Ji Jingxing was unaware that Lin Yan was Lin Ji's sister. Her thoughts drifted to the note she had received, causing her smile to fade slightly. Sister? About the note I gave you last time. Oh, that one. Ji Jingxing replied, glancing at her while continuing to apply powder to conceal her freckles. I held onto it tightly, but it disappeared once I came out. I searched for a long time and didn't dare to go back and ask you. She bit her lip slightly, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. I'm sorry, Yuhang, for delaying your matters. How is that colleague of yours? Song Yuhang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her instinctive trust led her not to overthink the situation. Perhaps the item had indeed been misplaced. It's all right, sister. The person has been found, she reassured. Ji Jingxing, now visibly relieved, smiled and said, "That's good. Otherwise, I would have been consumed by guilt." The two of them sat in a corner of the living room, applying makeup, when Xiaowei tossed aside the remote control and rushed over to cling to Ji Jingxing's leg. Mommy, I want to do makeup too.
Yinksink chakelad.
Holding the cosmetics as she was playfully jostled. No, little one, makeup is not for children. You can do it when you grow up. Song Yuhang scooped Xiaowei onto her lap and gently dabbed a small red of lipstick on her forehead, holding up a mirror for her to see. Look. Our little Wei will surely grow up to be a great beauty. Flattered, the child shyly cupped Song Yuhang's face and examined her, exclaiming, "Auntie is beautiful too. Auntie is also a great beauty." Ji Jingxing nearly choked on laughter, commenting, "It seems Xiaowei only praises you. She has never called me beautiful." Song Yuhang playfully ruffled Xiaowei's hair, her lips curling into a smile. What if Mommy feels jealous? Xiaowei hopped off her lap and tugged at Ji Jingxing's shirt. Mommy, squat down, squat down. Perplexed, Ji Jingxing complied, only to be met with a sudden kiss on the cheek from Xiaowei. Her heart melted, and she scooped Xiaowei up for more affectionate kisses. Dinner is ready. Everyone wash your hands. Yuhang, you should eat something before you leave. It's unwise to drink on an empty stomach, called Song's mother, wiping her hands on her apron after placing the last dish on the table. Checking the time, which read 7:30, Song Yuhang replied, "No, I want to eat. I told Lingo I would drive over myself, so I need to leave early." As she spoke, she dashed into her room, retrieved a brocade box from her drawer, and stuffed it into her bag. Just as she was about to step out, she was halted. "Wait! You haven't applied lipstick yet." Song Yuhang felt exasperated as she watched Ji Jingxing reach for a vibrant red lipstick. Resigning herself, she said, "I can do it myself." With that, she hastily applied the lipstick without a mirror, pressed her lips together, grabbed a paper towel, and snatched a piece of freshly fried crispy meat from the table before pushing open the front door. "Mom, sister, Xiaowei, I'm leaving." "Didn't you just say you weren't going to eat?" Her mother called from the kitchen, but by the time she emerged with bowls and chopsticks, Song Yuhang had already vanished. "Come on, Jingxing, Xiaowei, dinner is served." "Xiaowei, why don't you sit here with Grandma?" After finishing her meal and wiping her mouth with a tissue, Song Yuhang cleaned off the lipstick marks, tossed the tissue in the trash, and made her way to the garage. She was always punctual. If she said 8 o'clock, she meant it, expecting Lin Yan to be upset and possibly not show up. She was surprised to find him already there, performing a sultry pole dance to an energetic track on stage. The audience below stared in awe, while a man with braided hair rushed up to dance closely with him. What she witnessed was beyond her ability to articulate. As she stood there, lost in thought, Lin Go appeared, beckoning her over. "You made it. Feel free to sit down. You haven't eaten, have you? There's a buffet over there. Wow, what is this? It looks delicious." Fong Xian held a glass of red wine, casting a fleeting glance at him. "That is pan-seared foie gras. And this? Snapper sashimi." Lin Go replied with a smile. "I invited your colleagues out of consideration for your comfort. After all, we are not in a romantic relationship. And I thought you might find it tedious or awkward among my friends from the hospital and business." Song Yuhang was taken aback. "It's fine." Before her words could fully escape, Fong Xian had already spotted her, rising to wave. "Team Song, over here." His thoughtful demeanor only served to heighten her discomfort. "I'll just go over for a moment." Just then, a few of Lin Ji's friends approached with their glasses in hand. "Oh, and who is this? You've got something going on and didn't he tell us? How ungracious." Lin Ge chuckled, pulling his friend in for a toast. "What could I possibly have going on? She's truly just a friend, introduced by my mother." His voice trailed off, becoming indistinct as Song Yuhang joined Fong Xian and the others at their table. "Miss, what would you like to drink?" the bartender inquired as he approached her. Song Yuhang glanced at the menu, tapping it with her fingertip. "Lemonade, please." "How can you come out to relax and not drink?" Fong Xian asked. "I'm driving and besides, I don't have a good tolerance for alcohol. I'd rather not embarrass myself." While they conversed, the stage erupted with cheers. "Kiss, kiss." Someone whistled, urging the performers. Lin Yan completed her song, her cheeks flushed and breathless, half embraced by the man who had just danced with her. His hand trailed along the contours of her leather-clad figure, gently lifting her chin. Duan Cheng watched with envy. The allure of forensic expert Lin is no exaggeration. Zheng Qingrui teased him with a nudge. "Indeed, it seems to have enchanted a certain young fellow." "You shouldn't talk. I wonder who buys her breakfast every day," he retorted. Song Yuhang twirled her glass, remaining silent. Her gaze lowered. Lin Yan, catching sight of her, noted that she hadn't glanced their way at all. Her smile grew even more enchanting as she pulled the man closer, offering her lips, but at the moment he leaned in, she brushed past his lips to whisper in his ear. Gripping his tie, she exhaled softly. Leave. The man's expression shifted instantly, pushed away, and stumbling off the stage. He attempted to rush back, but was restrained by his companions, who pointed towards a booth. Lin Go was engaged in lively conversation with several friends. I must say, your sister is quite something. How many men in Jiangqing wish to pursue her? Yet she skillfully navigates through the throngs without a single leaf touching her. Lin Go clinked glasses with him. Who Yan chooses to like and what she wishes to do is her own affair. I, Lin Go, will not interfere. However, should anyone dare to harbor ill intentions toward her, I will not stand idly by. This was a message for those with ulterior motives. He had no desire to dictate Lin Yan's choices, nor could he. But anyone who sought to harm his sister would face dire consequences. His friend chuckled, downing his drink, and the topic of Lin Yan was left undisturbed. From the perspective of Song Yuhang, it was a genuine encounter. She set down the glass in her hand and spoke calmly. I am going to the restroom.
Hey.
Captain Song. The restroom is over there. Fong Xian pointed towards the illuminated sign and called out to her. When she emerged from the restroom, however, a commotion had once again stirred in the dance floor. Lin Yan was embracing a young girl of about 14 or 15, dressed in a server's attire, while across from them stood the man with whom she had just danced. Oh, how surprising. Has Miss Lin changed her preferences? No longer fond of the supporting roles but rather the leading ones? Have you no shame? That girl is barely old enough to be your daughter. And you dare to lay your hands on her? How disgusting. Fueled by intoxication, Lin Yan seized a drink from the girl's tray and threw it at him. Even if I were blind, I would never take a liking to someone like you, a mere supporting character. No, you're nothing more than a stray weed. The man's face flushed with anger as he stepped forward, but before he could raise his hand, someone grasped his arm. And you are? A short-haired woman. Unfamiliar to him. Song Yuhang opened her jacket slightly to reveal a glimpse of her police badge. I am a police officer. The man's face shifted from red to pale as he veered around Song Yuhang, pointing at Lin Yan. Just you wait, Lin Yan. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Yuhang had already positioned herself in front of Lin Yan, blocking his path. The man was shorter than her, casting a shadow over him. In the kaleidoscopic lights, her expression bore a hint of icy resolve, and the aura of a detective captain emanated from her, causing the man to retreat in defeat. Lin Go followed to see him off, wearing a friendly smile, and once the man was out the door, he displayed a look of disdain. What a piece of work. In the business world, some individuals are indeed only suited for transactions, lacking any sense of camaraderie. As he prepared to apologize to Lin Yan, he noticed her bending over, retching a couple of times, supported by the girl she had just rescued. Sister, are you alright? Song Yuhang raised an eyebrow, pondering the term of endearment. Lin Yan was not one to seek the limelight. Did this girl know her? Lin Yan steadied herself on the table and waved her hand dismissively.
You don't have to worry about me.
How did you end up working in Milan? An uncle introduced me. I go to school during the day and work part-time for 4 hours at night. After a month, I can gather enough for tuition. That sounds exhausting. Lin Yan beckoned her closer, treating Song Yuhang as if she were invisible. As the girl approached, Lin Yan pulled out a bank card from her pocket and slipped it into the girl's blouse pocket, adjusting her name tag with a smile that could charm anyone. Here, it's a gift from your sister. Song Yuhang observed the girl's face flush with color, her lips twitching slightly. This is too much. Take it. Do you think I am in need of that little money? Lin Yan replied, snatching a glass of whiskey from the girl's tray and sending her off to tend to her duties. As they brushed past each other, Song Yuhang noticed the name tag on the girl's chest read by Ling. That must be her name. Clearing her throat softly, she approached Lin Yan, underage. The minimum sentence is 3 years, with the maximum being the death penalty, Dr. Lin. Your words suggest that a minor does not bear criminal responsibility. Lin Yan swirled the wine in her glass, a hint of sardonic amusement playing at the corners of her lips, her tone neither warm nor cold. She was indeed ill-suited for cheering up young ladies. Song Yuhang rubbed his nose, searching for words. Well before he could finish, Lin Yan caught a glimpse of Lin Go approaching, her smile fading slightly. Officer Song is enjoying himself. I shall seek my own amusement. With her glass now empty, Lin Yan placed it on the table and sauntered towards the bar. She wore a shoulder-bearing, body-hugging leather dress, her high heels accentuating her elegant sway, her silhouette vibrant amidst the kaleidoscopic atmosphere of the bar. Duan Cheng spotted her from afar, waving frantically. Forensic Dr. Lin, over here. Song Yuhang observed her mingling and laughing with a few young officers at the precinct. Lin Ji's voice rang in his ears. What's her deal? Why has she left? I was just about to invite her for a drink. Song Yuhang smiled faintly, taking a step back. Perhaps she is still upset. Noticing the bruises on her face and Lin Yan's peculiar demeanor today, even ignoring him, Linga suddenly grasped the situation. Did Lin Yan get into another fight with you? No, it was merely a normal sparring session. A normal sparring session that leaves someone looking like that? When we first met, friends urged me to drink. And I didn't pay much attention, but now that I look closely, it's evident that Song Yuhang's face bears marks that makeup cannot conceal. Who would dare lay a hand on her, and who could inflict such damage? This is excessive. I must find her.
Hey.
Don't go. Duan Chung was watching Lin Yan mix drinks. She picked up the shaker, swaying it left and right before tossing it high into the air amid cheers and, with a deft turn, caught it behind her back. Here you go. Duan Chung was ecstatic. Lin Jia, what you call this? Lin Yan pondered for a moment, leaning on the bar with her chin resting on her hand. A bright future, perhaps. Wow. Others joined in the cheers. Lin Jia, I want one too. Just wait. Lin Yan said as she poured 30 milliliters of vodka into the shaker, carefully adding liqueur along the rim of the glass. While the bartender handed her several other flavoring spirits, culminating with ice, shaking it to a delightful clink.
Lin Yan appreciate.
Tapping the table, Lin Yan was too preoccupied to acknowledge the two. Drinks are in line behind. With that, she slammed the shaker onto the table, the lid popping off and an enticing aroma wafting through the air. She poured the concoction into a glass, pushing it towards Fong Xian, and tossed a flirtatious glance. Fine wine for a lovely lady. This one is called beauty among flowers. Had Fong Xian not been accustomed to her countenance in the office daily, she would have been utterly smitten, but even so, she blushed slightly. Thank you, Lin Jia. After preparing a drink for Zheng Qingrui, she finally seemed to notice the two. Turning to Lin Go, what will you have? Then her gaze shifted to Song Yuhang, carrying an air of mischief. And you?
Lin Yan.
You know I came to find you. Aaron halted his words, looking up with an innocent smile. I know what you wish to drink. Allow me to offer you a toast of everlasting harmony. She continued pouring until the jug was nearly full. You must drink this. Consider it my respectful offering as your younger sister. As she spoke, her gaze met Song Yuhang's, who was also observing her. With so many witnesses present, accepting or declining the drink was a dilemma. After much contemplation, Lin Go ultimately reached out to take it. Well, there would be ample opportunity for reprimanding her privately. Aaron valued her pride and granted her this favor. Thank you. Aaron smiled, noticing the last person in the room without a drink and opting for a larger 550 milliliters jug. Duan Cheng watched as she poured vodka, white rum, gin, tequila, and several other spirits whose names eluded him, causing his teeth to chatter. How intense must this concoction be? However, Song Yuhang knew that the drink she prepared was anything but gentle. Observing the slender fingers striking the glass, she inquired, what is the name of this drink? Seated at the bar, she had taken care to present herself well today, her mid-length hair neatly tucked behind her ears, and her eyebrows appeared less unruly, lending her a softer appearance. Yet, the thick makeup only accentuated her pores. When Aaron met her gaze, the faint laughter in her hazel eyes was unmistakable. Seeing Aaron in a daze, Song Yuhang thought she had not heard clearly. Ignoring the stares of others, she leaned in closer, whispering, I asked you, what is the name of this drink? Aaron's ears flushed with warmth. Instinctively, she recoiled as the glass in her hand was already pushed forward. There's plenty of time ahead. Song Yuhang chuckled, caressing the glass, quite fitting indeed. Aaron wished she could bite her tongue. How had such pretentious words escaped her lips?
Ugh.
Hey, don't drink that. It's too strong. Lin Go barely had time to intervene. Song Yuhang tilted her head back, gulping down a hefty sip, only to cough violently, her face turning crimson. Who drinks cocktails like that? It would be a miracle not to get drunk. Aaron bit her lip, averted her gaze, and after much internal struggle, poured a glass of water from behind the bar, pushing it toward her. Song Yuhang did not accept it, taking another sip of the cocktail instead, covering her mouth as she leaned on the bar, coughing softly. In no time, the drink in her glass was more than half gone. Stop. Another voice intervened before Lin Ge could. Aaron stood, grabbing her wrist and pulling her toward the restroom. Stop drinking. You need to throw it up. Song Yuhang, already unsteady on her feet, was shaken by Aaron's urgency. Grasping the table as she leaned to vomit, Aaron pulled her back again, exclaiming, damn it, hold it in. Go to the restroom to throw up. If you stain my clothes, I will make you regret it. If you can't handle your liquor, then don't drink. What us with the heroics? Aaron chastised as she led the way. Lin Ge, being a man, was less attentive to such nuances. He certainly wouldn't follow her into the restroom.
So,
they had reconciled. Fong Xian, holding a glass, watched the two depart with a knowing expression. Perhaps this is what they mean by to strike is to care. To scold is to love. Chapter 43, Allergies. Lin Yan leaned against the wall outside the restroom, listening to the commotion within, secretly filled with regret. How could she have known that Song Yuhang was such a lightweight? The concoction was nothing but strong liquor. Would it cost her life? Lost in thought, the sound of the flush echoed, and the door swung open, revealing a disheveled Song Yuhang, on the verge of collapsing to the floor. Lin Yan quickly supported her. Are you feeling any better? Song Yuhang was dazed, and with some difficulty, she clung to Lin Yan's neck, struggling to regain her balance, her eyes clouded with intoxication. Lin Yan turned her face away, pinching her nose, only to be pulled back, compelled to meet Song Yuhang's gaze. Perhaps the alcohol had loosened her tongue. Typically reserved, Song Yuhang began to speak, her thoughts muddled, and her words slurred. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean it during the competition. I'm sorry. As she cupped Lin Yan's face, gazing at her intently, she stammered, they weren't wrong. Your figure is indeed remarkable. Lin Yan's temples throbbed with frustration as she forcefully shoved her away. Damn you, Song Yuhang. Just leave on your own. I won't take care of you anymore. Already unsteady, Song Yuhang stumbled back, bending over to cough. Lin Yan bit her lip, and despite the distressing sight before her, she steeled herself and turned to walk away. Damn Song Yuhang. Always pushing her boundaries, always wanting more. Yet, now that she had apologized, what was she truly angry about? Watching her interact intimately with Lin Go made her uncomfortable, a gnawing sensation within. She had always preferred to maintain control over everything. Had she become so domineering that she felt the need to oversee even others' romantic affairs? It was indeed terrifying. As Lin Yan pondered these thoughts, she was unexpectedly seized by the wrist. Song Yuhang, swaying as she caught up, asked her the very same question. What are you really angry about? As she spoke, she instinctively leaned against Lin Yan for support, her chin resting on her shoulder, inhaling her captivating scent. Lin Yan was taken aback, stumbling a few steps back until her back met the hard wall. Song Yuhang's restless head nestled closer, and Lin Yan, unable to tolerate it any longer, grasped the back of her neck, lifting her as one would a large cat, gritting her teeth. Song Yuhang, how much longer will this go on? Not until you tell me what you're upset about. Song Yuhang's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of passers-by. Their gazes filled with the judgment of a woman who had abandoned her responsibilities for something unforgivable. If you don't tell me what you're truly angry about, this matter is far from over. Breathless, Song Yuhang's eyes sparkled like stars, perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, and they appeared slightly misty. She rarely exhibited such vulnerability, making her seem especially fragile in Lin Yan's eyes, particularly with the bruises marring her face, enhancing her weariness. She was aware of the pain she had inflicted. Those few strikes must have hurt deeply, yet she remained silent. The drink she had mixed for herself was far stronger than an ordinary cocktail. She had poured it herself and, despite knowing better, had downed it resolutely. Song Yuhang, how could you tolerate my capriciousness to such an extent? Do you not realize that this will only embolden me further? Lin Yan pondered silently, diverting her gaze as she softly inquired, does it hurt? Her question was met with a response that failed to address it. Song Yuhang, in a state of intoxication, was momentarily taken aback, misinterpreting her words as a cry of pain. He instinctively pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back. It doesn't hurt anymore.
I'm sorry.
I was too rough. I want to fight with you again. Even if you ask me to, I want to. As she spoke, her words tumbled out in a disordered manner, resembling the soothing of a child. It doesn't hurt anymore. I know you've suffered in the detention center. I understand. Lin Yan, it doesn't hurt anymore. Her repeated reassurances struck her heart like a heavy hammer. What had begun as mere discomfort in her chest now morphed into a poignant ache. Coupled with his gentle utterance of her name, a wave of warmth surged to her eyes. Throughout her tumultuous life, aside from her childhood friend Chu Nan, no one had ever tenderly called her by her name and comforted her with the words, "It doesn't hurt." Such kindness had never been bestowed upon her. In her battles against familial adversities and life-threatening encounters with outsiders, her growth had been fraught with peril, often teetering on the edge of death. Lin Yan recalled that since her earliest memories, she had walked a precarious tightrope, with the abyss looming beneath. Yet, in this moment, cradled in Song Yuhang's arms, she felt enveloped by warmth. He pressed her head against him, patting her back and stroking her hair with a gentle, low voice, murmuring softly. Suddenly, Lin Yan experienced a profound sense of grounding. She was firmly planted on the earth, beside someone who treated her with tenderness. Although she could not articulate the nature of her feelings for Song Yuhang, nor could he fully comprehend his own emotions towards her, the undeniable sensation of connection and genuine beauty was palpably present. As she leaned into his embrace, the fabric of her jacket brushed against her cheeks, and she discreetly wiped away the tears that threatened to spill. Not far away, a man observed, finishing his drink. Having witnessed the entirety of their exchange since they emerged from the restroom, Lin Yan was not typically one to let her guard down. Yet they were so engrossed in each other that they failed to notice his presence.
How about you?
Are you alright? You've had quite a bit to drink, he remarked. Lin Yan chuckled softly. Oh, I'm used to it. You know my capacity for alcohol. I can drink 1,000 cups without faltering. Don't be overconfident. If you end up completely inebriated and can't find your way home, should I find someone to escort you? Lin Go expressed his concern. Lin Yan clicked her tongue playfully. You're worried about her, aren't you? It's not me you're concerned about. Rest assured, I won't harm her.
Unless you want me to.
There was a hint of teasing in her demeanor. Lin Go, exasperated, seemed to reach out to tap her on the head, but halfway through, he reconsidered and instead gently ruffled her hair, reminiscent of their childhood. What are you saying? Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others? You bear the surname Lin, and you will always be my sister. Even if I marry and have children, that fact will never change. The moonlight was gentle, and he bore a calm demeanor. Lin Go represented a unique warmth from Lin Yan's childhood. The embellishment of joy often goes unnoticed, yet the camaraderie shown in times of need is profound. This kindness shall forever be etched in her heart. Oh, dear, enough of this, I'm getting goosebumps. The car halted on the main road, and the driver urged them on with the horn. Lin Yan rubbed her arms and entered the vehicle, waving goodbye to him. Before Lin Go could finish his words, the door locked with a click, and the car sped away. Hey, do you know where they live? As expected, the driver inquired. Miss, where to? Lin Yan frowned, realizing she had forgotten to ask for Song Yuhang's address. She tapped the face of the person slumped in the back seat. Song Yuhang. Song Yuhang, wake up. Where is your home? Song Yuhang groaned softly, stirring awake only to swat her hand away before collapsing back into her embrace. Unresponsive to Lin Yan's calls. Clearly, she was quite intoxicated. Lin Yan clenched her teeth and began to rummage through her clothes. In her dazed state, Song Yuhang felt someone probing her pockets and instinctively tried to pry her hand away.
Ouch.
Let go. Lin Yan winced as her wrist went numb from the force. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Song Yuhang finally released her grip, mumbling, can't touch her, can't hit her. Lin Yan found this amusing. Why can't we hit her? Song Yuhang lay her head on Lin Yan's lap, wailing, you can't. Just can't. If you hurt her, I need to treat her well. Lin Yan felt a warmth in her heart, her ears flushing red, and the driver was still listening. She gritted her teeth and covered Song Yuhang's mouth, stifling her noisy protests. All right, enough. Driver, take us to Qingshan Villa. Perhaps unbeknownst to Song Yuhang, she was not only the first guest of the secret base number 03, but also the inaugural visitor to Qingshan Villa. Lin Yan supported her as they exited the car. Once it came to a stop, Song Yuhang immediately leaned over the flower bed at the roadside and began to vomit. She hadn't consumed much, so what came out was merely bile, making her feel utterly miserable. Lin Yan watched her with a mix of disdain and concern, placing a comforting hand on her back to help ease her discomfort. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Song Yuhang finally settled down, and Lin Yan guided her inside. With weary eyes, Song Yuhang scanned her surroundings. Where is this? My home. Song Yuhang, tall and heavy, required Lin Yan to exert some strength to support her shoulder and wrap her waist, all while navigating in high heels, which made her unsteady. Oh, she replied, then drowsily closed her eyes again. Lin Yan turned on the lights and surveyed the villa. Though spacious, it lacked a sense of liveliness, as she had forbidden any staff from staying overnight and had no guest rooms, only the master bedroom, which was hers. The thought of this person lying on her bed, reeking of alcohol, sent shivers down her spine. No, absolutely not. She glanced at the living room downstairs, nearly at her limit, and gritted her teeth as she dragged Song Yuhang toward the sofa. Fine. Let her make do here for one night. She certainly doesn't seem like the type to be picky. As I walked, my backpack unexpectedly fell to the ground, leaving me uncertain of the significance of its contents that I felt compelled to carry. Lin Yan rolled her eyes, released one of my arms, and bent down to retrieve it. However, she lost her balance, and the weight of her body sent us both tumbling onto the sofa. Lin Yan, momentarily dazed, felt my head resting against her chest, my breathing becoming rhythmic and even. It seemed that tonight, I was consistently testing her limits. Could this be the consequence of my excessive drinking? Without further thought, she tugged at my ear, urging me to wake up. Wake up, get up, hey. I swatted her hand away, muttering, stop the noise. After which, I nestled my head deeper into her embrace. Lin Yan, her patience waning, slapped me lightly, yet I remained steadfast, clinging to her as though my life depended on it. Despite her attempts to push me away, I held on tightly, oblivious to her frustration. What on earth have you been consuming to be so heavy? She grumbled. I sensed her reluctance to be rough with me, fearing that any sudden movement might cause me harm. Did I owe you something in my past life? She lamented, only to be met with the sound of my steady breathing. In slumber, I found solace, my head nestled against her warm body, the softness inviting me to embrace her even tighter. Lin Yan, gasping for air, felt the heat radiating from me, causing her toes to curl with tingling sensations. She gripped the sofa tightly, struggling to breathe, attempting to shift my head to the side. As she lifted me slightly, I frowned, discomfort evident as I scratched at my collar. What's wrong? Lin Yan inquired. With my eyes closed, I tugged at my neckline, feeling an unbearable itch. A noticeable rash had spread across my neck, prompting me to squirm and scratch, leaving marks on my skin. Lin Yan seized my hand, commanding, "Stop moving." I complied, groaning softly as she pulled my shirt aside. The sight of the rash jolted her into clarity. Why didn't you mention your alcohol allergy earlier? Get up. Perhaps overwhelmed by discomfort, I felt my strength wane as she pushed me back down onto the sofa. Lin Yan gently elevated my feet onto the couch, her voice filled with concern. Do you realize that alcohol allergies can be fatal? And you still chose to drink? She scolded me while switching on the lamp, inspecting my eyelids for any abnormalities. Thankfully, my pupils reacted normally to the light. Where else does it itch? She asked. I pointed to my neck, struggling to articulate my discomfort, itching to scratch again. Lin Yan smacked my hand away, declaring, "No scratching." I looked at her with a hint of grievance. The effects of the alcohol fading. It itches, I murmured. Bear with it, she replied, rolling up my sleeve to check for any additional rashes. Turn over. Let me see your back. Song Yuhang, initially reluctant, found herself yielding to the gaze that met hers, closing her mouth obediently as she was pushed forward to face the sofa in contemplation. As Lin Yan performed the physical examination, Song Yuhang bit her lower lip slightly. Her touch was gentle, akin to a soft massage, and though the itchiness subsided, another sensation emerged, particularly as it traveled upward along her spine. In a sudden rush, Song Yuhang clutched the fabric of the sofa, nearly biting her lip until it bled. That short minute felt to her like an eternity. All right, lie still. Fortunately, it's not serious. I will fetch you some medicine, Lin Yan said, hastily ascending the stairs, disappearing into her laboratory. Zissamin, she muttered to herself, rummaging through the neatly arranged cabinets. Yet, amidst the array of antiseptic topical medications, she could not locate any allergy medication. Lin Yan turned, digging through the drawer beneath her desk, leaving it in disarray, but still found nothing of use. Damn it, where could it be? She cursed under her breath, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, urgency gripping her as she dashed toward the study. Here, drink this quickly, she said, presenting a warm cup to Song Yuhang, who hesitated for a moment, gazing up at her. Lin Yan's forehead glistened with perspiration, her hair tousled, igniting warmth within Song Yuhang's heart. I never knew. Forensics expert Lin also possessed such a gentle side. Get lost, Lin Yan retorted, her true self exposed as she stammered upon receiving a compliment. Initially intending to say it was her doing, she ultimately blurted out, You brought this upon yourself. Song Yuhang chuckled, choosing not to dwell on it. She unwrapped the tablet and swallowed it, followed by a few gulps of water. Fatigue overwhelmed her, and she succumbed to slumber once more as Lin Yan turned to dispose of some trash. Beneath the warm orange glow, Song Yuhang slept soundly, her eyelashes fluttering lightly, her lips full and moist from the water she had just consumed. Her jacket hung open, the short sleeve disheveled from her earlier scratching, revealing her delicate collarbone and graceful curves. Unlike Lin Yan's pallid complexion, hers was a healthy hue, a blend of wheat and bronze typical of an Asian woman. Coupled with her years of fitness training, she possessed a different kind of feminine beauty, tall, strong, and athletic. As Lin Yan observed her, she mused that perhaps Song Yuhang should remain unadorned to avoid tempting others. Gently, she adjusted Song Yuhang's clothing, took the glass from her hand, dimmed the bedside lamp, and retrieved a blanket from upstairs to cover her. Although she initially intended to retire to her own room, seeing the lingering flush on Song Yuhang's face prompted Lin Yan to touch her forehead, finding it still warm. Alcohol allergies could range significantly, especially for someone like Song Yuhang, who never touched a drop. After some contemplation, Lin Yan settled down against the sofa, fatigue washing over her as she stifled a yawn. Throughout the night, Lin Yan awoke repeatedly, checking on Song Yuhang, particularly alarmed to find her unconsciously scratching her neck in her sleep, the skin broken. She carefully brought iodine and gauze, tenderly tending to her until the dawn approached. Song Yuhang, meanwhile, dreamt not at all, her phone vibrating incessantly in her bag until it finally died from lack of power. As she awoke in the early morning, the first thing her eyes beheld was a fuzzy head of hair. Lin Yan's curly locks were sprawled across her, and the girl was nestled against the sofa, fast asleep, with her hand resting on Song Yuhang's waist. Gently, Song Yuhang shifted Lin Yan's arm aside, propping herself up to tuck the stray strands of hair behind her ear. Lin Yan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, likely due to inadequate rest, with dark circles encircling her eyes. Had she spent the entire night keeping vigil over her? A wave of tenderness surged within Song Yuhang, and she carefully descended from the sofa, torn between waking her and the reluctance to do so. Ultimately, she decided to cradle Lin Yan in her arms. Startled awake, Lin Yan felt the sudden loss of weight and could barely articulate her confusion. "What are you doing?" "Curse Song Yuhang, if you dare drop me, you'll regret it." As her words fell, Song Yuhang loosened her grip, causing Lin Yan to sink abruptly. With a gasp, Lin Yan clung tightly to her neck, shutting her eyes firmly. The anticipated pain, however, did not arrive. Song Yuhang let out a soft chuckle. "Aren't you fearless?" Lin Yan, still wrapped around her neck, unleashed a string of profanities. "Damn it." With a serious expression, Song Yuhang insisted. "All right, quickly tell me where to go, or I truly cannot carry you any longer." Straight ahead, the innermost room, Lin Yan directed as Song Yuhang strode forward, still mercilessly mocking her. "You're so weak. I weigh less than 100 pounds, and you can't even carry me. Last time, a man carried me up and down the stairs completely naked." Song Yuhang feigned a smile, her blood boiling at Lin Yan's words, and upon opening the door, she tossed Lin Yan onto the bed. "Whose fault is that? Blame me for being allergic to alcohol? Just wait until I recover." Lin Yan, disoriented from the fall, seized a pillow and hurled it at her. "It's your fault. Just your fault. If you hadn't angered me, would I have poured it down your throat? You, the forensic Dr. Lin, with your endless schemes. If you don't get me this time, there will always be a next." Song Yuhang caught the pillow effortlessly, settling on the edge of the bed. "Yet, I can't help but feel that you willingly submit yourself to these schemes," eagerly enduring the slaps. Lin Yan remarked, her teeth clenched, as if probing for something deeper. Song Yuhang averted her gaze, a touch of awkwardness flitting across her features as she rubbed her nose. Lin Yan pressed further. "Do you know what you said to me last night while drunk?" "No." Song Yuhang honestly shook her head. "I have no recollection." Holding a pillow, Lin Yan observed her, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Come on, tell me what you said to the forensic Dr. Lin." The first sentence sent Song Yuhang's embarrassment skyrocketing, her face flushing to the roots of her ears. "You even said that you mustn't hit the forensic doctor, otherwise, it would ruin her, and you need to treat her well." Before Lin Yan could finish, Song Yuhang swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her into the blankets. "Be quiet." With a dry throat, Song Yuhang's eyes met Lin Yan's, both aflame with unspoken desires. Lin Yan exuded a magnetic allure. Her affectionate gaze, the slight blush at the corners of her eyes, the gentle furrow of her brow, and her elongated neck. Song Yuhang found herself almost unconsciously swallowing, beginning to comprehend, regardless of the truth behind Lin Yan's words, why that man had carried her up and down the stairs, and why so many sought to approach her, to possess her. No one spoke further. The air seemed to crackle with invisible sparks, raising the temperature around them. Song Yuhang, paralyzed by the moment, anxiously swallowed to alleviate the dryness in her throat, feeling as though without water, she might go mad, might perish within her own gaze. Eventually, Lin Yan gently closed her eyes and softly commanded, "Get up." Though her voice was soft, it bore an undeniable authority. Seizing the moment to breathe, Song Yuhang scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding like a drum, only then becoming acutely aware of the flush creeping into her cheeks. What was she thinking? How could she have harbored such thoughts towards Lin Yan? She felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself awake. Desperately wishing to escape, she averted her eyes from Lin Yan, who casually mentioned, "The changing room is downstairs. I'll lend you a couple of outfits." Song Yuhang hurriedly exited, murmuring her thanks. Lin Yan sighed at the emptiness of the room, her rest now disturbed, and began to prepare herself for the day. Chapter 44. A Drop of Blood. By the time Lin Yan, wrapped in a towel and taking her time to tidy up, descended the stairs, Song Yuhang had already made her way to the kitchen. Lin Yan's clothes fit her snugly. The shirt clung closely to her frame, sleeves rolled to her elbows, and the tailored pants accentuated her long legs. The shirt's hem was carelessly tucked into her trousers, lending her an air of effortless charm, droplets of water still clinging to her hair. Hearing the commotion, Song Yuhang turned, apron tied around her waist, and asked, "What are you having?" From behind, she appeared a strikingly androgynous beauty. Upon turning, she resembled a master chef from a fine dining establishment. Lin Yan grinned, her chin nearly slipping from the weight of her smile. What else with the suit and apron? Are you planning to transition into a Michelin-starred chef? Your wardrobe is full of dresses. Song Yuhang chuckled shyly. I'm worried about getting it dirty. It must be quite expensive. Lin Yan, barefooted and still wrapped in her towel, descended the stairs with a hint of languor in her demeanor. It looks rather good on you. I'll gift it to you. Song Yuhang's gaze followed Lin Yan's steps, noting her fair skin and delicately rounded ankles.
No.
I can wash it and return it to you. Oh, by the way, you seem to have left a uniform jacket at my place, Lin Yan remarked, stepping into the changing room to rummage through a heap of clothing and shoes for Song Yuhang's jacket. The frosted glass reflected her graceful silhouette, while the open-plan living room allowed Song Yuhang a clear view from the kitchen. The towel draped over Lin Yan only concealed portions of her body, casting intriguing shadows against the glass. Didn't I ask the housekeeper to wash and hang it up ages ago? Where could it have gone? Lin Yan stood, appearing slightly vexed. Song Yuhang turned her face, suggesting, if you can't find it, let it be. I have plenty of uniforms from work. A small part of her secretly wished to leave something of herself in Lin Yan's room, while Song Yuhang drifted into her thoughts. Lin Yan emerged with the jacket in hand. Ah, I found it. I completely forgot to return it to you. By the way, don't cook. The housekeeper will be bringing over a chef shortly. Song Yuhang, with a tomato halfway sliced in her hand, responded, Is that so? She appeared somewhat regretful, lamenting the loss of so many exquisite kitchen tools and the beautifully renovated kitchen. You never cook? Lin Yan inquired, pouring herself a cup of coffee from the pot and leaning over to peek at her companion. Why would I bother with cooking when my manicure is so expensive? Song Yuhang chuckled in response. As she spoke, she intended to toss a tomato from the cutting board into the trash. Sometimes you strike me as utterly vulgar. And at other times, you seem untouched by the mundane world. Everyone consumes grains and offers their own sacrifices. The commonality of our existence is inescapable. Beneath our skins, we are all but demons and ghosts, nothing extraordinary about that. Lin Yan took a sip of coffee and noticed her movement, grasping her wrist. What are you doing? You've already cut half of it.
Didn't you say a chef would arrive soon?
Lin Yan laughed, interpreting a hint of embarrassment in her expression. I merely stated that I wouldn't cook. I never claimed I would eat. I must sample the culinary skills of Officer Song. The tips of her fingers, cool to the touch and reminiscent of jade, brought to Song Yuhang's mind the tingling sensation she felt last night during Lin Yan's examination. She felt an itch creeping up her neck. Tomato noodles are hardly a refined breakfast. If you wish to eat, I'll prepare it, Song Yuhang said, busily attending to her tasks without daring to meet Lin Yan's gaze.
Why not eat?
I'm hungry, Lin Yan replied, her tone tinged with a playful lilt. Song Yuhang dreaded this manner of speech from her. Just moments ago, she had teased her with a prolonged tone, revealing a hint of naive brightness that seemed out of character, yet somehow added a layer of mature allure. It was intentional, recalling the scene from upstairs. Song Yuhang felt her ears flush in the morning light. Since descending the stairs, Lin Yan had not once met her eyes, half leaning over the preparation counter, casting a sidelong glance at her. Song Yuhang, look at me. The focused cook remained unfazed. Lin Yan shifted her approach. Song Yuhang, just look at me. Avoiding her gaze, Song Yuhang retrieved a bunch of scallions from the refrigerator and washed them, determined not to engage. Lin Yan, sensing mischief, reached out to pinch her flushed ear, finding the act of teasing her utterly delightful. Before she could tiptoe to her target, she was met with a splash of water to her face. Hey you! Lin Yan exclaimed, her irritation rising, but her counterpart appeared even more incensed, the remnants of a hangover evident in her bloodshot eyes, coupled with an inscrutable intensity. Get dressed and stay put. Lin Yan intended to say more, but the sight of Song Yuhang's tightly pressed lips and suppressed anger made her feel momentarily disheartened. It seemed that uttering another word would render her akin to the meat on Song Yuhang's chopping board. I'll stay then, how petty. When the housekeeper arrived at the hour Lin Yan typically arose for work, this was the scene that greeted her. The spacious dining table bore witness to their silent standoff, each seated at opposite ends, neither acknowledging the other, with a platter of dishes, a few small sides, and 2 boiled eggs placed in the middle. In a remarkable turn of events, Song Yuhang inadvertently rendered all the chefs of the Lin family unemployed overnight. Lin Yan not only took the initiative to eat but also opted for a humble dish of tomato noodles. The butler could hardly contain his tears, feeling as though he should bestow upon her an award for inspiring the nation. Rarely did she indulge in such simple fare, though Song Yuhang's culinary skills were not exemplary. The dish felt refreshingly novel. Lin Yan found herself taking several more bites, her gaze drawn to the eggs on her plate. Song Yuhang, with a deft hand, retrieved both eggs, prompting Lin Yan to clench her teeth in silent frustration. Within a minute, a small dish was pushed towards her. Here, Song Yuhang said, as the peeled eggs rested smoothly in the center of the plate, while she went to the kitchen to fetch some soup. The butler's eyes nearly bulged. If he was not mistaken, Song Yuhang was wearing Lin Yan's shirt, the limited edition Armani that she cherished. Observing his young mistress, who appeared weary and listless, the old butler felt a pang of sorrow. Wasn't she the one on top? He dared not voice this thought, instead sending others away to tend to the nursery. While he approached to clear Lin Yan's dishes, Lin Yan dabbed at the corners of her lips with a napkin. Just a little more, a tiny bite will suffice. The butler was taken aback. He could not discern what was particularly special about this home-cooked meal, yet he complied and served her a small portion. Seeing her enjoy the food warmed Song Yuhang's heart. They serve this at the cafeteria for lunch as well. You might want to try it. Unbeknownst to her, this statement struck a nerve with Lin Yan. She huffed. I'm merely curious. Eating too much is just mundane. Who would want to dine on swill at the cafeteria? Uncle Lin, please continue to bring me my meals at noon. Yes, miss. The butler bowed respectfully. Lin Yan rose, not casting another glance at Song Yuhang. I'm done. Please tidy up. Once in the car, Lin Yan settled into the front seat, feeling drowsy. Song Yuhang, clutching her bag, struggled to find the opportune moment to return the repaired mechanical stick to her. As they wrestled with this awkwardness, they arrived at the municipal police station. The same cold automated message echoed. We apologize. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Lin Yan. Ji Jingxing caught the name in her conversation, slightly furrowing his brow. Is that the colleague she's close with? As they conversed, Lin Yan's vehicle approached, its grandeur eclipsing even the official cars, capturing both their attention. Fong Xian waved at the car. Hey, Lin Jie, you've arrived. Ji Jingxing's gaze followed suit. Lin Yan emerged from the car, donning sunglasses, her shirt dress accentuating her graceful form, while her stiletto heels elongated her legs, embodying the essence of a refined socialite. Ji Jingxing's initial impression of her diminished considerably. She seemed ostentatious. How could Song Yuhang associate with someone like her? As the back door swung open, Song Yuhang emerged as well, clad in Lin Yan's expensive blazer, impeccably pressed, which enhanced her tall and striking demeanor. Together, they presented a visually pleasing tableau. Ji Jingxing felt a jolt at the sight, his smile turning somewhat strained. Yuhang. Lin Yan, having composed herself, turned her gaze towards him. That sounded quite familiar. Song Yuhang strode forward, exclaiming, Sister, what brings you here? Ji Jingxing, while speaking, handed her the soybean milk and fried dough sticks he held. Song Yuhang seemed to suddenly recollect her phone, left in her backpack. Oh, the phone is dead. I forgot to inform you. I stayed at a colleague's house last night. She continued, I won't have breakfast. I already ate.
These are for my colleagues.
In her hand, she carried a large plastic bag brimming with an assortment of food. Ji Jingxing paused, his smile somewhat strained. All right, as long as you're fine. That's all that matters. What could possibly be wrong with me? Song Yuhang replied with a smile, yet Ji Jingxing's keen eyes caught the marks on her neck. What is this? The rash had subsided, leaving behind a patch of red and several conspicuous scratches, reminiscent of some ambiguous entanglement. Song Yuhang's expression flickered with evasion. It's nothing, just a scratch. I'll head inside first, sister. As Ji Jingxing contemplated saying more, Lin Yan had already caught up with her. I see you're not here to visit me, but rather to see who you're with. The woman's vague words reached her ears. Song Yuhang was not offended. She simply replied, Isn't it all the same? Have you eaten? If not, have a little more. Hey, weren't you drinking before? Lin Yan ultimately took a cup of soybean milk from her, sipping it delicately. You mean that night? After a moment's thought, Song Yuhang responded, I had a bit, but not much, less than 50 milliliters of mojito. Lin Yan let out a soft scoff. What is a mojito? It's mostly just soda water, a gimmicky drink meant to impress, hardly intoxicating. Song Yuhang chuckled ruefully, perhaps. It was the first time I drank that much in my life, and it was all rather rushed. Lin Yan averted her gaze. They had reached the criminal investigation office. And Song Yuhang paused to await her final words. Allergic reactions vary by individual. The cocktails you had last night contained more than just alcohol, lemons, soda, and whatnot. I suggest you visit a hospital for an allergy test. Her concern carried an unwilling air, reminiscent of a professional duty. Lin Yan huffed, strutting away. I'm not worried about you. I'm just concerned that if you were to suddenly collapse, it would increase my workload. Fong Xian trailed behind her, wearing a curious expression as he remarked, I noticed the hickeys on Song's neck. Is it you? As he spoke, he quickened his pace to walk ahead, casting an innocent glance at her retreating figure, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, Lin Jie. Why get so worked up? Shut up, stop chattering, and get to work. She retorted dismissively. Yet, Her words were merely a pretext. Just as she removed her coat and hung it on the rack, preparing to change into her lab coat, the alarm rang. She hastily pulled the coat back on, one sleeve not yet fitted, and grabbed the investigation kit, rushing outside while buttoning it with one hand. "What are you standing there for? We have a situation to respond to." Duan Chung hastily stuffed the pancakes into his mouth while reaching for his camera, mumbling indistinctly, Wait for me, Sister Lin." Fong Xian also placed the soy milk on the table, grasped the forensic box, and hurriedly ran outside, wiping his mouth with a tissue as he went. The criminal investigation team certainly moved faster than the technical team. By the time they were ready to depart, Song Yuhang was already en route. The two vehicles connected via Bluetooth, and the voice from the walkie-talkie emanated from the driver's seat, responding to a call from the public. "A naked female corpse has been discovered inside room 1106 at Yukai Community, number 78 Xuanwu Road, Dongcheng District." The sun had barely emerged before the sky quickly turned overcast, making the early morning appear nearly indistinguishable from dusk. Lin Yan leapt from the vehicle, grasping the forensic box, and boldly lifted the police tape to stride into the building. The community property management and local police guided them upstairs, with the elevator halting on the 11th floor. The forensic examination platform had already been set up. Song Yuhang donned gloves and shoe covers before stepping into the pool of blood. Swiftly drawing back the bathroom curtain to reveal the lifeless body of a woman, her head tilted awkwardly as she lay in the bathtub. A pungent, metallic scent assaulted their senses, compounded by the shocking visual of the blood-soaked tub, prompting several rookie detectives to step back in alarm. The technical team, having changed into appropriate attire, entered the scene, and Song Yuhang stepped aside to allow Lin Yan to pass. Those responsible for photography and evidence collection proceeded with their tasks. In her professional capacity, Lin Yan demonstrated her competence, shedding any semblance of superficiality. Song Yuhang cast a glance her way, reassured to leave this matter in her capable hands. As the focus on her dissipated, Lin Yan subtly curved her lips beneath her mask. "Now let us collect the water sample." Once the forensic team extracted the water sample from the bathtub, she leaned in closer to examine the corpse's features. The girl's complexion was an ashen pallor indicative of excessive blood loss, her body already cold to the touch. There were no visible wounds on the parts of her body exposed above the waterline, but as Lin Yan gently lifted her dangling arm, a blade fell away. Fong Xian carefully retrieved the bloodied blade with tweezers and placed it into an evidence bag. Duan Chung fished out the deceased's other arm from the pool of blood, revealing a grievous injury on the wrist, deep enough to expose bone. The blood had drained away, and the wound was whitened from prolonged exposure. The blood in the bathtub was entirely hers, mingling with the water and quietly seeping onto the floor throughout the lengthy night. A mix of fear and compassion crossed his features. How desperate must one be to resort to this? "Who called the police?" I did." A man in the crowd outside raised his hand high, his beer belly protruding as he stood in slippers and casual home attire, evidently having rushed out in a state of panic. The investigators were taking notes, and Song Yuhang approached him. "Please tell me more." The man licked his lips. Still visibly shaken, "I lived downstairs in 1006. It was just past 6 in the morning, still dark outside, and I was brushing my teeth and washing my face, getting ready for work." The man is an ordinary office worker, adhering to a 9-to-5 routine. This is his rented abode, situated a dozen bus stops away from his workplace. His meager salary does not accommodate his whims, compelling him to rise early each day to wash up and prepare breakfast for himself. On this particular day, as dawn broke, the alarm clock roused him from slumber. With disheveled hair and a foggy mind, he stumbled to the bathroom to commence his morning ritual. While brushing his teeth, he felt a few drops of liquid trickle down his neck, but paid it little heed. Muttering curses under his breath at the upstairs tenant and the dilapidated property that was leaking once again. After spitting out the foam, he rinsed his mouth and turned on the faucet to wash his face. As he splashed water, an unsettling sensation overcame him. Suddenly, he shivered inexplicably. The faucet continued to run. He instinctively wiped the back of his neck and flicked on the light switch on the wall. When he beheld the substance in his palm, he let out a scream and collapsed onto the floor. It was blood.
Blood.
He watched in horror as droplets began to seep from his ceiling, plummeting into the sink. The crimson stains rippling with the water before being whisked away into the drain. Trembling with fear, his lips quivered as he convinced himself it was merely a nightmare spawned from watching too many horror films. He pinched himself hard until the familiar sting jolted him back to reality, and in his pajamas, he stumbled out to find the property management to report the incident. Thus unfolded the events that left the man swallowing hard, desperately trying to erase the haunting image from his mind, only to sink deeper into dread, his face betraying profound terror. Song Yuhang gestured for someone to hand him a cigarette to soothe his nerves. "Do you recall what time you woke up?" he inquired. The man accepted the cigarette, but did not smoke it, instead inhaling deeply near his nose. Yes, I remember. My alarm was set for 6:30. When it rang, I got up and walked to the bathroom, which took only a minute or two. Do you know the tenant above? Song Yu-hang pressed.
The man nodded. Yes.
I recognize them. A student. I've seen them in the elevator a few times and exchanged greetings. But why suddenly? Song Yu-hang's gaze swept over him and several members of the property management. Living alone? What about their parents? Is it a rental? The onlookers watched them bustle about. And upon hearing the property manager's words, whispers began to circulate. Oh, how tragic. Parents divorced, remarried, and the poor child left behind. Indeed. I've lived here for decades, practically watched that young girl grow up. How could she just vanish? Some lamented her fate while others scoffed. Just the other day, when the college admission notices were released, I overheard her arguing with her mother upstairs. She wanted to repeat the year, but her mother wouldn't allow it. Perhaps it was just a moment of despair. How do you know so much?
Me?
My son is in the same class as her. Fortunately, he did well this year and got into the provincial university. Oh, that's commendable. Congratulations. Outside, several young police officers continued to gather statements from neighbors above and below. Song Yu-hang donned gloves once more and re-entered the scene. Lin Yan was just placing a ruler against the deceased's wrist, a visible laceration on the left wrist, approximately 5 centimeters deep, exposing bone, and it appeared to have been dragged multiple times. The girl's wrist was already raw and blistered, with veins and nerves protruding. Such a small and sharp object as a blade could only create this effect through repeated friction, and indeed, there were superficial incised marks parallel to the main incision on the girl's wrist, known in forensic science as test cuts. The two exchanged glances, and Song Yu-hang pressed her lips tightly together. Lin Yan understood her thoughts. Rest assured, with the lessons learned from He Miao's case, I shall not hastily draw conclusions. Song Yu-hang patted her shoulder and handed the investigation lamp to someone else. I will step outside for a moment. The forensic examination was proceeding at a rapid pace. Fong Xian was applying carbon powder to the doorknob until the fingerprints emerged, which she promptly lifted. Song Yu-hang scanned the surroundings briefly. The doors and windows were intact, with no signs of forced entry or struggle, only the footprints of the girl and those who initially reported the incident inside. The refrigerator contained little food, primarily instant products like dumplings, tang yuan, and noodles, characteristic of a solitary student living alone. On the bookshelf in the living room, a picture frame caught her attention, and she reached out to take it down. The photo had been meticulously cleaned, featuring the deceased at the age of 7 or 8, radiating warmth with her family of 3. A few takeout receipts and supermarket bills were also neatly stored, which could serve as significant clues for the case investigation later. After examining the trash can, her gaze fell upon an empty glass on the coffee table, which contained a trace of liquid at the bottom. She lifted it to the light and turned it around. There were fingerprints. Fong Xian, there's another fingerprint here. Come over to collect it. All right, team leader Song.
Fang xin zip lit from ti li.
Song Yu-hang moved to the other side, crouching down to inspect beneath the sofa, even lifting the carpet to take a look. It was impeccably clean. Generally, a single person living alone tends to be somewhat casual, and being a female student, she likely had little time for household chores. Even the hair on the carpet was meticulously cleaned. It wasn't a case of obsessive cleanliness. Team leader Song, I've made some discoveries. Called out an investigator examining the girl's bedroom. Song Yu-hang stood and walked over, receiving from him the phone he had retrieved from the table. Unsent messages found on the deceased's phone. Farewell, Mom. It is my unfiliality that I could not become the daughter you expected in this lifetime. I shall repay your nurturing grace in the next. The phone had been unlocked by the technicians, and Song Yu-hang flipped through several pages hastily, filled with promotional spam messages from service centers. She stepped back to browse through the girl's photo album, which contained selfies, scenic photographs, and several images of oceanic whales. They seemed vaguely familiar. Yet she could not recall where she had seen them before. At that moment, someone shouted from outside, Team Song, we've made contact with the deceased's mother. Chapter 45, The Beluga. When was the last time you saw her? In the municipal bureau, Song Yu-hang invited her to sit down, pouring a cup of hot tea for her. The woman clutched the paper cup, wiping her eyes with a tissue, unable to utter a word through her sobs. The man beside her gently patted her back, soothingly whispering, Don't cry. First, let us clarify the situation with the police. Song Yu-hang remained calm and patient, allowing the family member to regain composure. After weeping for a considerable duration, the woman finally murmured, Yesterday afternoon was the last time I saw her. The little police officer beside her diligently took notes, inquiring about the time. Around 5 or 6 o'clock. I went to deliver her dinner and to discuss her plans for repeating her studies. Song Yu-hang glanced at her. as soon as the topic of repeating studies arose. The woman seemed to open the floodgates of conversation. I believe a girl should pursue a common major in English or Chinese, as it would facilitate a future in public service. Yet she insisted on studying art, yearning to attend an art academy. We have quarreled about this incessantly. It was astonishing that, even in the wake of her daughter's death, she still clung to past familial disputes. Song Yuhang, maintaining an impassive demeanor, redirected her focus to the case. How long did you stay? Not even an hour. We had another argument, and in a fit of anger, I stormed out. The woman wiped her tears and sobbed. If I had known that my leaving would prompt her to take her own life, I would never have left, even if she had urged me to go. The man, presumably her current husband, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, gently wiping her tears away. Do not cry. It is not your fault, Lin. He sighed deeply, his expression troubled. If you continue to cry and harm your health, who will care for little Bao? Only then did the woman muster some semblance of strength, and Song Yuhang continued. Did she ever express thoughts of self-harm? How were her relationships at school? What was her personality like? A look of profound sorrow crossed the woman's face. When the college acceptance letter arrived, I forced her to attend school. She once cried, saying that if she couldn't get into the art academy, she would rather die. I thought she was merely being dramatic. Who would have known? At that moment, the man interjected, it is not entirely her mother's fault. She only wanted what was best for her. Studying art does not guarantee a stable future in public service. She merely wished for her daughter to lead a secure and peaceful life. Who could have predicted that the child would be so obstinate? In the end, we relented and agreed to let her repeat her studies. What is she trying to achieve by causing her mother to live in guilt for the rest of her life? Guilt comes too late. Only after death does it arrive. If Lin Yan were here, she would have likely erupted in anger. Yet, Song Yuhang calmly retrieved an evidence bag from the file folder and placed it on the table, sliding it toward them. Take a look at this medication. Do you recognize it? The transparent bag contained a small vial labeled with English names and complex chemical terms. The two examined it briefly and shook their heads. The girl's mother continued to weep. What is this medication? I have never heard of her being ill. Sertraline hydrochloride, also known as Zoloft, is a first-line antidepressant, Song Yuhang stated matter-of-factly. We also found a hospital report indicating a diagnosis of severe depression. The revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, and the girl's mother dissolved into tears. Why did she not tell me she was sick? Silly child. You're killing me. Years of working in criminal investigations had endowed her with a deep empathy for victims, yet she found it difficult to feel the same for their families. In the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. When did you and your wife divorce? The man sat in the reception room, intermittently making phone calls and sending messages. As soon as Song Yuhang finished speaking, another phone call came in. The man gestured for her to wait a moment and turned away. Hello? Is this about the company? Isn't old one handling it? Is it not acceptable for me to be away for just a moment? What is the point of having employees then? What? They insist that the general manager must attend the meeting before they will take this order? The man's face was marked by irritation.
Fine.
Tell them I will make time to come by this afternoon. Song Yuhang waited for him to finish. The man slipped his phone into the inner pocket of his suit. I apologize, I've been quite busy with work. I divorced her mother a long time ago, back in middle school, and I left everything to them, house and assets. When she turns 18, I will have her name on everything. Has your daughter been having thoughts of self-harm recently? The man shook his head. A hint of sorrow etched on his face. I wouldn't know. My divorce was not honorable, and I seldom see them, barely once a year, so how would I know such things? It seemed that no further information would be forthcoming. The woman at least had the sense to shed tears, while the man appeared to care only for his business. The accompanying detectives exchanged glances, shrugging in silence. According to regulations, you may see your daughter for the last time. Upon hearing this, the man's face displayed a struggle. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and said, forget it, there's no point in seeing her. It would only bring more sorrow. Song Yuhang stood to shake his hand. Thank you for your cooperation. We will reach out to you if necessary. All right, no need for thanks. You've worked hard. What? The family refuses an autopsy?
No.
I must go to Lin Yan, she said, attempting to rush out, only to be stopped by someone. Where are you going? To argue with someone? Song Yuhang had barely finished speaking when Lin Yan seemed ready to retort, but Zhang Jinhai entered, holding a cup of tea. We have discussed this case. Through site inspections, interviews with nearby residents, and surveillance video analysis, we have ruled out homicide and can conclude it to be a suicide. The He Miao case was an exception, Lin. Don't be overly cautious. How am I being overly cautious? Isn't it our duty and obligation as police to pursue the truth? Lin Yan countered sharply.
Indeed.
But you conducted the autopsy yourself. Did you uncover any suspicious details? If there were, we would not hesitate to continue our investigation. The head of the criminal investigation team clashed with the lead technician, and the others present fell silent, not daring to speak. Song Yuhang frowned as well. Lin Yan hesitated, acknowledging, indeed, the external examination revealed no suspicious signs, no external injuries, nor any evidence of sexual assault. The hymen is intact. After pondering, she rephrased, some doubts may not be apparent through a simple external examination. I must perform an autopsy. Yes. The public security authorities have the right to decide on autopsies and notify the family to be present, but that is only when it is confirmed as a criminal case or when clear doubts arise. What do you have now? How can I approach the family?
Miss.
Investigating a case is not merely your personal desire. We must respect the facts, the family's wishes, and public opinion. The deceased deserves to be treated with dignity. Zhang Jinhai's words were both reasonable and substantiated, subtly highlighting her spoiled and capricious nature as a young lady. A faint scoff arose from the crowd below. Lin Yan, unable to maintain her composure, was about to charge forward when someone firmly grasped her wrist and pulled her out of the conference room. Let go of me. Release me. Lin Yan struggled, only to be dragged up to the rooftop, where Song Yuhang finally released her grip, observing her panting form. He is not wrong. Without any points of suspicion, it cannot be classified as a criminal case. The family has shown no desire for an autopsy, and to force one would be illegal, incurring responsibility. For reasons unknown, she could endure advice from others, but hearing such sentiments from Song Yuhang ignited her fury. Am I breaking the law? What has the law done for the victims? It cannot punish Sun Xiangming, nor can it save Ding Shui or Li Shiping. The vulture that harmed He Miao is dead, and her treacherous uncle will be released after just a few years while continuing to live happily with his family. What about the deceased? There is only one life. Who will safeguard their rights? In my opinion, Fan Lin's death is a result of her parents' prolonged neglect. They are the indirect murderers. The law may be ineffective, yet conscience remains within her heart. Song Yuhang supported her shoulder, gazing at her. Indeed, not every pair of parents are competent. Fan Lin has perished. And you did not witness how her mother wept before me. Her sorrow overshadowed by a mountain of guilt that will haunt her for the rest of her life. How can that burden be any lighter than physical suffering? Lin Yan, one cannot view issues so unilaterally. Will you abandon the pursuit of truth simply because the law appears ineffective? Lin Yan parted her lips slightly. She had already answered for herself. You will not. The law is merely the last bastion of human society, a boundary that no one may cross. To transgress this line is to commit a crime. Our existence as police officers is not solely to maintain public order. We must also bring those who cross the line to justice. You claim the law is useless, just look. Song Yuhang led her to the edge of the rooftop. In this era of peace, traffic flowed endlessly beneath them. A white dove soared overhead, leaving behind a trail of feathers. You stand here. How can the law be entirely futile? Lin Yan pressed her lips together. The cool breeze on the rooftop stirring her hair and slightly dissipating her inner gloom. She reached into her pocket for a cigarette, lighting it and resting it at her lips as she leaned over the railing, her high heels tapping against the ground. I just think, how can one become a parent without undergoing an examination? Even for a stranger's death, one should. Empathy is indeed an innate human instinct, yet not everyone possesses this ability. We cannot impose harsh expectations on others. We can only strive to act without guilt in our hearts. She extended her hand, asking Lin Yan for a cigarette, slightly bowing her head to lean in and borrow a flame. However, I still believe that possessing empathy is a wonderful thing. Everything has a spirit. It allows one to feel alive, rather than merely existing as a soulless entity. Those capable of empathy experience the joys and sorrows of life more deeply than others and find simple happiness more readily. Lin Yan scoffed, nonchalantly leaning against the railing with her cigarette. If that is the case, I should be able to find joy more easily. Yet all I feel is pain. Song Yuhang exhaled a cloud of smoke and regarded her with a faint gaze. Are you reminiscing about your father? Lin Yan turned away, maintaining her usual nonchalant demeanor. Yet Song Yuhang could distinctly detect a hint of desolation in her eyes. No, why would I think of him? I merely ponder the absurdity of these people who detest children yet bring them into the world without any intention of taking responsibility. If they lack the resolve to accompany a child as they grow and age together, why bother bringing them forth at all? There was a touch of scorn in her tone. They might as well have remained in the folds of a tissue. The cigarette burned perilously close to her fingers, prompting Song Yuhang to extinguish it against the railing. I cannot judge what sort of person your father was. I can only speak of my own. My father was a special police officer, honored with third-class merit 4 times, second-class merit twice, and first-class merit once. When I was 10, He sacrificed himself during a drug bust operation in collaboration with the border anti-narcotics team, shielding his comrades. Throughout my protracted youth, he was absent from nearly all of my parent-teacher meetings and never accompanied me to an amusement park. During all pivotal moments in my life, the high school entrance examination, the college entrance examination, my admission to the police academy, and my entry into the workforce, he was nowhere to be found. But that's all right, Lin Yan. She turned to face her, calling her name. What you cannot comprehend now, in due time, will be revealed to you by the passage of time. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, meeting her gaze. Those light brown eyes seemed to possess a certain magic, effortlessly calming her tumultuous emotions. The cigarette had burned her fingers, causing her to flinch as ash fell from her fingertips, reddening her fair skin. Ouch, that hurts. Are you all right? How could you be so careless? The warmth brushed against her fingers, intensifying the sting and itch of the burn. I have some burn ointment on my desk. I'll fetch it for you shortly. Do you think this case bears any resemblance to the He Miao case? Lin Yan inquired. Both involve suicide, and they left notes at the scene. I recall the cartoon drawings by He Miao and the whale images in Fan Lin's phone album. They share common interests, ocean or whales. Indeed. The head of the criminal investigation team possesses a meticulous mind, able to draw parallels. A faint smile graced Lin Yan's lips, though she quickly suppressed it. I wonder if these discrepancies are sufficient to warrant a reopening of the investigation and persuade the family to consent to an autopsy. Song Yuhang shook her head. No. That would be too subjective and nebulous. We must uncover concrete evidence to establish a connection between these two cases. Only then will the organization agree to reopen the investigation. Could it be related to that figure in black, the one you encountered at the Green Building? Lin Yan posed the question. Song Yuhang pondered for a moment before replying. Initially, I believed that individual to be a vulture or one of its subordinates. However, given the resounding success of Operation Aurora, which apprehended the entire criminal gang, it is improbable that any would have escaped. Lin Yan had yet to disclose the examination results. Have you considered the possibility that there might still be one? Song Yuhang met her gaze, simply stating 5 words. I trust Director Zhao. Lin Yan offered a sardonic smile and fell silent once more. I believe it is prudent to simplify matters. Let's not overcomplicate the situation. We should first gather evidence that links these 2 suicide cases before proceeding with a formal investigation. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall visit Fan Lin's alma mater. Song Yuhang interjected. It is better for you to remain at the Municipal Bureau. The previous assassination attempt still lingers in her mind. Lin Yan chuckled lightly. Is it really necessary? I assure you, I am fine now. Song Yuhang, displaying a rare expression of helplessness, replied, Listen to me. I have a more pressing task for you. After all, Lin Yan was no longer a child. She contemplated this but accepted it nonetheless. What is it you require? Go to the archives and search for documents from the past 3 months, Song Yuhang instructed, furrowing her brow. No. Let us extend it to a year. Every detailed case file related to the suicide incidents. All of Fan Lin's artwork was essentially gathered here. Her art teacher handed her a substantial stack of portfolios. Song Yuhang received them with both hands. Thank you, she said. The art teacher removed her glasses to wipe away the fog. It's such a pity. That child worked so hard, just 2 points shy. She can continue next year. But why couldn't she see that? Song Yuhang remained silent, hastily flipping through a couple of pages filled with watercolor paintings depicting blue skies, white clouds, mountains, lakes, and the vast, azure sea. It was evident that she was an exceptionally gifted child. The blackboard in this classroom bore her artwork, evoking memories. The elderly teacher donned her glasses and sighed deeply. Song Yuhang's gaze drifted back, and she was suddenly struck by a jolt. The enormous blackboard was adorned with a tumultuous sea rendered in blue watercolors, with waves appearing almost lifelike. A white whale lay on the horizon, blowing bubbles. Though the scene was strikingly serene and beautiful, it sent shivers down her spine. She had indeed seen this image in He Miao's homework. Song Yuhang quickly retrieved her phone and snapped a photo. After posing a few brief questions to the art teacher, she stood to bid her farewell. As she walked down the corridor, she noticed a group of boys at the entrance of the boys' restroom, pressing a wastebasket atop another boy's head and then kicking it away. Trash is just trash. The one who ranked last in the monthly exam dares to dream of attending Ocean University. Dream on, you fool. With determination, Song Yuhang strode over. Upon seeing her approach, the boys exchanged glances and scattered like startled birds. Hurry, someone is coming. Before Song Yuhang could reach out to assist him, the boy who had been bullied had already risen, clutching his face and limping down the stairs. I'm fine, thank you. In a dim, cramped room, a computer emitted a ghostly blue light, the main unit humming ominously. A message appeared in the dialog box. White whale, I've been bullied again. I don't want to live anymore. Why do they all pick on me? I haven't done anything wrong. The hands resting on the keyboard were rough, marked by wrinkles and age spots. It's all right. It's not your fault. It's this wretched world that deserves scorn. It's understandable to feel lost, dear child. Come find me. The white whale will reveal the answers. Behold, the alarming reality that has gripped Jiang City in recent years, a staggering rise in the suicide rate, particularly among the youth. Lin Yan, having endured a restless night, found herself battling fatigue after a long afternoon devoid of rest, her dark circles resembling those of a panda. Most of the troubled individuals are adolescents. Song Yuhang extended a box lunch to her, saying, "You've worked hard. Please eat something. I will continue with the organization of the case files." Delving into the mountain of aged cases is indeed laborious, necessitating meticulous sorting and categorization. Lin Yan, feeling dizzy from her afternoon's exertion, heard her stomach rumble. She gazed at the lunch, her thoughts wandering. I hope it's not from a roadside stall.
I refuse to eat that.
Lin Yan muttered, Did you not go to school? Song Yuhang cleared her throat. I drove, so it was on the way. As Lin Yan spoke, suppressing a smile, she finally lifted the lid of the lunchbox, revealing rice and vegetables separated, along with a bowl of corn and rib soup. And glistening, vibrant prawns atop the rice. Instantly, her appetite was piqued. Observing her reaction, Song Yuhang smacked her lips and twirled her pen. Had I known you would slander me, I would not have brought you anything. I wouldn't have eaten a bite myself. Just as she finished her sentence, a pair of chopsticks reached out, holding a shiny prawn. Song Yuhang was taken aback, thinking it was intended for her, and a soft smile graced her lips. No need. I want to eat. Lin Yan, with a fearless and self-assured demeanor, replied, Who said it was for you? Do you think my delicate hands are suited for peeling prawns? Through clenched teeth, Song Yuhang conceded, I was wrong. I should not have brought it. Nonetheless, when Lin Yan offered her gloves, she reluctantly accepted, begrudgingly setting aside the case files to start peeling the prawns. I hope these aren't the gloves you use for handling corpses. Lin Yan shot back with an eye roll. Please, do you think I lack such standards? As Song Yuhang peeled and ate simultaneously, she positioned herself sideways beneath the dim light, careful to avoid splattering the case files with broth, her expression serious as she focused on the documents, hands never idle. Placing the peeled prawns into Lin Yan's bowl, perhaps the light was too soft, casting a glaze over her profile. When she placed another prawn into her own bowl, Lin Yan reached out, exclaiming, Open wide. Extending her arm, she supported Song Yuhang's chin with one hand. Instinctively, Song Yuhang obeyed, opening her mouth to swallow. But before she could finish, the door to the archive room swung open abruptly. The lights blazed, illuminating the scene for all to see.
Shock.
The head of the Jiang City Criminal Investigation Team, Song Yuhang, and the chief forensic pathologist, Lin Yan, were caught sharing a meal. I have fallen for my archenemy. Fong Xian had even crafted a title for them, wearing a bewildered smile. Behind them, two others appeared utterly heartbroken. Zheng Qingrui exclaimed, How outrageous. Why weren't we invited to enjoy this feast? With a mouthful of prawns still unchewed, Song Yuhang felt a sudden choking sensation. Hastily grabbing a cup from the table to gulp down water, Lin Yan, in distress, protested, That was mine. With a cough, Song Yuhang turned away, her ears flushed, further solidifying the scandalous implications of their clandestine affair. 3 pairs of suspicious eyes darted back and forth between the two individuals as they chorused in unison. When did your relationship become so amicable that you could share a table for a meal? The cup that had been used by Song Yuhang remained on the side. As she spoke, she focused on taking the lunchbox separately, hastily sweeping the trash from the table into a plastic bag before exiting. Song Yuhang observed her departing silhouette, a faint smile curving at the corners of her lips. She maintained her composure admirably, tapping the table with her pen. All right, let us get to it. What's the matter? With so many case files, how long will it take for you two to review them? Fong Xian remarked as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Zheng Qingrui opened his laptop. I'm wondering if I can utilize an algorithm to organize the data. It would be much quicker than handwriting. Duan Qing also took a seat. I may not be of much assistance, but I can serve you tea or water. Song Yuhang regarded the faces of her colleagues, sensing a shared ambition reflected in their calm or teasing tones. Their collective aim was clear. To solve the case. To pursue the truth. To expose the darkness. She smiled gently and opened the case files in her hand. Then let us hasten together. Chapter 46, Probing. Hey Lin Jia. Why are you still here so late? A colleague inquired as they prepared to leave. Lin Yan switched on the desk lamp and placed the cleaned lunchbox aside. I'm not finished yet. Well, Lin Jia, we'll be leaving then.
Goodbye.
Lin Yan nodded slightly, acknowledging their departure. Once the office had emptied, she opened a drawer and retrieved a yellowed file, gently brushing off the dust. As she turned to the first page, her fingertips glided over a line of small text, and her jaw gradually tightened. Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Forensic Autopsy Report.
Jiang Gon Faci Jianzi, 1994, no. 23.
Following this was a lengthy summary of the case, along with detailed autopsy results. Despite her inability to absorb a single word, she forced herself to digest it line by line, until bloodshot tears welled in her eyes, and she tasted the metallic tang of blood on her tongue. On June 18, 1994, a sanitation worker, while performing his duties at the Finyang dock, uncovered a package of unidentified meat in a trash bin, which was later confirmed by forensic examination to be human tissue. As her gaze descended down the page, Lin Yan felt as if she were transported back to that summer. Despite the sweltering heat, with temperatures soaring to 40 degrees, she stood outside the morgue, inexplicably feeling a chill in her limbs. The words spoken by the criminal investigation personnel resurfaced as stark black and white before her eyes. The identified tissue was incomplete, lacking the cranium, torso, and bones, and DNA analysis confirmed the deceased to be Chu Nan, a senior student from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Those three characters pierced her vision like daggers, and Lin Yan's right hand clenched into a fist, gasping for breath as if on the brink of drowning. She felt an overwhelming urge to crumple the paper, to crush it and cast it away, yet she was compelled to scrutinize every single word, her heart brimming with fury. As her eyes grew warm, she could scarcely contain herself, and tears fell onto the desk, leaving damp spots. She covered her lips with her hand, unleashing a suppressed sob in the empty room. She closed her eyes, steadied her breath, and after regaining her composure, continued to flip through the pages, eager to view the photographs taken during the autopsy. However, after several turns, she found nothing but emptiness. Appending the file, a few thin sheets of paper tumbled out, yet still no photographs. This is inconceivable. Under current laws, autopsies must be conducted alongside criminal photography, and the captured images are to be sealed with the case files. When the case is archived, the primary forensic pathologist signs for confirmation, followed by the chief forensic pathologist and the head of criminal investigation, ultimately submitted for approval by the chief of the Public Security Bureau before being managed uniformly by the Archives Department. Who could be responsible? Who? Lin Yan ground her teeth in frustration and flipped to the last page of the case file to find the name of the primary forensic pathologist responsible for the autopsy, Li Bin. Quickly, she took out her phone and captured an image of that page, then meticulously organized the case file back to its original state, tucking it into the spacious pocket of her lab coat before striding toward the archives room.
Impressive.
You've managed quite a bit while I was away for just a moment, she remarked. Song Yuhang, not lifting his head, replied, I thought you had vanished. Lin Yan retorted, am I that kind of person? Since you treated me to that meal, I suppose I can begrudgingly stay late with you. As she spoke, Lin Yan slightly bent down to lift the stack of files before her. Turning to leave, Song Yuhang pondered her retreating figure. That night marked Lin Yan's first voluntary late night at work. Rubbing her eyes, she perused the case files, transcribing essential notes onto paper to give to Zheng Qingrui for summarization. The others followed suit. This monotonous work was tedious, and even Song Yuhang could not suppress several yawns. Duan Chung dashed out to buy a large bag of canned coffee from a convenience store, sitting off to the side, copying while his head bobbed like a chick pecking at grains, eventually collapsing onto the table, unable to rise again. Outside, silence enveloped the night, with autumn's chill rendering even the insects mute. The entire Municipal Public Security Bureau was shrouded in darkness, save for this small enclave still illuminated. Zheng Qingrui stared at the computer, his eyes reddening, while Fong Xian made several trips to the restroom, the plastic bag of coffee gradually depleting. The last can was simultaneously grasped by her and Song Yuhang. Here, she offered, but when she looked over, he had already buried his head back into the files. Lin Yan took a sip, then set it down to continue her work. She moved through the years, systematically organizing the files, when suddenly, she felt a chill run through her as she glanced at the darkened area ahead, where the lights were off. Song Yuhang pressed her lips together and continued forward, halting at the label for 1994. Her fingertips grazed the yellowed files, inevitably gathering some dust, until she unearthed a file with sealed threads still intact, remarkably well preserved. Far cleaner than the dust-laden files beside it. Song Yuhang sidestepped the threads.
Chu Nan.
A woman's terrified voice echoed from the reading room outside. Song Yuhang set the file down and rushed out. Lin Yan lay on the table, trembling, eyes shut, her face ashen, beads of sweat clinging her hair to her forehead. Song Yuhang placed her hand on Lin Yan's shoulder. Lin Yan? Wake up! Lin Yan suddenly awoke, twisting her wrist with force, and only gradually found her focus when her gaze met those light brown eyes. Song Yuhang released her grip, concern evident in her eyes. Did you have a nightmare? Lin Yan rubbed her forehead to steady herself. Have they all left? Song Yuhang went to the water dispenser and filled a cup with warm water for her. Are you feeling unwell? You look quite pale. Lin Yan cradled the warm paper cup, her shoulder draped with her coat, still retaining its warmth. All right, I'll accompany you. Song Yuhang followed her outside. No need. I'll have Uncle Lin come pick me up. Lin Yan halted at the entrance of the city bureau, rejecting her kindness, while casting a meaningful glance at her. Each time Lin Yan looked at her like this, Song Yuhang would recall countless moments of exchanged glances. Her unspoken thoughts were laid bare before the seasoned Lin Yan, prompting her to turn away and retrieve a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, taking one out and lighting it. You didn't used to smoke this often, did you? Lin Yan glanced at the cigarette pack. Oh, still Zhonghua. Why not try women-s cigarettes? Song Yuhang smiled, waiting for the car to arrive. Too mild. Doesn't tea invigorate me? What? Even forensic experts like Lin Yan are concerned about my smoking habits. Their playful banter ensued. Lin Yan countered. It's a professional habit. One can extract a person's DNA from a cigarette butt, and the DNA sequence determines one's aging, diseases, and time of death. ISNT There also a theory, suggesting that DNA influences whether one finds another appealing at first sight? Lin Yan scoffed. Purely speculative. Initial attraction likely stems from primal urges. In the distance, a car approached, its headlights cutting through the mist, prompting Song Yuhang to extinguish her cigarette. Your ride has arrived. Lin Yan returned the coat draped over her shoulder and, as she prepared to leave, Song Yuhang posed one final question. Who is Chu Nan? Without needing to articulate it, Song Yuhang already knew the answer. Lin Yan remained silent, slipping into the car as streetlights slowly flowed past her vision, causing Song Yuhang's face to gradually fade from view. In the rearview mirror, the last sight was of Lin Yan squatting at the street corner, lighting another cigarette. Upon returning home, Lin Yan finished her shower, towel drying her hair as she walked out. From the study drawer, she retrieved another phone and dialed a number. Hello? Please help me look up a person named Li Bin, who served as the chief forensic physician at the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau 14 years ago. In the past year in our city, a total of 752 young people and children have died by suicide, predominantly females aged between 11 and 18. Excluding familial factors, academic pressure, and conflicts with peers, there remain over 1,000 cases where the reasons for suicide are inexplicable. Dressed in her police uniform, Song Yuhang stood confidently before a large screen. Thus, we have utilized statistical data to identify commonalities among these suicide cases. First, the majority of victims exhibited introverted personalities and struggled with social interactions. Second, they hailed from complex family backgrounds and had, to varying degrees, experienced long-term bullying or exclusion from their peers. She paused slightly as she lifted her gaze. All of them left behind notes at the scenes of their suicides. A hushed whisper arose from the crowd below. Zhang Jinhai lifted his teacup and took a sip, his brow furrowing into a deep furrow. For there were no eyewitnesses to the suicide, and the scene bore no biological evidence aside from that of the deceased. While the first 2 points were based on character analysis grounded in statistical data, the latter 2 indeed raised significant doubts. Nevertheless, Song Yuhang continued. 5. As he perused the case files, the most frequently encountered terms were ocean, white whale, and liberation, with a staggering repetition rate approaching 75%. Song Yuhang activated the PowerPoint presentation, magnifying the chart on the screen, which glowed crimson throughout. This was the fruit of Zheng Qingrui's sleepless nights. The two exchanged a glance, and Song Yuhang nodded gently in acknowledgement of his gratitude. Moreover, it is noteworthy that during the investigation of the He Miao case, similar patterns were discovered in her homework, and the same images also appeared in the current case. Song Yuhang pressed a button on the electronic pen, and 2 nearly identical drawings materialized on the large screen. Setting aside the possibility of coincidence, the remarkably high frequency of occurrences, coupled with a high suicide rate predominantly involving adolescents, undoubtedly warrants our attention. Someone in the audience raised a hand. Captain Song, are you suggesting that all these cases were perpetrated by a single individual? That is implausible. Contemporary forensic technology can ascertain that if you have been present at a crime scene, traces will undoubtedly remain. If such a person existed, capable of eliminating so many lives without a trace, the police would certainly have apprehended him. Lin Yan leaned on her chin, stifling a laugh. Have you heard of psychological manipulation? One need not be present at the scene to inflict harm invisibly. A murmur rippled through the crowd, and the officer who had just questioned was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yan continued. Psychologist Pavlov posits that suggestion is the simplest and most quintessential of human conditioned responses. In our daily lives, we are constantly receiving suggestions from external sources or our own thoughts. From the trivial flyers distributed on the street to the significant realization upon waking that one's reflection appears unwell, prompting an internal inquiry, did I not sleep well last night? This leads to a cascade of speculations about one's health, all of which fall under the umbrella of psychological suggestion. Psychological suggestion varies in strength, and its efficacy cannot be controlled by human will. For instance, some individuals, upon noticing their pallor, may visit a hospital and receive a cancer diagnosis. The suggestion proves successful, leading to despair and ultimately death. Conversely, others may adopt a positive mindset, engaging in exercise and maintaining good health, experiencing no issues whatsoever. In principle, such effects are beyond the control of conscious thought. Yet, if someone were to artificially create a certain scenario, Song Yuhang observed her, clad in the same police uniform, standing confidently among the crowd, her brilliance evident in her demeanor, eliciting a faint smile at the corners of his lips. After delivering such a lengthy discourse, Lin Yan, parched and weary, seized the cup of water on the table and took a hearty gulp, wiping her lips afterward. During my time abroad, I encountered a particularly chilling case of death certification, where the perpetrator was a psychologist who incited murder by manipulating his patients. He guided them through a series of increasingly disturbing steps, beginning with a simple exercise of staring into a mirror until they felt a sense of estrangement. Eventually, this insidious process culminated in the abuse of animals and arson, transforming an ordinary individual into a monstrous killer who ultimately took the life of his own wife. This case demands our utmost attention. Otherwise, if this continues unchecked, the toll of lives lost will only escalate. Who can say that the next victim might not be one of your children? Lin Yan's voice resonated with quiet authority, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the crowd into a frenzy of murmurs. Duan Cheng felt a chill run down his arms. Lin's words sent shivers down his spine. How could he ever trust others again? Fong Xian shot him a glance. You? A seasoned veteran like you should be unperturbed by the opinions of others. A dead pig doesn't fear boiling water, after all. Zheng Qingrui could not contain his laughter. But upon noticing the meeting room door open, he quickly composed himself. Sit up straight. Director Fong has arrived. As Song Yuhang took her seat next to Lin Yan, she was wholly engrossed in the case, oblivious to Director Fong standing at the door. She continued, moreover, we have not only compiled data on suicides from the past year, but also statistics from the last 5 years. Please take a look. She pointed with an electronic pen. There is a pronounced upward trend in the bar chart, and the intervals between occurrences are shortening from dozens of cases annually to several each month, all linked to this pattern. We have reason to believe that behind this alarming surge in youth suicides lies a shadowy organization with motives yet to be uncovered. The youth represent the future of our nation, and any criminal force that seeks to harm them must be eradicated at its inception. As her words hung in the air, applause erupted at the entrance. Well said. The room stood in unison, calling out, Director Fong. Director Fong. Fong Zhengwo raised his hand to signal for silence, stepping forward as Song Yuhang relinquished the electronic pen and retreated. I hereby announce, with the approval of higher authorities, the reopening of investigations into the 927 Fan Lin case and the 61 He Miao case, establishing a dedicated task force. Song Yuhang will lead this task force, with Zhang Jinhai as her deputy. The various departments of the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau will spare no effort in supporting the task force. Feng Zhengwo called out the names of the two individuals, Song Yuhang, Zhang Jinhai.
Stand.
Both rose simultaneously, standing at attention with their hands at their seams. The deadline set by higher-ups for resolving the case is merely 1 month. Failure to do so will result in severe consequences. Do you have confidence?
Yes.
We are confident we will complete the task. Song Yuhang raised her hand to her temple, her gaze unwavering and resolute. After the meeting, they dispersed for lunch.
Hey.
Lin Jia, I arrived first. Lin Yan smiled through gritted teeth. I sat down. Come on, let us sit over there.
Why?
I already claimed this spot. Fong Xian interjected. Old Zheng is waiting for us with a big chicken leg. Song Yuhang remained oblivious to the commotion around her until a waft of fragrant air brushed past her, prompting her to sidestep. Participation in the special task force is non-negotiable. The regulations dictate that technical surveillance personnel remain off the front lines and stay within the municipal bureau. With a single phrase, Song Yuhang effectively severed all of her escape routes as Lin Yan gritted her teeth and served her a piece of braised pork. Surely, Captain Song could be a bit lenient? Song Yuhang, witnessing her relentless dedication to piling braised pork into her bowl, felt a pang of deep sorrow. Enough. I refuse to eat. I truly cannot consume fatty meat. Lin Yan paused her actions, then offered her a piece of duck carcass. Then have some duck. It's all lean. Facing a bowl of rice that towered like a small mountain, Song Yuhang succumbed to despair and shifted aside. I want to eat. I really want tea. Lin Yan pushed her plate over, following suit. Eat up, it's all prepared for you. She blinked innocently, feigning a harmless demeanor. I am not falling for your tricks. Had she not witnessed Lin Yan's ruthless side, she might have believed her. Was she not allowed to fight back or evade? Song Yuhang shifted her plate further, only for Lin Yan to close in. Duan Cheng, with half-chewed noodles falling from his mouth, slurped them back. What is going on here? Zheng Qingrui adjusted his glasses, offering a succinct observation. A cat catching a mouse. Fong Xian appended. There's no escape. And the horizontal banner? Lin Yan slammed her chopsticks down, directing her voice to the cafeteria. Continue with your meals. The three fell into a tacit understanding and lowered their heads. Cornered, Song Yuhang could no longer endure, particularly as she often wore only the standard shirt beneath her police uniform, with buttons improperly fastened, revealing glimpses of her graceful form. The softness of her attire draped over her arms. Lin Yan clung to her arm, rendering her right hand immobile. If you want to allow me to join the task force, I shall cling to you every day. She emphasized the word every with intent. Song Yuhang felt a shiver run down her spine. In public, she could not resort to violence against her, suppressing her fury. She said, let go of me first. Observing her anger, Lin Yan sensed an opportunity, her gaze laced with playful mockery. I want to release you. If I do, you'll run away. Song Yuhang, Officer Song. Song Team, she elongated her title with affectionate undertones. What is it about me that displease you? Suddenly, someone in the cafeteria coughed, and before long, a chorus of coughs resonated throughout the space. Song Yuhang felt the veins in her temple throb. She was testing the limits of her patience, in every conceivable sense. The two were uncomfortably close, the scent of her perfume enveloping them, her voice hovering near, her lips parting and closing before her. Eyes glinting with a hint of allure and yearning. Lin Yan keenly sensed her retreat and physical rigidity. She was adept at manipulating others, including herself, as she leaned closer, whispering softly into her ear. Officer Song, I implore you. In the past, during their first flirtation in the archives, Song Yuhang had reacted vehemently, shoving her away. Lin Yan had once mocked her for being unromantic. Yet now, Song Yuhang's familiarity with her bred a deeper understanding of their personalities. Lin Yan anticipated that she would angrily shake her off, cursing her while reluctantly agreeing to the matter. However, Song Yuhang smiled, finding the situation quite unexpected. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and noticed her leaning in closer, her voice lowered to a whisper in a hidden corner where others could not see. It could be arranged, but I have one condition. Lin Yan looked down to see her gripping her hand tightly, preventing any escape. After a futile attempt to break free, she gritted her teeth and asked, what do you want? Wasn't it you who came to me first? Song Yuhang tightened her hold, pulling Lin Yan toward her and casually draping an arm over her shoulder as if they were close friends, her voice soft yet slightly husky. What do you think? Upon hearing those words, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. Her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, her lips moving as if struggling to find words. Her fair skin turned a delicate shade of red around her eyes, presenting an unspoken allure of reluctance. Song Yuhang was momentarily taken aback by that captivating gaze, but before she could dwell on it, Lin Yan threw down her chopsticks, shook off her hand, and turned to leave, doing so with unyielding resolve, clearly infuriated. It was she who had made the jest, yet it was also she who took it seriously. Lin Yan paused her steps, still fuming, refusing to turn around or meet her gaze, her lips pursed in indignation. If it turns out there is indeed a hidden hand behind this, that person must be extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. Therefore, not letting you go is for your own good. Lin Yan scoffed, observing as Song Yuhang served her all the lean meat. I possess the ability to protect myself. You need not worry. Lin Yan was on the verge of pouncing on her in irritation, gritting her teeth. Song Yuhang, will you ever be done with this? Are you addicted to teasing me? Previously, she had thought of her as a ferocious tiger, but now she seemed more like a playful little kitten. Song Yuhang had a keen understanding of her personality and decided it was time to smooth things over. I'm not joking. I genuinely worry about you. You can go if you wish, but I have. Lin Yan fixed her gaze intensely upon her. If she dared to utter that phrase, she was ready to dump her entire plate of food on her face and scold her fiercely for her lack of shame. Lin Yan sighed in relief, too lazy to engage further. Spit it out quickly. Don't beat around the bush. First, you must not leave my line of sight.
Lin Yan lazily nodded. Fine.
That's acceptable. Second, no throwing tantrums. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, such as what? Like saying I'm too tired to walk. We are here to investigate, not to travel for leisure. Lin Yan seethed through clenched teeth. You really know me well. And what about the last condition? Song Yuhang pondered for a moment. I haven't thought of that yet. We can discuss it later. Lin Yan was about to say something more when Song Yuhang buried her head in her food, effectively cutting off the conversation. Let us eat. We don't have much time left, and you've already wasted 15 minutes of mine. She looked slightly taken aback. Once the case is resolved, I'll treat you to a meal before she could finish. Song Yuhang picked up a piece of spicy chicken and offered it to her. Try this. While it may not be as exquisite as what you make at home, it is certainly clean, hygienic, and authentic. Lin Yan skeptically accepted the piece and placed it in her mouth. Song Yuhang observed the satisfaction emanating from every pore of her face, and she smiled contentedly. Is it delicious? It's quite good. Then do enjoy it. Certainly.